Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Inside the school cafeteria. The delicious aroma filled the air, satisfying my senses of smell and sight. You can take as much food as you want on your plate, but only what you can finish. I understand. Don't leave any leftovers. Take only what you can eat. If you want more, you can get another plate. Got it. It was a buffet, so to speak. Compared to modern buffets, the variety and quality of the food were lacking, but just being able to eat meat to my heart's content was enough to satisfy me. I was filling my plate with meat when, if you waste food, you might be punished by the demon god of gluttony. Yes. Luna scolded me, thinking I was taking too much meat. Luna was suspiciously serious about dining. Speaking of which, the demon god of gluttony. Wasn't that the demon god in charge of Samuel's family? After all, the demon god of gluttony was a god who devoured everything, so it wouldn't be surprising if he got angry. I'll make sure not to leave any leftovers. Good thinking. I wasn't planning on leaving any leftovers anyway. Luna and I took a moderate amount of food on our plates and found a place to sit. Perhaps because we were late to the dining hall due to the commotion, there weren't many students eating. Ugh. That's why we stood out even more. As if they had come to eat. The group that had been harassing Luna met my gaze. I didn't feel like fighting, so I waved my hand. Let's go. The student who seemed to be the leader turned his head away and left. Then he started eating his food far away from us. It was a distance where he wouldn't be able to hear what Luna and I were saying. Luna, what happened with those kids? That's... Luna hesitated to answer. It wasn't that she had been threatened or anything, but she seemed genuinely worried that I would get hurt because of her problems. However, this was now a matter that involved me, so I needed to know. Because favors should be repaid. It was better to wrap things up cleanly than to leave any regrets. I was also curious about the guy who had been watching me. After some persuasion, Luna reluctantly began to speak. They're the ones who've been bullying me. I don't know why, but one day they just started. Luna had confided in me up to this point. She said that ever since she entered the academy, she had been ignored by the students of Saiton because she was a half-breed. It wasn't anything strange. Thinking about it, I had also been discriminated against before taking the entrance exam because I was a half-breed. Now that I had proven my abilities, they wouldn't dare touch me. Even Samuel, the best in the world, didn't mess with me. However, Luna's situation was different from mine. I'm weak, my physical abilities are average. Luna only had healing abilities. On the other hand, I and the other half-breed students had combat abilities. That's why the wicked students seemed to have focused on bullying Luna. Because Luna was easy to pick on. The instructors must think differently. Perhaps the instructors would know the value of Luna's healing abilities, so they wouldn't discriminate against her because she was a half-breed. They would have treated her well. However, most of the students didn't know the value of healing abilities. They must have thought of her as a useless student who didn't have any combat abilities. But they didn't physically assault me or anything like that. They would just occasionally pass by and curse at me, or steal my supplies for class, that kind of thing. I see. Fortunately, it seemed that they weren't very wicked students. Maybe they were reluctant to hit her because she was a female student. If I had been in Luna's position, well, I wouldn't have looked very good. From now on, it would be better if you stayed by my side. No, there's no need for that. Luna shook her head and said, I have to prove it, that I'm different from those who betrayed the demon race. Was she looking to be recognized? It wasn't something I couldn't understand. No matter how much I protected her, if she couldn't overcome the prejudice herself, nothing would change. However, if that's the case, it would be better for you to stay by my side. Why? Because you'll have a chance to prove yourself. That opportunity would come soon. When the midterms started, there would be a lot of students who got injured. The student who would shine brighter than anyone else there would be Luna, Saiton's only healer. However, Luna didn't seem to understand the hidden meaning in my words. I smirked at Luna, who was tilting her head with a puzzled expression. And then I asked her something I had been curious about. Who is that student? Luna, who had been stuffing food into her mouth with bulging cheeks, failed to answer right away. I gestured for her to finish eating before explaining. Gulp. After a while, Luna swallowed all the food and opened her mouth. Surely you haven't failed to memorize even the names of your classmates. Yes. I nodded obediently. Most of them didn't seem worth remembering anyway. And if they had even a single line in the original, I would at least know their names. My not knowing their names meant that they hadn't even appeared in a single line of the original. Even if they had appeared, the demons wouldn't have been described in much detail. Anyway, so if you know anything about that student, I would be grateful if you could tell me. Ugh, it's too much for the class president to not even know his name. What's wrong with that? I shrugged. I wouldn't have cared if they had special abilities like Luna or stood out in some way, but if they didn't, they weren't worth investing in. I'll stick to this approach in the future. His name is Kyle. Kyle. It was a familiar name. Definitely a name in my head. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously and stared at the student named Kyle who was eating. Is it just a coincidence? He looked completely different from the character in the book. Still, I decided to ask just in case. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Is that student Kyle half-demon? What are you talking about? He's pure demon. I see. Well, if Kyle had been half-demon, he wouldn't have been harassing Luna. I hadn't asked just out of curiosity. That guy is one of the supporting characters. Because a half-demon named Kyle worked as a spy for the human world in Sidon. Half-demons and pure demons had different auras, so it wasn't difficult to tell them apart. If Luna was certain enough to say that he was pure demon, then he wasn't half-demon. Suspicious. But I couldn't shake off the feeling of dissonance. There was definitely something about that Kyle guy. As I was lost in thought, Luna muttered in a weak voice. He's a little scary. Who are you talking about? I asked in surprise. Was my killing intent leaking out again? Luna soon smiled bitterly and shook her head. Kyle looks down on the half-blood students as if he despises them. Isn't that the same with the other demon students? From the very beginning, it was hard to find a student who didn't look down on half-bloods. Even Fran, for example, didn't she try to enslave me, a half-blood? No, it's a little different. Luna shook her head again. How is it different? If the other students look at us as if we were traitors, then that kid. You mean he looks at us as if we were bugs? Yeah. Luna nodded. It seemed like she was finally getting the gist of it. It was true that the demon students looked down on half-bloods. However, they didn't look at them as if they were prey to be trampled to death. That meant the gaze we sent to the humans in Argonne. Kyle was looking at the half-bloods with that kind of gaze. With this, it was certain. A strong suspect. The probability that he was a spy from the human world was high. However, there was a problem. The fact that Kyle was perfectly acting as a demon. How could he, a half-blood, act as a demon? My worries didn't last long. Of course. Because Kyle was trained in the human world to disguise himself as a demon. If my guesses were true, it wouldn't be easy to find out that Kyle was a half-blood with ordinary methods. But that didn't mean there was no way. There were actually two ways. The first method was to borrow the power of the information paper. I had relied on it a lot since I fell into this world. However, I stopped using it after I realized the limitations of its abilities. The information paper didn't give me the perfect answer. It only provided information, and I had to solve it myself. It also required a high price, and the answers were limited, so I hadn't used it lately. Swish dash. I glanced at Luna and wrote down the information I wanted on the paper. Anyway, Luna couldn't see the paper, so it didn't matter if she found out. Identity of Kyle from Class A of Sidon. This information requires a price. 100 gold coins. As expected, the paper demanded an outrageous amount of money. I would have to spend all my remaining money to get that information. What if Kyle wasn't a spy? It would be a waste of money. I had to be careful. But I had no intention of paying the price. It's a bit of an uncertain method, but based on the information I've gathered so far, it was clear that Kyle was suspicious. Demons didn't look at half-demons like prey. But if he wasn't a demon, but a half-demon, and if he wasn't on the side of the demons, but on the side of the humans, then it would make sense for him to have that kind of gaze. Let's test him. The reason I didn't have to use the information paper, it was because I had more than enough information on Kyle the spy. I soon got up with my plate. Luna tilted her head as I suddenly got up. Without answering her, I moved towards where Kyle's group was. What? The delinquent student asked, looking at me with displeasure, but I didn't answer and muttered just one sentence. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. There's a girl in the first year of the Imperial Academy. Kyle didn't react to this. I wondered if he hadn't heard me. Sneakily dash. When I saw him glancing at me and then trying to focus on his meal again, it seemed like he had heard me but wasn't very interested. I added another sentence. That half-demon girl, her only family is her older brother, right? Only then did Kyle start to react properly. His eyebrows began to twitch like a snake. As Kyle and I faced off, this bastard, ignoring me. The delinquent student frowned and got up from his seat. Bam dash. I hit the student hard on the head with my plate. Blood and food splattered down. I smiled and looked at Kyle. Her name was Ray, wasn't it? That moment. Crash dash. Kyle's gaze distorted ferociously. It seemed my guess was correct. I smiled, with my eyes narrowed like a crescent moon. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Inside Sidon's restroom. Crash. The student whose head was smashed into the plate by Adele was washing away the food mixed with blood. Thud. The boy, Luke, gritted his teeth and revealed his hostility toward Adele. That damned half-breed. Luke was greatly humiliated by Adele. A half-demon dared to do this to him. He was a guy who wouldn't be satisfied even if he tore him to pieces. However, Luke knew that he couldn't defeat Adele. He desperately denied it in his head, but the fear was deeply imprinted in his body. That fear stemmed from the overwhelming gap rather than the actual pain. That was why Luke decided to rely on Kyle rather than getting revenge himself. Sneakily. Kyle, are you going to get revenge? Kyle didn't answer Luke's question. He just maintained a cold attitude as if he was lost in thought. Luke felt frustrated by Kyle's appearance and shouted in indignation. Answer me, Kyle. Are you going to just let that half-breed's humiliation slide? That's right, we have to get revenge. Even the student next to him chimed in. No matter how skilled that guy was, he was still just a half-breed. They didn't doubt that they could defeat Adel if the three of them joined forces. He's just a half-demon, how strong can he be? There's no such thing as too many people. What could he possibly do? They were already filled with the thought of attacking Adel together. Fair and square? They had given up on such things a long time ago. They didn't intend to use violence from the beginning, but they rationalized that they couldn't help it considering who they were dealing with. Besides, wasn't he just a half-breed with no backing? For some reason, Fran, one of the 7 deadly sins children, was hanging around, but she would probably lose interest once she saw that the bastard was getting beaten up. The children of the 7 deadly sins didn't show much interest in anyone other than their own family members. So, what are you going to do? Luke, who was rubbing his bloody forehead, approached Kyle and asked. Even then, Kyle remained silent. Luke felt frustrated by this. Kyle, the leader of the group. He was the one who had suggested that they bully Luna. That was how it all started. It makes me sick. One day, it all began. It was when Kyle uttered those words while looking at Luna. Normally, they didn't bother the half-demons, but together with Kyle, they had been tormenting Luna without end. The vicious rumors directed at Luna. Kyle was at the center of it all. I want to kill her. She's lower than trash. Kyle spewed out insults that even those who bullied Luna flinched at. As if swept away by Kyle's mood, they bullied Luna. Kyle had the power to incite ill feelings in others. However, Kyle, why aren't you answering? Kyle remained silent. Worried that Kyle might not help them, they began to make excuses. They hadn't done anything wrong. They said that Kyle was to blame for everything, from bullying Luna to being friendly with the monster Adel. So Kyle shouldn't stay silent. You're the one who started all this. Luke strode towards Kyle. Surely, he wasn't going to leave them alone after bringing things this far. Wait, come to think of it. Even when Kyle was threatened by Adel, he just watched quietly. He had simply observed Adel, but Luke judged that Kyle had abandoned him. In the end, Luke crossed the line. You cowardly bastard. He ended up yelling insults at Kyle. Only then did Kyle glare at Luke with fierce eyes. Luke thought that attitude was hostility towards Adel. However, are you finally going to listen to us? Thud-n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Before Luke could finish speaking, his face was slammed into the wall. Kyle stared at Luke, whose whole body was convulsing with a distorted expression. You're like a bug, always buzzing around and annoying me. Thud, thud dash. After slamming Luke's face into the wall several times, Kyle turned his gaze. His gaze was directed at the delinquent student who was hiccuping and trembling with fear. Get lost. Why, yes. Take this with you. Thud dash. When Kyle threw Luke, the student fell flat on his face. He quickly got up and ran away with Luke. Kyle, who had been watching their pathetic display, brushed back his black hair. Whew. A long sigh escaped his lips. Kyle's mind was filled with questions about Adel. That was why he hadn't been paying attention to Luke's words. He hadn't intended to focus on them in the first place. How did he notice? Kyle looked at the mirror above the sink. Luke's blood was splattered on his face. Swish. As he wiped the blood off his cheek, his face rippled like a mirage. The magic is working normally. Perception reduction magic and disguise magic. Since it was magic cast by a high-ranking wizard, the probability of his identity being revealed was low. If a human had disguised himself as a demon, powerful individuals like the instructors or the dean would have found out right away. But Kyle was a half-demon. That magic only hid the aura unique to half-demons, so not even they could see through Kyle's disguise. He doesn't seem stronger than them, though. It was certain that the student named Adel was one of the most powerful, but he was still only a student. It was hard to believe that Adel was stronger than the instructors. Soon, Kyle became lost in thought. The probability that he's a spy sent from the human world. It was possible that he was a spy from the human world. But if that were the case, there was no reason for him to pick a fight with Kyle. According to his investigation, the Bears family had vouched for his identity. Adel, who are you? How did he know about his little sister? And what was he trying to tell Kyle by using that fact? Kyle couldn't figure it out. That was why the conclusion he came to was simple. I have to kill him. Before his identity was revealed, he had to take care of him. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. In the dead of night, all the lights in Sidon had been turned off, and silence had descended. But if one looked into a certain room, they would see a faint light flickering. I need to make thorough preparations to kill that bastard. Kyle was gathering all sorts of tools to kill Adel. This place was an abandoned classroom. For some reason, it was a space that was left unused and abandoned. Kyle would come here at night to organize the information he had gathered during the day. And the device that could send the information he wrote down on paper to the human world was also in this place. It seems like my identity has been discovered by a student named Adel. He was in the middle of writing about Adel on a piece of paper. Suddenly, creak. The door to the room opened, and a man entered. Kyle put down the pen he had been playing with and looked back. Behind him was a red-haired half-demon student approaching with a friendly smile. Adel. He had come to find Kyle. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I almost missed him. I let out a gasp. I rushed over as soon as dawn broke, just in case Kyle ran away. It seemed like he had no intention of running away, but if I had fallen asleep, I would have been attacked. Should I call this fortunate? He looks flustered. Kyle seemed unprepared for my response. He just looked up at me with flustered eyes. I opened my mouth to speak to Kyle. Good evening. Good evening. If only you weren't here. Haha, how spiteful. Do I look like I'm joking? Swish dash. Kyle threw the pen in his hand at me. The tip was sharp, so I ducked my head to avoid it. Kyle was casting magic in that gap. Puck dash, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Immediately after, a second circle magic energy bolt shot towards me. It was quite fast, but not fast enough to avoid. I stepped lightly to dodge the energy bolt and taunted Kyle. Do you not even plan to hide your identity? Kyle was silent. This was basically an affirmation. The energy bolt that Kyle used was circle-based magic. Circles were a power that only humans could possess, meaning that he was not a complete demon. In other words, he was a half-demon. The fact that you have a circle means that tattoo is also fake, right? Yes. Kyle obediently affirmed when I pointed to his forearm. Not long after, the tattoo drawn on Kyle's wrist disappeared. It seemed like he had decided that he could no longer hide his identity from me. Kyle opened his mouth with a coldly hardened expression. Does the fact that you found the secret hideout mean that you already know everything? Is that how it is? I put on a puzzled expression. There was no need for me to reveal the information that I had. Well, I do know all the information about Kyle. When I didn't give him the answer he wanted, Kyle asked in a fearful voice. How do you know about Ray? Kyle's attention was completely focused on his younger sister, Ray. That was inevitable. Kyle had never worked for the sake of humans in the first place. It was rare for a half-demon to be truly loyal to humans or demons. Who would be loyal to those who despise them? If there was such a person, they must be a pervert who enjoys being abused. Anyway, Kyle's position was very strange. The human world asked Kyle to act as a spy. They even offered a condition that he could never refuse. They said they would cure his sister's incurable disease. She didn't exactly have an incurable disease, but she had a special constitution. A constitution that caused her to accumulate a large amount of mana in her heart. A vast amount that her human body could never accept, pouring in like a waterfall. That was why she needed rare herbs that could disperse mana, and a high-ranking wizard had to be by her side at all times. However, Kyle wasn't wealthy, nor was he a high-ranking mage. So, the human world sent Kyle to the demon world in exchange for providing Ray with treatment costs and all necessary prescriptions. That was the inside story of Kyle, but what Kyle didn't know was, Kyle's sister has already been completely cured. Ray appears as the heroine in the story. The protagonist helped cure Ray's special constitution. The solution was to make a contract with a dragon. Ray became the contractor of the dragon with the protagonist's help, and thus obtained the dragon's heart. In the end, Ray became even stronger by accumulating mana in her heart. But Kyle doesn't know this fact. He must still think that his sister is writhing in pain. Why? Because Kyle can send the information he obtains there, but he cannot receive information from the human world. Naturally, there was no way to come from the human world to this side or go from the demon world to that side, until the midterm exam began. How far can I use this? Information that Kyle doesn't know. He must have asked how I know Ray. Well, I smiled a distorted smile. How would I know? Your sister, I said, staring at Kyle. I've never met Ray. His tearful, pitiful smile was truly beautiful. So much that I wanted to break it. The moment I added those words with a smile, Kyle lunged at me. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position exchange the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Avarko for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on KO-Fi. In reality, I had never even met Kyle's younger sister. However, it was enough to deceive the flustered Kyle. You son of a b*tch. As expected of someone on the human side, your choice of words isn't very demon-friendly. Cerberus bastard would be more accurate, I retorted. Shut up. The agitated Kyle fired off energy bolts indiscriminately. I lightly dodged Kyle's attacks and taunted him. I've got him. Kyle is consumed by anger, so he was unable to think straight. If he had thought about it a little more, he would have realized that there was no connection between me and Ray. It is a well-known fact that the Bears family supports me. Since I am even accompanying Renee as her escort, it wouldn't be difficult to find out that I have been staying at the Bears family's estate. So there is no chance that I, who was at the Bears family's estate until recently, would have met Ray, who is at the Imperial Academy. However, since I haven't revealed any information, Kyle must think I have something up my sleeve. That's what I intended. I don't know how much you know, but... Kyle gritted his teeth and cast another spell. I will definitely capture and interrogate you. If you can, then go ahead. I smiled mockingly. Well.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. It seems that I will not be the one interrogated, but rather you. Puck dash. Kyle fired another energy bolt. I used position exchange to deal with it. Killing a wizard was the easiest thing for an assassin to do. Designation. I spread out an arrowhead towards the energy bolt flying at me. Move dash dot. And the positions of Kyle's energy bolt and my body were reversed. It was as if my body had moved ahead of the energy bolt. Thud. The energy bolt passed through the spot where I had been and pierced the floor. Kyle opened his mouth as he watched the scene. As expected, you're a teleporter. Something like that? Unbelievable. Didn't you already know? I thought you had already finished investigating me. That means you already knew my identity as well. I shrugged. I had only learned the identity of the disguised Kyle today, but if there was a spy, they would have obtained all the information about the children of the 7 deadly sins and me. That's why I told my teammates that my ability was teleportation during the entrance exam. If there was a spy, it was obvious that they would have approached my teammates during the entrance exam to find out my ability. Well, it's true that it's a similar ability to teleportation. In some ways, you could say it's an improved version of teleportation. Instead of using teleportation, which would greatly reduce the distance I could travel with the high mana consumption, I could swap positions with any designated object. Position exchange has the weakness of not being able to switch places with a living being, so it was a lie to make up for it. Fortunately, it seems like he's well fed. Kyle's expression hardened. It seemed like he had noticed that his chances of winning were slim. It was at that moment that I thought things were going to get easier. I'll go all out. Soon, Kyle's eyes flashed with determination. Immediately after, the entire room began to vibrate with intense waves of mana, and mana clumps began to surround me. Multiple magic, which can only be used when you reach the 3rd circle of the magic realm. At least 20 shots. I quickly scanned the situation. Dozens of energy bolts were closing in on me. It was impossible to switch places with the surrounding objects or clothes. Behind Kyle, several energy bolts had been cast so that no matter where I teleported to, I would be annihilated. So how could I avoid the energy bolts? There was no need to use absolute concealment, because there was an easier way. Designate. At the same time as I uttered the incantation, I spread out the arrow. Swish, 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 thud. Dozens of energy bolts that Kyle had cast rushed towards me. I switched places with the energy bolt that was closest to Kyle. Move. The moment I dodged all the energy bolts and reached right before Kyle. Kyle fired the energy bolts he had stored behind his back at me. I was waiting for you. Kyle's voice was full of conviction. The conviction that he could defeat me. However, I easily broke down the trump card that Kyle had used. Designate. I switched places with one of Kyle's energy bolts again. Move. Thud, thud. The energy bolts that passed me by made a pitiful sound as they hit the floor. How can you use teleportation in succession? Kyle's eyes wavered as if he were bewildered. Darkness enveloped him. Just faint for a moment. Wah. The darkness I created. An oval-shaped space made of dark energy surrounded Kyle and me. What are you doing? Kyle muttered in a bewildered voice, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Thud. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin /o/vel/b/in.c//om. Right after Kyle collapsed unconscious. I released the dark space and put my finger on Kyle's nose. He's alive. I remembered the story that you faint if you get hit on the back of the neck, so I tried it, and it worked better than I thought. He didn't seem to be in any danger of dying. His complexion wasn't bad, and he didn't have any other symptoms, so he simply fainted. What should I do now? I trailed off, looking at the unconscious Kyle. Should I kill him? I shook my head. Killing Kyle wasn't a good choice. Not only was there information that I could get from Kyle right now, but if I killed him, I would also have to deal with his younger sister, Ray. I don't know about Kyle, but it would be difficult to handle Ray. Ray had the qualities of a grand mage. Even now, she would be stronger than Baltan, who was considered the strongest of the 7 deadly sins. I didn't think I was at the level where I could beat Baltan yet. Ray and Kyle's bond was very strong, so I had to be careful. Thinking of me as an enemy and considering me a mortal enemy are two different things. If Ray were to use all her power to kill me, even if it was me, it was obvious that I wouldn't be safe. In a word, Kyle was an important hostage. I should go in the direction of saving him. I won't kill him. That didn't mean I would let go of the prey I had finally caught. I thought deeply about how I could control Kyle. If there was a way to instill fear in the other person and kill them if they didn't do what I wanted. There is one. The goo poison sleeping in my arms. If I used that guy, I would be able to control Kyle sufficiently. However, since the owner of the goo poison wasn't me, I ran into a problem. How could I use it well? I was lost in thought about what to do with the unconscious Kyle. Several hours passed like that. Ugh. Kyle groaned softly and opened his eyes. I looked down at him and smiled. Are you awake? Kyle ignored my question and checked his body. His eyes widened in surprise when he realized he was surprisingly unharmed. He seemed even more bewildered because I hadn't even tied him up. It seemed like the shock of me just looking down at him without taking any action had gotten to him. Kyle looked at me in confusion and growled. What's going on? What do you mean? What's going on? Why did you wait until I woke up? Why I waited? It must have been a question for him. This was where it was important. I took a deep breath. From now on, I have to act. I hurried to answer Kyle's question. It's true that I waited for you, but I didn't think you would assume I did nothing. I smiled wickedly. A smile I made as evil as possible, like a demon's. Kyle flinched at my sinister smile and asked, what did you do? Instead of answering, I signaled to goo poison in my arms. Goo poison wrapped around my arm and perched on my shoulder. Kyle's face turned blue when he saw it. You recognize it. To think you can even control goo poison. Kyle muttered in disbelief. I heard that the Bears family vouched for your identity. Kyle fell into the delusion as I intended. He seemed to think I could control goo poison. Actually, it belongs to Crete. Well, whatever. As long as I could deceive Kyle, that was enough. I smiled even more broadly. Surely. Finally, Kyle took the bait. You noticed what's inside your body. From the beginning, was this your plan? Yes, this goo poison's name called twin goo poison. It can only exert its power when it's inside two bodies. Twin. It can kill its host with just a little stimulation, so I can't give it a signal unless it's urgent. The moment I added those words, Kyle's eyes widened as he asked, two people. You're probably right. The other half is inside Ray's body. I can't believe it. I've never even heard of a twin goo poison. As he said that, Kyle's shoulders shook slightly with fear. What I said was a declaration that if he did anything reckless, I would kill Ray. It was quite an interesting body. Her mana sensitivity was so high that her heart couldn't handle it. Thanks to that, it was easy for goo poison to infiltrate. I stroked goo poison, who was rubbing her body against my cheek like a spoiled child. It was also playing along with my act. What a good boy. Kyle couldn't continue speaking and just stared blankly. Information that he couldn't have known unless he had examined Ray's constitution, let alone met her in person. In fact, at this point in time, Kyle didn't even know what was wrong with Ray. That's why I suggested it. Your sister's constitution is very rare, but it's not completely incurable. Then, it can be cured. By me. That's ridiculous. How could someone like you do something that even the most renowned human mages can't? Kyle's question was valid. My strength was still only comparable to the children of the 7 deadly sins at best. And yet, he was asking how I could solve something that the high-ranking human mages had failed to do. In reality, I couldn't solve it either. But I had a lie prepared. It seems you haven't investigated the Bears family thoroughly enough. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Goo poison has the ability to devour the host's mana. I cut off Kyle's words and said. Kyle's eyes widened as he recalled goo poison's traits. It seemed like he was thinking about what goo poison was doing in Ray's body, even without me explaining it further. Ray, for whom overflowing mana was poison. Goo poison, who devoured mana. If those two met. So that's how it is. It was actually a blessing in disguise that goo poison parasitized her. Kyle nodded as if he had understood. He had fallen for my act completely. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Ed Avarko for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on KO-Fi. What do you want? Kyle asked, his gaze regaining its composure as he seemingly organized his thoughts. The fact that you said that means you don't plan on killing us. You must want something from us, then. That's right. I nodded my head. What did I want from Kyle and Ray? There were countless things. If I were given a piece of paper and told to write a list, I could fill it to the brim. But if I asked for everything, he might just tell me to kill him. I pretended to be calm and opened my mouth. I don't like your attitude. What? Remember that your siblings' lives are in my hands. I looked him in the eye and shot out my killing intent trait. Kyle's face turned pale and he began to tremble. Then, Kyle narrowed his eyes and barely managed to open his mouth. I understand. I smiled in satisfaction. The situation was completely in my favor. There are 2 things I want from you. I spread out my index and middle fingers. Kyle looked at me with a curious expression. What do you want? First, I want you to use that device to send false information to the Imperial Academy. Kyle's face hardened. He must have guessed what I was going to say. But this was something I had to do, so I couldn't back down. Tell the Imperial Academy that Sidon is planning to kill the 3rd-year hero candidates. And you'll attack the other grades, I suppose. I'll never. I know what you're worried about. Kyle's body shook as I smiled sinisterly again. What do you know? You're worried because Ray is at the Imperial Academy, aren't you? You really do know everything. Kyle's face darkened. The reason he had refused me so quickly was because he still didn't trust me completely. But now that I had revealed my knowledge about his sister, he would have no choice but to trust me, even if he didn't want to. You don't have to worry. I won't touch Ray. Of course, that's only if you cooperate with me obediently. I understand. I will send false information to the Imperial Academy. Kyle accepted the first request. However, the moment I uttered the next request, Kyle's expression hardened instantly. Resign from Sidon. Yes, because there is something you need to do outside Sidon. Me. Something Kyle had to do. It was information gathering. It was to make use of Kyle's specialty as a spy and to gather information about the secrets and rumors in the demon realm and report them to me. He wouldn't be able to do those things inside Sidon. After pondering for dozens of minutes, Kyle opened his mouth. Fine. I will grant you what you desire. However, on one condition. If you do not accept this condition, you can kill my sister and me for all I care. Oh, and what is it that you desire? Write an oath of the demon god. Oath of the demon god. It was something that was only used when making important contracts. A fearsome oath that could take one's life if the rules of the contract were violated under the name of the demon god. However, it was worth writing. I can just exploit a loophole in the contract. It wasn't difficult to find a weakness in the oath and break it. I would use that to add credibility to this false contract. Very well. I shall do as you wish. Really? Yes, there is no reason not to. Rather, it was like an opportunity to enslave Kyle. Was there any reason to dissuade him when he was willingly putting shackles on his own ankles? I was inwardly delighted for a moment. But soon, I encountered a problem. However, the Oath of the Demon God is an item that can only be created by a mage who has reached a certain level. Do you happen to have one in your possession? As if I would n/o/vel/b/c/n.c//om. How bold of you. I merely stated the truth. And it shouldn't be difficult for someone like you to obtain one. I was speechless at Kyle's words. What in the world did he think of me to be able to utter such words without hesitation? He probably thought of me as some kind of secret agent of the bear's family. It was understandable, considering I could handle goo poison, which only a few members of the bear's family possessed, and I also had knowledge of the human world. But, looks like I'll have to find it myself. I narrowed my brows slightly. There was no one among the students of Sidon who had the ability to create an Oath of the Demon God. To find someone that capable, I have to find one among the instructors. The instructors of the first year. Let's exclude Ares for now. He's a swordsman, and if I tell him that I caught a spy from the human world, he'll suspect me rather than praise me. So, the remaining people are Idea and Rabolt. Idea would definitely ask me how I found out about Kyle's identity. Even if she suspects me, the only person who would make the oath without saying anything is Rabolt. However, me and instructor Rabolt have no connection. Or rather, we don't have any at all. I recalled a situation while thinking about such things. He kept nagging me to visit his lab. If I use that well, I might be able to do something. I understand. I'll try to get it by today. I see. Swish dash. I reached out my hand towards Kyle. Kyle looked at my hand blankly. Why are you like this? It's embarrassing. When Kyle didn't seem to be trying to grab it, I tried to pull my hand back. Grab. Kyle grabbed my hand and raised his body. With this, the contract was established. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. I smiled at Kyle and handed him the paper in my arms. The paper had. The Sidon side plans to attack the third-year dormitory. Be prepared. False information written on it. Kyle stared at the paper for a long time before sighing. Then, he put the paper in his arms. Kyle accepted because he was loyal not to humans, but to his only blood-related family, his younger sister. Tomorrow at dawn, let's meet here again. Only if you bring me the oath. Don't worry and just write your resignation letter. I smiled once and turned around to leave the room. Damn it. I heard Kyle's irritated voice from behind me. Knock. As I closed the door, even that sound disappeared. Just by giving them false information, the sacrifices of the Sidon students will be greatly reduced. But is this enough to successfully finish the midterm exam? If I were to ask, I was a bit skeptical. This isn't enough. Imperial Academy, there is a reason why the original owner of this body, who was the strongest villain, failed. No matter what I do, the probability of achieving results in the midterm exam is infinitely close to zero. Even so, I have to do it. Now, the first button has been fastened. Thud dash. Thud dash. I headed to the dormitory with noticeably lighter steps. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, I visited Rabolt's research lab after my magic class. You came as promised. Rabolt welcomed me with open arms. Of course, since it was a promise. First, please sit here. Rabolt kindly smiled and offered me a chair. I sat down and looked around Rabolt's research lab. Hundreds of well-maintained books were piled up. There were also many experimental tools. The most noticeable thing was the various magic formulas drawn on the blackboard. He seems to be interested in formulas. The blackboard, which clearly showed traces of his struggle as he wrote and erased, revealed his nature of wanting to obtain any information about magic. Could it be called a researcher's thirst for knowledge? I wonder if I can satisfy Rabolt with my knowledge. I did brag to Kyle and say that I would get Oath of the Demon God. I'm starting to regret it a little. I was sighing inwardly when. I'm going to make some tea. Would you like some? Rabolt asked, magically heating a small teapot. There was no particular reason to refuse, so I nodded. Yes, please. No one in the academy can match this instructor's tea-making skills. You can look forward to it. Is that so? In truth, I didn't know much about t.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Even when I was a modern-day person, I enjoyed coffee more than tea. Still, tea is a kind of luxury item, so the taste shouldn't be bad. I was savoring the thought of what the taste of tea from the demon realm would be like when Rabolt handed me a teacup. A black tea with steam rising from it. Whew dash. As I took a sip, a warm sensation seemed to spread throughout my body. It felt like something I could get addicted to. I made a satisfied expression and took another sip of tea before opening my mouth. The tea tastes excellent. Is it because of your skill, instructor? Haha, I can't deny it, but in truth, it's mostly because the tea leaves are high quality. Rabolt was modest about my compliment. So far, the atmosphere was definitely good. However, it seemed too early to ask for Oath of the Demon God. I guess I should continue the conversation for now. Thank you for your hospitality. But may I ask why you called me here? I've been very curious. I asked Rabolt why he brought me here. I know he's interested in my magical talent. But, is that a good enough reason to invite me to his lab? When I asked him about it, Rabolt scratched the side of his head. It's quite an important matter. Rabolt's aura sharpened after a moment of hesitation. Rabolt's atmosphere had clearly changed. He didn't call me here for no reason. Something's up. My curiosity was piqued, so I decided to listen. Are you worried that I'll tell someone? I'm not saying that student Adele is loose-lipped, but it's not something that can be easily disclosed. If you wish, I can even write an oath of the demon god. I wondered if he could make an oath of the demon god. Robold smiled broadly at my words. Oh, if you understand that much, then there's nothing I can't disclose. I'll tell you. Pop dash. A sheet of paper popped out of thin air when Robold gestured. The aura of cleverness flowing from it didn't seem very ordinary. Robold snatched the paper and handed it to me. I quietly looked over the paper. Adele will not spread Robold's research data anywhere and will assist in the research. The duration is until meaningful results are achieved. As compensation, Robold will pay Adele. Signature. Did you prepare this in advance? Haha. Robold scratched his head as if embarrassed when I stared at him with cold eyes. Is there anyone as self-willed as this guy? It seemed like he was convinced that I wouldn't be able to refuse if he piqued my curiosity. Let's put that aside for now. The compensation section is blank. I pointed out the most important part. Then Robold took out a pen from his pocket and said, "Yes, please tell me if there's anything you want." I fell into contemplation. It seemed like he would give me the oath of the demon god without any compensation. What should I write? More importantly, is it the right thing to participate in this suspicious research? I thought for a moment before opening my mouth. Let's revise the contents of the oath. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. An oath should be made with caution. Since it was an oath with binding force and side effects, I needed to revise the oath in a way that was advantageous to me. I was able to revise it in a way that was satisfactory to both of us because I wrote it while coordinating my differences of opinion with Robold as much as possible. Adele will not spread Robold's research data anywhere and will assist in the research. Adele may withdraw assistance if deemed beyond his capabilities. However, in that case, he must return all the compensation he received from Robold. As compensation, Robold will pay Adele. Signature. It was perfect. I deleted the item that said, I must help Robold until he achieves his results. Instead, I added an item that said I could void the contract if I judged it to be beyond my capabilities. Of course, if that were to happen, I won't be able to receive the Demon God's Oath. The Demon God's Oath was the first thing I needed to obtain. Only by obtaining it would I be able to use Kyle as my pawn. That's why there was no need to write an excessive demand in the compensation section that had not yet been filled. Something that Robold can easily give me, but that I need. I had been thinking about it all along. Something that Robold could easily obtain, but that I absolutely needed. I wrote down what I wanted in the compensation section. You want those? Robold asked when he saw the compensation I wanted. I nodded my head. The first was the Demon God's Oath. The second was Mana Potion. Those were the things I was asking Robold for. I have a few copies of the Demon God's Oath, so I can give them to you. Mana Potion is hard to obtain, but it's not impossible to obtain. I would be grateful if you could. But you don't want just one bottle, do you? How much do you want? About 3 bottles of high-grade Mana Potion should be enough. I didn't want inferior goods. I only wanted the best. A high-grade Mana Potion instantly restores the mana you've consumed to its maximum. Of course, those with a large mana pool like experienced mages won't be able to recover even half of it. It's the most important item for me, who still has a small amount of mana. Giving me an elixir would be too much. Even low-grade elixirs were expensive, and high-grade ones were practically impossible to obtain unless you were from a noble family. That's because during the Human-Demon War, humans took all the elixirs they could see. That's also the reason why I feel the need for an elixir but can't get one. Most of the elixirs in the demon realm are probably sleeping in the warehouses of high-ranking families or in high-level secret realms. That's why I chose potions as a second best option. I understand. But if my research doesn't succeed, I won't be able to pay you. As I expected, Robold accepted my request without hesitation. It was all based on success, but if it succeeded, that would be it. But I had a question. Why me? What do you mean? I'm curious why you're recommending your research to me. I'm sure there are more talented students than me among the students. Was there a reason to entrust this task to a mere first-year student? Robold would have no problem getting in touch with second- or third-year students. I wondered why he chose me despite Samuel being in Class A. Well, actually, Robold, who had been choosing his words for a moment, replied. Apart from student Adele, I asked several other students for help, but most of them were not helpful to my research. Robold's words were like this. He asked other students for help besides me, but they didn't produce any significant results. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. That's why he reached out to promising first-year students, and I happened to be one of them. Somehow, there was a reason for giving me something as precious as a high-grade mana potion. I tried to ask student Samuel for help, but he refused outright, saying it was annoying. Robold added with a sigh of disappointment. Well, that's typical of him. Rather than that, if all the other students failed, it means that it's not an easy study to do. What kind of research is he trying to do? In the end, I became interested. Then sign it. Yes. Swish dash. I wrote the 4 letters Pixie Adele in the signature box. Before I knew it, I had become accustomed to the pseudonym that did not use Arsene's last name. That was the moment. Flash dash. As soon as I wrote my name, the demon's oath burned and disappeared, and the remaining embers seeped into my chest. The oath was complete. It's complete. Robold opened his mouth and rose from his seat. Now, follow me. I'll show you what I've been researching. I will. I rose after Robold. We walked through Robold's lab in silence. We arrived in front of a bookshelf. Click. Robold pressed on one of the books on the bookshelf, and it slid inward. Clank. A dull sound rang out, and the bookshelf began to split in two. Shall we go in? Yes. A secret passage appeared before our eyes. Demons seem to really like secret passages. The secret warehouse from the entrance exam was the same, and it seemed like they had some kind of romantic notion about secret passages. I didn't say it out loud and just started walking. As we walked down, light, tap. Robold flicked his finger and created a sphere of light. Soon, the secret passage began to fill with light. Robold walked forward and started talking. What I'm researching is a book. A book. Yes, a book that's presumed to be an ancient artifact. I see. I let out a low groan. I could guess that research wouldn't be easy from the words ancient book. I wouldn't know until I tried, but it didn't seem like it would be the interpretation of an ancient text. And my prediction was correct. This is it. Swish. The place we arrived at was filled with various items covered by curtains. It's like a scientist's lab. While I was having a brief thought, Robold pulled the cloth off of an item. An ancient book was revealed. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. It was a book that was so faded that it was impossible to guess its age. Swish. Robold carefully turned the pages while wearing white gloves. I blinked as I checked the contents of the book. This is. Yes, it is as you see. I felt a sense of disappointment wash over me. The book was blank. There were no sentences or letters written anywhere. Robold let out an awkward laugh as I stared at the book with cold eyes. For some reason, most of the book is empty, but there are words written on the last page. I see. I replied, showing my disappointment. I had to help Robold with his research to obtain the oath and the mana potion, but the book I was supposed to study didn't have any content in it. Then, suddenly, I became curious. Where did you get this book? It doesn't look ordinary, just by its appearance. I got it from an abandoned house. An abandoned house. I frowned at Robold's words as I stopped flipping through the book. Yes, literally. I happened to have some business in the western desert, so I visited it, and there was an abandoned house standing alone in the middle of the sandy beach. I found this book inside it. I couldn't help but be puzzled. Why was there an abandoned house in the desert? More importantly, Robold's following words were important. Judging from the large oasis, there must have been a village there. But somehow, only this book and the abandoned house remained. Are you saying that the village just vanished, leaving behind this book and the abandoned house? As of now, that's the only assumption we can make. It was interesting. A village that disappeared, leaving only an abandoned house and a book. It was certain that some kind of magical effect was at play. It definitely seemed worth studying, even writing an oath for it. I'm curious now. Can I see the sentence written on the last page of the book? Of course. The reason I asked for your help in the first place was to interpret the last page. Then let me see it. As I gestured, Robold showed me the last page of the book.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. And Robold let out a deep sigh as he looked at the sentence that appeared. It's definitely written, but it's badly damaged. Yes, except for a few words, it's impossible to recognize. It feels like it was intentionally hidden. As Robold said, the last page was impossible to interpret. Of course. Rule proportionality s great infinity superset symbol did. Xi phi sigma xi is. Will stop tau n time degrees Fahrenheit. All that was left were a few lines of unrecognizable sentences. The letters were distorted and misshapen, as if corrupted by some unknown force. How was I supposed to interpret something like this? As I hardened my expression, Robold opened his mouth. Now you understand why the other top students failed. Quite horribly, I admitted, nodding in agreement. It was no wonder the other students had failed when faced with such a cryptic message. Have you made any progress in your research? No, not at all. I've only become more certain that it's an extraordinary sentence. I grimaced as I watched Robold shake his head. The realm of impossibility. With my power, I couldn't figure out anything about this inscription. In the end, it means that I have to go back and find the clues one by one. I stared at Robold and asked. There might be clues in the town near where you found this book. I've already looked into that as well, but he said there was no progress. Robold visited several towns nearby, but he couldn't find anyone who knew about the abandoned house or the old book. It's like looking at a ghost house. There's no way the abandoned house standing in the middle of the desert wouldn't be noticeable. Since he said that they had never even seen it, I couldn't help but be suspicious. You mean I have to figure it out without any clues? Yes. Robold nodded his head gloomily. It must be frustrating for him. He said that he couldn't even bring himself to research the book, even though it seemed to be worth studying, because there were no clues. There's definitely a hint in this inscription. That was when I ran my hand over the inscription. Squirm. The letters squirmed. Did I see it wrong? I looked around, but Robold was still frowning with frustration. It means he didn't see the strange phenomenon just now. Could it be? Give me your gloves. Yes. Hurry. When I urged him, Robold took off his gloves and gave them to me. I lightly brushed the inscription with my gloved hand. Woo. Then the letters began to squirm even more violently. Soon. Say. Some energy came out of the book and headed for the nape of my neck. specifically towards the necklace believed to be connected to the demon god. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position exchange tier, $10, or 10 advance. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. I was briefly taken aback by the situation I could never have imagined. I quickly sorted out the situation. Was it a passage related to the demon god? That would make sense. The ancient book with only one page left, the abandoned house, an abandoned house, and villagers with no recollection of them. If the demon god was involved, this level of mystery was hardly surprising. That's what I was thinking when those who defied the rules. Distinctly interpreted passages began to enter my field of vision. The letters were being modified so that I could recognize them. The price for defying the rules was cruel. Everything is disappearing. The annihilation continues. Until the end of the world. What kind of nonsense is this? I couldn't help but feel bewildered. I couldn't interpret the passage no matter how many times I read it. I could tell what was written, but I didn't know what it meant. I frowned at the passage that I couldn't understand at all. Then, Robold, who had been watching me intently, opened his mouth. Is something wrong? Robold asked, looking back and forth between the passage and me. Perhaps Robold couldn't see the modified passage. I kept silent for a moment before explaining to him. I interpreted the passage. Yes. Robold was surprised by my unexpected declaration and asked back. I calmly caught my breath and read the original passage. Robold's eyes widened after hearing the whole explanation. It's true, the syllables match perfectly. It could be related to the chaos attribute? It's such a rare attribute, it has significant research value. Robold muttered to himself. I waited for Robold, who seemed to need some time alone. Ahem. Robold cleared his throat and spoke after finishing his thoughts. It seems that student Adel's interpretation is correct. We'll need to do more research to find out more, but for now, it's a huge discovery. Is that so? Yes? I'm going to start interpreting this passage now, but I don't think I need student Adel's help with this part. I'll have to look through other ancient books. Does that mean I don't have to do anything else? It also meant that there wouldn't be any more bothersome work, so I could breathe a sigh of relief. However, I might need to visit other regions to acquire those ancient books. For now, it seems like student Adel won't be of any more help in the current research. I understand. I might have something to do later on, but for now, the remaining research will be Robold's job. Wait a minute. If Robold researches other ancient books or relics, I looked down at the necklace. 3 of its circles were glowing red. However, I didn't know what would happen once all the circles on this necklace were illuminated. Then, how about entrusting the necklace to Robold for now? I don't even know how to use it anyway, but I soon stopped thinking about it. A necklace related to the demon god. Even though I had become acquainted with Robold, he wasn't someone I could trust, so I couldn't entrust it to him. For now, it seemed better for me to keep it. Because, like now, I never knew when or in what situation I would be able to fill the necklace's light. I'll pay you the reward now. Robold, who had been writing down the text that I had interpreted, opened his mouth. Really? I asked back with a bright smile. I had assumed it would take some time to prepare the mana potions, even if he had the demon god's oath readily available. It was natural for me to feel happy at Robold's words that he would give them to me right away. Robold smiled at my brightly lit expression. If it weren't for student Adel, I wouldn't have been able to interpret this book. There's still a lot I need to figure out, but I'll ask for your help again then. Of course, I'll pay you more. Was it because I was the only student who had deciphered the ancient book? Robold seemed to be trying to build a good relationship with me. There was nothing bad about being close to Robold, who was both an instructor and a scholar. He would surely pay me a generous reward, so there was no reason not to accept. However, for now, I'd like to see the reward for this research first. There was something bothering me, so I decided to receive the reward and think about it. Yes, please wait a moment. Robold readily agreed to my words. It was around here somewhere. After saying that, Robold began rummaging through his study. He soon took out 3 glass bottles and 2 pieces of paper. In the glass bottle, black waves rippled. The mana potions used by humans were blue, but the mana potions used by the demons were black. Nov, L, B /JNN. The effect is not much different. It was just a difference in color, they both restored mana. The effect might differ depending on whether one was a human or a demon, but at least that didn't apply to me. After all, I was half human and half demon. Here, take it. Robold placed the mana potion and the oath in my arms. I didn't need to check if these were high-level potions. The demon god's oath was absolute, so it couldn't be broken. I will receive it with gratitude. Nod. I bowed my head and replied to Robold. Robold responded with a bright smile. I am the one who is grateful. I will ask for your help in the future. Oh, and you must not tell anyone else about my research. When Robold earnestly asked me, I showed a puzzled smile. Well, wouldn't that depend on what you do, instructor? The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Do you intend to break the oath? I gave a sly smile at Robold, who was being brazen. It seems like this research is being conducted without the headmaster's permission, isn't it? Ugh. Robold broke out in a cold sweat and gasped, as if I had hit a nerve. Watching him, I clicked my tongue inwardly. I knew it. The first thing that had felt off about this research was the oath. There was nothing strange to be found anywhere in Robolt's research. Of course. Wasn't seeking and researching the unknown a basic quality of a scholar? So, was the identity of the ancient book a dangerous relic? No. Therefore, if he had followed proper procedures and obtained Sidon's permission, there would have been no need for secrecy. But why would he ask for the cooperation of talented students in his research while making them swear an oath? This was clearly an attitude that was difficult to understand in general. So the conclusion I came to was simple. Research conducted without Sidon's permission. That was my conclusion. Of course, the oath states that I must keep it a secret, so I will not say what kind of research the instructor is doing. Robolt couldn't open his mouth, as if he had anticipated what I was going to say. I looked at him coldly and added, "But is it worth risking exposure and incurring the wrath of the headmaster? Unlike you, a well-established instructor, I'm just a mere student. It's not impossible that I could be expelled." Knowing his guilt, Robolt couldn't answer and just slumped his shoulders. There may have been a reason, but what was certain was that he had kept his research a secret from Sidon's side. I could guess the reason, too. For Sidon, who was preparing for war, researching ancient mysteries was a waste of both time and resources. That's why I thought they wouldn't allow it, so he must have started the research in secret. However, this was something that could harm even me, who participated in the experiment. Anyway, he proceeded with the research without Sidon's permission. Could Robolt not have known that? Of course he knew. He must have known. But he must have been reluctant to give up, given the time and effort he had put in. He must have done it because he couldn't solve it on his own. Since we're already in the same boat, I'll help you with your future research, but you'll have to prepare a bigger reward. Of course, I intended to continue our collaboration and reap the benefits, but I wouldn't let him off easy. Robolt muttered weakly, succumbing to my pressure. I understand. Then, Robolt lifted his head slightly and looked at my face, and I snapped my fingers. Robolt flinched, realizing what it meant. I wasn't going to let this slide either. Mana potion, give me more. Yes. In the end, I managed to extract one more high-grade mana potion and one mid-grade mana potion from Robolt. Robolt, who handed me 2 bottles of potion, suddenly asked a question out of curiosity. By the way, what are you going to use the oath for? I didn't tell him the exact answer. I just smiled ambiguously and said, I'm planning to acquire a slave. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That morning, I left the dormitory and headed to Kyle. In my hand was the demon god's oath, which was for a smooth contract with Kyle. I opened the door to the room hidden in the dark corner of Sidon and stepped inside. Are you here? I showed my hand to Kyle, who was staring at me with an unpleasant look. It's been a long time. Ha, what do you mean by long time? Kyle responded coldly. I thought he was joking, but he seemed to be taking my words seriously, which startled me. Was I the type of person who would make such jokes? I definitely wasn't that type of person. After living in this body for a long time, it seemed that my inherent nature was starting to show itself more often. Nov.l.b//jnn. Anyway, that wasn't important. It was finally time to make the contract that I had promised with Kyle. Shall we draft the contract now? I took out the demon god's oath and a fountain pen from my arms. Kyle muttered in surprise at the sight. You really brought it. I only brought it because you asked me to. I didn't think you'd really bring it today. There's no time to hesitate now. If you're thinking of breaking the contract, you'd better be prepared. I tried to show my killing intent, wondering if he was trying to break the contract, but Kyle shook his head. I have no intention of breaking it. I was the one who wanted the demon's oath. Then let's write it. Let's do it. Kyle still looked reluctant. However, he didn't seem to be thinking of going back on the contract. In fact, even if Kyle didn't want to make the contract, he had to. His life and his sister's life depended on this contract, so the oath was essential. It's a complete scam, though. I couldn't kill either him or his sister. However, Kyle didn't know this fact, so he had no choice but to fall for my scheme. Even so, he would be able to save his life, so it wouldn't be a completely losing deal for Kyle. Or maybe not. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. I extended the oath with a brazen smile. Now, take your time and examine it closely. At my recommendation, Kyle began to examine the content of the oath. Adele will not pose any threat to Kyle and his younger sister, Ray. In addition, Ray's chronic illness will never recur. Kyle must prioritize and obey only Adele's orders. In this regard, Adele will not give Kyle any tasks that would endanger his life. Signature. What do you think? It's acceptable. Unaware of the flaw in the clause, Kyle signed his name on the signature line. The moment I had finally acquired a lifelong slave had arrived. Whoosh. Just like when I had drawn up the oath with Robolt, purple particles emerged and seeped into Kyle's chest. A mark that would inflict a fearsome curse upon him if he broke the contract. However, I had no intention of breaking the contract, so it wasn't particularly frightening. Rather, I had to be careful that Kyle didn't break the contract. With his younger sister at stake, he wouldn't dare violate the contract. With this, the contract is complete. Yes. Kyle nodded and rose to his feet. Nov.l.b//jnn. Then he approached a contraption and retrieved the paper I had given him earlier. It was the paper with the false information about the midterm exam. Your first order was to send this paper to the human world, wasn't it? I checked once more to make sure it was the paper I had given him and watched as Kyle operated the contraption. A spherical device. As Kyle pressed the red button in the center of the sphere, a tiny slit opened. He rolled up the paper tightly and pushed it into the slit. Amazing. I felt a slight sense of wonder. Opening a gate large enough for a person to pass through was an incredibly difficult task. After all, it required astronomical amounts of capital and mana. However, a small slit, no thicker than a pencil, could create a small gate without expending much effort. Of course, even that had its limits. Knock, knock dash. Kyle tapped the transmission device once and spoke. This device charges automatically and can send a paper to the human world once a month. It won't be of any use now, though. That's right. Since we sent false information, they must have realized that I was tricked. The word tricked sounds strange. It was done under a mutual agreement. Let's just say that. Kyle sighed as if he was tired of even responding. Well, despite what he said, I had no intention of disposing of the transmission device. It seems like it could be useful. Since it could no longer be used to send things from the demon world to the human world, I could use it in the opposite way, sending things from the human world to the demon world. Fortunately, it seemed like the location for sending memos could be adjusted. It could be used to support demon spies in the human world. I organized my thoughts and gestured to Kyle with my chin. Now there's only one order left. You want me to withdraw from Sidon, right? Yes, starting from today, Kyle, you need to resign from Sidon. That's not hard, I just have to submit a withdrawal form. Explain why I have to drop out first. There's a task you need to do. A task I need to do. To Kyle, who was looking puzzled, I added an explanation. You need to go outside of Sidon and find out all kinds of information about the demon world. For example, find information about hidden secret realms, stories of high-ranking demon families, hidden history, or relics of the demon world, things like that. There was a reason why I ordered him to gather information about the demon world. Lack of information. I had been feeling it keenly lately. I needed information that would make me stronger. And it had to be information about the demon world. First, prioritize finding the location of a secret realm near Sidon and information about the 7 deadly sins families. Understood. When I laid out the priorities, Kyle seemed to grasp the main points. Perhaps it was because of his experience as a spy in the human world. He was certainly excellent at understanding and accepting instructions. Choosing to make Kyle my slave through a contract instead of killing him was definitely the right decision. I chuckled to myself. Give me the expenses. Kyle held out his hand awkwardly. Expenses? You mean money? Isn't that obvious? How am I supposed to gather information without money? He was right. Yes, he was right. To act as a spy, a minimum amount of funding was necessary. But what was I supposed to do when I didn't have any money either? I grabbed onto Kyle's words and hung on. Didn't they provide you with activity funds in the human world? They did, but won't that stop now? An unexpected, realistic problem. I closed my eyes as I pondered a solution to this. The gold I currently possessed was something I had to use later, so I couldn't give it to Kyle. That meant I had to find a new source of funds for Kyle to use, but time was running out if I wanted to figure this out before the midterm exams started. Suddenly, I let out an exclamation as I thought of something. I had found a way to get funds. Go to the Bears family and give them my name. They should be able to provide you with activity funds. Crete had forced me to take on the position of Renee's escort knight, so he would at least help me with something like this. In return, I would have to write a letter to Crete. Scribble, scribble. I quickly wrote something on a piece of paper, making sure Kyle couldn't see, and then folded it neatly and handed it to him. The contents were a secret. If you give them this, they will help you. Just make sure you don't open it. I understand. Kyle muttered my words back to me as if to confirm them. After a while, Kyle seemed to have finished thinking and opened his mouth. I'll leave today. I'll leave Sidon as soon as I submit my withdrawal form. You're quick to act. It makes me want to puke, being stuck in between those disgusting things. Kyle looked nauseous. It seemed that being stuck with the demons had stressed him out quite a bit. After all, it didn't seem like Kyle particularly liked humans, but he certainly didn't like demons either. It wasn't like he would listen if I told him to apologize for harassing Luna. I had no choice but to just talk about the main topic. Let's agree to send letters to each other every 2 weeks. Then, I'll see you next time. With that, our conversation ended. We weren't close enough to share pleasantries. We were just in a contractual relationship where our interests were intertwined. Kyle left my side with a somewhat relieved gait. Thus ended our short but long encounter. The next day, Kyle dropped out of Sidon, the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. 2 days passed. Kyle disappeared from Sidon as per our agreement. Luna, who had been harassed by Kyle all this time, looked at me with suspicion after Kyle disappeared. Adele, did you do something? What do you mean? Nothing. Luna shook her head, but she couldn't completely erase the suspicious look in her eyes as she calmly replied to me. She's quite perceptive in this kind of situation. However, I couldn't possibly tell her about what happened between Kyle and me since it had to be kept a secret. So, when Kyle submitted his withdrawal form and left Sidon, Kyle's and my names became the subject of gossip among the students for a while. I heard he got beaten up by the class president in the cafeteria. I saw that too. The class president hit him with a tray. He must have been in so much pain. Wasn't it Luke who got hit? That's right. It seemed that quite a few students had witnessed the commotion in the cafeteria at that time. I was very worried that rumors would spread that I had made Kyle drop out. But since Kyle's reputation among the students wasn't very good, my evaluation actually improved. The problem is the instructors. I rested my chin on my hand and fell into thought. Robold and Idea wouldn't ask me why Kyle dropped out, but Ares would definitely have some doubts about it. Especially since the day before he dropped out, he must have judged that something was wrong when his bird only shared darkness with him. However, Ares can't touch me. This incident was something that happened under my meticulous plan. I had acquired a position that Ares couldn't touch. Due to the timing of the midterm exams and my role as class president, Ares couldn't get involved in my affairs. As the class president, I had to manage and take responsibility for the students during the practical exam. There were only 3 days left until the midterm exam. It was obvious that replacing the class president in the midst of all this would cause great chaos. However, since it seemed like a talented student like Kyle had dropped out because of me it was only natural that Idea's expression wasn't very good when she entered the classroom for the morning assembly. However, she didn't seem to have anything special to say, so Idea turned her attention away from me and began to explain the midterm exam. As you all know, the midterm exams will begin in 3 days. There are 4 subjects in total that you must prepare for. Idea wrote the exam subjects on the blackboard with chalk. Weaponry, human understanding, magic, practical. Let me explain the schedule in order. Weaponry and human understanding will be tested on the first day of the midterm exams. Human understanding will be in the form of a theory test, while weaponry will be a one-on-one duel with Ares. The magic exam will be held on the second day. Since you are all still weak, it will not be a practical exam, but only a theory exam. Didn't you say that weaponry would be a practical exam? A student raised his hand and asked. Idea sighed deeply and gave a simple explanation. It's instructor Ares. It was a simple but easy to understand explanation, so the students let out voices mixed with admiration. After all, if it were Ares, he would have insisted on a practical exam regardless of whether the students were strong or not. That's not the only bad reason. Ares genuinely cared for and wanted to protect the students of Sidon. That's why he would continue to teach them even during the exam so that they could survive this midterm exam. Even in that situation, he had taught me fiercely without discriminating against me like the other students. But he kept his guard up against me all the time. If he's going to teach me well, then he should just teach me well, and if he's going to be wary of me, then he should just be wary of me. It's a bit awkward to not know how to deal with Ares. For now, let's just listen to Idea's explanation. The exam with the most points is the practical exam. It's the exam that you will take on the last day of the midterm exams. The fact that the practical exam had the most points meant that it was also the most difficult. We've finally come this far. The episode of the original work that truly begins. The demons who invade the Imperial Academy and the humans who try to stop them. And the time when the villains who take advantage of the chaos reveal their existence and confront each other. The starting point of that was Sidon's invasion of the human world. In the practical exam, you will invade the humans' school, the Imperial Academy. The atmosphere in the classroom heated up at Idea's declaration. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter for reaching 100 members on Discord server. As Idea left the classroom, a chaotic atmosphere swirled among the students. There was anxiety and worry, but above all, the overwhelming emotion was excitement. It would be difficult for the students to calm their pounding hearts as they faced the race that had killed their families. However, there were also students who were depressed. Luna, who had sat down at my desk at some point, sighed. Are you worried? Yeah, what if I freeze up like I did at the POW camp? T/N, POW, prisoner of war. Luna seemed to still not have forgotten the memories of the POW camp. She had been terrified and unable to face even a bound human. With my help, she had barely passed the exercise, so it was natural for her to be worried since she hadn't completely overcome the psychological pressure. Still, it wasn't good to see her trembling with a lack of confidence. You won't have to fight directly. Ms. Luna's ability is healing. What? You knew about my ability. Yes, I saw you healing the injured students before. You saw that, huh? That's kind of embarrassing. So please have confidence. It's not good to be so timid. My words were reasonable. If you're timid, you won't be able to do anything. Rather than that, it was better to be arrogant and boastful. Like Fran over there, acting all high and mighty. Ho, the midterm exam's first place going to be mine. If it's Fran, it's possible. Kill the class president. Finish him off. But isn't it against the rules to kill or finish someone off? Shut up. Fran basked in the students' gazes, her nose in the air. Worship me. I was about to tell Luna that it was better to be arrogant than to be scared like a mouse, but, thinking about it carefully, that didn't seem right. The moment I looked at Fran and her group with cold, indifferent eyes, Fran, who noticed my gaze, jumped up from her seat and shouted, President, you'd better be prepared this time. The midterm exam's first place belongs to me, so surrender obediently. I will. At the sudden surrender proposal, I nodded and added with a wide smile, if you can. Realizing that I was ignoring her, Fran clenched her fists and trembled. I smirked at the sight, but inwardly clicked my tongue. Competing with students of the same year shouldn't be the theme of this training. Invading the Imperial Academy. If things went as I had described, the Class A students would not be able to avoid annihilation. Thanks to Kyle's espionage, all of Sidon's invasion routes had been exposed, and the students of the Imperial Academy were very strong. But there was hope. I've twisted several pasts, so it's not completely hopeless. I forced Kyle to leak false information to the Imperial Academy. The Imperial Academy would not know Sidon's invasion route. Moreover, I made sure that Luna, Sidon's only healer, would not be expelled from Argon's training. And countless others. I also gave Renee an artifact. Finally, there was the existence of the strongest villain, me. I had accomplished things that far surpassed my abilities. So, I guess I'll just have to wait and see the results. It would be nearly impossible to destroy the Imperial Academy right now, but I wondered if I could save the students of Sidon who had been defeated and killed in the original story. The goal of the midterm exam was survival and good grades. To get another chance to enter Sidon's armory like I did during the entrance exam. The reward might be different this time, but it definitely wouldn't be any lower than that. I had to do my best, even for the sake of survival. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 days passed. The day before the midterm exam, I met her in the training room. Long time no see. Yes. It feels like it's been months since I last saw you. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Right, because you've been avoiding me. Renee's face turned cold and expressionless, and I shut my mouth. Because I was guilty. Up until now, I had always avoided or made excuses whenever Renee asked me to train with her. Of course, I had my reasons for avoiding Renee. I also had to practice my stealth skill, and I had a lot of other things to do. But most of all, hello, my name is Diana. It was because of the white-haired woman who had come to greet me. White hair and soft, curved eyes that held a strange charm, and a beauty mark on her right eye. My throat tightened. Is this woman from the Lust family, not Fran? As I stared at her without a word, she let out a sigh. Are you not going to greet me? I'll be a little disappointed if you don't. Pixie Adele. It is an honor to meet your noble lineage. As I bowed my head in greeting, she burst into laughter as if something was funny. She was Diana, the woman who would become the Demon King. There were countless grudges between the blood of Arsene and the blood of the Demon King, so I avoided Renee, who had started to follow Diana around. In the end, it came to this. Renee stared at me coldly and opened her mouth. Tell me why. What do you mean? Why did you avoid me and then suddenly request a duel? I kept silent for a moment at the spiteful voice. In fact, I couldn't reveal the fact that I was of the Arsene bloodline, so I came up with the best lie I could and started acting. I apologize. For what? As your escort, I failed to take care of you because of personal matters. I have no idea how much you suffered. Don't give me that Cerberus crap. That's harsh. I even pretended to wipe away tears, but Renee remained cold. Damn it. Is this really the only way? Really? I'm so sorry. I even brought you a present. Would you like to see it? What is it? Renee's expression seemed to soften a little at the word present. People are generally weak to gifts. But if the gift is not there, it will backfire. And this situation was within my expectations. Swish dash. I rummaged through my arms and pulled out an intermediate mana potion that I had prepared in advance. It's a mana potion. Are you going to give it to Renee as a present? Diana asked, looking at the potion. Yes, I had a hard time getting it. I heard that mana potions have been hard to come by since the war. Renee, take this and calm down. Okay. Cuckoo dash. Diana laughed and poked Renee's right cheek. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Renee's forehead twitched at this, but Diana didn't seem to notice. How come Diana can treat Renee like this and still be safe? They seem to be closer than I thought. Repaying grudges with favors. She indeed has the qualities of a demon king. However, I was very curious about how she became close with Renee. How long did it take me to gain Renee's trust? But Diana became close with her as soon as she entered Sidon. It was when I was feeling depressed from a sense of defeat that I couldn't explain. Okay. Swish dash. Renee spoke as she pushed Diana, who kept clinging to her, to the side. I don't need it, that kind of thing. Renee even pushed away my gift. I thought she might forgive me without accepting the gift, but seeing Renee's cold expression, it seemed not. Instead, Renee demanded an explanation. Tell me the reason why you avoided me. I didn't expect her to refuse the gift. I clumsily shoved the unwanted mana potion back into my bosom and carefully chose my words. What kind of excuse should I make for Renee to understand and let it go? In a split second, after finishing my thoughts, I came up with an excuse. Actually, I witnessed some half-demon students being bullied by some students. I tried to look as depressed as possible. I continued speaking while shaking my shoulders slightly. Those students tried to bully me too, and I kept my distance in case I caused you any concern, Miss Renee. Renee listened to my story without saying anything. The story of Kyle, who was bullying me as a half-demon in Sidon and then suddenly dropped out of Sidon, was already spreading within Sidon. Renee must have known this fact as well, so my lie seemed credible. If this caused you any harm, I will bow my head and apologize. I bowed my head more than I thought was necessary. I'm sorry. When I glanced up, I saw Renee's expressionless face, as if she was lost in thought. Renee's lips moved slightly, as if she was feeling better. And Renee opened her mouth. I didn't receive it. What? What didn't you receive? What do you mean you didn't receive anything? Ah, is that what you're talking about? I recalled the existence of the mana potion I had put in my bosom. Just as I was about to put my hand on my bosom, thinking that she wanted me to hand it over in exchange for her forgiveness. I wasn't hurt, Renee said with a hardened expression. I see, I replied in a trembling voice. Anyway, it seemed that her anger had subsided, so I expressed my gratitude. Thank you for forgiving me. Just this once. Tell me if something like that happens again. But wouldn't that be too much of a bother? It doesn't matter. Renee's affirmation left me momentarily taken aback, but then a good idea came to mind. From now on, if there's something that's too much for me to handle, I can just call Renee. Since she volunteered to be my helper, there was no reason to refuse. Diana, who had been watching us, patted Renee on the shoulder. Renee, I'm glad it worked out well. Don't talk to me. Renee's so uptight. It would be nice if she could just fix that. Renee, who didn't seem to think it was worth responding, turned her head towards me and asked, "Let's train. It's been a while." Okay, I nodded. Since the purpose of meeting Renee after so long was to train, there was no reason to refuse. Clang. Renee drew her sword from its sheath, and I also took out my dagger. As the duel was about to begin, Diana, who had been standing a few steps away, approached Renee and whispered something in his ear. The problem was that I could hear the whisper. My extremely developed senses allowed me to hear whispers if they were close enough. Renee, show the escort knight your new technique. Don't talk to me. New technique? It seemed that Renee had learned a rather unique technique while we were apart. I stared at Renee, curious to see what it was. Watch closely. Renee closed her eyes, holding the sword in both hands. I couldn't tell what kind of trick she was trying to show me. Had she learned how to fight with his eyes closed? And after a short while, I realized how ridiculous my guesses had been. It wasn't because Renee's new technique was useless. Rather, it was because it was so amazing. Crackle dash. Black electricity burst out from Renee's sword, spewing flames in all directions. The intense energy forced me to take a few steps back. And then, at one moment, whoom, the mana that had been gushing out of Renee's sword haphazardly began to shrink. It wasn't because she had reduced the amount of mana being released. The amount of mana gushing out of the sword remained the same, but the mana was condensing. This is. My pupils dilated. Swordlacquer.n/o/v/jn.c//om. That was the name of the new technique that Renee had awakened. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Sword Lacquer Nov, L, B //JNN. I couldn't help but be surprised. Sword lacquer is a technique that only knights who have reached the level of expert can use, in human terms. In a word, a realm similar to sword energy. Sword lacquer is the act of coloring a sword with mana. Usually, the demon race materializes mana into flames on their swords or uses it to strengthen their bodies. Unlike humans, this means that they don't have the concept of sword energy. However, there was a concept similar to sword energy that existed among the demon race. That is sword lacquer. The technique that Renee normally used was to inflate her sword with a massive amount of mana, making it gigantic. She compressed it with a high level of concentration, making it thinner than a sheet of paper. In this way, it could possess destructive power and sharpness that was greater than when simply materializing mana. I observed Renee's sword lacquer once more and let out a gasp of admiration. It was so thin that it looked like she had simply colored her sword. It was definitely different from sword energy. If the thickness of sword energy was its greatest strength, then the thinness of sword lacquer meant that its concentration was superior. As expected of one of the 7 deadly sins. It had only been a few months since she had entered Sidon, but I didn't know that she would already be able to use sword lacquer. Dash. However, Renee was unable to maintain his sword lacquer for long, and soon the color faded away. It's not perfect yet. Yet, I have to push my concentration to the limit. In other words, the moment she lost her concentration, the color on her sword would return to its original color. Renee seemed to be on the verge of reaching the lower levels of expert. It would still be impossible for her to compete with an expert class knight. But it won't be long. Assuming that Renee survives this midterm exam, she will become a full-fledged expert by the 2nd semester. I need to change my thinking. I thought I could catch up to Renee quickly, but that was just a miscalculation. I need to get stronger, too. Then, shall we clash once? Okay. I kicked off the ground as soon as Renee nodded. I thought about using position exchange, but I decided to just clash with pure strength since I was curious about the power of sword lacquer. Clang, clang dash. In the air, Renee's and my daggers clashed repeatedly. With my excellent dynamic vision, I was able to read Renee's swordsmanship. I had anticipated a protracted battle. Crash dash. Before long, my dagger shattered into countless pieces. In that split second, Renee had manifested her sword lacquer and destroyed my dagger. I couldn't help but gasp at its formidable power. Impressive. Sword lacquer of this caliber. Of course. Renee said it as if it were nothing, but I knew that this feat was far from easy. If I had used the Fang of Darkness instead of an ordinary dagger, I would have been able to withstand Renee's attack. But against Renee's sword lacquer, an ordinary weapon would be destroyed. A noble lady stronger than her escort, that's not something you see every day. Diana chuckled, looking at Renee and me with amusement. Is she making fun of me now? I raised my fist, then lowered it again, remembering who I was facing. As expected, Renee is amazing. Hehehe, are you embarrassed? Diana burst into laughter, teasing Renee mercilessly. I clicked my tongue at the sight. To think that Diana, one of the strongest who can stand up to the protagonists of the Imperial Academy, has this side to her. Not only did she pass the entrance exam with the highest score, but she also managed to survive the longest against the protagonists. Because Diana was destined to become the strongest in the demon realm. In fact, she could be considered the second strongest villain after the original body's owner. More importantly, how do you do it? I asked Renee about the method of using sword lacquer. Renee simply shook her head at my question. I thought she was reluctant to tell me, but when she explained, her reasoning was sound. You have to get a feel for it. A feel for it. It's like filling the sword from the inside out. Huh. That's why they call them geniuses. In other words, to master sword lacquer, it seemed that I needed to develop a sense of it. A sense, like when I manifested absolute stealth. Only by perceiving it would I be able to use sword lacquer. With a sense of regret, I threw the dagger, now just a hilt, to the ground and said, I suppose we should end our spar here. Very well, my lady, have you prepared well for the midterm exam? Perfectly. Renee's eyes held no doubt that she would achieve excellent results. Yes, why would I worry about her? The timing of the first midterm exam did not overlap with the time when the protagonists would obtain the Eye of Arrogance. That means Renee will survive this midterm exam. The ones who are highly likely to die are the students in Class A. I should take good care of my body. Then I wish you good luck. You be careful too. Please don't worry about me. After we exchanged a few words of encouragement, I was about to take a step when, flinch dash. I felt a gaze on me for some reason, so I looked around. But all I could see were Renee and Diana turning their backs and walking away. I guess I know who it is. I narrowed my eyes sharply. I realized who the gaze belonged to. The owner of this gaze is Diana. It's the activation of one of her abilities, observation. The ability to examine every tiny hair on the other person's body. Diana was using observation to examine my body. Should I react to this situation? Diana might become an enemy. After much deliberation, I made a judgment. Diana might become my greatest enemy, so I should keep my distance from her for now. That's why I released a tiny bit of mana and emanated killing intent. Diana turned her head and looked at me at my faint aura. Her slightly wide eyes soon curved softly like a crescent moon. I couldn't figure out the meaning of her bewitching smile. It's a little scary. If she had gotten angry instead, it would have been within my expectations. I had seen countless people who were afraid or wary when they received killing intent, but this was the first time I had seen a woman smile. Is this the composure unique to the strong? When I turned my head again, as I felt uneasy. See you next time. Diana's lips were uttering a terrible sentence. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. I felt like I had made a mistake somehow. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. After I returned to the dormitory, Samuel was already in bed, and I was able to organize my thoughts. I sighed and scratched my head. Should I like it or hate it that the strongest woman in the demon realm is interested in me? For now, I should review the other midterm exam subjects too. I opened the textbook for Understanding Humans, and despaired. I don't understand anything at all. Understanding Humans is the theory subject that I will be tested on tomorrow. There were stories written in it that I had never known before. As the author, it made sense that I didn't know the subject of human understanding, but thinking about it, it was obvious. For the midterm, I had to learn everything from human weaknesses to habits and psychological descriptions. I guess I'll have to pull an all-nighter. I pulled out a chair and sat in front of the textbook, letting out a sigh. It seemed wrong to sleep soundly today. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The day of the midterm. I entered the classroom, rubbing my dark, shadowed eyes. Luna, who saw me, spoke with a worried expression. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Yes, I'm fine. Your health is the most important thing. I know. My health is the most important thing. But I couldn't help it. Because I had only focused on practicing magic and other traits in actual combat, I had neglected theory too much. Thanks to that, I had to cram the contents of the textbook into my head all night long. Fortunately, I succeeded in cramming thanks to my traits n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Interest and absorption. These two traits shone brightly. The first exam, Human Understanding, was completely in the form of memorization. So, all I had to do was memorize the textbook. I was originally interested in the human body, so it was easy for my interest trait to manifest. One of the things I had always wanted to know was about the bodies of the inhabitants of the world I created. Although the reason was to learn how to kill those inhabitants more efficiently. Anyway, I learned it. Since I was interested, all that was left was to be absorbed. It was the moment I became interested in the Human Understanding textbook. My head spun rapidly as it began to give orders to absorb the contents of the textbook. Hurry up and read the textbook. Thanks to that, it seemed like I would be able to get a good grade in Human Understanding. Are you well prepared, Miss Luna? It seems a bit ambiguous. But I won't fail. That's a relief. Luna declared that she would avoid failing. I'll have to see the results of the exam, but it's probably not a lie. She was a student who participated diligently in class. If there was a problem. Miss Fran, have you finished studying? Gasp. Fran gasped at my words. Even without her saying anything, I could guess that she hadn't prepared for the exam. I scolded Fran. What are you going to do? What do you mean? The theory subjects only account for a small portion of the grade, so all I have to do is do well on the practical exam. Oh, boy. I sighed as I watched Fran, who was talking so comfortably. As expected, she had no plan. Fran, isn't it the role of a leader to show the best example for the group? You should do your best on the theory exam as well. TCH. Fran glared at me once before returning to her seat. Then she turned her head and stuck out her tongue at me. It's like bitter medicine that helps. I hope Fran takes my advice to heart. Not only for that reason but also because there's a lot to gain from theory classes. No matter how strong, they can't escape the human race. Culture, habits, physical characteristics. Even information that seems meaningless can become a hidden card that can turn the situation around depending on how it's combined. Just knowing this can increase the probability of survival by 10%, or so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say. I'll have to tell Fran about it later. The buff ability she possesses is very useful, so it was worth showing her that much goodwill. As I finished thinking about Fran and was reviewing the human understanding subject. Creak dash. The instructor in charge of the human understanding subject opened the classroom door and entered the room with a stack of papers. Silence fell among the students. Put away your textbooks. At the instructor's command, the students put their textbooks away from their desks. After confirming that there were no textbooks on any of the students' desks, the instructor distributed the exam papers one by one. Then, the instructor explained the rules that must be followed during the exam. It was similar to the rules of the exams I had taken in the present, so I didn't pay much attention. Like that, 5 minutes later. Ding dong dash. The bell rang, signaling the start of the first subject of the midterm exam. The exam begins. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. As soon as the exam began, I opened the test paper and checked the questions. There are these kinds of questions too. There were several questions about the families that were ruling the human world. Other than that, most of the questions were about human nature and characteristics. Since they were all things I was familiar with, I had no difficulty answering the questions. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. This is easy. Scribble, scribble dash. I quickly wrote down the answers. However, I stopped the pen that was moving when I came across a question. It was something that felt very unfamiliar to me. It wasn't a multiple choice question, but an essay question. The content of the question was as follows. What are your thoughts on humans? No points awarded. A question with no points. Considering that essay questions usually have more points than multiple choice questions, I couldn't help but wonder. And doesn't the question itself seem a bit strange? What do I think about humans? It was a question that only required me to write my thoughts, but I couldn't write an answer. The students of Sidon would think of humans as their nemesis and enemy. Then what about me? It was the humans who trampled on my bloodline and family. But strictly speaking, my enemy wasn't humans. It was true that the original Adele suffered because of humans. However, I'm also their father. Numerous humans and demons. I was the one who created both of them. That's why I couldn't write an answer and just stared at the question. For now, it would be right to call them the enemy. Sidon's goal. It was to kill the students of the Imperial Academy and eventually rule the human world. Then I just need to give them the answer they want. It feels disgusting though. Enemies. I wrote just one word. I could have written insulting remarks about humans, but I was quite reluctant to do so. Ding dong dash. And just like that, the bell rang, signaling the end of the human understanding subject exam. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Second exam period. The second exam that started right after was weaponry, which Ares was in charge of. We left the classroom and went outside for the exam. And then we could see Ares waiting for us at the training ground. You're all here. Ares muttered after looking over the students once. Let me tell you how the exam will be conducted. Ares explained how the weaponry exam would proceed. The rules were simple. Each student would showcase their full power and spar with instructor Ares, who would use his real strength. It didn't matter what weapon they used. Students who primarily use magic can use it instead of a weapon. After all, this exam was originally intended to improve their lacking stamina and combat instincts. However, you must follow this one rule. Do not run away from the fight because you are afraid. That is the only rule of this exam. It meant that there were no exceptions once you started. Luna, who had been listening to the explanation in silence, turned pale at those words. Could it be that she had intended to forfeit? Rather than that, it seemed that she had instinctively noticed that Ares was serious about the exam and was frightened. After all, the aura he was exuding today was extraordinary. A duel with the instructor? This is brutal. The students were filled with fear. Ares ignored them and called the students' names in order. The students were called out one by one. Ares did not show mercy, just as he had said, and fully unleashed his power. He really is merciless. He defeated them in an instant. The students couldn't withstand Ares' fist for even a few seconds. Ares used only his fists against the students who were armed with weapons. The vast gap between the students and Ares. The students felt the difference in their strength to the bone, and they were somewhat depressed. Samuel, come out. Ares called out. Samuel was small in stature, but he exuded a stronger presence than any of the other students. Thus began the confrontation. Use all your strength. Yes. Samuel nodded and revealed his unique ability. Grotesquely bumpy masses with thorn-like teeth visible between them. Samuel spread out his gluttony and reached out towards Ares. Ares muttered as he watched the gluttony approaching him. I guess I'll have to use a little more strength. Ares drew his sword from its sheath. Whoom. The sword was soon painted red. The manifestation of sword lacquer. Ares' main attribute seemed to be fire, as the blade was dyed red. As expected of instructor Ares. Unlike Renee, who could only use it for a split second, Ares wielded his sword lacquer steadily and stably. Was this the realm of perfect sword lacquer? Amazing. No matter how strong Samuel was, it seemed he wouldn't be able to hold out for long against Ares, who was using his sword lacquer. Just as I had expected. Slash. As Ares swung his sword, Samuel's gluttony was cut off. Ugh. But Samuel didn't give up and restored his gluttony. It was at that moment that Ares, who had been watching with interest, swung his sword again. Clang, clang, clang. Gluttony revealed its numerous teeth and began to chew on Ares' sword. It wasn't a force to be ignored, as the muscles in Ares' arm began to twitch. Not bad. Ares let out a genuine exclamation of admiration. It was commendable to possess this level of skill as a first year. After all, ordinary students wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of Ares' sword. However, it's dull. As Ares swung his sword with several bursts of strength, gluttony was torn to shreds as if it had been cut at some point. Samuel's eyes widened at this. Overwhelming speed and power. Before Samuel could even think to do anything else, Ares had already arrived in front of him. Do you have anything else? Ares asked, pointing his sword at Samuel's neck. The moment Samuel gritted his teeth and looked up at Ares. Snap! Teeth sprang out from behind and bit Ares on the shoulder. It was one of the pieces of gluttony that Ares had severed and left alone. I seem to be getting injured in the shoulder a lot lately. Ares muttered, but there was no sense of crisis in his voice. Samuel had managed to land a critical blow, but it wasn't enough to subdue Ares. Samuel's gluttony had run out of strength and disappeared with a thud. Ares chuckled and retracted his sword from Samuel's neck. Now that I see it, your judgment isn't bad either. You can go now. Samuel still looked dissatisfied, but he obediently nodded and retreated. And next up, it's my turn. I realized that Ares' gaze was now directed at me. Adele, come out. As expected, he called me. I pulled out the fang of darkness from my waist and faced Ares. He told me to go all out, so there was no reason to use an ordinary dagger. It didn't matter if I used all my tricks, Ares would still be able to defeat me. Begin, Ares said, pointing his sword, which was painted red with sword lacquer. A thick killing intent emanated from him as if he intended to properly punish me this time. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position exchange I tier, $10, or 10 advan. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Before the fight. Can you wait a moment? I suggested to Ares. Is there something you need to prepare? Well, to be exact, I'd like you to show me one thing. Ares' brow furrowed at my unexpected words. What do you want me to show you? It's not difficult. I just want you to show me the process of coating your sword with sword lacquer from the beginning. Why, I think I'll be able to get a feel for it. Heh. Ares let out a hollow laugh, as if he were dumbfounded by my impudent remark. You can't use the sword lacquer just by watching it once. You have to achieve enlightenment. No. I cut off Ares' words, which seemed to be getting longer. And I uttered a dignified demand. Just show me once. Ares' face became even more distorted as if he felt offended. Soon, Ares let out a sigh and opened his mouth. Fine. I'll show you once. Watch carefully. Adding that Ares withdrew his sword lacquer, and the sword returned to its pure white color. Whoom. Then, red mana began to fill Ares' blade. The red mana was compressed at a speed that could not be read unless one had excellent dynamic vision. And the sword transformed as if only its color had been painted. Do you think you can use this? Ares growled and asked. It was a remark closer to a threat than a question. His tone was filled with the conviction that I would never be able to use the sword lacquer. And that statement was valid. Halfway, that is. You can't use it by trying to understand it with your head. I was lost in thought, reviewing the series of movements that Ares had shown me. I still can't use sword lacquer with my head. Experience and skill. It was because I lacked both. However, I think I can do it. Ironically, it seemed that I could use the sword lacquer if I didn't use my head. Because there was a talent in my body that could offset my lack of experience and skill. I decided not to understand. With my thoughts stopped dash. I infused mana into the dagger. That was the moment. The blade turned black. Whoom. My body and the sword began to resonate. Just like breathing, my ego was sucked into the dagger. Soon, my body succeeded in thinly expelling mana. Not my head, but my body instinctively controlled the mana perfectly. How is it? I asked, looking at Ares. Ares remained silent, unable to respond. His gaze was fixed on my dagger. A dagger painted black. I couldn't contain the chaos attribute. It was disappointing, but even though I had succeeded in manifesting sword lacquer, I couldn't imbue it with the chaos attribute. I had only managed to imbue it with the bear's darkness attribute. If I had contained the chaos attribute, it would have been painted gray, not black. Manifesting sword lacquer itself was a joyous occasion, but I felt a slight sense of disappointment. I could easily apply the chaos attribute when using the stealth skill. I couldn't imbue sword lacquer or any other traits with the chaos attribute. Was it also luck that I succeeded in obtaining absolute stealth? Still, I feel good. I had expected it to take at least a few years to use sword lacquer, but after seeing Renee's sword lacquer, I manifested it in just a few days. As I was making a satisfied smile. Nov. L. B //JNN. In that breathtaking silence, I heard Ares's gasp mixed with admiration. I succeeded in manifesting the sword lacquer just by holding the dagger. I guess I have to acknowledge your talent. Ares spoke as if he had seen a rare genius. The talent my body possessed wasn't something that an ordinary person could understand. A God-given talent only for daggersmanship and assassination. Since I was the one who had given myself that talent, a smile formed on my lips. However, it's still impossible. My smile didn't last long. I succeeded in manifesting the sword lacquer with just my body's talent, but I overlooked the amount of mana used for the sword lacquer. Just 5 seconds. The time I could maintain the sword lacquer was very short. Still, with my body's talent, I could make good use of those 5 seconds. After organizing my thoughts, I spoke to Ares. Shall we begin? Good. The moment Ares nodded. Without a word. Clang! Our swords clashed and intertwined. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @botjudi for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on KO-Fi. The moment our weapons clashed, I pulled my dagger back to prepare for my next attack and turned off sword lacquer at the same time. Then I swung my dagger again and used sword lacquer right before it collided with Ares' sword. This way, I reduced the amount of mana I used by only using sword lacquer the moment our weapons clashed. It was cumbersome, but by doing it this way, I could use a single sword lacquer 3 times. It's like a skill. Even Ares couldn't help but be impressed. Sword lacquer can only be used by pushing one's concentration to the limit. This technique is something that only I can use freely. However, I have to finish this before I run out of mana. I have to finish this quickly. No matter how efficiently I use sword lacquer, I'll run out of mana first. Clang dash. I intentionally used position exchange to create some distance between Ares and me. Designate. An arrow shot out. My target was the sword Ares was holding. Move. At that moment, the positions of my sword and the sword Ares was holding were swapped. I arrived in front of Ares in an instant and swung my dagger. Ugh. Ares dodged the attack with incredible reflexes, arching his back. Then he jumped into the air and kicked. Bam dash. I barely managed to block Ares' kick by crossing my arms. In that brief moment, a fierce exchange of blows occurred, but neither of us was injured. I can't end it here. I need to find an opening. The situation where Ares had lost his sword. This was my only chance. I immediately released my killing intent trait. Ares' movements stopped for a very brief moment. I didn't miss that short window of time and created a daggers with my darkness trait. Black blade. Black blade. Black blade. I threw 3 black daggers into the air towards Ares. Thud, thud. The daggers pierced Ares' body, but they didn't go in as deep as I thought they would. That's nothing. As Ares roared, the daggers that were embedded in his body fell out. At that moment, he covered his body with mana, using a protective aura. It was almost as if he hadn't been hit. However, the momentum had already shifted to me. Unlike Ares, who was bleeding, my body was intact. Of course, if it turned into a battle of attrition, I would definitely lose. I wouldn't be able to defeat Ares just by engaging in a meaningless war of attrition. But if I didn't fight until the end, it would be the same as me winning. That's why. I looked at Ares, who was glaring at me with bloodshot eyes. I surrender. I raised both hands with a wicked smile. Ares forgot to be angry at my composed appearance and asked, "Are you finally crazy?" Ares looked bewildered. In a normal situation, he would have been angry, but the current situation was far beyond his understanding. It was natural for his emotions to change from anger to bewilderment. "Why are you suddenly giving up?" Well, I looked at him mockingly. I couldn't tell him that I had surrendered on purpose to trick him. That was one of the reasons why I surrendered in the first place, but the biggest reason was that I really didn't have the confidence to win. I'm running out of mana. I was seriously running out. So much so that I wondered if I had mana deficiency. I had already sent Kyle, who had now withdrawn from the academy, to find out if there was any elixir, so it would be a problem that would be solved soon. In the current situation, if I entered a battle of attrition, I would definitely lose. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. He may not have a sword, but Ares's entire body is like a weapon. My arms, which had been hit by Ares's kick. I could still feel a throbbing pain from that blow. If I had been hit directly by Ares's kick, I would have definitely broken my arms. So I told him the truth about why I surrendered. If we had continued fighting, neither of us would have come out unscathed, whether it was me or Ares. With the invasion of the human realm approaching, our bodies were like our fortune. If possible, it would be better to keep our bodies in the best possible condition. Ares seemed to understand that now was the time to take care of his body. He soon accepted my excuse and nodded. "I understand. Return to your seat. Thank you for your understanding. Don't say useless things." Even as he said that, he glared at me until the end. I can't speak because I'm scared. I grumbled inwardly and stepped in between the students. Then, the students' murmuring voices buzzed in my ears. Did he win against the instructor? Nonsense. Even though he's only half demon, he's still the class president. I heard the students' admiring voices. At that, I lifted the corners of my lips slightly. The performance I had just shown was splendid and overwhelming enough to catch the students' attention. The students must be thinking that I might actually win. Why? Because I only used flashy attacks, but Ares looked like he didn't do anything. It was the result I wanted. The necessity for me to become the axis of the class before invading the human world. If the midterm exam proceeds under Fran's command as in the original story, Class A will be annihilated. While I was thinking that, a student blocked my way. Why? Samuel stared at me with bloodshot eyes. Why, you ask? What are you talking about? I tilted my head at Samuel, who was gritting his teeth for no reason. Is he asking why I surrendered? Well, I don't think I can win if I fight any longer. That's not what I'm asking. Then what is he asking? I frowned and opened my mouth. What do you mean? Why? The reason you're strong. Samuel was asking where my strength came from. Ah, is that what it was? Samuel has been feeling inferior and picking fights with me lately because he feels like I'm surpassing him. Should I tease him a little? Isn't it because I was born with it? Talent. It was a word that geniuses often use to deceive the untalented. Of course, there was a lot of effort involved, but it was also true that talent played a big part. At my words, Samuel's face twisted ferociously. Is that all there is to it? Do you need another reason? It's ridiculous that someone like you is strong. I was also taken aback. A descendant of the 7 deadly sins, a household synonymous with the golden spoon, was saying such things. Instantly, I was annoyed and retorted in an angry voice. Aren't you also strong because you were born into a good household? If you had an insignificant bloodline, you wouldn't have been able to use an ability like gluttony. At these words, Samuel's expression began to change with each passing moment. You really do have a sharp tongue, you insignificant thing. In the end, Samuel responded with a cold face and turned his back on me. It seemed as if he was about to say something more, but he seemed to have decided that I wasn't even worth responding to. I also had no intention of holding him back, so I started to walk. Then, a deep sigh could be heard from somewhere. Fran was looking at me with a complicated expression and clicking her tongue. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Why do you keep provoking that kid? It seemed that she had heard the argument I had just had with Samuel. I shrugged my shoulders. Samuel was the one who started it. I have no reason to be gentle in my response. I emphasized Samuel's fault. To begin with, I had no intention of getting along with Samuel. Rather, I wanted to form a close relationship with him because he was one of the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. However, from the first time we met until now, he's been consistently showing that he hates me, so how could I possibly say anything nice? Up until now, Samuel had not given me a good impression. So, it was inevitable that our relationship would go awry. Fran sighed again at my answer and said, of course, he was in wrong. In the end, it's like he belittled the results of your hard work. Then what's the problem? Didn't I tell you once when you and him fought? She had already warned me. I searched my memory carefully. Come to think of it, right after Samuel and I had fought, Fran had come over and asked me why I was bringing up his family. Could this be it? Are you talking about insulting his family? Yes. It's true that he is being rude to you, but I don't understand why you keep bringing up his family. It wasn't a very grand reason. Just because of that. If you think about it, Samuel also criticized me for being half-demon. Samuel's words were vicious, but I didn't think I was being malicious. When I made a clueless expression, Fran furrowed her brow. Oh, looking at your expression, it seems like you really didn't know. Fran trailed off and continued in a gloomy voice. He is the lord of the house of gluttony. For a moment, my thoughts stopped. The word lord meant, if a freshman is the lord. Nov. L.B.//JNN. It meant that a child who hadn't even graduated yet had taken on that role. It meant that there was no one to succeed the family except for Samuel. No way, it's as you think. His family was already exterminated. A sigh escaped my lips. Now I understood why she had been reprimanding me whenever I brought up family matters with Samuel. So that was why. Samuel had taken on the role of Lord. During the Human-Demon War, all of his blood relatives were killed by humans, and he was the only one who survived. Fran continued in a bitter tone. For a moment, I was speechless. Even though I had no good feelings towards Samuel, I couldn't help but remain silent about his past. I'm in the same boat, having been exterminated. Unlike me, who couldn't feel the sorrow of the original owner of the body, Samuel must have witnessed the scene of all his blood relatives being killed. More than anything, it left a bitter taste in my mouth. This, too, must have been a setting that I had written into the story. Of course, it wasn't something that I could entirely blame on myself. I, too, had never dreamed that the characters in the novel I had written would come to life and breathe like this. Even so, it was true that I felt a sense of compassion. So I spoke to Fran in a slightly more serious tone. I'll be careful from now on. Please do. I'm going now. Yes, good luck on your exam. It's a piece of cake for me. Just watch from there. Fran arrogantly rose from her seat when Ares called her name. I watched her back intently. I guess I've seen a pretty serious side of her. I had always thought of her as a frivolous woman, but I was able to see a series of aspects that I hadn't seen before. I guess I can revise my evaluation of Fran a little. As soon as I thought that, she started screaming as she was hit by Ares. Not long after, Fran returned in a tattered state. Plus. Please spare me. The same was true for Luna. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. After finishing Ares weaponry exam with quite satisfactory results, the next magic exam went smoothly. It involved demonstrating stealth and answering theoretical questions about magic. It was the easiest test. I had already mastered stealth. In addition, most of the theory was something I already knew. As long as there were no variables, I would get a near-perfect score in magic. Ding dong. As the magic test ended, whew, I let out a sigh and slumped onto my desk. Although I had completed all 3 exams, I didn't feel particularly good. The previous exams weren't that important. The final subject, practical, was the only real challenge. I can do it. My shoulders felt heavy as if weighed down by a boulder. Even if I had done well in the previous exams, if I died during the practical skills exam, all my efforts would be in vain. I feel nauseous. The tension made me feel like bile was rising in my throat. While I was sighing and worrying, did the exams go well? Fran, having finished her exams, approached me and asked. I thought for a moment before answering. I couldn't predict the results of the theoretical exams, but I was certain I had aced the stealth portion. Well, I think I did okay. How did you do, Fran? Heh. I frowned as Fran let out an unpleasant laugh. Are you trying to brag now? You caught on. That's the only reason you'd laugh like that, Ms. Fran. Fran possessed a talent for magic that rivaled Samuel's. She would have definitely gotten a perfect score in the magic class. However, it felt a bit irritating that she came to boast. Despite my cold stare, she continued to grin as if she was enjoying herself. Find.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Let's just listen for a moment. You probably got the lowest score in the weaponry exam anyway. Oh no, I had accidentally spoken my thoughts aloud. But it was too late. Fran's face contorted as she glared at me. That was a slip of the tongue. Despite my quick correction, Fran's anger didn't subside, and her face flushed red. Ugh. I sighed and was about to try to appease the enraged Fran when, creak, the classroom door opened, and a familiar student appeared. I couldn't help but flinch when our eyes met. The student walked towards me and raised his hand in greeting. Long time no see. It has been a while. I felt awkward, but I accepted his greeting for the time being. He wasn't someone I wanted to antagonize. He was a student who displayed a mixture of fondness and interest towards me. He was the owner of a bright and confident appearance, like his orange hair. Mr. Bolton, thanks for remembering. And you seem to have gotten stronger since I last saw you. I appreciate the compliment. I really want to spar with you sometime. Bolton scanned me with a strange look, and I remained silent. Well, I have something to do today, so it's impossible. As Bolton spoke with a hint of regret, Fran, who was standing next to me, pointed at him. You're the child of envy, right? I saw you during the entrance exam. This is the first time I've seen you since the class assignments. Fran seemed to know Bolton as well. Of course, it would be hard to forget someone as noticeable as Bolton. Following me, Fran and Bolton also exchanged greetings. And you're Fran, right? That's right. When Fran confirmed, Bolton beckoned her to follow. Could you come with me for a moment? Are you talking to me? Yes. Bolton suddenly called out to Fran. We're having a meeting with the class presidents of each class this time. The principal will be attending as well, so you have to be there. A meeting? It was sudden, but not incomprehensible. The principal probably wanted to say something before the midterm exams. But, I'm not the class president. Well, it's true that the class president is my subordinate, though. You're not the class president. Bolton narrowed his eyes and asked again. He seemed momentarily confused that Fran, a child of the 7 deadly sins, wasn't the class president. Then, Bolton glanced at Samuel, who was sitting in the back. Fran shook her head. That child isn't the class president either. Oh, then. Only then did Bolton's gaze shift towards me. You were the class president. Yes, that's right. If that's the case, I really want to spar with you. Can you make some time? Later, perhaps. Bolton, upon learning that I was the class president, suddenly became eager to fight. I shook my head, indicating that I had no intention of fighting right now. TCH, then follow me for now. Fran, you should come too. Bolton clicked his tongue in disappointment and beckoned me with his hand. Fran retorted in a sulky voice. Correction, I am the class president's master, so the class president follows me. Let's just go. Haha, you two are having fun, aren't you? Does this look like fun? My face was so hot that I felt ashamed. I covered my face and pushed Franz back, who had started to talk nonsense. I walked down the hallway and asked Bolton what I was curious about. Come to think of it, I haven't heard why you suddenly called the class president of each class to a meeting. It's because of the regional assignments. What do you mean? Well, do you know that the content of the midterm exam this time is to invade the human world? I think I know what it is. When the final exam of the midterm exam begins, we have to attack the humans. The target includes not only the Imperial Academy but also towns and cities in other areas. So, it's a meeting to decide which area each class will attack. Adele, you're pretty smart too. There was a reason why you were chosen as the class president. Among the class presidents of the other classes, there are some who are just strong and stupid. Well, there was one guy who was shivering after fighting me once. I see. I answered shakily. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. I wonder which class president he had already fought with. Bolton shows interest and jealousy in his opponent's specialty or strength and shows a desire to climb up on him. That kind of guy became interested in me, so I could see what would happen in the future. I hope he doesn't act annoyingly. I prayed for that as I walked. Over here. Bolton stopped walking and stopped in front of a door. Conference room. A nameplate was attached to the door. The aura felt from inside was extraordinary. There were several people with powers comparable to Bolton. And the one emanating the strongest aura is the principal. It's probably right. According to Bolton, the principal called for this meeting. Clank dash. Bolton grabbed the doorknob and turned it. I followed him into the conference room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Right after Bolton, the class president of Class E, left the conference room to bring the class president of Class A. A boy sitting on a chair yawned. It was Aaron, the class president of Class B. One of the 7 deadly sins, the embodiment of sloth. He gave off a decadent atmosphere because of his slightly covered black hair and seemingly frail body. Aaron spoke, leaning comfortably on the sofa and yawning greatly. I heard the class president of Class A is the descendant of the Lust family. If that vulgar thing is the class president, there's nothing more to see. Aaron's tone clearly disregarded Class A. Among the 7 deadly sins families, Gwar, the embodiment of greed and the class president of Class D, who had been listening to those words silently, opened his mouth. A guy with sturdy muscles that were hard to believe belonged to a 17-year-old. Just as the instructors had predicted during the entrance exam, the descendants of the 7 deadly sins had begun to stand out, and so they were given the class president positions. But I heard there's a guy in Class A who succeeded gluttony. Gluttony? I heard they were destroyed. One of them survived, but of course, now their family is so shameful that even being associated with the 7 deadly sins is shameful. Gwar let out a cackle. To them, Class A didn't even qualify to be in this meeting. Of course, there was also an objection. There's a strong guy in Class A too. Renee, who had come to the meeting following Diana, the class president of Class C, spoke. Originally, Renee wouldn't have been able to participate in this meeting because she wasn't a class president, but thanks to the discretion of Diana, who was also the Demon King's daughter, she was able to attend the meeting. Renee was a skilled individual recognized by other class presidents, so Aaron asked with surprise at her words that there was a student she recognized in Class A. Was there such a person? Gwar let out a snicker. It seems like you know who it is. Are you talking about that half-demon brat who looked so unpleasant during the entrance exam? An unpleasant-looking brat. Renee opened her mouth at this. He's not unpleasant-looking. Renee inwardly expressed her dissatisfaction with the other students' evaluations. The student she was talking about was Adele. At first, she had also been put off by Adel's appearance, but now that she had gotten used to it, she thought he looked fine. In the first place, Renee was not the type to care about appearances. Just as Renee was about to open her mouth. Now, everyone calm down. Diana clapped her hands, stopping the children's conversation. Her gaze was directed at the girl sitting at the head of the conference room, a petite figure with deep pink hair. In contrast to this, she had tattoos that were so dense they were almost garish. The principal of Sidon, Lysian. Lysian spoke as her gaze focused on her. I've been paying quite a bit of attention to that student as well. Since the establishment of Sidon, he's the only half-demon to become a class president. Lysian's words caused a great commotion among the class presidents. Wasn't the child of lust the class president? I can't believe it. Renee also blinked her eyes at this story that she was hearing for the first time. Thinking about it, Adele had never really talked about himself. He would just listen to other people's stories. Renee frowned at this, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. What, is your escort amazing? Even as Diana approached her with a chuckle, Renee could not open her mouth due to a strange feeling. Renee could not figure out that this feeling was a kind of regret. Lysian smiled faintly at the reactions of the various class presidents. I've been curious about what kind of child he is. A half-demon student who had earned Aries' vigilance and boosted Idea's pride. According to her personal information, Renee's escort had been personally appointed by Crete, the head of the Bears family. He had even managed to break through her aura during the entrance exam. He was an interesting kid. His individual strength might have been inferior to the children of the 7 deadly sins, but he seemed more dangerous than anyone else. What was he hiding? Lucian secretly wanted to confirm Adele's true identity, whether he was worth Aries' vigilance. And that opportunity, it's hard to admit, came when Gwar raised his large frame. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Creak dash. Bolton opened the door. I entered the conference room and stopped in my steps. You're the class president of Class A. A massive student, clenching his fists, directed an intense fighting spirit towards me. The atmosphere was strange as if it would turn into a fight at any moment. I rolled my eyes. What is this situation? I just followed Bolton into the conference room. Why is Gwar, who is presumed to be a family of the 7 deadly sins, picking a fight with me? Is it a trap made by Bolton? I looked back slightly, and the sight of Bolton tilting his head came into view. It meant that Bolton also did not know the reason why Gwar was picking a fight all of a sudden. What the heck? The moment I hardened my expression because of the incomprehensible situation. The idiot behind you is the one who lost to a mere half-demon. Fran opened her eyes wide. She must have been offended by Gyor's crude criticism of her. It was natural for her to be offended by his attitude, which did not even have a speck of manners. Anyway, these bugs are having a meeting with us? The passing Cerberus would laugh. Don't you think so? Well, it's not wrong. Gyor's continued ridicule. The boy behind him, who appeared to be the child of Sloth, expressed his agreement. I quickly grasped the situation with a hardened expression. The enemy is everywhere. Diana and Bolton were watching Gyor and me with interesting gazes as if they had no intention of intervening. For some reason, Renee was staring at me with a face full of dissatisfaction. Fran was trembling with humiliation, but she could not refute Gyor's words. I calmly observed this series of events and sorted out the situation. Is it something the principal set up? The tattooed girl who was watching this situation quietly with a puzzled expression. If it was the principal, she would have been able to stop Gyor, who was rushing at me, because she had subdued thousands of students with a single word. However, the fact that Gyor was acting strong meant that there was the principal's tacit permission. I think I know the reason, too. They were curious about me. Everyone here, they're all interested in the existence called me and have come out to test me. Gyor seemed to have done it because he didn't like the fact that I, a half-demon, was assigned the same position as him. I guess I need to show them a little something. I didn't plan on revealing all my abilities here. However, I had a reason to continuously show my potential and abilities that were no less than the children of the 7 deadly sins. L.B//JNN. So, this much should be fine. Oh my, are you not going to answer? Poke, poke. Gyor repeatedly poked my forehead. Then, a dagger popped out from the back of my hand. At the same time, I widened my eyes and released my killing intent. An aura thickly imbued with mana was released towards Gyor. Gyor, who was startled by the sudden turn of events, activated his ability, Hardening. In an instant, a hardness that ridiculously surpassed defensive aura dwelled in Gyor's body. You half-breed bastard. Gyor cursed and reached out his fist towards me. However, I was no longer there. I activated position exchange, extended an arrow, and switched the position of the scabbard hanging from Gyor's waist with mine. Slipping into Gyor's embrace, I summoned black blades. As many as 13 blades. However, you're using a cheap trick. Gyor, instantly recognizing the lack of mana imbued in the numerous blades, swung his fist. Thud, thud. As Gyor continuously struck the black blades, only a few were able to pierce his forearm. Even those were so weak that they couldn't deal any significant damage to Gyor. Drip, drip. Amidst the drops of blood spurting from Gyor's fist and the daggers flying through the air, there was one dagger that was particularly dark. Hum. In that split second, I activated Sword Lacquer. Even Gyor wouldn't be able to ignore this. No matter how great the ability of hardening was, at Gyor's current level, he wouldn't be able to block Sword Lacquer. Therefore, slash. Gyor had to allow my dagger to pierce and slice through his forearm. Arg. Gyor screamed and clutched his forearm, collapsing to the floor. He gasped for breath and glared up at me with eyes consumed by rage. But I could see it. Gyor was feigning his anger, and with the realization that he could not defeat me, he had finally lost his will to fight. Several seconds passed like that. Damn it. Gyor, gritting his teeth in frustration, rose from his seat. The blood flowing from Gyor's forearm had stopped. But he no longer charged at me. When our eyes met, he quickly turned his head away, avoiding my gaze. He had tucked his tail between his legs. He had realized that I was on par with him, or perhaps even stronger. The atmosphere in the conference room changed in an instant. You're stronger than I thought. Bolton looked at me with admiration. Another skill I don't know about. Renee glared at me with dissatisfaction. As expected of my slave. For some reason, Fran puffed out her chest with pride. Impressive. As expected of Renee's escort. Not bad at all. Diana and Aaron looked at me with interest. Their reactions were different. But one thing was for sure. The one with the strongest presence in the conference room was none other than me. Swish. I looked away from Gyor and turned to the principal. The principal tried to remain expressionless, but she couldn't hide the faint smile playing on her lips. I opened my mouth to speak to her. Are you satisfied now? That was enough. The principal replied with a gentle smile. She had never intended to hide it in the first place, and she readily admitted that she had been testing me. At that, Gyor scratched the back of his head and stood up. I'll admit it. You deserve to be here. Loser, shut up. Who are you to admit anything? What? I ignored Gyor, who was about to lose his temper again, and continued speaking to the principal. Can I sit down now? Please sit over here. The principal pointed to the seat right next to her as the place for me to sit. The meaning of the seat right next to the head seat was clear. The principal had acknowledged that I was a top-notch performer even in this place. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. As I was assigned a seat, Fran, who had been standing behind me, stuck her head out. Where's my seat? Hold on. You haven't been recognized yet. Gyor spoke spitefully to Fran, but Fran wasn't the type to listen to such words. Consider it an honor that I'm sitting right next to you. Are you being foolish? Fran patted the empty seat as she sat down. I sighed once and walked toward the seat. When I sat down like that. Let's start the meeting now. The principal opened her mouth, and the main topic began in earnest. There's only one reason I gathered you here, and that's for the assignment. I listened to the principal's words and raised my hand to ask a question. I heard that you're going to divide each region of the human world and invade it, but I'm curious about where exactly the dividing line is and how it's divided. It's better to see it in person than to talk about it. The principal raised a square hologram over her hand. N/O/vel/B//n.C//om. It wasn't made of electricity like the ones in modern times, but it was made of the principal's magic. Soon after a picture began to fill the transparent window. Do you know what this is? The principal tilted her head at me with a gentle smile. She looked like a child who was only in elementary school, but her speech was full of experience. It'll take time to adapt. I chewed on the principal's words and looked closely at the picture that appeared before my eyes. This is a map. It was Renee, who was looking at the picture with me, who uttered the word. The principal nodded slightly and asked for more answers. That's right. But you all know that it's not an ordinary map, right? This time, I answered. It's a map of the human world. Ho ho, you're a smart kid. You flatter me. I shook with humility, but I was engrossed in examining the map of the human realm. A picture with a total of 6 regions divided around a large land mass is closely attached. This was the continent of the human realm. The principal pointed at the large land mass that was the furthest from the center, the outskirts of the continent. The words Imperial Academy were written there. I wanted Class A to attack this place, but it seems I underestimated the class president. I'll have to give you something a little more difficult. Yes. I couldn't help but be bewildered. Conquering the Imperial Academy would be the most difficult task in the entire human realm. As I made an expression asking for an explanation, the principal opened his mouth. According to the information our spy sent, it seems that one of the first-year classes in the human realm is having an outdoor lesson to conquer a secret realm. I let out a short groan. Only then did I understand why the principal had said that attacking the Imperial Academy would be the easiest. Surely, the principal thought that the first years of the Imperial Academy would be the weakest. And if they only attacked one class that was far away from the school, it would be even easier. The main scenario of the Imperial Academy was just beginning now. It was inevitable that the spy would judge the first years, who hadn't shown their abilities yet, to be the weakest. However, the protagonist's party has already far surpassed the 7 deadly sins children. This would be revealed when the Imperial Academy held a grade competition. The grade competition was an episode that would only happen after the midterms. It was an unfortunate incident that happened because the protagonist's party hadn't shown their true strength yet. So I'd like to leave this operation to another class. How about Class A takes care of a different region? The principal spoke to me with a gentle smile. Then Franz suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted, "Those measly pyramids aren't even worth fighting? Our Class A will attack the capital." I kept silent for a moment, because it wasn't something I could decide on easily, and Franz's argument was even more absurd. Then, which place should I choose to yield the best results? And how can I convince them? I pondered and pondered again. The region our class should go to. No matter how much I thought about it, this place was perfect. Having finished my thoughts, I opened my mouth. Our class will. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to boosting our Discord server, our class will attack one of the first-year classes of the Imperial Academy. As soon as I finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room became heavy. What broke the silence was Gyor's mocking laughter. Heh, so a half-breed is a half-breed, huh? You're scared of humans and you're running away. I sighed at his words. It was true that I was afraid of humans, just as he said. N/O/vel/B//n.C//om. However, I'm not afraid of fighting you, so please be quiet. I didn't want to hear such words from a loser. When I glared at him coldly, Gyor stood up as if he was angry. That moment. Stop it. The principal herself stepped forward and stopped the confrontation between Gyor and me. We'll see. Gyor couldn't disobey even the principal's words, so he sat back down. I also kept my mouth shut because I wanted to avoid a meaningless fight. Then the principal asked me a question. Why did you choose an easy area? I thought you would say that you would invade the capital. The principal's question. I noticed that it contained the meaning of testing my ability. She must be trying to find out if I really chose the easy task because I was afraid of humans. I need to answer carefully. I thought for a moment and chose my answer. These people here don't seem to know, but if you consider the difficulty, it's harder to attack the students of the Imperial Academy than to invade the capital. And among the students we will be attacking, there is one of the protagonist's companions. The people in the conference room don't know that fact, so they're talking about how easy it is. On the other hand, if we were to choose another area or the capital, at least the students of Sidon would be able to cooperate and set a target that they could win against. This is proven by the original content, where the children of the 7 deadly sins, except for Class A, returned alive from the midterm exam and eventually met their death at the hands of the children of the 6 families. However, if I choose not to attack the students of the Imperial Academy, any class, except for Baltan and Diana's classes, would not be able to escape death. My choice to attack the Imperial Academy was no different from saving them. Of course, that doesn't matter. There was another reason why I took the risk and chose the Imperial Academy. There's an elixir there, so I have no choice but to go even if it's dangerous. That's where the students of the Imperial Academy were taking their practical exams. The elixir would be given to the student with the best score on that exam. Originally, one of the protagonist's party members would consume that elixir. I have to eat it no matter what. Lately, I've been feeling a severe shortage of mana. I had to solve that problem, so I chose the difficult path. Of course, it wasn't impossible to obtain the elixir elsewhere in the human realm, but it would be impossible to take time out during the midterm exams. Well, for now, it's important to be assigned to that area, so let's come up with a reason that the principal will accept. After some time had passed, I opened my mouth. It's because of my specialized ability. Tell me more. Yes, first of all, I have an incredible talent for assassination. However, there's no reason to choose a noisy method that isn't my specialty. Noisy. The principal nodded as if my story was interesting. It's exactly what I said. Except for the place where the students of the Imperial Academy are, the places that Sidon will attack are mostly cities and even downtown areas, so there's bound to be a risk in terms of assassination. What I meant was, is it possible to lead dozens of people in a city and assassinate? Of course, if you kill all the witnesses, you could call it an assassination. When I spoke with a hint of humor, the principal raised the corners of her mouth as if amused. Excellent, you already have some knowledge of the geography of the human world. Am I right? As expected. I knew the principal would notice the extraordinary things I was deliberately showing here. The fact that I had figured out where the densely populated areas were without the principal giving any explanation about the map. The principal continued speaking with a look of admiration. There's no reason to stop you from choosing a region where you can make the most of your strengths. Class A will be in charge of the first-year students of the Imperial Academy. Thank you. I bowed my head slightly to show my gratitude when the principal expressed her acceptance. It wasn't a topic worth arguing about and wasting time on in the first place. We'll be going first. We need to inform the class about this. I responded quickly in case the principal changed her mind. The principal didn't say anything else, perhaps because she had no reason to keep me. She simply added a few more words. Do that. Oh, and make sure to attend the assembly tomorrow. Understood. I nodded once and glanced at Fran. Fran was blinking as if she didn't understand the situation so far. I gestured towards her. Let's go. Let's do that. Fran and I left the conference room as quickly as lightning, sweeping through it like a storm. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Right after Fran and Adele left. Whew. Aaron whistled. His gaze, unusually, was directed towards the spot where Adele had been. Even Aaron, who found everything bothersome and felt languid, couldn't help but be interested in the half-demon named Adele.nov, L.B//JNN. He's amazing, isn't he? You said he was the Bears family's escort? You did well to pick him up. Aaron's gaze turned to Renee, but Renee didn't answer and just frowned. She was busy replaying the martial prowess Adele had shown. What Adele had shown was definitely sword lacquer. How did he do it? Renee's mind was in complete chaos. Wasn't it just a while ago that Adele couldn't even activate sword lacquer? But now, all of a sudden, Renee suspected that Adele had been hiding his strength from her. It wasn't impossible. Adele has always been good at hiding things. He had hidden his position as a priest, and this time, he had hidden his martial power. Tingle. Renee slightly narrowed her brow at the feeling that had been pricking at her chest like a needle since earlier. What was this pain? It wasn't as painful as being cut by a knife, but it was a gradually stinging sensation. It was while Renee was groaning from the unknown pain. He talked big, but in the end, he's saying he'll take on a role where he can fight dirty because he thinks he'll lose if he fights fair and square. Guwar snorted, looking displeased. At that, Aaron laughed as if he was amused. You lost to such a cowardly guy. That's because that guy attacked me by surprise. Guwar tried to retort to Aaron's words, but losers don't get a say. TCH. Even Bolton, the strongest of the 7 deadly sins, mocked him, so he had no choice but to shut his mouth. Bolton, who had silenced Guwar with just a single word, muttered as he leaned back in his chair. By the way, he was only a little strong during the entrance exam. He's growing incredibly fast. At that time, Bolton had determined that Adele was a talented cadet. He was definitely not more or less than that. That's why he was only slightly interested. This makes me want to fight him. Now, his evaluation had completely changed. It didn't take long for Bolton's feelings towards Adele to change from interest to rivalry. Bolton licked his lips, feeling the urge to kick the conference room door open and face Adele with his sword right now. In just over 30 minutes, Adele had successfully captured the interest of everyone present. Even though it wasn't Adele's intention, the result wasn't bad, because everyone had imprinted Adele's existence as a strong person in their minds. And now I understand why Instructor Aries told me to be wary of Adele. Among those who were interested in Adele was also the principal. In fact, the principal hadn't had high expectations for Adele, the child that Aries is wary of. Other than that, he's inferior to the children of the 7 deadly sins. In the principal's mind, Adele was recognized as just that much. However, contrary to expectations, Adele had won against Guwar. A child who is only a half-demon defeating a child of the 7 deadly sins is a story worth bragging about. However, Adele didn't become arrogant. He simply acted calmly as if it was natural to have defeated Guwar. Even after that, he showed a cautious side that was unlike a student. If Adel had been a hot-blooded student, he would have tried to choose a difficult area, overestimating his abilities. However, he designated the area where he could be most effective. The principal liked that very much. A child with extraordinary judgment and ability. A bud that was too precious to be cast out just because of Aries' warning. In fact, it was now ambiguous to call him a bud. How could one compare a stem that was about to bear fruit to a bud? It doesn't seem bad to help him bear fruit. Who knows? Perhaps she could raise an outstanding hunting dog like the Arsene family of the human world. If she could tame Adel, he would surely be a great asset to the demon realm. Come to think of it, the two of them were in quite similar situations. Adel is a descendant of the Pixie family. The Pixie family was exterminated during the Great War between humans and demons, and Adel, the last survivor, took refuge in the Bears family. Similarly, the Arsene family was also exterminated shortly after the Great War between humans and demons. I heard that one survivor remained, but he was also killed by the 6 families of the human world. The reason the principal knew this was because Peltz had submitted a false report. In the end, Peltz had missed Adel. However, going to the demon realm as an Arsene was no different from committing suicide. That was why Peltz reported to his superiors that Adel was dead, and the distorted intelligence even reached Lucian. I understand the minds of those human bastards. The reason the humans endlessly kept the Arsene family in check was because they judged that they could not tame Arsene, and that applied to the current situation as well. If he cannot be tamed, the principal's eyes momentarily filled with killing intent. Then, what would happen? A twisted smile bloomed on Lucian's face. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. The day of the human realm invasion. By the principal's orders, all first years were to gather in the auditorium. Our class is going to kill the humans hero, right? I heard my target is the enemy of our family. I'm looking forward to it. After the class president's meeting yesterday, each class was informed of the areas and targets assigned to them. I also told who my class would be facing. So, we're going to be fighting humans our age. Let's show those humans the power of our Class A. The Class A students were fired up after hearing my explanation. It was certainly a good thing to show enthusiasm before a battle. But I couldn't even manage a faint smile and only made a stiff expression. If things go according to the original story, all the students here will die in this midterm exam. So, I have to change it. I have to change the bleak future that awaits them. I've been working hard to make this midterm exam a success. Not only have I trained my strength to fight the students of the Imperial Academy, I also gained Fran's favor and prevented Luna, the healer, from being expelled. What's more, I even sent false information to the human side. That was the biggest turning point in this midterm exam. Originally, there would have been several human instructors around the students. But the Demon Realm side plans to attack the third-year dormitory. Be prepared. I used Kyle to send out this false information. The instructors who were supposed to go outside for the students taking the exam outdoors would be guarding the third-year dormitory. It would be difficult enough to deal with that guy, but if they had to deal with the instructors as well, their chances of winning would be slim. That's why I decided to separate the instructors and the students for the time being. However, even so, there would still be one instructor with the students. A teacher is necessary to teach the class. Still, I had a rough idea of which instructor would be with the human students. Probably that 5-circle magician instructor. I could be certain. There was his secret hideout in the place we were going to. It was not far from the place where the human students had their lessons. So, in case the students of the Imperial Institute entered his hideout, he would have no choice but to join the outdoor lesson to keep an eye on them. And he would sneak into his secret hideout when he found a chance. I had to wait for that moment. What I had to do was chase after that human instructor and kill him. In addition, I had to get the elixir in the secret hideout. I didn't have any pathetic doubts like, can I do it? Because I had to do it even if it was impossible in the current situation. I would increase the survival rate of the Scythian students by killing the instructor, and I would also get the elixir to increase the insufficient amount of mana. The moment I was thinking that, beep, 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 a noise rang in my ears. It was the sound the principal made to draw the attention of the students. Then the students stopped chatting and looked up at the platform. The principal opened her mouth with a voice that contrasted with the gentle tone I had heard before. Students. With the principal's resonant words, the students began to focus. The war will begin. You will face the humans who killed your parents, siblings, and close friends. Anger laced the principal's voice. Among the students of Sidon, there was no one who hadn't experienced that pain. Everyone here must have seen it. The death of precious relatives. You cried while holding the bodies of your friends. We were helplessly attacked, and those cowardly and vicious humans insulted our parents and even tried to mutilate their bodies. So now, the small flame began to burn bigger and bigger. Killing intent began to surge here and there, and thick anger overflowed. At the end, the principal emphasized, "It is our turn to hunt the humans." The moment the principal's speech ended, a thunderous cheer erupted from the students. There was also a student who clapped his hands while shedding tears, as if this sight was madness. No other word could adequately describe this situation. The principal's speech had poured oil on the fire of the students' sorrow and anger, igniting it. The method didn't seem entirely good, but it seemed to have succeeded in raising the morale of the students to its peak. This concludes the assembly. The principal concluded her speech, and immediately after, she stretched out both arms. May you be blessed. The moment she uttered those words, woo woo, the tattoos covering the principal's body began to resonate, and a rosy light enveloped the students. I could feel my body and mind relax. So this is a blessing. This was a type of buff. The principal had bestowed a blessing on all the students with her power. It didn't seem like a very powerful blessing, but to bestow a blessing on this many people was something that only a very skilled person could do. And the principal didn't even look tired. JNN. At that level, she's a monster. I couldn't understand why some of the students thought the principal was cute because of her delicate appearance. All I could think about was how terrifying she would be if we were to meet as enemies. As I stared at Hui with a mixture of fear and awe, the instructors will lead the students. The principal finished speaking and stepped down from the platform. And so, the instructors of each class began to lead the students away. Finally, the moment had come for the students to head to the human world. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character, Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Just how much money did they spend? That was the thought that naturally came to mind as I boarded the train to the human world. To warp 100 or so people to the human world, they must have spent the price of several castles. They must have invested an amount that would make one's jaw drop for this midterm exam. I couldn't even begin to imagine how many magic stones and how much manpower had been used. And yet, in the original story, this invasion had failed. The principal must have been more than a little bitter about it. Still, it probably wasn't as much as they had spent when the human demon war broke out. After all, the setting was that the number of gates connecting the human world and the demon world would continue to increase as the story progressed. The fact that the number of gates was continuously increasing meant that the human world and the demon world were merging. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Ultimately, the human world and the demon world would fuse and be reborn as a single dimension. The closer we get to that time, the easier it will be to find and create gates. By then, the demon realm will have completely transformed into a hellish landscape. There's always a bigger fish. This time, we are attacking the human world, but one day, humans will surely invade our world. Well, for now, let's focus on this test. I was in the middle of worrying about how to do well on the midterm exam. Clatter dash. The inside of the train shook. The train to the dimensional station will depart soon. Passengers, please brace yourselves for the upcoming impact. Dimensional station. The time to go to the human world was not far off. We will arrive in 1 hour, so please rest comfortably for now. Idea urged the students with stern expressions to rest. We mustn't be exhausted before we even arrive in the human world. I should close my eyes for a bit. The moment I leaned my back against the train seat. Adele, do you want to eat this? Luna, who took out beef jerky from her bag, poked my cheek. I had no choice but to get up, my sleep interrupted. Right, what sleep? I'll gratefully eat it. Munch munch. I sighed inwardly and chewed on the beef jerky that Luna gave me. It was made with buck meat, so it was both familiar and savory. I was hungry anyway. My head felt much clearer after eating the oily food. I checked my status while chewing on the beef jerky. Status window. Arsene Adel. Race, half demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation eye of arrogance telekinesis. Mana, 1381. My mana level is still abysmal. I've been reciting Bear's mana method every night before I go to sleep, but I'm still in this state. But if I can just get my hands on the elixir this time, it will be a problem that will be solved quickly, so I don't have to worry about it. The most noticeable growth among the traits is, without a doubt, telekinesis. Whoosh dash. I tried using telekinesis. What? Then Luna was lifted up from her chair for a very short moment. I could only lift it up about 3 centimeters from the floor. But this alone is a huge development. I can use it sufficiently in actual combat. I won't be able to lift the weight of an adult male, but I can stop a sword for a moment or lift a dagger. I'll probably be able to do things like that. The status check is over, but there's still a problem I haven't solved. There's just one thing that's bothering me. I'm going to the human realm right now, but there are people in the human realm who know about my true identity. The Knights of the Six Families. I killed some of them during my escape, but I don't know exactly how many survived. In the original, Adele killed all of them except Peltz. But this time, at least 1 or 2 more would be alive. The fortunate thing is that Peltz probably reported to his superiors that I was dead. In the original, Peltz reported to his superiors that Adele had fallen off a cliff and died because he was afraid of being reprimanded. But Adele was alive. Because of this, there was also an episode where Peltz went to kill Adele again. He reported that I was dead this time as well. I don't know if it would be the same if I had fallen off a cliff. No, I went to the demon realm. And I went there with the status of an Arsene. The Arsene is a family whose ancestor was a demon realm traitor, and a family that even killed the demon king. So Peltz has no choice but to judge that I'm dead. Even so, it's not bad to be careful. How? I was thinking about finding something to cover my face when... Clang dash. The train stopped. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @FrozenDiagon for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on KO-Fi. New KO Phi tier released? Now read 20 chapters ahead with sword lacquer tier. The moment I got off the train, something huge appeared before my eyes. It was a diamond-shaped stone sculpture. Moreover, there were purple ores attached to the frame. I realized the identity of the ores and my eyes widened. Those are all magic stones. The identity of the purple ores was magic stones the size of a forearm. Even if I were to just break off and sell one of those, how much would I get? I would get enough gold to live off of for a year every time I sold one. Are they crazy? I was dumbfounded. If they had waited a little longer, they could have easily opened a gate without spending this much money. Well, there's no way the demons here would know that fact right now, so they must have spent this much money to make a gate that would only be used once for the midterm exam. I can see the principal banging on the ground in regret. The sight of her crying. I couldn't imagine it well. The sight of that tattooed little girl banging on the ground in regret with her appearance. Well, it seems like it would be fun. It was while I was chuckling to myself. Now, everyone, do you have a rough idea of where this place is? Idea asked the students. Of course, there wasn't a single person who didn't know about this place and the identity of that sculpture. The captain of the train we had just ridden had also said that our destination was the dimensional station. Where else would you use that amount of magic stones if not for a warp gate? When the students nodded their heads, saying that they knew, Idea showed them a sack. A sack that looked heavy at a glance. Now, take it. Idea opened the sack and handed each of the Class A students one item. Then, one of the students asked curiously, "The reason you're giving us this is because it's something you'll need." Thud. Idea answered cheerfully and placed the item she had handed to the student on her own face. It was a mask. A mask that was divided in half vertically, with white on one side and black on the other. There were holes in the eye area to allow for vision. The mouth area is also open, but, oddly enough, the white part had the shape of a smiling eye and mouth. On the other hand, the black part had droopy eyes and a downturned mouth. It was like a mask a clown would wear. I don't particularly like the way it looks, but it seemed like nothing else could cover my face as well as this. I was already thinking about how I was going to cover my face, so I was grateful that Sidon's side had prepared it for me. Originally, I was going to get a mask myself or cover it with darkness magic, but the performance of this mask was far superior, so much so that I couldn't find a substitute. Can you see my appearance? Idea asked the students as she shook her body from side to side. Looking at her, I couldn't help but be impressed. This was because Idea's face and shoulders were only faintly visible, as if there was an error. Perception reduction magic. It seemed like a high-level spell had been cast. Considering that my level is definitely not low, it would be difficult for my identity to be revealed. However, what if my allies can't recognize me? I couldn't help but worry because the perception reduction magic was so good. No matter how well I hide my identity, it would be worse than useless if my allies couldn't recognize me as their commander. Perhaps it would be better to hide my body with darkness magic, even if it was troublesome. I was thinking about such things when... Class President, why aren't you taking it? I was just thinking about something else. Before I knew it, Idea, who had already distributed the masks to the students, was handing me a mask. I'll use it gratefully. I scratched the back of my head and accepted the mask from Idea. I planned to wear it for now and judge it. Click dash. The moment I put on the mask, my pupils dilated distinctly. I looked down at Idea with an admiring gaze. Idea puffed out her chest and looked smug. How is it? Do I look good? Yes, the performance is even better than I thought n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Those wearing the masks could see each other without the hindrance of perception reduction magic. Although the masked people could not be recognized by others, they could look at each other without the hindrance of perception inhibiting magic. The inability to see faces was the same as before, but it was something that could be judged by distinguishing each other. It was a very good artifact. As a faint smile formed on my lips. Please take this too. Idea handed me something. It was 5 jellies that looked like red bean paste. However, their appearance instantly made me lose my appetite. I frowned at this. What is this? It's food. If you eat just one of these, you won't need to eat separately. I used to eat a lot of these in the past. Is that so? Ugh, just thinking about it makes me want to throw up. It tastes like eating dirt. It also feels like eating insect guts. Idea whispered. I narrowed my eyes thinly. The last part was information that didn't need to be explained. Anyway, eat one a day during the operation. Yes. It looked so bad that I'd rather not eat it. However, replenishing calories during the operation was essential. For now, I decided to accept it. I'd rather not ask what it's made of. I didn't really want to know. There was nothing good about knowing. Swish. As I shoved it into my pocket, Idea spoke, drawing the attention of the students. Before entering the gate, I'll explain the details of the test. First, the instructors will not be accompanying you on this test. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. The students stirred at Idea's unexpected declaration. The instructors aren't coming with us? Is that even possible? Then who are we supposed to listen to? My skin tingled at the students' anxiety. I had a feeling that the likelihood that I had described Sidon's invasion of the human world failing was being fulfilled. Idea continued in a more serious voice than before. This is a test after all. We have not assigned you to assassinate high-ranking humans but rather targets that we believe are appropriate for your level. If we were to accompany you, it would not be a test, would it? And later, the instructors will have to prepare to open the gate so that you can return, so they can't go. Therefore, from now on, I will delegate all the authority I possess as an instructor to the class presidents of each class. All students must follow the class president's orders as a priority. Swish dash. After finishing her words, Idea approached me and attached a badge to my chest. A badge shaped like a plum blossom. It's a flower, which symbolizes Sidon. It has the flower language of representative of the group. IC.N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. This is a symbol that proves that I am their leader. With this badge, they will be able to distinguish me even if I am wearing a mask. And by adding the distinction of the class president position, it will make the students protect me as a priority. Is that why you put the badge right in the center of my chest? The enemy will notice that the one wearing the badge is the leader and attack them. Literally. This was also a test. I guess she means to see my leadership skills during this opportunity. The invasion of the human realm is not a simple terrorist activity. It is clearly a part of the midterm exam. She wants to see how the class presidents who have been entrusted with the authority of the instructors will avoid the attacks focused on them and command the students. However, the students of Sidon are weak compared to the monsters in the Imperial Academy, so there won't be any time to command them. I didn't bother to say that out loud. I didn't want to demoralize them before the battle. That's when it happened. Class president, please take this. Idea called out to me again and rummaged through her pocket. Is there anything left to give? A piece of paper that Idea took out of her arms. When I looked closely, I could see that it was a map. It was also a map of the area we were headed to. I heard from the principal that you can read maps. I hope this map will be helpful. Yes, thank you. I bowed my head in greeting. I already knew that area like the back of my hand, but it wouldn't hurt to receive it. Then, it's time to leave. Idea muttered, looking worried, and then opened her mouth. I don't know why she's making that kind of expression. The woman who urged me to abandon unnecessary students without mercy. Now, I felt a sense of doubt at Idea's appearance, as if she was worried. That doubt only lasted a moment. I will open the gate. Idea hardened her expression again and spoke in a cold voice. At those words, I checked the things I had brought for this test. My preparations are perfect. Perhaps even excessively so. Now, all that remained was to go to the human realm. Goo dash. Like that, Idea and the instructors joined forces to activate the gate. An immeasurable amount of mana condensed and distorted the space. And soon, the space began to split apart, leaving behind afterimages. The afterimages began to fill with a purple hue, eventually forming a giant circle. The gate to the human realm had been fully opened. Then, good luck. Idea's final greeting. The students made determined expressions and headed towards the gate. To them, it was an unknown world, but to me, it was a world like hell. We took a single step forward. *****. Not long after entering the interior of the gate. Ugh. Fran began to vomit. Starting with her, the other students were unable to overcome their dizziness and vomited up food and stomach acid. Watching them, ugh. I felt like I was going to vomit too. Even the great Samuel had his mouth full as vomit rose to his throat. The dizziness was incomparable to the interior of Sidon's train. The space was distorted and fluctuating, and it was difficult to adapt since we were experiencing it with our bare bodies. I wiped the cold sweat running down my cheek with the back of my hand and shouted to the students. Everyone, there's not much time left. The end of the passage is starting to come into view, so please hurry. The end was visible ahead. If we didn't hurry, we would be trapped in the convergence of space and lost in the labyrinth of dimensions. If that happened, we wouldn't be able to move to the designated coordinates and would likely end up somewhere completely different. Perhaps we would never be able to return to the demon realm. I quickly looked back. Swish dash. Before I knew it, the gate was about to close. Hurry. I shouted anxiously and ran towards the exit with all my might. The students also sensed the crisis and stopped vomiting and started running. Finally, when everyone had passed through the exit, crash dash. The trembling gate completely disappeared. We had managed to cross the gate just in the nick of time. It was the moment when I was about to indulge in joy for a moment. What? I looked up at the sky with trembling pupils. A building appeared before my eyes. No, can it be called a building? What appeared before our eyes when we crossed the gate was a castle floating in the sky. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Frozen for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on KO-Fi. The Imperial Academy is a building that ranks among the top 10 largest structures in human history. Floating high above the vast expanse, it was given the alias, the Heavenly Island. A fusion of human magic and technology. That was the Imperial Academy. In order to ascend to the Imperial Academy, one must ride a flying carriage, otherwise the barrier will reject the intruder. That barrier boasts a strength so formidable that not even a dragon's teeth could break it. Other students and I stared at the Imperial Academy beyond the mountain with our mouths agape. The grandeur of that colossal heavenly island left us not just surprised, but overwhelmed. How magnificent. It was incomparable to Sidon. Of course, Sidon also boasts a formidable size, befitting the Demon Realm's one and only elite training institute. However, It absolutely does not reach the level of the Imperial Academy. Indeed, it does not. Its lofty and majestic form that filled the sky was deeply etched into my mind. As I let out a gasp of admiration, other students also dropped their jaws one by one. That island floating in the sky is a school? No, wait, how can an island even float in the sky in the first place? Compared to that, Sidon is like a sand castle, a scene that vividly demonstrated the gap between the demon realm and the human realm. Human technology had long since surpassed that of the demons. Even Fran, a member of the 7 deadly sins, couldn't help but be impressed, so any further explanation would be unnecessary. What in the world is that? I could sense the trembling in Fran's voice. I answered her simply, it's a school. A school that teaches humans, the complete opposite of Sidon. Ugh, I can't believe it. Fran looked as if she couldn't quite believe my words. Well, if I were her, I'd have a hard time believing it too. Even I, the one who had personally described it, felt a sense of foreignness as I looked at the Imperial Academy. As I blankly looked up at the Imperial Academy, do we have to go in there? Luna asked, tilting her head, and I shook my head excitedly. There's no need to go in, and we can't even if we wanted to. Why can't you go in? Look at the Imperial Academy again. Huh. When I pointed at the Imperial Academy, Luna narrowed her eyes and looked up again. I added an explanation. If you look closely, you'll see a barrier. Yeah, I see it. There was a transparent dome-shaped barrier around the Imperial Academy. That's a kind of defensive barrier created by human mages, and it has a durability that even dragons can't destroy. No matter how much we combine our strength, we won't be able to make a single scratch on it. In addition, if we can't ride a flying carriage to the Imperial Academy, we can't even approach the barrier. It meant that for us now, it was impossible to attack the Imperial Academy no matter what method we used. I could go in if I used position exchange, but what would I do if I entered the Imperial Academy alone? I would immediately be slaughtered by the protagonist's party. So we have to wait for the target to come down to the ground. Luna's expression turned pale at my explanation. Even dragons can't destroy it. Just because the Imperial Academy's barrier is strong doesn't mean their skin is tough too. That's right. Luna looked terrified. I said that to try to ease her tension in my own way. Anyway, let's move for now. I called the students together, and I gave them a brief explanation of the plan going forward. On the map, we are here. I spread out the map idea had given me and pointed to, and diagonally from that was, I pointed to the symbol. This means the Imperial Academy, so is to the right based on, and the most important outdoor class location for the Imperial Academy students. The symbol, which meant the target, was to the left of. It meant that we just had to walk to the opposite side of the Imperial Academy. The destination is this way. Do you all understand? Yeah, I understand. Let's go. In fact, there was nothing to understand because all we had to do was walk in the direction. There's no need for any further explanation. Then let's depart. Swish dash. I hoisted my bag and took the lead. The students began to follow behind me. As I and the students walked towards the X on the map dash, I felt a piercing gaze from behind. An enemy. Surely an enemy wouldn't send such an obvious gaze, but just in case, I looked back warily. I glanced back subtly, trying not to show it, and easily noticed the identity of the gaze. Tisk. I clicked my tongue without realizing it. It wasn't an enemy, but it wasn't exactly an ally either. That guy was glaring at me. Samuel followed behind me with a very displeased look. Why did that guy come all the way here with such a sharp expression? Tisk. I clicked my tongue inwardly. I didn't like it, but I couldn't help it. For now, I had no choice but to flatter him and stroke his ego. I'll just endure it this time. I barely managed to suppress my anger. Samuel had to play the most important role in this operation. There was quite a lot that he had to do in the plan I had set up. Search, reconnaissance, and even combat. And he even had to take care of combat. I was originally going to do it myself, but I quickly changed my mind and decided to leave it to Samuel. I have to admit what I have to admit. Samuel has outstanding talent in magic and handling mana. His talent easily surpasses mine. In fact, it would be difficult to find a student in Sidon who is more talented than Samuel when it comes to magic. If I had to name one, it would be the next Demon King, Diana. That's how high-ranking he is. Whether I like it or not, I can't stop Samuel. At least not in the current situation. That's why. Clack dash. I stopped walking and turned around to extend my hand out to Samuel. Samuel narrowed his brow thinly at my actions. His gaze seemed to be asking what I was up to. I shrugged. I know that Mr. Samuel hates me. I don't like you either. Suddenly, Samuel looked bewildered. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position XCHE. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. I continued speaking without paying him any mind. But this time, we have to join forces. Why would I with the likes of you? Otherwise, I cut off Samuel, who was about to refuse. Everyone here will die. What? Humans are not such easy opponents that we can defeat without joining forces. Surely you can't be unaware of that? Samuel shut his mouth, unable to answer my pressing question. Of course, he knows. He must know better than anyone how strong humans are. Because his family was destroyed by humans. Damn, bastard. I'll take that as a compliment. I smiled in response to Samuel, who was cursing me. Then Samuel hit the back of my hand. This is the only time. I'm glad you've come to your senses. He was just acting tough since he was going to accept anyway. When I smiled, Samuel looked even more upset and turned his head away. I had achieved my goal. I could let that much slide. Now that I had Samuel's cooperation, all I had to do was find the destination. This is definitely the place. It was certain that the place we were in was near the enemy's territory. That was when I looked around. President. A student's urgent voice. He looked like he had found something. I approached him in one stride. Did you find something? Oh, over there. I followed the direction the student was pointing. Then I found a door floating among the trees. That was the entrance to the artificial secret realm. Inside was the place where the students of the Imperial Academy had their outdoor classes. Good work. I lightly praised the student who had found the door, certain that it was the right destination. It was the exact location on the map, and it looked exactly as I had described it. The students and I headed towards the door. And I explained. This door is connected to a secret realm created by humans. We're going to enter this secret realm now. Isn't it dangerous if it's a secret realm? Luna asked, sounding worried. Luna asked as if she was worried. I shook my head. It won't be as dangerous as you think. I'll pay special attention in case of an emergency, so you don't have to worry. If that's the case. When I emphasized my words, Luna stepped back, convinced. In reality, I knew all the traps inside the secret realm. Since I designed the secret realm myself, it would be strange if I didn't know. The difficulty of this secret realm was intermediate to advanced. It was the same difficulty as the secret realm that I had conquered with Renee. Even then, the two of us had conquered it without difficulty. Although we did use the cheap trick of position exchange and /o/vel/b/in.c//om. Even considering that, it was definitely not a difficult secret realm. Of course, it could be quite threatening to ordinary students. But with me and Samuel, it would be more difficult to get hurt. Furthermore, since I was well acquainted with all the traps and monsters inside the secret realm, all I had to do was enter. Or so it was. Some student passed me by and grabbed the door handle. However, what the heck? Why won't it open? Clank dash. Clank dash. No matter how much he pulled on the door handle, the door wouldn't open. Moreover, aik. The student who had been pulling on the door screamed and rolled on the floor. The device built into the door had been activated. Watching the student writhing on the floor, I clicked my tongue inwardly in pity. He got electrocuted. That door was designed so that only the Imperial Academy instructors could open it. To try to pull it open without taking any precautions. It was his own fault that he ended up like that. Even if it was me, there wasn't a particularly good solution. The person who could solve this predicament was. Why are you looking at me? Mr. Samuel, you'll have to step in. TCH. When I spoke while staring at him fixedly, Samuel clicked his tongue and walked up to the door. Then he put his palm on the door and began to pour in mana. He was trying to force open the entrance to the secret realm. What kind of bastard can't even do something like this and is the class president? Samuel grumbled, but he obediently listened to my request. Now, it seemed like I was getting to know his personality a little bit. It was the moment when I was lost in a strange emotion, staring at Samuel's back. Step back. Samuel's solemn warning. At this, I and the students took a step back. Clank dash. At the same time as the sound of a lock being released rang out. Thud dash. The door began to open. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. The entrance to the secret realm opened. I left the hesitating students behind and strode forward. There were no traps set up by the entrance. It's okay to come in. Only when I waved my hand from inside the secret realm did the students start to move. Soon, all the students entered the secret realm.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Fran looked around and exclaimed in admiration. It's bigger than I thought. Of course. The secret realm is a place where all the students of a class take the test. Oh, I see. Fran nodded as if she understood my explanation. However, she looked as if she didn't understand which class was taking the test. I guess I don't have to explain it to her. Anyway, Fran wouldn't understand what I said with that head of hers. Thud, thud. Like that, the students began to walk through the secret realm with me in the lead. That was when. I have a question. Samuel asked a question. It would take a while to get to the place I wanted to go, so I decided to answer his question. Go ahead. If this secret realm is a place for testing, as you said, then it must be full of monsters and traps, right? I was impressed inwardly. Samuel seemed to have doubted my decision. I could guess what he was trying to ask. Are you asking why I didn't wait outside and came into the secret realm? Yeah, it would be better to set up a formation outside if you're going to deal with humans. Oh, I see. Fran nodded again as if she understood. She looks a little pitiful like this. I looked at her with a regretful gaze and said, Miss Fran, it would be better for you to just listen to our conversation quietly. For both of us. It's okay, Fran. Cheer up. Luna comforted the depressed Fran. But Fran just pouted her lips even more. I left the two of them behind and answered Samuel's question. You're not wrong. As Mr. Samuel said, if we were to launch a surprise attack, the best time would be right after the test when the humans are exhausted and relaxed. The problem that Samuel raised is this. The secret realm for the test is a place where the students of the Imperial Academy will face demons and traps. Wouldn't it be better to attack when the humans are exhausted? However, he was puzzled because we had entered the secret realm even though the Imperial Academy students hadn't arrived yet. Because we had entered the secret realm first, we would have to deal with the monsters and traps that the human students were supposed to face. Of course, there was a reason. There is a reason why I insisted on entering the secret realm. There are as many as 3 of them. First, I know all the ways to avoid the traps without touching them. Then the humans will be hit by all the traps as planned and suffer damage. I also had no intention of digging up the traps, which are one of the weapons that can incapacitate humans. Rather, what if we set up more traps? And the second is, anyway, we will go back outside before the humans come. We will not stay in the secret realm for long. I plan to enter again when the students of the Imperial Academy enter the secret realm. Samuel frowned at my explanation and asked. Then there was no need to enter the secret realm. Samuel's point was not off the mark. I knew he would ask that question. Don't laugh when I'm annoyed. Samuel immediately frowned and rebuked me. It's unexpectedly fun to tease him. But I didn't want to tease him anymore because Samuel might not be able to hold back his anger. So I obediently explained. Where do you think this is? Isn't it a secret realm owned by the Imperial Academy? Samuel wondered why I was asking something he already knew. I smiled and affirmed Samuel's answer. That's right. This is a secret realm. I looked at Samuel with a smile, who still seemed to not understand. What is in the secret realm? Samuel was lost in thought and touched his chin with his hand. His pupils soon began to tremble. He must have figured out what I was going to say. This secret realm was created so that humans could figure out how to successfully raid the secret realms that remain in the demon realm. I see. Secret realm. This is a type of vault created by the prestigious clans of the demon realm to store something. That thing commonly exists in secret realms that occur naturally as well. Do you need further explanation? No, I understand. That's what you were after. Samuel quickly grasped the true intention of my presence here. The thing in the secret realm. Of course, it would be treasure, wouldn't it? Well, since it's a secret realm made for first-year students, the quality of the treasure is bound to be low, but it wouldn't hurt to obtain it. I agree with that. Samuel agreed with my words. However, there was a lie in what I said to Samuel. That is, the treasure in this secret realm is absolutely not low quality. It was an artifact, no less. In the case of a low-level secret realm, there is often no reward at all, or if there is, it's usually just gold coins. So, wouldn't it be a profitable deal if you could obtain an artifact with just a little effort? That doesn't mean I'm going to touch the traps or structure of the secret realm. I just plan to use a shortcut to extract only the reward. In the process, the students of Satan will be able to familiarize themselves with the interior of this secret realm. It's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Also, the artifact we need the most, who have to camp in the forest for several days, exists here. I was picturing the artifact I would soon obtain in my head when, creak dash. I stopped walking and stood still. The students also stopped and stared ahead. A fork in the road. Samuel muttered. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. As he said, a total of 6 paths were spread out. Fran placed her hand on her chin and pondered n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Which way should we go? You shouldn't go anyway. I firmly denied, as I started walking. None of the 6 paths were the correct answer. To be precise, all the paths were filled with traps and monsters. Therefore, my steps were directed towards a completely different direction from the front where those paths existed. The side. I headed towards the wall where there was no path. Samuel scoffed, looking bewildered. Can't you even see properly? There's no path there. Samuel, who had been mumbling, couldn't continue his words any further. Why? Thud dash. As I pushed a certain part of the wall surface, a small rectangular wall, just big enough for an adult male to pass through, began to rotate as if it were a lie. This was the shortcut. It's a path that was created for the students who conquer the secret passage and return to the room at the end to use. I thought it would be used at this time. I praised myself for including such a setting. I looked at the rotating wall and turned around, beckoning. Follow me? The blank expressions on the students' faces were quite funny. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We've successfully cleared it. Can we even call this clearing it? Luna muttered as if she couldn't believe it. As she said, it was ambiguous to call it clearing. Well, what do you think? I made a satisfied smile and stared ahead. A widely spread out space. There was a single chest in front of it. And in front of that, the words 1st place were written in a clear font on a piece of paper. It meant a present for first place. The problem was that the first place wasn't the students of the Imperial Academy, but the students of Sidon. It was when I was sneering. By the way, what's in that chest that you told us to come here for? Fran asked, staring at the chest. I don't know either. This is my first time here too, so how would I know? That's true. When I kept my mouth shut, Fran nodded as if he understood. Let's just open the chest for now. I reached my hand out towards the chest. Clank dash. As I opened the chest, the contents were revealed. It looks quite unimpressive. Fran exclaimed as I was about to admire the artifact I had newly acquired. However, it was something I couldn't refute. The thing that existed inside the chest. A water flask and a sandbag? What the hell are we supposed to do with something like that? They have their uses. Well, not everything she said was wrong. To briefly explain these artifacts, they could be considered improved versions of sandbags and a water flask. The sandbags were indeed useless in the current situation, but the sandbags may seem useless, but the water flask seems like it could be used effectively. And it doesn't look like an ordinary water flask. Even if the water flask isn't ordinary, what are we going to use it for? Don't we already have water flask we brought from the demon realm? She was being awfully nitpicky. I narrowed my eyes at Fran, who was pecking at me. Of course, the sandbags were trash. I had no intention of denying that, but this water flask was more useful than any other artifact for us right now. Let's open the lid of the water flask for a moment. This water flask was special. Despite being only the size of an adult man's fist, the amount of water it could hold easily exceeded 200 liters. Glug, glug dash. As I tilted the water flask upside down, water began to pour out. The students still looked indifferent. However, when the water from the water flask started flowing endlessly, everyone's eyes widened. This should be enough. With just this water flask, there's no need to take risks and wander outside to find water. It is useful. Fran acknowledged that it was a decent artifact but still looked displeased. It wasn't hard to understand. This water flask and sandbags were artifacts created by the Imperial Academy to encourage their students to train harder. So, there was no way they would be artifacts with lethal power. Rather, it was Sidon who was strange for handing out artifacts meant for killing humans efficiently. Swish dash. I packed the water flask and sandbags into my bag. We've taken what we need, so let's head out. Before that, take some time to look around. This is where the battle will take place. Only then did the students begin to explore the secret realm. After thoroughly examining the interior of the secret realm, we exited the secret realm. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Talos Fanboy for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on KO-Fi. Let's assign roles. Right after escaping from the secret realm, I gathered Fran and Samuel in one place and brought up the subject. I would like for Mr. Samuel to take on the role of scout. Why should I do that? Samuel looked displeased. That was understandable since the role of the scout was both dangerous and annoying. The role of the scout was to hover around the vicinity of the Imperial Academy alone and check when the humans would arrive. However, you are the only suitable candidate. Why? Isn't that something you should do? No, Mr. Samuel should take on the role. I remained firm. There was one reason why I insisted on Samuel taking on the role of scout. As the class president, I needed to observe the situation and command the students from their side during the initial stages of the battle. Other than me, Samuel was the only one who could perfectly utilize the art of stealth. His magical talent was superior to anyone else's, and the art of stealth was no exception. Samuel was the most suitable candidate for the role of scout more than anyone else. Please, I trust in your abilities. All right. At my earnest request, Samuel reluctantly nodded his head as a sign of acceptance. With this, Samuel would be in charge of both scouting and combat. Somehow, he seemed to be in a good mood. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised without a trace. Did he want to take on the role of scout? It wasn't unreasonable to think that. Samuel, who had never shown me anything but a sneer before. That was why his appearance was so unfamiliar. It's not a bad sign. I put my curiosity behind me and spoke softly to Samuel. That doesn't mean you'll be taking on the role of scout alone. Then, are other students going besides me? No, there was someone else who would take on the role of scout. It just wasn't a student. I rummaged through my backpack and pulled out something wrapped in cloth. Flinch dash. Samuel's eyebrows furrowed slightly as it wriggled. It's something I've worked very hard to tame, I said with pride. That's right. The fruit of my labor had finally come to fruition. Chirp! A single bird emerged from the cloth. It looked around blankly as if it didn't understand what was going on. Fran, who had been staring at the bird, exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that a falcon? And it's an information falcon that's known for its excellent information gathering abilities. I think you're right. I don't know the exact species of this bird, but judging from the word information in front of it, I think you're right. Chirp! The information falcon cried out in confusion as the three of us stared at it. The guy was a bird that Ares had sent to spy on me. I noticed that Ares had sent it and given it candy and snacks little by little, and before I knew it, it had become like this. Chirp! Chirp! The guy rubbed his cheek against the back of my hand when I reached out my hand. After several months of feeding it finely crushed candies, it had come to completely follow me like a friend. Now, it didn't feel any resistance to my touch and even acted friendly, so I had grabbed the opportunity and brought it all the way to the human world. However, it wasn't completely mine.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. It's a bird that Instructor Ares raised, but I borrowed it this time. We became quite close, so I even gave it a name. The name is Siho, Vision Bird. It meant bird that sees. I don't think Instructor Ares has any reason to be nice to you. Samuel presented a sharp deduction, but I ignored it neatly. And I spread my mana to check who the information falcon was connected to. As expected, the line has been cut off. Before, I could confirm that it was connected to Ares, but now it wasn't connected to anyone. It wasn't that Siho had betrayed Ares or anything like that. The connection was simply severed because we had crossed from the demon realm to the human world. So, I could use it for now. Dash. I manifested my mana and slowly poured it into Siho. The guy, who seemed to be in a state of confusion for a moment, looked up at me. It felt like it was assessing me, whether it was okay to help me, whether I was worthy of being acknowledged as its master, even for a short while. It was probably considering such things. Like master, like bird, I guess. Siho also seemed to be quite suspicious. If it were an ordinary animal, it would have been very easy to tame. Even after becoming this friendly, it still didn't recognize me as its master. It was at that moment that I felt like giving up. Ping dash. At the same time, as something felt like it was being stabbed, my mind was struck. My vision began to expand. It's clear that my eyes can only perceive one scene, but another scene was added on top of it. I realized that the scene was the view that the Siho was seeing. Chirp! The Siho flapped its wings. It seemed to be trying to comfort me, thinking that I was upset. I wasn't particularly angry. Rather, I felt grateful that it was trying to help me even now. However, I can't just accept its nonsense. The Siho should accompany Samuel for the time being, not me. Siho, you should go with that man for the time being. Chirp. The Siho glanced at Samuel. The guy growled as if he was displeased with something, but at my resolute appearance, it settled on top of Samuel's head. At this, Samuel frowned. Get down, you little pest. As befitting the descendant of the 7 deadly sins, Samuel doesn't tolerate anything on his head, even if it's an animal. However, the Siho seemed to like being on Samuel's head. Chirp. This guy. Samuel made a ferocious expression, but he didn't kick the Siho off. He just reluctantly lowered his head and let out a deep sigh. Swish dash. Then, as if he was going to stroke the Siho, he reached out his arm. Fwoosh dash. Chirp. The Siho dodged Samuel's hand by taking a step back. It was at that moment that Samuel's expression froze in surprise. Pecking. The Siho pecked at the top of Samuel's head with its beak. Since the Siho specializes in gathering information, there's no way it would hurt Samuel's body. Ugh. Samuel seemed to have suffered a mental wound. Wow, they're getting along well. Samuel and the Siho seemed to be a good match, so it seemed like the right choice to put the two of them together. I don't know if they'll think that way, though, I said, a smile playing on my lips. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Mr. Samuel, you can protect Siho, and Siho can report its findings to me. All right. As the saying goes, you can't spit on a smiling face. Samuel had a gloomy expression, but he clicked his tongue and nodded in agreement. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ugh. Anyway, now all that remained was to assign Fran's role. The other students would all be assigned to deal with the human students in the secret realm anyway. Fran would have to command the students while I was away. I couldn't trust her enough to leave her in charge of the Class A students, but she could at least buy me some time while I was gone. Ms. Fran, I'd like you to command the students while I'm away. Your ability is charm, correct? That is correct. Fran nodded obediently. It seemed she had no intention of hiding it in the first place. Fran had tried to cast charm on me since the beginning of the semester, but for some reason, she had never succeeded. I didn't know it at the time, but I came to understand it naturally as time went on. It was because there were several students who were fanatically devoted to Fran. And if it was the Lust family, nothing else came to mind. I can make my allies stronger for a while by charming them, but for some reason, it doesn't work on you. Isn't it because Ms. Fran's charm is lacking? Me lacking charm? That's impossible. Of course. Nov, L, B / JNN. I continued my expression of pity. Anyway, Ms. Fran, I want you to lead the students when I'm gone. I understand. But why will you be gone? I opened my mouth to answer her question, my expression suddenly grim. When the students from the Imperial Academy come here, the instructors will come with them. I plan to deal with those instructors. Is that possible? Even for you, a human instructor would be troublesome. Samuel knew the strength of a powerful human, so he showed signs of worry. Are you worried about me right now? I guess you've lived long enough to see everything. Just die. Samuel gave me a cold look at my ridiculous question. I waved my hand and said, I was just kidding. Well, that's if the instructor comes. If they don't, I'll just help you guys deal with the Imperial Academy students. In fact, he will definitely come. No, he has to come. In order to increase the total amount of mana. Anyway, our roles have all been decided. Mr. Samuel will do the reconnaissance, Ms. Fran will command the battle, and I'll take care of the instructor. Let's do that. Good. Chirp. Fran and Samuel nodded with determined expressions, and the Siho flapped its wings. Then what should we do from now on? Fran asked, tilting her head. I didn't answer and thought for a moment. I thought about finding the instructor's secret location, but I quickly dismissed the idea. It's best to follow the instructor. Even if I find the secret location, it's a place that only the instructor can enter. It's a place where light doesn't reach, so I can't use spatial exchange. The device installed by the instructor could be activated to kill the intruder. Then, let's eat something. I said eat, but it's all the unidentified black jelly that idea gave me. If we don't eat even this, we'll starve to death before the battle. Let's do that. As Fran and I left our seats and headed towards the students, Samuel, who was behind us, shouted, Am I not going with you guys? Huh. I looked back at Samuel with my eyes wide open. Samuel hesitated as if he were taken aback by my reaction. Don't you have something to do now, Mr. Samuel? Something to do? Samuel tilted his head. I said, sounding dumbfounded. Of course, you have to check if there are any classes coming to the outdoor training ground from the Imperial Academy, right? Then, good luck. I left after leaving words of encouragement. Samuel was left alone like that. Chirp? As if to comfort him, the Siho chirped. Only you? Just as Samuel was about to wipe his teary eyes and pet Siho. Peck, peck. Siho started pecking at the top of the lonely Samuel's head. Samuel realized that this was the feeling of despair. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to at Talos Fanboy for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier and at Frozen Diagon for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on KO-Fi. A day passed. We camped near the secret realm and got up in the morning. After getting up, we had a light meal. And a little while later, ugh. Fran began to gag. Not only her, but most of the students were frowning, unable to adapt to the taste of the black jelly. On the other hand, the half-demons and the students from poor backgrounds were eating it just fine. As expected of those from noble families. Looking at them, I clucked my tongue and swallowed the unidentified black jelly. And I slowly savored the taste. It tastes like ground-up earthworm droppings. However, demons were creatures of adaptation. At first, I reacted the same way as Fran, but as I ate it, I began to adapt. Even if I couldn't adapt, I'd have to eat it anyway. Nutrient intake is essential. Nov.b//JNN. It is even more important in a wartime situation like this. Although the taste was terrible, I couldn't help it since it was difficult to obtain ingredients. It's not that I didn't think about hunting for berries or mountain beasts. At least I'd be able to get decent food rather than this jelly. However, it's dangerous to leave the vicinity of the secret realm. This place was enemy territory. I might encounter a human instructor or student wandering the mountain. I must avoid such a situation. It's not something I can afford to do before I come face to face with my target. And what I'm most worried about is the twisted future. I sent false information to the Imperial Academy through Kyle's information transmission device. In return, the Imperial Academy must be thoroughly searching the area around the school. This place was quite a distance away from the Imperial Academy, so the search wouldn't reach here, but it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. So let's just put up with it for a few days. Munch, munch. Ugh. My body is reacting in disgust. No matter how much I remind myself of the importance of this mission, it's not easy to suppress my nausea. But, why are you looking at me? Luna, her cheeks puffed out, was chewing on the black jelly. It seemed that she had no resistance to eating jelly. What on earth did she eat when she was young to be able to eat something like this without batting an eye? For some reason, I felt sorry for Luna and trailed off. It's nothing. It's bland, but if it's hard to eat, should I give you some jerky? Luna asked, shaking the jerky she had brought from the demon realm. I had firmly told her not to bring anything useless because she had to reduce her luggage as much as possible. Still, thanks to Luna's jerky on the train, I was able to sort out the situation quickly, so I decided to turn a blind eye just this once. I gently expressed my refusal. No, the other students can't eat either, so I can't eat. Maybe our food will run out, so please save it until then. When I see you like this, Adele, you seem kinder than I thought. I've always been kind. I narrowed my eyes. It was not acceptable for her to slander me like this just because my expression was sinister. Rather than that, I wonder if Samuel is doing well. Suddenly, I wondered what Samuel, who was near the Imperial Academy with Siho, was doing. Woo dash. As I manifested my mana, I synchronized with Siho's vision. Let's take a look. I couldn't hear the voice through Siho, but I could guess what Samuel was saying through the shape of his mouth. Saw dash. Soon, Siho's vision was revealed. Siho seemed to have come down from Samuel's head and sat next to him so that I could observe the situation easily. Samuel was climbing on a thin branch. It was a feat possible because of his small stature. I took my eyes off Samuel and looked around. It's even more enormous when you see it up close. An exclamation came out of my mouth, which had opened without me knowing. Samuel was at the entrance of the forest. That meant he was very close to the Imperial Academy. It was an area where he could be discovered by humans and be in danger, but that's why Samuel's excellent stealth skills shone even brighter. Even wild animals and birds with excellent senses passed by Samuel without noticing his presence. I looked around the Imperial Academy along the path of Siho with a sense of relief. Modern buildings that had developed like a futuristic city and verdant trees that were in harmony with them. The vast island was floating in the air, trapped in a thin, dome-shaped barrier that was harder than anything else. Is that where the original story takes place? I groaned with a strange feeling. If I wasn't in this body, but one of the supporting characters of the protagonist, I would have lived in that place. A situation where I would have become close with those guys who were clearly described as good characters. It was the moment when I was chewing on my thoughts, wondering if this was the right thing to do. Rustle dash. I turned my gaze as I heard the sound of Samuel moving. It tastes like a cockroach. Nom, nom. Samuel was eating black jelly because he was hungry. Was it because he grew up poor after his family was destroyed? Samuel was consuming black jelly more proficiently than the other students. At that moment, Samuel, who had been engrossed in his meal, pulled off a part of the jelly and offered it to Siho. Do you want one? Wiggle, wiggle. His vision spun violently from side to side. Siho was showing extreme resistance to Samuel's offer. Well, I would have done the same. It tastes like something that even the smallest creature would reject. Now I'm curious about what this jelly is made of. Anyway, thud dash. Since there was still no movement from the Imperial Academy, I ended my connection with Siho. Then I turned my head and gave an order to the students. If you're done eating, please put your masks back on. And please use your stealth magic while conserving as much mana as possible. Yes, the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Masks enchanted with perception reduction magic. Wearing these would prevent humans from recognizing us and guessing our identities. Rustle dash. As the students who had finished eating were putting on their masks one by one, suddenly, a masked girl approached me and reached out her hand. I narrowed my eyes and scanned her whole body. Her shoulders were trembling pitifully. Who is she? I thought, and then I noticed her blue hair fluttering in the wind and realized it was Fran. Fortunately, even when we were wearing masks, only our faces were obscured, not our bodies' other distinguishing features. Fran pleaded with me in a parched voice. Please, give me some water. I understand. I took out the water bottle I had gotten from the dungeon and handed it to Fran. Although the jerky that Luna had brought was in short supply and couldn't be shared with all the students, we had more than enough drinking water. Not enough to wash our bodies, but enough for all the students to drink for 5 days. Please don't put your mouth on it and drink. The other students need to drink too. I will do as you say. Gulp, gulp. Fran nodded and began to drink the water. Fran breathed out after drinking water for dozens of seconds. I feel alive again. If you're done, please hand it over. It looks like the others want to drink, too. Don't rush me, here you go. Thud dash. I took the water flask from Fran and handed it to another student. That student also drank the water and then handed the water bottle to another student, and the action was repeated several times. Everyone had drunk enough water to be satisfied. If we had gone looking for a stream to get drinking water, we would have wasted a lot of time and energy. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. We might have even run into humans in the process. I asked Fran with a raised eyebrow. What do you think? Isn't it a pretty useful artifact? It is indeed useful. A water flask that can provide water for dozens of people. Fran nodded as if to admit it, but still complained. It doesn't seem like a very good reward for a dungeon, but I will admit that it is useful. Oh, boy, she's going to be like this until the end. But I could understand where Fran was coming from, so I kept my mouth shut instead of arguing. She had only seen secret realms in the demon realm. It would be strange if she wasn't curious about the secret realms of the human world. But the first artifact she obtained from conquering a human world secret realm was just a water flask and sandbags, so she was grumbling. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Just bear with it, bear with it. I let out a sigh and activated my mana again. I wanted to check what was happening from Samuel's perspective since we had all finished eating. The moment I synchronized with Siho dash, my eyes widened. Something was descending from the Imperial Academy. I widened my eyes further to observe the scene clearly. Then, the dot in my vision zoomed in. What an imposing sight. What was descending from the Imperial Academy to the ground was a golden carriage, which one had to ride to go up or down to the Imperial Academy. A carriage that scattered bright yellow sparks of gold everywhere, showing off. Its appearance was so blinding that it was like the sun. Furthermore, what was pulling it was none other than 2 brown horses with flames for manes. Their harmonious figures looked like a scene from a myth. Samuel, who was watching the scene with Siho, must have also felt that it was extraordinary because he was staring at the carriage reaching the ground with a hardened expression. I felt troubled by that expression. I can't convey my words here, so this is driving me crazy. Siho could share its vision, but it couldn't transmit voices. I could only watch. I could roughly guess what Samuel was saying by looking at the shape of his mouth, but even that wasn't accurate. Furthermore, it was completely impossible to convey what I wanted to say. This is difficult. I had to tell Samuel when to leave his seat and come this way. However, there was no way to tell him, so I had no choice but to hope that Samuel would leave his seat at the right time. It's still okay for now. For now, the bastards hadn't approached close enough to sense Samuel's presence yet. That was when I anxiously watched Samuel. Thud. Before I knew it, the golden carriage had landed on the ground. The place where they landed was a short distance away from Samuel. It was quite a distance, but if I looked very closely, I could infer the shape of their mouths. And in the carriage, the human students of the Imperial Academy and the instructor leading them emerged. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Talos Fanboy for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on KO-Fi. Among the students of the Imperial Academy who began to disembark from the carriage, I focused my gaze on a single figure. My first target. He was Basiha, an instructor at the Imperial Academy who had reached the 5th Circle Realm. A wind-type mage, who had green hair. He wore a magnificent uniform with an eagle-shaped brooch symbolizing the Empire. It was an outfit befitting an instructor of the Imperial Academy. He was also that strong. The realm of the 5th Circle. It was the highest realm that a talented mage could reach. Only those who had achieved extreme enlightenment among talented mages could reach 6th Circle or higher, and 8th Circle or higher, are those who left their mark on the history of magic. Such mages only appeared in history or legends. Of course, among the protagonist's party, there were monsters who broke through the wall of the 8th circle. Kyle's younger sister, Ray, who had been working as a spy, was a prime example. However, in the current situation, there were only a handful of people who had reached the 8th circle. The head of one of the 6 families, the master of a famous magical family. If there was Lysian, the headmaster of Sidon, in the demon realm, then her nemesis must also exist in the human world. However, it would still be a long time before those two forces came to the forefront. That also meant that the Imperial Academy was not yet strong enough to overwhelm Sidon's forces. It's also proof that I have a chance of winning. Bisaha was a powerful wizard, but he was ultimately someone who had not overcome the wall of the 5th circle. On the other hand, I had a track record of defeating Kyle, a 3rd circle wizard, as if he were nothing. Of course, there was a gap between the 3rd circle and the 5th circle that was like the beginning and end of the continent. However, Bisaha is not a mage specializing in combat, but a mage specializing in theory n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. For example, it was similar to Robolt's constitution. It was true that he was also a wizard who had reached a level that was second to none in the demon realm. However, if I were to face him one-on-one right now, I wouldn't be able to guarantee a perfect victory. It meant that I could win 2 or 3 times out of 10. If Bisaha is 1 level higher than Robolt, then my chances of winning would be slim. I had a reason to defeat Bisaha, even at the risk of my own death. The reason is, swish. I shifted my gaze. Among the human students who had begun to disembark from the carriage, there was one who exuded an unusually strong presence. With golden hair that seemed to hold the sun and copper-colored skin that contrasted with it. The guy was laughing uproariously, flanked by female students on either side. A giant hammer was strapped to his back. Finally, my expression hardened with a feeling that made my insides tremble. Was this excitement from seeing one of the main characters that I had written myself? Or was it tension from knowing the strength of the guy I would be facing in the future? I didn't know exactly, but one thing was for sure. He would be the strongest guy I had ever faced. Also, in a way, you could say this guy is the enemy of this body. The male student with golden hair and copper-colored skin was a figure from the Leon Duke family, one of the 6 human world families. He was also a member of the family that had dispatched the knights to kill me, the descendant of Arsene. In a way, he was the starting point that made me decide to head to the demon world. I looked at him with eyes filled with mixed emotions. Leon Tyrius, a member of the Leon Duke family and one of the main characters, a figure who would proudly make his name known in the flow of the main scenario, a guy stronger than the 5th circle magician Bisaha at this point in time. If he joined forces with Bisaha to attack me or the students, everyone would die. In the original, Leon Tyrius killed everyone by himself, actually. On the one hand, I thought it might be dangerous to leave my post to kill Bisaha in that situation. On the other hand, I also thought it was worth a try since I knew his personality. Tyrius was late to join the ranks because he was making a bet with a female student in the original. It was about Tyrius, a womanizer, and the class president, making a bet with the vice president to become his woman. A bet to see who could clear the secret realm first. The vice president, who had always disliked Tyrius, accepted his bet. She gave him a penalty of stepping down as class president and not talking to female students during his school years. However, since Tyrius's strength was far superior, so he received a penalty of having to start 30 minutes late. And so, 30 minutes later, Tyrius saved the human students and the vice president, who had been cornered by the students of Sidon. That became the reason why she joined the ranks of his harem. It was like the typical story of a character who appears as a supporting character in a shonen manga. Thanks to that, I have 30 minutes to spare. To be exact, I had about 40 minutes until Tyrius moved to the end of the secret realm. During that time, I had to kill Bisaha, obtain the elixir, and join up with Sidon's students. Will the children be able to hold out until then? It can't be helped. Even if I put the elixir aside, if Bisaha joins Tyrius, something will happen that even Samuel and I can't handle if we join forces. That was the moment. Swish. Samuel raised his body. As the students of the Imperial Academy gradually approached him, he was about to leave his seat. Fortunately, Samuel had the ability to judge for himself without me having to tell him directly. I sighed in relief and spoke to the students behind me. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. You need to move. What's going on? Fran asked, tilting her head. I nodded with a stern face. Yes, the targets are moving now. Really. I have no reason to lie to you. Mr. Samuel will join us soon. Fran's face darkened as she realized that I was not lying. It's finally starting. Yes. A full-scale war between humans and demons. It was the moment when the signal flare announcing its beginning was fired. I gave the first instruction to the students. Hurry up and erase your traces. We must not let the humans know that we were here. I understand. The students covered the grass where they had been sitting and swept away their footprints with branches. Next was the weapon inspection. The students took out their weapons and checked them for any abnormalities. All preparations are complete. Swish. I muttered as I touched the mask on my face. All that remains is a clash with the humans. I will stay outside the secret realm and deal with the human instructor. You guys go into the secret realm and attack the exhausted human students. Is it true that a human instructor has come here? Yes. When Luna asked in a frightened voice, I nodded my head. He's stronger than Instructor Ares. I can't guarantee victory either. That's impossible. Luna's face turned white at the explanation that he was stronger than Ares. Ares was an instructor who was in the upper ranks of Sidon's instructors. Among the instructors in charge of the first year, Ares was the strongest man, along with Idea. However, it was surprising to hear that a human stronger than him was coming. If she heard that a student stronger than Bisaha was accompanying them, she would faint from surprise n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. While I was dealing with Bisaha alone, the students had to deal with Tyria's. In fact, if the two forces clashed, it would be Sidon's side that couldn't avoid annihilation. The only thing I could believe was that assuming the original story progressed as it should, Tyria's would be late to join. So I had to deal with Bisaha as quickly as possible and join them. Just hold on until then. Well, it was unknown whether I could defeat Tyria's even if I went. It was in the middle of me making a very worried expression. Puck? Siho was flapping its wings and flying towards me. I suddenly felt a sense of relief. Finally, Samuel, who had finished his reconnaissance, returned with Siho. I waved my hand at the two of them. Are you here? Yeah, you must already know that the humans are coming. Yes, I shared Siho's vision. It seems it's time to enter the secret realm. It's really starting. Samuel figured out the situation as soon as he arrived. Sidon's students had already finished preparing to enter the secret realm. Even without that, I was having trouble because I couldn't open the gate since Mr. Samuel didn't come. Didn't you send me by yourself? Grit dash. I changed the subject at Samuel's grinding voice. Please keep Siho, Mr. Samuel. I need to share its vision. I understand. Are you planning on facing the instructor alone like you said yesterday? Yes, it's something I have to do. It won't be easy by yourself. Will you be okay? A worried voice. I shrugged my shoulders at that. I have to do it even if I can't. If the students and instructor over there work together, the probability of winning will decrease significantly. We're students too, but that goes for the humans as well. It was their first real battle, and most of them would be greatly flustered if they were ambushed. There was a world of difference between having an instructor to command them and not having one. Even if that wasn't the case, I had to prevent the two of them from joining forces as long as Tyria's was there. I was simply chosen for that role. After a while, Samuel, who had been staring at me with a strange look in his eyes, opened his mouth. Don't die. I'll try my best. I could have teased him for worrying about me unnecessarily, but the situation was too urgent to joke around. I wiped away my smile for the first time in a long time and nodded with a serious expression before whispering to Samuel. Beware of the human with golden hair and copper-colored skin. Noted. He also seemed to have noticed Tyria's strength, so he listened to my words. Samuel then walked past me and placed his hand on the gate. Click dash. I shall open the entrance to the secret realm. That was the moment. Streams of mana began to emanate from Samuel's hand and manipulate the door to the secret realm. Was it because he had already done it once? Samuel opened the door to the secret realm in just over 10 seconds. Rumble. The secret realm opened with a loud noise. As all of Sidon's students entered the secret realm, the door to the secret realm closed again. Left alone outside, I designate. I extended an arrow towards the tree with the thickest foliage. Move. And after my body settled on the tree, a few minutes passed. The human students and the instructor appeared in my field of vision. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Hidden by my stealth magic, I perched atop the tree, observing the members of the Imperial Academy. Today's outdoor lesson is a raid on the secret realm, as you all know. I won't go into detail. Bisaha opened his mouth after gathering the human students together. The team that successfully raids the secret realm first will be given a precious gift. So do your best. Yes. The students of the Imperial Institute replied with lively smiles. The atmosphere was in stark contrast to the students of Sidon, who were always in high spirits and brimming with murderous intent. They attended school to pursue socialization and their own growth. On the other hand, the students of Sidon were trained solely as pawns for war, so the atmosphere couldn't be helped. But in the end, it was the students of Sidon who lost. And miserably at that. With that, I felt a sense of bitterness, and focused my gaze on two human students. Hey, Sylvia. Tyrias put his arm on the shoulder of the girl called Sylvia and smiled sadly. Sylvia narrowed her brow and nervously pushed Tyrias's arm away. I won't be able to see your dirty appearance anymore after today. Prepare to receive the price of the bet. I thought it was said that Sylvia would become mine. Tyrias laughed mockingly. It was as expected, but my brows furrowed as I watched him. When the students of Sidon were barely making it through the midterm exams, that guy was in the middle of a love play. However, the students of Sidon couldn't defeat that guy, because I made it that way. I felt a gritty sensation as if sand had gotten into my mouth. Now that I had confirmed that the bastard was in the same state as the original, I had no reason to watch over him, nor did I want to. I turned my head and focused on Bisaha's actions. Bisaha, who had finished explaining to the students, gave an order. Then everyone, enter the secret realm. At Bisaha's words, the students began to enter the secret realm one by one. Tyrias and Sylvia followed behind them. I'll start raiding in 30 minutes, so do your best. Well, you'll be my woman either way. That will never happen, so wake up from your dream. Hehe, I wonder about that. Tyrius let out a sinister laugh. Nov.l.b//JNN. The original was supposed to depict a refreshing male character, but the result was a disgusting sight that only preyed on women. My cheeks were burning. The one who cut off that filthy sight was none other than Bisaha. Hurry up and go in. Yes, I understand. I apologize. At Bisaha's urging, the two reacted differently and were pushed forward as if being shoved. That's how Tyrius and the human students all entered the secret realm. Thud dash. The door to the artificial secret realm closed. I carefully observed the man left alone outside, Bisaha. If he moved, I would follow. That's what I was thinking when. Are they all gone? Bisaha muttered to himself. Whoosh, whoosh. Then Bisaha began to look around cautiously as if checking for anyone nearby. Suddenly, I noticed mana condensing on Bisaha's hand. I was familiar with mana imbued with magic power, so I instinctively felt the foreignness of the mana that humans handled. He intends to spread out his mana to sense if anyone is around. My actions were carried out as soon as I made my judgment. I immediately spread out my arrow. Designation. I set a leaf as far away from Bisaha as possible as my target. And just before the mana condensed on Bisaha's hand spread out. Move dash. I barely managed to relocate to a position beyond Bisaha's detection range. I hung from a tree branch with one hand. That moment. Swoosh. The wind raised by Bisaha came into my sight, shaking the leaves of the tree I had been in. If I had been there, my identity would have been exposed without discovering Bisaha's secret laboratory. Whew. I breathed a sigh of relief and focused on Bisaha's movements. There's no one here. Bisaha muttered in a satisfied tone, judging that there was no one around him. Soon, Bisaha moved from his spot. He was heading to the secret laboratory. I waited for the right moment as I watched him move further and further away. If I followed him right away, Bisaha might notice that he was being tailed. As time flowed by, Bisaha's back became as small as a dot. Only then was I able to put my foot on the tree branch. I looked down at Bisaha with an emotionless gaze. When enough distance was created that Bisaha wouldn't notice my presence. Let's follow him. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. I'm sure someone was here. Bisaha muttered, unable to shake off his anxiety. Even though all the students had definitely entered the secret realm, he felt as if someone was watching him. However, there was no concrete evidence. The surroundings were silent as if to prove that no one was there. There was no sign of anyone, and there were no traces of anyone having been there. Am I just imagining things? Bisaha scratched the side of his head and concluded that there was no one around him. The reason for this was that he couldn't sense Adel's presence. Part of the reason was that Adel had used position exchange to create some distance at the right time, but the main reason was Bisaha's specialized field. If he had been a battle mage, he would have noticed Adel's presence. No, even if he hadn't noticed him, he wouldn't have acted so carelessly, given the feeling that someone was watching him. Ignoring one's instincts in battle was akin to suicide. However, Bisaha was a theory-specialized mage, so he tended to ignore his instincts. Mages didn't become stronger through combat and practical experience like swordsmen, they became stronger solely based on their magical achievements. That was why Bisaha, despite being a fifth circle mage, could not wield his power like other battle mages. Teaching young students is not an easy task. Bisaha muttered weakly as he walked. Originally, he would not have been the one to take charge of the field training alone. If a battle mage instructor or a martial arts instructor had accompanied him, he could have left the students to the instructor and wandered around freely. However, what the hell are the demons doing, suddenly causing a terrorist attack? All they do is make things difficult for people. I should have killed them all. Tisk, tisk. Suddenly, a spy had sent a warning that the demons would attack the third-year dormitory of the Imperial Academy. Naturally, the Imperial Academy did not panic. The Imperial Academy had plenty of powerful individuals who could defend against even the 7 deadly sins of the demon world or the instructors of Sidon. Moreover, the lords of the 7 deadly sins were currently focusing all their efforts on rebuilding their clans, which had been destroyed during the Human-Demon War. Therefore, the Imperial Academy judged that no real powerhouses would come even if the demons really did carry out a terrorist attack. The fact that they were not targeting important figures of the Imperial Academy but rather specific students gave credibility to that opinion. However, it was impossible for them to not strengthen their defenses at all. More than half of the instructors were stationed near the third-year dormitory. Sending this precious body here alone is such a bother. Therefore, Bisaha came here without any other instructors who would have normally accompanied him. As someone who enjoyed being cooped up in a room conducting experiments, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He could have entrusted his work to another instructor and leisurely visited the laboratory. In fact, even in the original story, Bisaha insisted on coming alone due to his desire to experiment. But Bisaha had no way of knowing that. Well, it's all good. Bisaha, who had been complaining about the Imperial Academy's management, shrugged. It was true that the demons were very annoying, but Bisaha could not think of it as completely bad. He would be able to use the demons who had come crawling to terrorize the Imperial Academy as his own experimental subjects. In the first place, he had accepted the position of instructor on the condition that the Imperial Academy would allow him to experiment on the demons. He was also able to pocket research funds and fame. Bisaha smiled sinisterly. If that happens, I'll be able to complete that soon as well. Some research that he was doing. It was closer to the realm of creation than research. If the result of this research were to be completed and revealed to the world, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would leave his name in history as a scholar. In fact, it was reasonable for Bisaha to have such confidence. Bisaha's laboratory. His masterpiece existed there. With this, humans will be one step closer to God. The demons should be grateful for this. After all, it was something that had been developed by spending time on magic that was ahead of its time. How glorious was that? Even though he had used countless demons as experimental subjects, not even a shred of guilt could be found in Bisaha. Rather, he was simply burning with a pure passion for learning that could be felt as a slimy madness. It was then. Clack-dash. Bisaha's footsteps stopped in front of a certain tree. He stopped walking and scanned the tree from side to side. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Fortunately, the security device didn't activate. If he had touched this tree, the entire forest would have been engulfed in a violent storm. As expected, the feeling that someone was watching him must have been a mistake. Bisaha felt pathetic for being so frightened by such an intuition. Swish-dash. Bisaha deactivated the laboratory's security device with ease. Then, the small tree transformed into something enormous. It was a type of magical device that Bisaha had set up to prevent his laboratory from being discovered from the outside. Originally, it was a tree with a diameter of dozens of meters, but Bisaha's magic had reduced it to the size of an ordinary tree in the forest. Bisaha muttered to himself as he entered the laboratory inside the tree. Just a checkup, just a checkup. He had to return before the students finished conquering the secret realm. The only fortunate thing was that there was a shortcut that the students didn't know about. Therefore, Bisaha planned to check the experiment with a little more leisure. There are no signs of anyone else in the laboratory, so I just need to check the progress of the experiment and leave. The interior of the laboratory was unchanged. It seemed that no one had touched it since Bisaha had used it. Just as Bisaha was about to enter the laboratory, humming a tune, a question mark appeared on Bisaha's face. Clearly, Bisaha was the only one in the laboratory. But, buzz-dash. The mana shield that Bisaha had cast on his body was rippling. What? An indescribable question escaped his lips. He looked down at himself in terror. At the end of his gaze, he could see a black dagger piercing his neck. Bisaha turned his head again. However, there's no one here. Even though he had turned his head to check, he couldn't find the owner of the dagger. Did that mean the dagger had flown through the air on its own and stabbed him in the neck? As Bisaha blinked his eyes at this absurd situation, a man wearing a black uniform and a white mask that contrasted sharply with it appeared before Bisaha's eyes. His face was blurred as if surrounded by fog, so it was impossible to see his overall features. However, he could tell that he had narrow, curved eyes and a long, thin mouth. The man smiled sinisterly and stared at Bisaha, opening his mouth. Right in front of Bisaha. That's a shame, the man said. I could have killed you. At that, goosebumps began to rise on Bisaha's spine. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position exchange I tier, $1. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Talos Fanboy for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on Ko-Fi. I followed Bisaha and thought hard. How could I kill Bisaha and enter the lab? Bisaha's lab had security devices installed. To disable the security devices, one needed a tremendous level of proficiency in mana manipulation. There's no way I have that. Even Samuel's power was insufficient to disable Bisaha's security devices. The guy's power was still too weak to match Bisaha's. At least at Rabolt's level, he would be able to destroy the security devices without leaving a trace. However, Rabolt was in the demon world, and there was no one in the human realm who could help me in the first place. That's why I waited for Bisaha to open the security devices. I had a trick up my sleeve for this as well. He'll definitely let his guard down. He seemed to have guessed that someone was watching him, but he would relax if he confirmed that the lab's security devices were working. So I waited with bated breath until Bisaha opened the lab, and soon after, thud, Bisaha stopped in front of a tree. He muttered to himself and began to undo the magic on the tree. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Then the tree transformed into a giant. Not only that, but the surrounding area shook and revealed its true form. I noticed the secret lab appearing and my eyes flashed. As I thought, I wouldn't have had enough time if I had tried to find the lab on my own. I might not have found it at all. Of course, I have a description of Bisaha's lab in my head. It was set up by modifying a tree near the Imperial Academy forest. But it didn't describe the exact location in detail. It only described that it was around this area. It was similar to when I borrowed the power of the information paper to find the gate of the Arsene forest when I escaped to the demon world. I curled my lips slightly as my judgment was correct, and I looked at the tree that appeared in front of Bisaha. It's definitely huge. It was a small tree until just now, but when Bisaha cast the spell, it changed into a size that could accommodate hundreds of people. That must be its original form. Now's my chance. I glared at Bisaha, who was about to enter the lab. I gripped my dagger and strengthened my stealth skill. Creak. Bisaha didn't notice my presence until I moved behind his back. It was partly because of my excellent stealth skill, but Bisaha was so focused on the lab that he couldn't concentrate on his senses. Just like that. Stab. My dagger pierced Bisaha's neck. However, what a pity, I muttered, looking at the rippling barrier that had blocked my dagger attack. I could have killed you. The mana shield that Bisaha had cast on his body had automatically activated, nullifying my attack. Bisaha opened his eyes wide like a rabbit and looked back at me. Who are you? Bisaha began to look me up and down as if he was trying to assess my identity. But I wasn't going to wait for him to do that. The moment I realized that I had failed to kill him, swish, my figure blurred. Stealth, Bisaha exclaimed in surprise. I let out a chuckle. It wasn't stealth that had activated, but rather a movement so fast that it left only an afterimage. From now on, a head-on confrontation was impossible. Bisaha was a mage who wielded the wind attribute, so even if I charged at him head-on, he would just push me away. Just like now. O wind that surrounds me, tear my enemy to shreds. As Bisaha chanted his incantation, the wind swirling around him began to condense. Crash. And a gust of wind swept through the area. I used position exchange to evade Bisaha's gust of wind. I swapped places with a leaf and landed on a tree branch, my expression hardening in frustration. Damn it. The bastard's response was better than I expected. Bisaha had spread the wind in order to take control of the forest area. O wind that roams the forest, find him. At Bisaha's spell, the wind surged, filling the space between the trees. I could feel the intense determination in that wind to pursue me at all costs. I'll be caught if this keeps up. It seemed like he thought I had run away and was trying to chase me down. I hadn't run away. I had just been waiting for the right opportunity. Designation. The wind that was swirling around Bisaha. I could see branches and stones caught in that wind. I designated one of them as the target for my swap. And as the arrow unfurled, move, I settled inside the whirlpool that enveloped Bisaha. And immediately, I held the dagger in reverse and manifested the sword lacquer. Soon, the dagger was dyed black. No. For a split second, Bisaha, who let out a tongue-clicking sound as an incomprehensible situation unfolded, shrugged. I seized the opportunity and struck down on Bisaha's nape. Buzz dash. However, the mana shield wrapped around Bisaha did not allow the attack to penetrate easily. It was only thanks to the sword lacquer that the attack hadn't simply failed. If it hadn't been imbued with sword lacquer, my entire body would have been torn to shreds like a rag by the mana shield's recoil. I immediately released sword lacquer and initiated a position exchange. I realized that I couldn't deal any significant damage to Bisaha with my current attack. I climbed back up to the tree where I had been. Quack 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 dash. The gust of wind that Bisaha unleashed swept away the spot where I had been. There were hundreds of marks on that spot, as if it had been hacked at with a rusty axe. If I hadn't been able to get away from him even a little bit faster, it was a horrifying sight to imagine. I calmed my rising creepiness and reviewed the recent fight. He's quite something. I was impressed by Bisaha's thoroughness. Bisaha had wrapped his body with a whopping 10 layers of mana shield. I couldn't help but be amazed by his preparedness as if he was trying to completely block any assassin's attacks. However, I've gotten rid of 2 so far. One when I first ambushed him. One using position exchange. With this, there were only 8 mana shields wrapped around Bisaha. I had managed to remove 2 layers of Bisaha's shield in an instant. If I removed the remaining shields, I could deal significant damage to Bisaha. The shields wrapped around Bisaha's body were not the kind that could be created in a short period of time. It would take several hours of work to create just 1 layer. Bisaha had created 10 layers of it. Still, it's fortunate that Bisaha is the instructor. Originally, high-ranking mages who focused on combat would stack dozens of these shields. Bisaha was a mage who was more focused on theory than combat, so he had stopped at 10 layers. I was surprised that it was more than I had expected, but it wasn't unbreakable. The problem is, what should I do? The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. The wind swirling around Bisaha's body is getting stronger. The moment I use position exchange to move a short distance, I'll be swept away by the wind and thrown up. I was looking down at Bisaha with a hardened expression. Come out, you bastard. Bisaha shouted. He looked very excited. Prey consumed by emotion can't make proper judgments. The odds are in my favor. At least that's what I thought. That was my mistake. Swoosh dash. Among the faint traces of wind that were sweeping through the forest, a few became concentrated enough to be clearly perceived. A change for attack, not search. I've been caught. The moment I realized it, it was too late to dodge. The concentrated wind struck me as I climbed up a tree. As dizziness echoed through my head, Bisaha's leaping figure entered my sight. This is bad. Position exchange, my only means of moving and escaping, has been sealed. Bisaha was creating countless whirlwinds everywhere in my sight. No matter where I move, I won't be able to avoid those whirlwinds. That's why. Clench dash. I used telekinesis to press down on my body. The power to lift or press down on objects. That was telekinesis. Fortunately, thanks to Bisaha spreading the wind so widely, I survived. I was able to land on the ground relatively safely. However, I couldn't deny that my insides were shaken up after being caught in Bisaha's wind. Drip. Blood mixed with the acidic taste of vomit flowed from the corner of my mouth. Swish. I wiped it away. Then I closed my eyes for a moment and relaxed my body. It was to push my 5 senses to the limit. The battle that will unfold from now on. It won't be a battle fought with thorough plans and reason, but one based on instincts and movements that my body makes directly. Immediately after dash. Bang! Bisaha's gusty wind collided with my dagger. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The darkness pouring out of Adel's body and Bisaha's wind mixed together, creating a dazzling spectacle. Bisaha threatened Adel by freely manipulating the wind, and Adel dodged the gales as if dancing by using his quick movements and telekinesis. However, Adel couldn't pierce through the gale and land a meaningful blow on Bisaha, and Bisaha couldn't hit Adel with magic either, so all that was happening was a battle of attrition. This damn half-breed bastard. Bisaha figured out Adel's race after a few clashes. As a 5th circle high-ranking mage, he could easily figure out Adel's identity. However, there was something he couldn't understand. Why is he after me? The note the spy had sent. It clearly said that Sidon's demons would attack the 3rd-year dormitory, so be prepared. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. But what is this? Why are they attacking me instead of the 3rd-year dormitory? The timing was perfect. They attacked while most of the Imperial Academy instructors were focused on the 3rd-year dormitory. This meant that they had intentionally diverted attention before attacking. Otherwise, there was no way an assassin would be sent this far away from the Imperial Academy. Wait, if that's the case, the children are in danger too. Bisaha thought of the students who would be conquering the secret realm by now. However, he realized that there was a monster there who had already surpassed him, and he smiled faintly. I see now. You guys think that if you just get rid of me, you can beat the students too. Bisaha burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, poor bastard. You're digging your own grave. That half-breed assassin must have planned to kill him, the instructor, and then assassinate the other students. However, Tyrias, one of the students, was an unparalleled genius who had surpassed countless instructors, and he was not someone Bisaha could defeat. Arrogant bastard. Bisaha revealed his true power. Quagagagagadash. 9 whirlwinds swept towards Adel. Bisaha was certain of his victory. No matter how fast or agile that half-breed demon was, there was no way he could defeat him. The moment Bisaha thought that, I didn't want to use this skill, the half-breed assassin muttered something self-deprecatingly. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Talos Fanboy for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on KO-Fi. Bisaha couldn't even comprehend what had happened to him. For a fleeting moment, a mere 3 seconds, he couldn't recall who he was fighting. I was definitely in combat with an attacker. Attacker? Was I attacked? Confusion filled Bisaha's mind. He distinctly remembered coming here to check on the lab. He was about to enter the lab when, for some reason, he was unleashing magic spells indiscriminately. Why? Was he fighting someone? Then who? As Bisaha stood bewildered by the inexplicable situation, a shadow loomed over him. He was trapped within a tetrahedral space formed by darkness. What the? Before Bisaha could fully react, dozens of black daggers surrounded him. Each dagger held an extraordinary amount of mana. Then, a man materialized. He wore a jester-like mask and an incongruous black uniform. However, the masked man quickly concealed his form, disappearing into the darkness that enveloped him and Bisaha. Only then did Bisaha recall why he was unleashing magic and who he was fighting. Right, I was fighting an assassin who was trying to kill him. But why couldn't he remember that? It was as if the man's existence had been erased. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Bisaha's spine. Was this man even a living being? His ability defied comprehension. Bisaha, a 5th circle high-ranking mage, entertained the absurd thought that the masked man might have commanded the world to erase his existence for a few seconds. It was the only explanation for this preposterous situation. Bisaha struggled to steady his trembling pupils as he looked up at the masked man. Who are you? The man didn't answer. He simply launched the black daggers he had summoned towards Bisaha. The daggers, imbued with powerful mana, began to strip away Bisaha's mana shields one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. By the time it reached the 7th layer, only one mana shield remained to protect Bisaha. Who the hell are you? Bisaha shouted at the man in terror. In the past, Bisaha would have been able to repel the man's attacks and escape. He might have even been able to defeat the man, depending on the method. After all, there was still plenty of opportunity for a comeback. However, the aura emanating from the man constricted Bisaha's entire body, like a child crushing an ant. It was the kind of aura that seemed to nonchalantly separate the skin from the flesh. Before it, Bisaha, a 5-circle magician, had become nothing more than a mere victim. Wind, kill that man. Hurry. Bisaha hurriedly chanted a spell, pouring all of his mana into creating a giant storm. This should do it. Even that man, who wielded a power that defied the laws of the world, wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. However, move. As the man muttered something, he disappeared once more. At the same time, Bisaha's storm swept through empty air. Quack 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 dash. Despite its power to devastate the surrounding area, the man reappeared unscathed. Despair filled Bisaha's eyes. The man had taken no damage despite using his ultimate technique. Was he using a power similar to the ability to erase existence? Not knowing what it was made him an even more fearsome being. Then, the masked man stared down at Bisaha and spoke in an indifferent tone. Vermin. I am a vermin. With those words, the masked man shattered Bisaha's last mana shield. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Swish dash. I separated Bisaha's body from his head. As I swung the dagger, which had turned pitch black with sword lacquer after removing the last mana shield, Bisaha collapsed into nothingness as if the struggle he had endured until now had been a lie. Thud. Thud. I narrowed my brow as I watched Bisaha's head roll on the ground. The unpleasant feeling I had wasn't necessarily guilt from killing a human. It was simply because it wasn't aesthetically pleasing. Whew. Swish dash. I exhaled roughly and brushed back my sweat-soaked hair. The opponent I had just faced was the strongest I had ever encountered. If Bisaha hadn't acted strangely at the end, our positions would have been reversed. I briefly indulged in a short reverie before recalling the recent battle. Is that what a magician is? Bisaha seemed to have noticed the true nature of my absolute stealth. A technique that defied the very laws of physics and erased one's existence. It was only natural for a magician to realize the absurdity of absolute stealth. In the end, it was a good choice. No matter how much I racked my brain, I couldn't think of any other way to approach him without using position exchange.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. I succeeded in assassinating him with just one use of absolute stealth. Truthfully, it was partly luck. If Bisaha hadn't panicked after seeing absolute stealth, if he hadn't been a theoretical magician, but rather a combat-oriented magician, the thought of it sends chills down my spine. Even the slightest delay in using position exchange at the end could have led to a disastrous outcome. Anyway, thanks to that, I survived. I collapsed onto the ground. I had used up all my stamina and sustained too many injuries. I looked fine on the outside, but my insides were already in turmoil. It would take a long time to heal all of these in a short period of time. It would be better to receive Luna's help, but first, I had to join up with her. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Let's recover my mana first. Swish. I took out a bottle filled with a black liquid from my arms. It was a mana potion. I had already used the medium-grade mana potion to cast Absolute Stealth and the Black Blade Rain, so I only had the high-grade potion left. However, I didn't feel any regret. I had to fight terrorizing again anyway, so I needed to recover my mana quickly. Gulp. Gulp. I swallowed the potion in a few gulps. It doesn't taste like anything. I frowned and stuck out my tongue. The price of using Absolute Stealth. This time, I had only lost my sense of taste. If I had lost my hearing or sight instead of my sense of taste, I would have been nothing but a burden if I had joined up with Samuel's group. I relied heavily on my senses to fight, so losing the most important senses in a fight would have been devastating. I was relieved. Mana began to fill slowly, proving that it was a high-level potion. Soon, my mana was fully recovered. Only then did I raise my body. Let's not forget the original purpose of facing Bisaha despite the danger. There must be an elixir in this lab nov.l.b//jnn. I looked straight ahead at the giant tree. Before entering it, swish, I bent down and removed the imperial crest from Bisaha's chest. This was evidence. An object that could prove to Sidon's side that I had killed an instructor of the Imperial Academy. I had to take this. After carefully folding the eagle-shaped crest into my arms, I stepped into Bisaha's secret lab. ******. I walked forward without thinking. The interior of Bisaha's lab was not complicated. Unlike what was tightly hidden by magic, it was simple in form. In the first place, it was a hole dug into a large tree. It would have been difficult to make it complicated even if he tried. After walking for quite some time, what is that rotten smell? A terrible stench that suffocated me filled the air. At the same time, it was getting darker and darker as I went deeper. Ah, it's over there. Then, a lamp that lit up came into my view. It was a convenient artifact that lit up when mana was poured into it. They were common in the human realm but likely expensive in the demon realm. So I decided to take this later. Clack dash. The lamp began to glow faintly as I poured mana into it. I followed the path that had become visible again. But for a moment, I had to frown before I could even take a few steps. It was the moment the identity of the stench that filled the lab was revealed. My mouth wouldn't open. I looked at the tragedy that unfolded before my eyes with my mouth shut tight. A horrific sight that I could not bear to look at was everywhere. The identity was corpses. The remains of the demons who had been used and discarded as tools for Bisaha's experiments. I knew about it. Wasn't it me who described that Bisaha conducted experiments on demons? I justified the inhumane acts by portraying demons as absolute evil. So, I couldn't feign ignorance. What is this complicated emotion? I couldn't figure it out. The hearts and brains of the demon tribe corpses were missing, as if they had been eaten by rats. The Imperial Academy gave Bisaha demon tribe prisoners to use those two organs for experiments. Even living demons. The brains and hearts of the demon tribe were used to create that. However, it failed and was discarded. Despite using numerous demon tribe corpses, the experiment failed. What Bisaha was trying to create. Homunculus. To create a new artificial life and overcome death. It was created with this purpose, but how could it succeed? As a price for invading the realm of God, only a huge budget was blown away, and all that remained in this laboratory was a failure. Perhaps this is it. I turned my gaze and looked at the table. It seemed to be the desk Bisaha had prepared for the experiment. There was something covered with a black cloth on the desk. Swish. I removed the cloth to reveal a cylindrical, transparent container holding a fist-sized fetus. It's not a pretty sight. I frowned as I slowly examined the homunculus. It even seemed to give off an unpleasant stench. Robold would probably like it if I brought it to him. He's also a guy who's crazy about experiments, so he'll definitely like it. However, I didn't like the idea of using the homunculus, which was created by sacrificing countless lives, as a mere subject for another experiment. something felt a little creepy. It was the moment I was feeling troubled and scratching my head. Squirm dash. Something that had been sleeping in my arms began to move. Goo poison was starting to react to the homunculus. Why is this guy suddenly acting like this? I was bewildered and didn't know what to do. Goo poison jumped out of my arms and charged toward the glass container holding the homunculus. Then, with its sharp fangs, it completely shattered the glass container. Crash dash. The homunculus, which fell to the floor with the glass shards, was gulp dash. Swallowed whole by goo poison. Puke dash. Something that spewed out of goo poison's body rushed towards me. That something was heading towards the pendant hanging from my neck. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position exchange itai. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Talos Fanboy for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on KO-Fi. I fell into silence. Why did the necklace related to the Demon King suddenly react? Before I knew it, the light of the necklace was almost half full. I looked down at the necklace. It doesn't seem to be reacting to goo poison. Perhaps it reacted when the glass tube broke and the homunculus revealed itself. But does that mean there is a connection between the homunculus and the Demon King? Maybe. I might have gotten the wrong idea. This necklace may not be related to the Demon King but to another being. I quietly closed my eyes and recalled the homunculus's settings. Homunculus is a word that refers to an artificial life form. If you have a homunculus, you can avoid the death that comes to you. The homunculus will die instead of the owner. Of course, this is only possible in theory, because this is a failed product. I couldn't find any clues about the being related to the necklace in the homunculus's performance. In that case, let's go back and look at it again. The reason Bisaha started this experiment was because he found a magic book. A mysterious magic book whose creation date is unknown. The only thing that could be understood was that a homunculus could be created from the organs of a demon. Since nothing else could be interpreted, only numerous failures were born. The book that describes how to make a homunculus. It probably doesn't exist in this world anymore. Bisaha set it up so that he would memorize all the methods of making a homunculus in order to monopolize the results of the experiment. He then burned the magic book. In the end, was this another wild goose chase? It was when I looked down below with a disappointed heart. Snap, snap dash. Goo poison was staring at me with its tongue flicking. But, why do you look like that? Goo poison's appearance had completely changed. After swallowing the homunculus, it had smooth scales as if it had shed its skin. If its original form slightly resembled a dragon, it now looked like a viper. It's become even more disgusting. It seems to be the effect of absorbing the homunculus. Before, it felt like an inanimate object, but now it looked completely like a snake. Wait a minute. If goo poison ate a homunculus that replaced life. Designation. I stretched out an arrow toward the goo poison. However, the arrow did not reach the goo poison and just veered off course. The goo poison was reborn as a living being from an inanimate object. Is it a story that a failed product that could not replace a human life worked on goo poison? It was an unbelievable story, but I had no way of finding out about the correlation. So I sighed deeply. Should I like this? Goo poison that became a living being by consuming a failed product for some reason. Wouldn't this change have been conveyed to Crete? Flinch. I shook my shoulders slightly at the ominous imagination that suddenly crossed my mind. For now, it would be better to finish what I had to do and think. At least for my mental health. Swish dash. I opened the chest of my uniform after finishing my thoughts. Then the goo poison obediently came back into my arms. Nothing will happen right away just because it has become a living being. N/O/vel/B/N.C//O/M. For now, taking the elixir is the priority. I had to find the elixir that Bisaha had hidden. Because Samuel's party must be struggling. To help them, the mana I currently had was not enough. Not long after I started looking for the elixir, it was here. I could find the ginseng with a graceful appearance placed on one side of the shelf. It was a ginseng that was hundreds of years old. If I consumed it, I would be able to renew the total amount of mana. Fortunately, Bisaha had cleaned the soil so that it would be easy to eat. Crunch, crunch. I started chewing on the ginseng while operating my mana. After chewing it finely until the sap came out and swallowing it, I felt a hot heat from within. The feeling of all my blood vessels expanding and the intense heat that followed. I slowly inhaled, working hard to absorb the mana and energy contained within the ginseng. As a result, a dark energy began to surge within my body. The sudden increase in the enormous amount of mana caused my darkness attribute to overflow. At the same time, I realized that the darkness attribute had evolved to a new level. Moreover, the changes shown on the status window were truly astonishing. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation eye of arrogance telekinesis sword lacquer. Mana, 2072. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. This is insane. Somehow, my total amount of mana has exceeded 2000. Accordingly, the unstable sword lacquer was recognized as a trait and settled in the status window, and the killing intent and darkness traits each rose by 1 level. I'll have to try using killing intent directly in combat to see, but I could tell right away the changes that occurred as the darkness trait evolved. From now on, all the mana I emit will be replaced with darkness. Like right now. Whoosh dash. When I used mana manipulation to strengthen my right arm, darkness surged over that area. If the previous darkness trait was making the mana colored, now it has become a complete color. The darkness trait, which used to act as a brush, has now become the ink. There were countless ways to utilize this ability. Just by wrapping my body with mana, I could hide my presence in dark places. Sword lacquer seems usable too. Originally, it was a technique that I could only use by leaving it up to my body's instincts. But from now on, I could use sword lacquer whenever I wanted. I wouldn't be able to use it as freely as when I left it up to my instincts. Nov. L. B //JNN. But this alone was a satisfactory result. With this, it seemed like I had gained everything I could from the lab. I have about 10 minutes of free time left. I had spent 30 minutes fighting Bisaha and up until now. Tyrias will reach the end of the secret passage where Samuel's group is in 10 minutes. If I leave now, I'll make it in time. Then let's go. As I was leaving Bisaha's lab, a sudden curiosity arose. How are Sidon's students doing? I decided to connect my senses and vision to watch the battle. Then I could see Samuel cornering Sylvia, the woman who would become Tyria's lover. As expected, Tyria's hadn't reached the end of the secret passage yet. They're doing well. The moment I felt relieved at that sight. My eyes widened. What the? I narrowed my eyes sharply at the strange phenomenon that appeared before me. That necklace was emitting light, blocking my vision, as if it wanted me to use it. And then, right after, Russell dash. I felt a tickling sensation as if something was being written on the information paper in my arms. Dumbfounded, I pulled the information paper out of my arms and unfolded it. On the information paper, you can see the recent past. Something's usage method was written. Even if it didn't refer to the subject specifically, it wasn't difficult to figure out what it was referring to. The pendant's usage. Even though I didn't ask anything. Even though I didn't pay any price. This was the first time the information paper had come out like this. When I got the necklace, it only repeated the words to offer God when I asked about its identity. Why? Suddenly, I became curious. The only time the information paper spoke to me first without me writing anything was when I didn't know how to use it and left it alone. My contemplation didn't last long, because I wouldn't get an answer even if I thought about it. Rather than that, I focused on the pendant's function. According to the information paper, I could see the past using the pendant. I couldn't see the distant past, but I could see the recent past. However, the standard for distinguishing between the recent and distant past was unknown, because there was no other explanation written on the information paper. It doesn't seem like it'll give me any more information. There must be a reason why the information paper only told me that one sentence. If it was going to give me more information, it would have shown me the next content right away. But just in case. Knock. I used the blood on my finger as a substitute for a fountain pen. The pendant's identity. But the information paper didn't give me a friendly answer like before. Offer God. It only showed the same vague, incomprehensible words as before. I had nothing of value greater than a god, not even in Bisaha's lab, and it was questionable whether such a thing even existed in this world. No, wait. Thinking about it, there was something. Holy relic. There were several temples in both the human realm and the demon realm, and each of them possessed a rare treasure called a holy relic. If I offered that, the information paper might open its mouth. The problem was that it was more difficult to obtain than picking stars from the sky. If I went to the temple with my current abilities, I would die without even being able to enter the entrance. The temple of the human world is teeming with powerhouses that surpass Bisaha and Tyria's. The temple of the demon world probably has powerhouses that are no less powerful. If we were to raid the temple, we would need to have the strength of at least the 7 deadly sins masters. So, I had to put off finding the holy relic and getting the complete information on the necklace for now. It wasn't a priority right now. What should I do? Whose past can I see? It's certain that I can see the past using the pendant. But, there was no other explanation written, so I couldn't figure out how to use it specifically. Whose past can I see? And if it's recent, what exactly is the time frame? I was frowning, trying to figure out how to use the pendant when all of a sudden, whoom dash. My vision reconnected with Siho. Samuel's face came into view. Samuel was the student closest to Siho among the others. The moment Samuel and Siho's eyes met, flash dash. The pendant began to emit a bright light again. Somehow, it seemed like I figured out how to use it. If I pour mana into the currently glowing pendant, I can use it, and the pendant will inject information into my head, as if it had an ego. At first, it was curiosity, because the secret of the pendant, which I had not been able to use until now, was being revealed. Use it. The moment I quietly uttered a word. Click dash. Click dash. With the sound of a clock winding back, my vision turned black. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Click, click dash. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed in my ears. With a sound like a clock winding back, my vision flickered. Only after some time passed was I able to open my eyes. What on earth happened? I quickly scanned my surroundings, trying to grasp the situation. Save me? Kill the demon bastards? Before I had the chance, I couldn't help but frown at the screams and shouts echoing from all directions. What the hell is going on? I tried to move my body in surprise, but it was no use. My body, which should have followed my will, was frozen stiff. I tried to use my other abilities to overcome this predicament, but I had to be discouraged because even the manifestation of mana was not possible. It felt like my body was mine, but not mine. That was when, swish dash, my gaze lowered. My eyes began to scan my hand. At the same time, swish dash, my head turned automatically. It wasn't something I did myself, but a movement that was already imprinted on my body. And what reached the end of my field of vision was a mirror. To be exact, it was the shattered fragments of a broken mirror. This guy, he was someone I knew well. The child reflected in the mirror was Samuel. I had become Samuel. Is it because of the necklace's power? Judging from the situation, it seemed like I was experiencing Samuel's past. Or rather Samuel's, face was pale with fear. I calmly looked over his appearance and could roughly guess Samuel's age. It seemed like it was about 10 years ago in terms of time. Wait, if it's 10 years ago, the Human-Demon War. It was the time when the humans invaded the demon world to conquer it. The humans, who had trampled the demon world's territory with their horseshoes, threatened even the 7 deadly sins families. In the end, it even reached Samuel's family, the Barus family. It was said that Samuel's family was exterminated during the Human-Demon War, so this must be that time. In other words, this place is Samuel's past. And it was clear that it was the time when Samuel's family was being exterminated. This scene was one that I had not written myself in the original work. I had only written that the demon world had suffered great damage because of the humans. I hadn't described the details of the 7 deadly sins families being exterminated. The 7 deadly sins families' detailed process of extermination wasn't described. I was briefly taken aback by the appearance of a setting that didn't appear in the original work. Creak. The door to the room opened. Samuel's body flinched in fear and his shoulders reflexively hunched up. Then Samuel's face brightened at the figure that appeared. Mother. An unfamiliar yet young voice escaped my throat. The woman who opened the door was Samuel's mother. Her emerald green hair had lost its vitality and become dull, and her eyes were losing their luster and becoming faint. Samuel didn't seem to notice these changes as he simply hugged his mother. Mother. Samuel hugged his mother tightly, trembling with fear. He felt a warm warmth. The young Samuel didn't realize that it was a single tear flowing down his back. His mother was crying. Mother, what about father? Samuel, unaware of his mother's emotions, looked for his father in confusion. But his mother didn't tell him where his father was. She just apologized to Samuel. My child, I'm sorry. Mother. Samuel's eyes widened as he watched his mother repeat her apologies over and over again. Samuel was young, but he could roughly guess the situation. The humans' clutches had reached his family and were threatening them. 1. Because Samuel was young. Clench. He couldn't do anything but tighten his arms around his mother. A long time passed like that. Nov. JNN. Thud. A dull thud was heard through the crack in the door, along with the sound of human voices. That lord is definitely strong. But Duke Leon won, didn't he? He cut off his neck. Whose neck did he cut off? The humans were proudly boasting to their leader that his father had been defeated and killed. At that moment, it felt like a fire was burning in his chest. Before he knew it, Samuel had become possessed by anger. His mother, who had been eavesdropping on the humans' conversation, burst into tears and collapsed on the spot. There was nothing Samuel could do for her. He, too, was still a weak being who needed someone's help. Thud, thud dash. And then came the moment when the humans' footsteps gradually approached. The humans were approaching the room where Samuel and his mother were. Click. His mother, who had wiped away her tears without him noticing, held onto Samuel's shoulder and opened her mouth with a tearful voice. My child, listen carefully to what I have to say. Yes, mother. Samuel knew what his mother was about to say. He also knew that his mother would not listen to him even if he voiced his opinion. That was why Samuel obeyed his mother's words. Stay in here, and don't come out no matter what. His mother said as she hid Samuel tightly in the closet. Samuel nodded, covering his body with clothes. Don't open your eyes or ears. Just 5 minutes will do. Why? It's a game. A game for adults. I'm sure you can do it well since you're mature, Samuel. Samuel wanted to argue that there was no such thing as a game like that. But the moment he saw his mother's eyes, which were on the verge of filling with tears, he had no choice but to do as his mother wished. I understand. I'll count to 5. Yes, that's my good boy. Russell, Russell. She stroked Samuel's forehead one last time, closed the closet door, and turned her head. My child, you must survive. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Samuel's tightly covered ears caught his mother's last words. Breaking his promise to his mother, Samuel began to observe the situation through the crack in the closet. And, creak. As the door opened, 2 human males revealed themselves. The humans each held the corpses of the servants whose throats had been slit. Their eyeballs had been gouged out, and their faces had been trampled on, indicating that they had resisted until the end. The humans threw their necks in front of his mother. His mother's face turned blue. At that moment, unfamiliar yet familiar memories came flooding back. Samuel knew the owners of those necks. They were the kind and warm people who had treated him like a younger brother. And yet, those people were now lying there with their necks cut, their eyes wide open in resentment. Gulp. Samuel clamped his mouth shut, trying not to make a sound. His bloodshot eyes took in the sight of his mother. You bastards. His mother tried to attack the humans with her magic, but it was not enough. Stab dash. With a single thrust of his sword, the human pierced his mother's abdomen. Aside from her ability to use magic, his mother possessed a frail body similar in strength to that of other ordinary demons. She was no match for the human army that had attacked the 7 deadly sins. Such a person could never have been the opponent of the human army that attacked the 7 deadly sins. Thud. The human who had trampled on Mother's new form, which had collapsed to the floor, snickered. The Lord was quite strong, but compared to him, the lady is ridiculously weak. It's just as you said. Thud. Thud.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The human burst into laughter as if something was funny and patted the back of a woman standing behind him. That woman was a half-demon. Moreover, she was a half-demon who had been taken in as a servant out of pity by Samuel's family, who had taken pity on her as an orphan. Why, yes. She nodded in agreement with the human's words, her body trembling in fear. Thanks to you, things ended quickly, so the commander will be pleased. I'll keep my promise and spare your life. Thank you. The moment she nodded her head. Crack dash. Mother's neck burst open. Another human standing next to her had used magic to separate Mother's head from her body. Samuel covered his mouth with both hands and groaned, shedding tears. He wanted to tear those humans and that half-demon apart right now, but Mother had wished for him to survive. He couldn't possibly do that. The human confirmed Mother's death and asked the half-demon again. So it's all over. Yes, they're all dead now. Really? As the half-demon hurriedly bowed her head, the human stroked his chin as if gauging something. Creak dash. The half-demon's neck fell off. That human had never intended to let the half-demon live in the first place. I said I'd let you go, not that I'd spare your life, so don't feel wronged. Groan. The human muttered as he watched the half-demon's head roll on the ground. Thud. And that head stopped at the closet where Samuel was hiding. Why? The half-demon's eyes were looking at Samuel, with regret, sorrow, and affection. Samuel couldn't understand the meaning behind that expression. Why was she making such an expression when she had betrayed him and Mother? Let's go then. And so, the humans left with only Mother's head, leaving the corpses behind. That was when. Wait a minute. The human mage who had stopped walking looked back. His gaze was directed at the closet where Samuel was hiding. Samuel's shoulders trembled. Perhaps he had discovered that he was hiding. As Samuel was seized with fear, the human wizard let out a snicker. And then, boom dash, a huge burst of magic slammed into the room. The human wizard realized that Samuel was in the closet and intended to bury him along with the building's wreckage. Unable to resist the overwhelming force of the magic, Samuel could only cling tightly to his clothes. Then, in the midst of it all, thud. Samuel's head hit the wall. His vision went black, and he rapidly lost consciousness. How many days passed as he slept? Swish dash. Samuel's eyes opened. The surroundings were in ruins. All that remained were shattered furniture, a half-demon, and his mother's corpse. Squirm, squirm. Maggots swarmed over his mother and the half-demon's bodies. Gulp dash. In the midst of that, Samuel shuddered from the terrible hunger. But Samuel didn't have the strength to open his mouth. Instead of Samuel, gluttony wriggled out of his arm. Crunch, crunch dash. It chewed on the half-demon's maggot-infested corpse, and began to chew on his mother's headless body. To survive. To get revenge on the humans. Samuel's tearless eyes, dry with thirst, heard his mother's last words echo in his ears. My child, you must survive. In the deafening silence of solitude, Samuel devoured his mother's corpse along with the maggots. The taste made him gag, but Samuel couldn't spit it out. As his mother had said, he had to survive. As he finished his meal, a sense of fullness washed over him, and his eyes began to close. And when he opened them again, the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Atmarv for subscription to Sword Lacquer Tier on Ko-Fi. Before I knew it, I was back to reality, and my shoulders were trembling slightly. Even though I knew that none of it was something I had personally experienced. The trembling of my body refused to subside. Only after a long time had passed, was I able to let out a groan mixed with a sigh. And then, agug dash. I vomited everything in my stomach until yellow bile came out. All the black jelly I had eaten in the morning came back up. The lumps looked similar to the maggots I had eaten in Samuel's memories, and I felt another wave of nausea rising. What the hell did I do? Having directly experienced the horrors of the war I had described, an indescribable disgust washed over me, and I could understand Samuel's words and actions so far. So that's why. The reason Samuel despised and hated me, a half-demon. The guy who betrayed him and his mother was a half-demon. Of course, it seemed like she had her own circumstances. Who is evil, anyway? Naturally, I couldn't help but wonder. I had clearly described humans as purely good and demons as purely evil. But, is that really something that humans, or even demons, can do? I don't know if the human mage who blew up Samuel's room did it on purpose, but Samuel was driven to the brink of starvation and had to eat his own mother. Even if there was no intention behind it. There's no denying that killing the weak who are unarmed is not something good people would do. What am I supposed to do? I feel like my values are all tangled up in my head. I patted my throbbing head and got up. Then I looked blankly at the necklace that had suddenly gone quiet. The necklace, which had been glowing brightly, was now extinguished. A faint light flowed from the beads that had been slightly filled. Perhaps when it was fully charged, I would be able to experience someone else's past once again. It was an experience I never wanted to go through again. Is this what you wanted to show me? I snapped at that guy who couldn't hear my voice. It seemed like he was trying to wake me up to the fact that humans are not all good by showing me Samuel's past. However, does that make the demons good? It wasn't long ago that they were ruthlessly murdering prisoners. The demons also ordered Sidon's students to kill unarmed human prisoners. Where is the good in this tragic scene? Where is the justice? I don't know. I don't know what the right thing to do is. One thing is for sure. I have to defeat Notorious, the descendant of Samuel and Adel's enemy family. I can't beat him with my current strength, but I'll never know unless I try n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Let's not say anything discouraging. Even if I keep telling myself I'll lose, I won't find a way to win. I have no choice but to fight. Rather than that, the ability to see the past. I stared blankly at the necklace. It's definitely not a bad ability. I could spy on my opponent's past and find out their weakness. I could also steal stories or secrets that I could use for my own purposes. But that's about it. It doesn't seem valuable enough to be a priority. I wasn't very interested. I didn't need to try to figure out the secret of the necklace right now. It's better to focus on getting stronger. To do that, I need to go to Samuel's group first. I've wasted too much time already. I shared my vision with Siho as I headed towards the secret place where they would be. Wung dash. And then Samuel and the Class A students appeared. They seem fine for now. I had experienced Samuel's memories for several days, but only about 10 minutes seemed to have passed in reality. I felt relieved and looked at Samuel and his group. The students moved in unison as Fran shouted something. She wasn't perfect, but she was desperately fulfilling her role as commander in my stead. At Fran's command, the students spread out into a defensive formation as if to protect Samuel. That's the right choice. Samuel was the one who could use the most powerful magic among Sidon's students. Behind the students, Samuel cast magic. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Amidst the chaos, Luna's healing magic shone brightly. Luna swiftly healed the wounded and injured demon students. Blood stopped flowing from torn flesh, and new skin grew. Even if an arm or leg was severed, she could reattach it as long as the cut was clean. Of course, she couldn't heal broken bones or fatal injuries. Only a Saintess can do that. It was beyond the realm of what Luna, a demon, could do. It was a power akin to a miracle. I turned my gaze away from the badly injured students and toward a human woman. Impressive. The second strongest student among the human students, after Tyria's. She was Tyria's lover, and she was holding her own against Fran and Samuel. She commanded the terrified human students with unwavering resolve, leading them against the students of Sidon. But that was it. That was her limit. Clang dash. Sylvia's right arm was devoured by Samuel's gluttony. A life-or-death situation where her arm could be torn off. If even Sylvia, the strongest of them, was in such a state, what hope did the other human students have? Sylvia shouted at the human students with a grim expression. Everyone, use your return scrolls. Rip. At this, the human students tore open the papers they had taken out from their pockets. Magic scrolls that would summon them back to the Imperial Academy. A failsafe, prepared in case of an emergency. Sylvia also tried to use a scroll after shaking off Samuel's gluttony. But there were still human students who hadn't escaped the crisis. A total of 8 were dead, and the rest were too injured to move. Clench. Sylvia bit her lower lip and stepped forward. To buy time until they regained their senses and tore their return scrolls. One by one, the human students regained their senses and tore their scrolls. It was then that the enraged demon students charged at Sylvia. Someone stepped into the space of the crisis where Sylvia and the demon students were. Thud. A male student with copper-colored skin and bright golden hair. The moment that student smiled. Whoosh. My shared vision with Siho was cut off. It was because his overwhelming aura had made the connection of mana unstable. His overwhelming aura was too much for Siho to handle, and the mana connection became unstable for a moment. Thud. At this, my footsteps began to quicken. Tyria's. That guy had run into Samuel's group. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The battle was going smoothly. At least, that's what Samuel thought. Even when the humans used their tricks to escape the battlefield, it was the same. It was also a moment to grasp the extent of the Sidon's power, and the human bastards had already suffered considerable damage. On the other hand, there were no Sidon students who had lost their lives. That didn't mean there were no injured students. However, thanks to Luna's healing abilities, their wounds were not severe enough to be life-threatening. On the other hand, there were 8 in total. That was the number of human students the Sidon students had killed. If you included those who were seriously injured, the damage to the human bastards would be even greater. Was that all? Ugh. Samuel looked down and looked at the human woman who had not run away until the end. She was a woman with green hair and upright eyes. She was probably the commander of the humans. Since Adele was in charge of the instructors, she must have been something like the leader of the human bastards. Pathetic. Samuel clicked his tongue as he watched Sylvia, who was panting from exhaustion, and Gaia. At the same time, the gluttony that unfolded from Samuel began to chew on her hand along with the return scroll. Perhaps she had strengthened her arm with mana in the meantime, as her body wasn't being torn apart or anything like that. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. However, the return scroll was torn to pieces by Gluttony's teeth and fell to the ground. Damn it. Sylvia's face turned blue as her only means of escape disappeared. With this, Sylvia was completely surrounded by the Sidon students. Clack, clack. Fran, with her shoulders raised in triumph, walked out. Ho ho, human bastards. You're nothing special. You idiot. Haven't you learned that it's forbidden to let your guard down during a battle? Samuel's sarcastic words flowed towards the arrogant Fran. How dare you to me? Fran's face flushed red with shame at Samuel's twisted attitude. Oh, what should I do? Luna, who had been watching the fight between the two, opened her mouth with a trembling voice. See, calm down for now. Fran, we need to help heal the injured students first, so can't you help? You think you're lucky. Fran grumbled at Luna's words, but she left to help the students. Luna, who was usually ignored by the students. She had now established herself as an indispensable comrade in Class A. It was the moment when Luna was once again treating the injured. Thank you. I'm sorry for what I did. Luke, the student who had bullied Luna with Kyle, apologized. Luke watched Luna silently treating him. He thought back to what he had done since Kyle had beaten him up and dropped out. Luke did not repent his sins all at once, but he was at least a student who could recognize that his actions towards Luna had been wrong. Luna just smiled brightly and said, "Don't worry about it. It's something I have to do." Like that, Luna healed Luke's body completely. She then moved on to another student who needed treatment. Fran bustled about, helping Luna with the treatment. While the two of them were doing so, Samuel stared at Sylvia, who was rolling her eyes around. "I can't let you escape." As Samuel raised his finger, clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of thorns sprouted around Sylvia, forming the shape of a prison. If she tried to move, the gluttony would turn her body into a porcupine. This woman seems to be a useful human being in her own way. She would be worth taking to the demon realm as a hostage. Even if not, I could just throw her in the Argonne prison camp. He was thinking such thoughts when, thud, 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 a man began to walk out of the narrow path. What that human is? The moment a student turned his head, zzzt. A cold chill that seemed to freeze everything began to emanate from his body. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Atmarv for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on Ko-Fi. A massive hammer swung through the air. Thwack dash. At the same time, the body of a student standing before Samuel exploded. The hammer swing alone had ripped the student's torso apart. Thud, thud, thud. The demon student's blood and entrails splattered everywhere. Fran's pupils began to tremble as she watched. What is that thing? The moment Fran let out a fear-filled gasp. Ha dash. White breath puffed out from her lips. The cold air seeping from Tyria's body had lowered the temperature of the area to below freezing. That was when, crackle dash, the organs of the student whose body had exploded began to freeze. The cold air Tyria's was emitting continued to grow denser. Creak dash. Crackle dash. With each step Tyria's took, frost formed on the ground. He passed by the corpses of the humans and approached Sylvia. And then, thwack dash. Tyria's swung his hammer and shattered the prison made of Samuel's gluttony in one blow. Relief washed over Sylvia's face as she watched. It was the trust she placed in Tyria's. Can you stand? I can stand on my own. Tyria's offered Sylvia his hand with a gentle tone, but Sylvia turned her head away and tried to stand up on her own. However, totter dash. Sylvia's legs gave out and she collapsed. Clench. Tyria's grabbed Sylvia's wrist and brought his face close to hers. What's the situation? His demeanor was unusually serious. Sylvia swallowed hard at the sight of Tyria's changed expression, which she had never seen before, and opened her mouth to speak. A total of 8 are dead. Many other students were injured, and the surviving students have all returned to the Imperial Academy, but Sylvia trailed off. Her gaze lingered on the human students who had become cold, lifeless corpses. Tears welled up in her eyes. Rustle, rustle dash. Tyria stroked Sylvia's head, who looked like she was about to burst into tears at any moment. A loving gesture. Sylvia's cheeks flushed red at this. Tyria's, a faint smile on his lips, handed her a piece of paper. It was a return scroll. No, but Sylvia slapped Tyria's hand away. She understood his intention. I will stay and fight with you, Sylvia. I know I will be a burden, but I will fight with you. Yes, that's what my lover should be like. That's. The two of them seemed to have forgotten that they were in the middle of a battle, laughing and blushing at each other. A demon student, heated by their display, stepped forward. The human pups have finally gone mad. Flapdash. However, the demon student was unable to finish his sentence and collapsed. There was no neck on the demon student's body. Tyria's had swung his hammer at an untraceable speed, killing the demon student in one blow. Only then did the students of Sidon realize. Tyria's was not being careless. It was just that the students of Sidon had not approached him threateningly. Like a spider that does not feel threatened even if dozens of one-day-old flies swarm around it. A true predator. The students of Sidon felt a sense of fear as they realized this. Soon after, Pokdash. An iceberg suddenly rose from the ground. The huge block of ice crushed the bodies of 2 demon students. Flapdash. and then it exploded them. It was the work of Tyrius, who had the talent to handle ice and hammers freely. Even Samuel, the best in the world, gritted his teeth as he glared at Tyrius' defeat. Samuel, who realized this fact, shouted to his students, "Retreat! Everyone, retreat!" Samuel showed his fangs of gluttony, which he could summon, at their maximum. But that alone was not enough. Puck, puck dash. The sound of Tyrius's hammer smashing through the thorns echoed through the air, his advance unstoppable. Fron, take the students and escape through the secret passage. Go to the demon realm with him and wait for the gate to open. Him referred to Adel. Even in this dire situation, Samuel cared for Adel's safety. The operation had already failed. With the variable called Tyrius appearing, they would not be able to avoid annihilation if they continued to fight. At Samuel's instruction, Fron asked in a sunken voice, "Then what will you do? Doesn't that mean you're the only one staying here? It's the best option we have. If we all stay, we'll all die." Samuel's words were reasonable. Even with the remaining Sidon cadets, Fron, Samuel, and Adel, it was difficult to guarantee victory against that monster. "That doesn't mean I'm going to die for nothing. I'll follow you after you all evacuate. Is that possible? N/O/vel/b/n.c//om." Samuel frowned as Fron asked in a doubtful tone, "Do you not trust me?" Perhaps she saw a spark of determination in his eyes. Sigh. Fron nodded after letting out a sigh. "Students, it's time to retreat. Samuel will buy us time, so everyone, run." The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. The Sidon students, who had already sensed the defeat of the battle, immediately followed Fron's words. Luna looked at Samuel with a worried look as she prepared to retreat. He said with his own mouth that he would follow us after we escaped. But even as Luna, she couldn't judge whether it was possible. "Hurry and go." Samuel pushed Luna's back. Ugh. In the end, Luna followed Fron and entered the secret passage with the cadets. Peek. Luna, who was worried about Samuel until the end, looked back. But Samuel cast magic without giving her even a glance. "You have to come quickly," Luna shouted at Samuel as she entered the secret passage. And as if in response, Samuel unfolded his magic again. Hundreds of thorns began to sprout on Samuel's arm. Finally, when all of Sidon's cadets had entered the secret passage, thud. "What the? They're all gone. They probably went over there. They popped out of there when they attacked us too." N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. The two figures who had destroyed all of Samuel's thorns walked over. Sylvia was pointing exactly at the secret passage where the Sidon cadets had escaped. If Samuel had escaped with the cadets, Tyrius would have pursued him right away. Samuel staying here was the best option. What? Thud. Tyrius loosened his neck as he faced Samuel. Then he took a step forward, sending out a fierce aura. "Let's see what you're capable of. I'll show you enough." With that conversation, Tyrius pulled out his hammer. Samuel unleashed his gluttony. Quack 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 dash. Countless thorns shot out in a circle, aiming to devour Tyrius. It was like a typhoon sweeping through the area. Bang dash. Tyrius swung his hammer to defend against Samuel's storm of thorns. However, he couldn't completely nullify the power contained in Samuel's storm, and Tyrius' forearm was wounded by the thorns of gluttony. Tyrius looked at the blood dripping from his arm and smiled coldly. "Is that all you've got? That's not something you should say after seeing blood. Haha, it seems you've underestimated me." Tyrius burst out laughing. His expression turned cold, and countless ice crystals began to cling to Tyrius' hammer. Soon, Tyrius' hammer became an iceberg. A large chunk of ice had grown on the back of the hammer. The hammer emitted a thick chill that was visible to the naked eye. Who dash. The moment Tyrius swung it. Crackle dash. All of Samuel's thorns shattered. Thud. The hammer struck Samuel's abdomen. Ugh. A crimson stream of blood flowed from the corner of Samuel's mouth. It was a single exchange. The moment when the victor between Samuel and Tyrius was decided. Samuel had already realized that he couldn't defeat Tyrius. But even so, Samuel stood up. His ribs were already broken, and even breathing was difficult. He spread his trembling arms and blocked Tyrius and Sylvia. "You can't pass." "Oh." Tyrius tilted his head. In an instant, Tyrius' hammer disappeared from Samuel's sight. And, rip dash. He tore off Samuel's left leg. The leg, torn off with muscle and sinew, rolled on the ground. Thud. Samuel's body collapsed. However, not yet. Samuel supported his body with his arms and glared at Tyrius with a fierce look. Thud. This time, Tyrius' hammer struck Samuel's right arm. As his right arm was torn off, Samuel's body collapsed limply. Even so, he's tenacious for a bug. Tyrius clicked his tongue as he watched Samuel repeatedly pick himself up and collapse. He had to admit that his tenacity was admirable. What had made this demon like this? Tyrius couldn't understand Samuel's emotions. "I'll kill you painfully." Should I just tear your flesh off this time?" Tyrius's words were sincere. All he wanted to do was tear apart Samuel, who had touched Sylvia, the woman who was going to be his lover. And so, Tyrius's hammer was lifted high into the air. Samuel's eyes grew dim. His vitality was gradually fading. If that hammer were to strike his body, he would die. Samuel reproached himself for his weakness. If he had been that guy, would he have been able to break through this situation? Who was it? But Perhaps because his mind was clouded, he couldn't remember the guy's face or name. Had that guy even existed in the first place? Before Samuel could even feel the absence in his memory. Swish dash. It was the moment when Terrorizing's hammer swung down to cut off Samuel's breath. A strange sense of stability and buoyancy made Samuel's eyes widen. A half-breed, covered in a thick, bloody stench, was carrying him away. "You're not dead yet," the narrow-eyed man said with a faint smile. "Well, you do look like you're about to die though." As his gaze met Terrorizing's, the atmosphere suddenly turned sinister. His face was hidden by a mask, making it impossible to see properly, but his trembling and emotions were conveyed clearly. One of the man's closed eyes opened, revealing a black pupil. Only then did Samuel recall who the man was. "You're here now. Just a tad late, but no matter. Patients shouldn't complain, just rest." Swish dash. The man who had put Samuel down to one side glared at Terrorizing. After a while, crash dash. Darkness surged from the man's body, releasing killing intent. "Now, it's my turn." The narrow-eyed man, Adel, looked at Terrorizing with a hardened expression and smiled wickedly. "The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Atmarv for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on KO-Fi. 1 minute earlier. Terrorizing and Samuel's bloody battle. I naturally couldn't help but wonder as I watched. My vision reconnected to Sehos, which had been cut off. Why? Nov. L. B //JNN. For what reason did Samuel declare that he would remain here alone? Samuel's incomprehensible behavior. He couldn't have possibly thought he could defeat Terrorizing on his own. Samuel also seemed to have guessed that Terrorizing was stronger than him. Then why? I knew he wasn't unaware of the plan to use himself as bait to evacuate the students. What I was curious about was, it was because I simply couldn't understand why Samuel was willing to sacrifice himself for the students. He clearly hated half-beasts. Samuel had shouted at Luna and the half-beast students, trying to get them to evacuate. I watched Samuel, breathing raggedly, through the Sehos vision. With one arm and one leg torn off each, and his ribs broken, even breathing must have been agony. But he kept getting up. After realizing that he couldn't stand, he crawled on his belly and grabbed Terrorizing's ankle. Why was he doing that? I closed my eyes. And then I recalled Samuel's past. Samuel, who had been betrayed by a half-demon and forced to devour his own mother. Does he know that the half-demon hadn't betrayed the family but had tried to protect Samuel? Judging from the conversation they had, the humans knew that the Gluttony family's members were alive. That's why they must have searched the family thoroughly, killing everyone in the process, as they searched for the members. However, thanks to the half-demon's guidance, no further searches were conducted. In fact, the humans had been fooled until they noticed Samuel hiding in the closet. That half-demon definitely wanted to save Samuel. But Samuel doesn't seem to know that. Then what was it? The reason Samuel had tried to save even the half-demon students. And why, in the end, did he tell me, the one he hated most, to escape with the others? The answer I came to after much deliberation was simple. He didn't want to be protected. Now he wanted to protect his comrades. And his comrades including me. Therefore, a surge of animosity towards Terrorizing, the one who had reduced Samuel to this state, began to rise within me. Even with empty words, Samuel and I could not be called close. But for some reason, I couldn't suppress the overwhelming hostility I felt. My eyes sank even more heavily. Quack 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 dash. My eyes narrowed, and the sword lacquer, now recognized as a distinct trait, erupted from my hand. Soon, the entrance to the secret realm, which had been forcibly opened, was cut off. There are traces of someone coming out again. Bloodstains were abundant at the entrance to the secret realm. Judging from the faint warmth remaining, it was clear that it belonged to the students of Sidon. Did they escape? Then there's nothing left to see. As soon as I infiltrated the secret passage, I used position exchange on the stone fragments and moved at an incomparable speed compared to before. I reached a distance that should have taken about 10 minutes in just 10 seconds. Soon after, my figure blurred. Absolute stealth. In order to save Samuel, I burned my senses and manifested the power to distort the rules of the world. Since 3 hours have not yet passed, another sense will be lost. But I had no regrets. I did not spare anything in order to save Samuel, who threw himself to enforce his beliefs until the end. Since my mana had increased, the time I could use absolute stealth was extended to about 5 seconds. Swoosh dash. I passed by Terrorizing and Sylvia and headed towards Samuel. The three of them did not even notice that I had entered the secret realm. I could have attacked Terrorizing while in a state of absolute stealth. But since it seemed like Terrorizing's hammer would come down any moment, I prioritized Samuel's rescue. I used position exchange to move to Samuel's side. Just before Terrorizing's hammer came down, I hugged Samuel and kicked off the ground. Only then was absolute stealth released, and my figure was revealed. At this, Samuel's eyes opened wide. A gaze that could not understand the situation that had just occurred. I opened my mouth with a grin. "You're not dead yet. Well, you do look like you're about to die though." A pause. Samuel, who had been flinching his remaining shoulder, opened his mouth with a faint smile. "You're here now. Just a tad late, but no matter. Patients shouldn't complain, just rest." I used position exchange once again to put Samuel down in a place where Terrorizing's attack would not reach. "I'll be back soon. Will you be able to survive?" "More than enough." I smiled ominously, expressing my confidence. In fact, it was a bluff. I had taken the elixir in Bisaha's lab, but that alone was not enough to defeat Tyria's. My body is not in normal condition either. One of my senses, touch, was gone. Even the sensation of breathing had disappeared. It was the aftermath of using absolute stealth. Having lost my sense of touch, I was already acting on my body's instincts. No matter how I looked at it, it was a situation where I had no chance of winning. But I had no choice. Now, it's my turn. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. I turned my back on Samuel, who was looking up at me with a worried look, and walked towards Tyrias.nov.l.b/JNN. As I did so, I took out a high-level mana potion from my arms and drank it. That's because all my mana had been consumed after using position exchange and absolute stealth in succession. Then I looked around. What a disaster. The corpses of demons and humans were scattered everywhere. The bodies were severely damaged, probably due to the aftermath of Samuel and Tyria's clash. As expected, he's a monster. My hand, which was holding the Fang of Darkness, tightened. Smolder, smolder dash. Darkness surged with each of my steps. The bugs have doubled. Tyria's walked over from the other side. He must have noticed that I was a dangerous being, because he was coming alone, leaving Sylvia behind. Crackle, crackle. Every time Tyria's moved, frost began to form on the floor. Immediately after, bang dash. The Fang of Darkness and the hammer clashed fiercely, scattering darkness and ice shards in all directions. Wow, you can withstand this. Tyrias stuttered as he watched me block his hammer with my trembling arm. My arm was shaking from Tyria's attack, but I didn't feel any tingling or anything. Since my sense of touch was already gone, my sense of pain had also disappeared. However, this was to my advantage. Not only did I not feel pain, but it also didn't hinder me in battle. Even without my sense of touch, Adel's body could read the changes in Tyria's muscles as he moved. An astonishing level of dynamic vision. Tyria's lips curled up at this, as if he had found an amusing toy, and thus, the fierce battle began. Quack 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 dash. The hammer and dagger repeatedly clashed and fell. Naturally, my physical eyesight couldn't read the trajectory of Tyrias's hammer. I could only act based on my wild instincts and by detecting the subtle movements of his muscles. That was when it happened. Splat dash. Blood splattered across my cheek. My hand, which couldn't withstand the full force of Tyrias's attack, was torn apart. If only I hadn't lost my sense of touch as the price for absolute stealth. The pain would have prevented me from even holding my sword properly. For now, I needed to create some distance. Just because I couldn't feel pain didn't mean my body was invincible. Pack dash. I manifested sword lacquer and roughly knocked Tyrias's hammer away. A brief gap was created. As soon as I confirmed it, I stretched out an arrow. Designation. I designated the hammer that Tyrias was holding as the target. The purpose was to dig into his arms and disarm him at the same time. Move. I initiated a position exchange. My vision flipped, and in an instant, my new body reached right before Tyrias. The moment Tyrias flinched and his shoulders trembled at the sight of his hammer that had fallen to the ground. I created countless daggers out of darkness. Black blade rain. Dozens of daggers generated through darkness were aimed at Tyrias and shot out. However, there was something I had overlooked. Tyrias's hammer that had fallen where I once stood. It was one of Tyrias's exclusive artifacts. A hammer that, in addition to its ability to support ice attributes, could instantly move and return to its owner, even if it was far away from them. Tack dash. Right before the blades rained down on Tyrias, the hammer settled into Tyrias's hand. Tang 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 dash. Tyrias deflected the daggers at an impossible speed. My ultimate attack had been rendered useless. However, I just need to attack again. My mana, which had doubled or even tripled, allowed me to sustain another attack. Even after using Black Blade Rain, my mana hadn't run out. However, the difference in our strength was clear. Position exchange has been sealed. If I were to get a certain distance away from Tyrias, the hammer was designed to automatically return. Even if I used position exchange to throw it far away, it would end up back in his hand. Since I had already used position exchange once, Tyrias would react even more sensitively. If I were to use it again, there was no other way than to use it as an evasion technique. For now, I had to defend against Tyrias's next attack. Swish dash. Tyrias's hammer swung towards my head. I tried to block it by swinging my dagger, but it wasn't enough. My arm, which couldn't overcome Tyrias's strength in the end, was bent in a grotesque shape. Thud dash. My right wrist bone pierced through my flesh and stuck out. Even when I tried to move it with force, my wrist wouldn't budge. It was a good thing I couldn't feel pain, or else I would have fainted from shock on the spot. A situation where I was completely unable to fight. I raised my relatively intact left arm and shot out a black blade. Clang dash. However, Tyrias simply swung his hammer and deflected the blades. The scales of victory had completely tipped towards Tyrias. The darkness surging from my body had been completely devoured by Tyrias's ice crystals. Bam. Tyrias kicked my abdomen as I collapsed. Tenacious little bastard. Insulting words poured out of Tyrias's mouth. Bam, bam. The kicks didn't stop. My body shook accordingly, and blood clots began to spew from my mouth. I definitely couldn't feel any pain, but my body wouldn't get up. I had to get up. I understood that in my head. However, my body refused my brain's orders. My vision began to fill with darkness. I thought about using position exchange to escape, but I realized that my mana was already depleted. Even though I had obtained the elixir from Bisaha, I couldn't defeat Tyrius. He sneered and exhaled an even thicker chill. It's over now, you maggot. Soon, Tyrius's kicks stopped, and a giant hammer was raised above my head. My eyelids slowly began to close. Am I dying? Was I going to end like this, without putting up a fight? I hadn't rescued Samuel yet, and I hadn't even managed to land a proper attack on Tyrius. Just as Tyrius's hammer was about to crush my head, flash dash, my vision flickered. With an unusually loud sound effect. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Right after the sound effect rang in my ears, I opened my eyes with difficulty and an unfamiliar place came into view. Where is this? I raised my body and looked around. A gray space. The endlessly spread out gray space gave off a strange feeling. The thing existing within that space was a mirror. The mirror that appeared before my eyes was reflecting me. My appearance with crimson hair and sinister narrow eyes. But that mirror was strange somehow. Even though I raised one hand towards the mirror, the me in the mirror was still unresponsive. As if it was a picture, not a mirror. I flinched at that strange phenomenon for a moment. I felt the need to organize the situation and stroked my chin. It's my habit that comes out whenever I'm deeply thinking about something. I was definitely up until just now, fighting Tyrius and eventually losing consciousness. I poured out all my strength to face Tyrius, but in the end, I couldn't win and fainted and collapsed. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. I thought I would die like that. Tyrius's hammer was coming down right before my vision was blocked, so it would have been the natural order of things. The power contained in that hammer was not ordinary. Then, is this the afterlife? But that doesn't seem to be the case. Wung dash. Darkness rippled as I manifested mana. If this place really was the afterlife, it would be natural to not be able to use mana, or so I thought. Of course, I've never been to the afterlife before. Then, where in the world is this? I stared blankly at the me in the mirror. As expected, no matter what action I took, it just watched me without following along. For some reason, that appearance was creepy. Should I say it felt like looking at an unpleasant valley? I was like that for a long time. It spoke. The me in the mirror opened its mouth. I wondered if I had been mistaken for a moment. The me in the mirror began to speak again. It's the second time I've met you in person. It's nice to meet you, creator. Have you been well? The first words that the me in the mirror uttered. I frowned at this. That wasn't me. To be exact, it was the original owner of this body. Adel, that guy was speaking through the mirror. Did he show himself because it was time for me to die? As the creator, I wrote myself to die in the original story. Perhaps you've been watching me overcome countless life or death situations, just so you could mock me with a chuckle. As that thought naturally came to mind, a sharp remark escaped my lips. I had even forgotten the honorifics I usually used. The sudden surge of irritation in my head had overridden my habits, reverting me to my original speech pattern. I'm not happy to see you at all. You must have watched everything I've done anyway. Why bother asking if I'm okay or not? Haha, I suppose that's not wrong. I understand why you would say that, creator. Adele burst into laughter at my sharp tone. I didn't like the way Adele looked, but I decided to ask my questions first. I took a moment to calm my breathing, feeling like my emotions were getting the better of me, before I finally spoke. There are 3 things I want to ask. First question. Where is this? It was the question I was most curious about. It wasn't the afterlife, and it was a space where Adele from the original story, who had lent me his body, existed. At least, it didn't exist in the setting of my novel. It was like a completely unknown space, so I couldn't help but ask. Adele in the mirror seemed to be contemplating something for a moment before he spoke. I suppose I can tell you that much without a price. So you were planning on taking payment until the very end? You're nothing but a greedy bastard. I gritted my teeth and cursed. I had already figured out that the being communicating with me through the information screen was Adele. The bastard who had always demanded a high price from me, even after death. Was he still trying to take something from me? As I spoke in a deliberately angry tone, Adele quickly continued his explanation. Please calm down. There is information I can tell you and information I can't. Not only for you, creator, but I also have to pay a price to provide information. Well, let me answer your first question. The boy, who had been choosing his words carefully, began to speak. This is a space made of chaos, a space where anything can exist and nothing can exist. Adel's vague explanation made me frown as I tried to make sense of it. I pondered for a while, but couldn't grasp what he meant. I glared at Adele with dissatisfaction, but he merely smiled slyly, his eyes narrowed. I pressed my fingers against my forehead, trying to suppress my rising frustration. One thing is for sure. This space is separated from the outside world. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Adele, who had only communicated through papers before, to reveal himself, even if only as a reflection. I asked my second question. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. What is chaos? That's a difficult question. Answer me. It's driving me crazy. I planned to ask Adel everything I had been curious about during this opportunity. One of them was about chaos. It was the power that Arsene's ancestors had wielded, the ability to briefly erase my very existence from the world. And it also appears in the mana technique of the bear's family. There had been many clues so far, but I still couldn't get a sense of it. Since it wasn't a power I could use at will, I was going to ask Adel for help. Why? Because I was convinced that if I could understand the true usage of chaos, I would be able to defeat Tyrius, and even the original protagonist. However, Adel didn't answer and just groaned. Surely he didn't not know, did he? Rattle, rattle. Adel shook his head as I gave him a suspicious look. I do know what kind of power it is, but the creator must figure this out for himself. Perhaps if you paid a price. What kind of price do you want? 100 gold. I was even willing to pay 300 gold. I had experienced firsthand how powerful the power of chaos was. However, Adel didn't answer and just shook his head again. At the very least, you must gather all the holy relics that exist in the demon realm and the human realm before I can answer you. Since the creator doesn't have the power to do so yet, I recommend that you figure it out for yourself. You're just talking in circles to avoid telling me. I regret that you heard it that way. Swish, swish. Adel wiped the corners of his eyes. His appearance was so pitiful that I was taken aback. In the end, was there no other way than for me to figure it out myself? I didn't gain anything from my second question either. Now, the only question left was, am I still alive? After fighting with Tyrius, I lost consciousness due to severe injuries. If I had been left alone in that state or if Tyrius had struck me, I would have died instantly. In a way, finding out whether I was alive or dead was the most urgent matter. There were many other questions I wanted to ask, like how I was brought into this novel, and what the identity of the necklace associated with the Demon King was. However, I didn't bother asking because I knew Adel wouldn't answer me. Even if he was willing to answer, he would demand a huge price that I couldn't afford. I will answer you. This time, Adel didn't ask for any compensation for the question. You are still alive. Well, if you don't do anything special, you will die soon. Click. As Adel said that and snapped his fingers, a scene appeared. A hammer, radiating a bone-chilling aura, was about to strike down. And beneath it, I could see myself lying in a pool of blood. The gap between the hammer and my body was about the width of a hand. As if time had stopped, all movement was frozen in that gap. I stared blankly at the sight. Behind me, I could see Samuel looking at me in shock. He hated me, but this was proof that he didn't hate me blindly. When I realized that, I felt a pang of regret. Not only that, I felt a heavy weight pressing down on my chest. It was a feeling of regret. Not yet. Not yet. I can't die. I haven't even granted that Adel's last wish. I haven't even figured out exactly what good and evil are. And this may sound selfish, but I'm afraid of death. Even though I've killed countless lives since possessing this body, I'm terrified of my own death. What will happen to me if I die here? What about the me in the real world? My eyes, which had been filled with confusion, narrowed. I have to live. No matter what. I will see the end of this story. That's why. Lend me your strength, Adel. I asked for help from the man who was staring at me with a faint smile. Then Adel spoke. That was my plan from the beginning. That's why I brought the creator into this space. I will lend you 20% of my power for 1 hour. Then, however, you must pay a price. I knew it. I had expected to pay a price, so I nodded and asked, what do you want? But I don't know if I have anything that will satisfy you. I was lost in thought. Borrowing Adel's power would require a huge price. The only artifact I have is the Fang of Darkness. Nov.l.b//JNN. If that's not enough, I could offer the maximum amount of mana like I did in the secret realm of bars. I won't ask for artifacts. Then you want the maximum amount of mana. No, that's not enough either. Adel firmly denied my question. Then, what do you want from me? Adel hesitated for a moment. Then, after a few dozen seconds, I need a part of what you hold most dear, creator. What I held most dear. Nothing specific came to mind. It could be the relationships I've built in this world, or perhaps the prized possessions I had collected in the real world. But I don't think any of those things would be enough to borrow Adel's power. Do you accept? Adel asked me with a faint smile. I didn't understand what emotion that expression came from. Just, I accept. I nodded at Adel's words. And at that moment, boom dash, my vision flashed. And when I opened my eyes, whoosh dash, uncontrollable darkness began to pour out of my body. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin bonus chapter for reaching 5 reviews on novel updates. Another bonus chapter on reaching 4.2 star ratings. Designation. Move dash. I escaped the gray space and initiated a position swap at the same time. Originally, I wouldn't have been able to avoid Tyria's attack, but my mana had become so vast that it was boiling over, allowing me to use that skill. After escaping from Tyria's attack range in an instant, I checked my body's condition. My body hadn't healed or anything. 1. Kuyuyu dash. A surging wave of darkness. It gradually swelled in size like a wave, eventually transforming into something that filled the horizon. I couldn't help but be amazed by the immense power that I couldn't even control at will. 20% of his original power. With just that, I had gained strength that was incomparable to before. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent pitch black mana manipulation eye of arrogance telekinesis sword lacquer. Mana, 2072 4301. Several new windows popped up before me, each displaying a different subquest. The traits and talents that had clearly changed were displayed above the status window. First, position exchange. It had increased by 2 whole stages compared to before. Not only that, but killing intent had also increased by 2 stages. If there was something that had changed completely, it was that the original darkness had been replaced with another trait. Pitch black. I couldn't help but be impressed. It was a trait that meant I had truly conquered darkness. It meant that I could endlessly emit darkness unless I used up all my mana. It wasn't even normal darkness, but an ability that meant complete blackout that couldn't be illuminated by light. What a shame. My telekinesis and sword lacquer traits hadn't improved. It seemed that 20% of my original power wasn't enough to increase my sword lacquer. Sword lacquer was a technique that could only be used when one reached the realm of the sword. Therefore, I had to gain an understanding that surpassed that level to move on to the next stage. And telekinesis. It's not originally Adel's ability. There was nothing I could do about it. It was said to be an ability left behind by Arsene's ancestors, but it wasn't a trait that Adel originally possessed, so I couldn't increase its proficiency. However, it's not bad. Aside from other traits, the significant improvement in the level of position exchange is a great asset. It has drastically narrowed the gap between Tyria's and my abilities. But what did Adel take from me in exchange for lending me her power? Didn't he say he would take one of the most precious things from me? However, no artifact has disappeared from me, nor have there been any significant changes in my body. What is it? There's no way Adel would lend me his power without receiving anything in return. I couldn't even guess what he had taken. Rattle. I shook my head to clear my mind. It wouldn't be too late to find out what Adel had taken from me later. For now, I need to focus on dealing with Tyria's. I quickly reviewed the powers Adel had given me once more. An overwhelming power that was incomparable to before. But is it possible to overwhelm Tyria's with this? That would be difficult. In fact, the word difficult is a euphemism. It's not difficult, it's impossible. The current Tyria's is a monster with the power to rival even the main characters. It seems that by gaining 20% of his power, he has gained the power to slightly surpass Bolton, a member of the 7 deadly sins. But that's not enough. That was my conclusion. It's only natural since Bolton wasn't stronger than Tyria's. But it seemed to be enough to provoke Tyria's. What are you? Tyria's asked with a hardened expression. The bottomless darkness surging from my body and the killing intent that had been upgraded to level were naturally emanating from me. I infused a little mana and released killing intent. That moment, Tyria's hurriedly raised his hammer to defend his neck. It must have been because of the illusion created by my killing intent. Judging from his reaction, it seemed that he had seen a vision of his own neck being cut. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted so sensitively. Is it because I inherited Adel's original power? Naturally, not my ego, but Adel's ego suddenly popped out. Who do you ask? My mouth opened towards Tyria's, who had begun to be wary of me. My hand touched the clown mask on my face. Fortunately, the mask is still on, so it should be okay to speak. I continued to speak with Adel's ego slightly mixed in. Didn't you call me a bug? That's exactly what I am. A bug that you and the humans failed to crush and kill. I don't know what you're talking about all of a sudden. Tyria's narrowed his brow. He seemed to think I was talking nonsense in response to his question about my identity. But there wasn't a shred of lie in my words. Because until recently, I was nothing more than a bug. I had lost all my kin and was left in a huge mansion as a child, waiting for the day I would die. From the perspective of the 6 families, I must have seemed like a bug that they had failed to kill. However, they failed to crush me to death. And perhaps he had sensed the sincerity in my tone. Yes, that's right. Tyria's face twisted ferociously, and the chill emanating from his body grew even thicker. If you're a bug, I'll just crush you again. With those words, swish dash. In an instant, Tyria's figure disappeared from my sight. My eyes widened at this. Tyria's movements were clearly different from before. If I had gained Adel's original power, Tyria's had begun to exert his true power. At one point dash, Tyria's appeared before my eyes. Hello. Tyria's stared at me with a sinister smile. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo dash. A ferocious aura hung over the hammer in his hand. Countless shards of ice swirled and swelled to an enormous size. I hardened my expression as I realized the nature of the ability Tyria's was manifesting. Ice Storm. One of Tyria's vision abilities. He had noticed that my aura had changed and was now unleashing his full power. I quickly swung the Fang of Darkness. Whoosh dash. And the pitch-black darkness manifested in an instant. Even darker darkness colored my dagger. Unfortunately, the Fang of Darkness's grade had not increased, but I had succeeded in raising its proficiency to the extreme. Not only that. Cuckoo, cuckoo. I used telekinesis to slow down the rotation speed of Tyria's Ice Storm. The ice storm was still raging, but it was noticeably slower than before. I didn't stop there and summoned dozens of black blades. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Black Blade Rain. I cast it twice in a row. Adel's power allowed my mana to reach 4301, which enabled me to perform that feat. 30 black blades, along with the Fangs of Darkness, clashed against Tyria's ice storm. Clang dash, crackle, crackle, crackle dash. The pure white ice chunks and black blades intermingled, creating a magnificent spectacle. My dagger and Tyria's hammer met, their strength clashing. Splash dash. Ice shards flew off, grazing my mask. I have to be careful. It would be bad if Tyria's discovered Adel's appearance. I caressed my mask and pulled my body back. Tyria's followed my every move without fail. If I couldn't dodge, I would be defeated just like before. This time, it would be difficult to receive Adel's help. But this time, it was different. The ability of position swap. With position swap, I couldn't escape while fighting Tyria's. It was natural since I didn't even have time to draw an arrow. However, designate. As I calmly recited the incantation in my mind, countless arrows were released. Not drawn, but released. Position swap no longer required me to draw an arrow. Instead, it connected the arrow to the object closest to the optimal position. That's why, move. Just by uttering the incantation, I was able to ascend to the pile of rubble on the ground that had crumbled during my battle with Tyria's. And Tyria's hammer struck the spot where I had been standing. The boulder that had swapped places with me shattered into dust. Bam dash. Tyria's hammer smashed the ground, creating spiderweb-like cracks. And the cracks were quickly filled with cold air, freezing them over. It meant that if I were to be hit by his attack, I would not only suffer physical damage but also be inflicted with a status ailment that would freeze my body. Although my position had been reversed, Tyria's, who had noticed that his strength was superior, curled his lips spitefully. Aren't you a bug? You really are like a cockroach. Don't blame your lack of skill on me. There's no reason for me to take that sluggish attack of yours, is there? I responded to Tyria's words with a sharp smile. In contrast, my insides were burning up as time went on. If only my right wrist was intact. Despite receiving Adel's power, I couldn't fully utilize everything. It was because I couldn't use one of my arms. Just before Adel called me into the grey room, the bone in my right wrist popped out. Just once. I opened my eyes with difficulty and looked at Tyria's. If I could just find an opening, I had a way to at least injure Tyria's, even if I couldn't defeat him. But that small opening was nowhere to be found. Tyria's moved his body leisurely, but he wasn't letting his guard down. Could I really defeat Tyria's? Even with Adel's power, the sense of powerlessness that I couldn't defeat Tyria's weighed heavily on my shoulders. As I was swallowing my dry saliva, Adel, Samuel shouted from behind, gnashing his teeth in anger. Adel, don't lose to human trash. When I turned my gaze, Samuel's bloodshot eyes came into view. Samuel was glaring at Tyria's with eyes full of anger, hatred, and contempt. It wasn't me or Tyria's who reacted to this. It was Sylvia, who had been anxiously watching the fight from behind Tyria's. As soon as Samuel finished speaking, she opened her mouth, her anger flaring. What? Trash. Sylvia. Tyria's turned his head and looked at Sylvia. Even then, Tyria's was emitting a strong chill, so I couldn't attack him. And then came Sylvia's growling voice. Are you, a demon, calling us trash? Do you have the right to say such a thing? You who are trying to kill us for no reason, just like you did during the war. Sylvia's words hit the nail on the head. I couldn't answer her words and was caught in a complicated mood. In my novel, humans played the role of good. On the other hand, demons are nothing more than villains. It is true that during the Great War between humans and demons, the human soldiers invaded the demon realm first. However, the demons had already set foot in the human dimension through the gates that had been created before that. The demons who had infiltrated the human realm in this way slaughtered the humans. Unable to bear this, the humans waged a war to conquer the demon realm. But, nonsense. The words that came out of Samuel's mouth were completely different from the setting I had written. You were the ones who started the war and slaughtered our demons. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. It wasn't because of the cold air emitted by Tyria's, but because a chilling silence had literally descended between them. Sylvia, who had been glaring at Samuel as if she wanted to chew him up right away, opened her mouth. Ha, you bug-like bastards are now trying to distort the things you did? The things you guys did in the Herrick territory are clearly recorded right now. It's not us who are distorting things, but you humans, isn't it? It was the humans who killed the demons first, and it was you guys who started the war. Samuel also retorted to Sylvia's words without backing down. The more they argued, the more complicated my head became. Let me recall the setting I had made. The gate can't only be crossed from the demon realm to the human realm. It can also be crossed from the human realm to the demon realm. Then, if a strong person from the human realm crossed over to the demon realm, would they have treated the demons, who are different from humans, as the same kind of beings? No, they wouldn't have. It is possible that the demons who crossed over to the human realm through the random gate attacked the humans first. Since it was the setting I had made, it is a clear fact that the demons who crossed over to the human realm attacked the humans. However, there was one question. Let's recall the contents of Seiden's class. One day, humans with powerful strength attacked the residents of the territory everywhere, and eventually, 2 large-scale air raids by humans took place. With so many casualties, the human-demon war began due to the invasion of the human realm while trying to confirm the exact damage. From the demon's point of view, powerful humans who came to the human realm and the demon realm attacked the demons little by little, and one day, the humans suddenly started a war. From the humans' point of view, the demons killed the humans first. Nov. L. B /JNN. However, I didn't think that the humans who crossed over to the demon realm would have looked at the demons with friendly eyes. You can see that by thinking about Duke Leon, who had ruthlessly destroyed Samuel's family, who had never even invaded the human realm. That's why it's complicated. Because it was the moment when it was revealed that the demons weren't completely evil. Samuel growled again and spoke to Sylvia. Humans are shameless to the end. Why don't you guys admit your mistakes? Samuel seemed to be fuming with anger at Sylvia's words, which condemned the demon tribe as evil. Listening to their conversation, I parted my closed lips. Because it's profitable. What? What are you talking about? Samuel frowned as if he didn't understand. I didn't answer him and instead organized the thoughts that suddenly came to mind. When the gates connecting the human realm and the demon realm sprouted like bamboo shoots, which side benefited? Was it the demon realm, which had fewer strong individuals compared to the human realm? Or was it the human realm, which had built up enormous power based on the 6 families? The answer was simple. There was no way the humans, who were superior in technology, ability, and military power, would have suffered losses. Wasn't that what the outcome of the war showed? Artifacts and elixirs existing in the demon realm. And even the demon tribe as slaves. The human realm, especially the 6 families, had accumulated enormous wealth through the human-demon war. Even at this point in time, when the war had broken out and many treasures had been plundered, wasn't the value of gold and silver coins, which would have been an enormous sum in the human realm, unusually low in the demon realm? From their perspective, the demon realm was a land of gold. Wasn't that what it was? Perhaps my words had offended her. You're saying we started the war for profit? That's ridiculous. Even slander has its limits. Sylvia denied Samuel's words, gnashing her teeth. I suddenly wondered about the reaction of Tyrius, the successor of the Leon Duke family, one of the 6 families. The moment I turned my head, Tyrius's figure came into view, his lips tightly shut and his unfocused eyes looking down at Sylvia. Sensing something off about Tyria's attitude, I spoke. You're hiding something. Swish, swish dash. In response to my question, Tyrius simply muttered and scratched his neck. Then he looked at Sylvia. Sylvia, who was staring at Tyria's heavy, sunken expression. Tyrius, kill those insect bastards, those disgusting. Before she could finish her sentence, thud, her silver hair fluttered and sprawled on the ground, along with her head, which had been torn off in an instant. Tyrius had ruthlessly killed the woman who had become his lover. Why? Before I could even ponder such questions, a desolate chill surged forth. Tyrius had once again unleashed an ice storm at me. Tyrius's aura had suddenly changed, and I narrowed my eyes. An overreaction. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Hadn't Tyrius continued to show a relaxed demeanor? But there seemed to be something that had pricked him in his current state. Right. Thinking about it, it was strange. Compared to the demons, the superior humans wouldn't have meekly suffered and invaded the demon realm just for revenge. A kind of justification. It didn't make sense for the superior humans to have suffered such great losses to the inferior demons. The flawed setting I had created, where humans were purely good. And on top of the fact that the humans had gained a huge advantage in the human-demon war, the reason for the main characters to invade the demon realm and wage a war of conquest in the latter half of the story. Tyrius must have known about that connection. Even settings that I, the author, didn't know about. Perhaps he knew something because he was the successor of one of the 6 families involved in the war. It can't be helped that I don't know. I had scrapped all the settings I had come up with at the beginning of the serialization. But, for some reason, those settings were faintly tinged and I couldn't remember them. As if they were covered in fog. Was it because too much time had passed since I had created and discarded those settings? Or maybe it was because my imagination had created this world, but I didn't know everything because I hadn't recorded and described it all. One thing was for sure. I was only just now starting to get a sense of it. Between the demons and the humans, it was becoming increasingly difficult to tell who was good. The members of the 6 families knew the secret of the war and were trying to hide it. And it was clear that it was not good. It was when I moved my feet to avoid Tyrius's ice attack. Why are those guys suddenly killing each other? Samuel's voice, filled with doubt, echoed faintly through the canyon. Tyrius's face turned blue at his words. Was he interpreting Samuel's ignorant words as mockery? Haha. I couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Then, with a smile on my face, I answered Samuel's question. Isn't it because they're shameless, enough to kill their own lovers? What's that Cerberus nonsense? Samuel asked with a puzzled expression, but I didn't have time to answer him. Before I knew it, Tyrius's ice storm was right before my eyes. I hurriedly spread out sword lacquer and countered Tyrius's ice storm. Clang, 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 clang. I deflected the ice crystals flying from Tyrius's hammer with my dagger and used telekinesis to slow down the storm. It's still not easy, but it was the same as using force. If I had lost my mind and charged in like I did just now, it would have been easier to deal with. On the contrary, Tyrius was launching an even calmer attack. In the end, I decided that it wouldn't be easy to block Tyrius's hammer and switched positions. Designation. Move. I moved to the boulder behind Tyrius, and I quickly swung my dagger. But, thud dash. Tyrius's kick was a little faster. I was kicked and thrown far away. Tyrius could react even to a position exchange when he was serious. I gritted my teeth at this .n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. As expected, it's impossible to capture Tyrius and interrogate him. Moreover, Tyrius is one of the new stars in the human world. Even if he knows the secrets of the remnants of the old era, he probably doesn't know as much as the heads of the 6 families. Even so, with my skills, I couldn't defeat Tyrius, let alone capture him. For now, I need to focus on landing a blow on Tyrius. A blow that even Tyrius can't ignore. I already had that ability. That's why if I could just create a small opening, I could survive this place. That's why. Mr. Samuel, please help me. I barely managed to utter a word as I dodged Tyrius's hammer and ran away. Flinch. Samuel's gaze turned to me. Designation. Move. I used position swap to move to Samuel's side in an instant. It was only a few seconds, but it was enough time for me to convey what I wanted to Samuel. Tie him up so he can't move. I understand. Then, excuse me for a moment. I flew towards Tyrius with Samuel in my arms. And Samuel, who was in my arms, began to use his ability, squeezing out all his mana. Hundreds of thorns began to sprout on Samuel's arms. They transformed into 4-pronged ropes and tied up Tyrius' ankles and wrists. Ugh. The moment I confirmed that Tyrius' movements had stiffened, I swapped places with his hammer and changed positions. It was a split second. As Tyrius' hammer fell to the ground, I manifested my sword lacquer and swung it. An attack condensed with all my remaining mana. Creak. It was enough to pierce through the protective aura surrounding Tyrius' body. However, you little bug, you're using tricks. Tyrius, who had noticed his weakness, poured his strength into his protective aura, so the dagger only managed to cut his shoulder. And the moment Tyrius' hammer was retrieved to his hand dash, something shot out from my arms at the speed of light. Tyrius' pupils dilated greatly. Clench. A venomous snake bit his shoulder and began to inject venom like crazy. It was the extremely poisonous goo poison, who had consumed a homunculus and transformed into a living being, who had bitten Tyrius. Thud. The moment I felt joy from landing a blow, the hammer that had returned to Tyrius struck my body violently. I had also fully exposed my body, so my ribs were crushed and my bones pierced through my flesh and protruded outward. Gulp. Crimson blood dripped from the corner of my mouth. In that situation where even breathing was difficult, I, as you said, I am a bug, could only laugh and speak to Tyrius. But remember this one thing. That bug, the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @JRWVF6 for subscription to Sword Lacquer Tier on KO-Fi. Ugh. Tyrius groaned as he retreated. His shoulder, bitten by the goo poison, was turning blue. The venom of goo poison was so potent that if even a little more time passed, his arm would have to be amputated. Furthermore, it was an extremely deadly poison that could drive him to his death. Tyrius had to make a choice. Whether to continue fighting, or else. Swish dash. I lowered my gaze and looked at Tyrius' pocket. The return scroll that Tyrius had intended to give to Sylvia. However, Sylvia was already dead. Tyrius had killed her after judging that it would be dangerous if Sylvia were to notice something that the 6 families were hiding. I was very curious about what they were hiding, and an intuition that I had to find out suddenly raised in my head. I can't capture Tyrius, so it's impossible for now. It was true that he was poisoned by goo poison's venom, but if he set his mind to it, he could still eliminate us. Besides, my mana's been depleted. I, too, couldn't continue fighting any longer. My mana was depleted, and my ribs were shattered. Among them, there were some that were piercing my organs. If I didn't get treated soon, even my life would be in danger. That's why I had to swallow my saliva with tension and watch Tyrius' decision. After a while, Tyrius, who had finished judging his own body, opened his mouth. Tyrius' face, which had always been relaxed, was distorted like a demon's. A cold chill was emitted from him. My whole body was surrounded by a cold, and my body temperature seemed to plummet in an instant, giving off a surprisingly cold aura. I released the killing intent trait with the slightest bit of mana. Swoosh dash. My killing intent drove away Tyrius' chill. Since my mana had run out, it couldn't be called perfect killing intent. However, its rank had risen to the point where it could suppress the chill. Since I was bleeding heavily right now, there was nothing as dangerous as my body temperature dropping, so it was something I had to do. Like that, we faced off for a long time. Damn it. Tyrius cursed. Then, he took out the return scroll from his pocket. He had decided that treating his shoulder was more important than subduing us, and he was going to return to the Imperial Academy. Towards such a Tyrius, I smiled faintly. I hope to see you again. Swish. At this, Tyrius glared at me with killing intent before opening his mouth. I hope so. Snap. With those words, Tyrius tore the return scroll. Thud. Before I knew it, his body was enveloped in a bright light, and finally, he disappeared. In the end, he withdrew from the battle and returned to the Imperial Academy. Ha. I let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. It was a gamble, and it worked. If Tyrius had cut off his poisoned arm and continued the attack, I wouldn't have been able to escape death. Huff, huff. I was panting and brushing my sweat-soaked hair back when. Is it over? Samuel, who had been lying face down on the ground, crawled over and asked. Yes, it's over. That's a relief. I thought this was the end for me. And with that, Samuel laid down flat on the ground. It was awkward to say that he was lying down since he was missing an arm and a leg, but that was beside the point. I glanced at him and opened my mouth. Why? What are you asking all of a sudden? Samuel frowned at my question, which lacked a subject. I didn't answer Samuel right away and rummaged through my pockets. I was looking for a cigarette. But soon, I realized that I didn't have any and scratched my head. When I lived as an author in reality, I always had a cigarette in my mouth. But after I became Adele, I didn't smoke because I was too young. Smoking wasn't good for growing children. Helplessly, I took out a candy from my pocket. A stick candy that I had bought a few of while purchasing food for the Siho. Weo. I put the stick candy in my mouth and pretended to exhale cigarette smoke as I spoke to Samuel. You shouldn't smoke things like this. You're crazy. Samuel let out a hollow laugh as if he couldn't believe it. Regardless, I rolled the candy around in my mouth and asked him what I wanted to ask. If it were you, you could have abandoned the students and run away. But you didn't. Even though you ended up like this. Samuel's shoulders flinched as if he hadn't expected the question. Soon, Samuel opened his mouth.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I had to protect them, so I did. Even the half-demons. Yes. Even if you don't like it, they're still part of Sidon, aren't they? They're also friends. I see. A small interest arose within me. Despite having been betrayed by a half-demon in the past, he still considered them a friend. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. While I was lost in a strange emotion, Samuel continued to speak. And the same goes for you, doesn't it? There must have been more than a few who ignored you as a half-demon, including me. But in the end, didn't you come here to save me? Well, I remained silent at Samuel's words. I didn't have much contact with Sidon's students. And it wasn't a desire to protect something, as Samuel had said. It was something I did because it needed to be done. Samuel frowned as if annoyed when I made a subtle expression. You're a strange one, I can't figure you out. Isn't that my charm? Crazy bastard. As Samuel cursed again, I pretended to wipe away tears. You have a sharp tongue. If you keep talking like that, I'll get hurt. You're crazy. But all that came back was more cursing, so I shut my mouth. Anyway, we managed to drive that monster away, but at this rate, we won't be able to avoid death. I can see that n/o/vel/b/c//om. We repelled Tyrias. In fact, it would be inaccurate to use the word repelled. We succeeded in sending Tyrias back to the Imperial Academy and rescuing Samuel, so we achieved our initial goal. However, we suffered too many injuries in the process. If we didn't get treatment soon, Samuel and I would die. Even now, blood was draining from us at a rapid pace. I was in this state, but Samuel's injuries were even more severe. His limbs had been torn off, and all his bones must have been crushed. Even in such a state, Samuel was worried about Sidon's students. Did they manage to escape safely? I think so. There were no signs of anyone other than the students and instructors around this mountain. That's a relief. However, I couldn't agree with Samuel's words. Things had turned out this way, but wasn't this just part of Sidon's midterm exam? I hadn't been able to command Sidon's students properly, and Samuel, the talented student I should have taken care of first, was dying. I was also on the verge of death. In a nutshell, this test seemed to be a failure. My head throbbed as I realized this fact. Unaware of my feelings, Samuel only had a faint smile on his lips. What a carefree demon. As I looked up at the ceiling with a laugh, I felt a gaze. I turned my head and saw Goo Poison staring at me, the one who had contributed the most in this battle. It was as if he was silently pressuring me to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, I'm alive. I thanked him and squeezed out the remaining mana to create a drop of black droplet. It was darker than before because it had transformed into the pitch black attribute. Lick. Although the amount was small, the creature seemed satisfied with the darker water drop and cried happily. That was when, thud, thud dash. Footsteps could be heard from the secret passage. I bit my lip. No way. Did Tyrias lead reinforcements from the Imperial Academy in such a short amount of time? If so, it was the end. If my body had been intact, it would have been a different story, but I was badly injured, and Adel's power would be withdrawn soon. After all, Adel had said that he would lend me his power for an hour. Soon, the door to the secret passage opened, and the owners of the footsteps revealed themselves. You guys are familiar faces. A sense of relief washed over me. They were the ones who seemed the most reliable in this situation. Are you guys okay? Adel, are you okay? Class President, Samuel, Fran and Luna, and the students of Sidon entered the secret passage with determined expressions. They were holding their weapons with trembling hands. As Samuel had said, they had retreated, but they couldn't leave us behind and came back. Even the half-demon students that Samuel had ignored so much. Yes, we're okay. But we'll be dead soon. No, Luna shouted as she looked at me bleeding and collapsed. I stared at Luna, who was running towards me at a fast pace, and then turned my head towards Samuel. Samuel looked at the half-demon who had risked their lives for him with complicated eyes. Perhaps Samuel knew that the half-demon who had betrayed his family had made that decision to save him. Anyway, are you alive? Luna's healing ability was shining. Adel, you can't die. If you die, Luna's recovery ability began to stop my bleeding. The blood stopped in an instant. Of course, my broken bones were not healed. I'll have to go to the demon realm to get treated. There must be doctors even if there are no healers. What's more urgent is, please heal Sir Samuel first. I glanced at Samuel. Since the bleeding had already stopped, it could be said that he had overcome the crisis. That's why it was right to focus on healing Samuel. However, there's no need for that. Samuel shook his head. I frowned and asked him who refused the treatment. If Samuel left his wounds untreated like this, he would die. Are you planning to die? No, that's not it. Samuel answered like that and seemed lost in thought. Soon, he opened his mouth. Can I borrow your body for a moment? I'll take it as a yes. Samuel nodded as I stared blankly, unable to answer his unexpected question. Soon, thorns protruded from Samuel's body. Crunch dash. They began to devour Samuel's body. Gluttony began with his remaining arms and legs, consuming his entire body. Soon, gluttony ate up Samuel's entire body without leaving a single drop of blood. The situation unfolded in an instant. It was then that I and Sidon's students were all bewildered. The remaining lump of thorns began to squirm. It flew towards me. Crunch dash. And began to devour my right arm. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @JRWVF6 for subscription to Sword Lacquer Tier on KO-Fi. Since the situation had occurred in the blink of an eye, I couldn't stop Samuel's gluttony from devouring my arm. No, it would be more accurate to say that I didn't feel the need to stop it. I don't feel any pain. My flesh felt like it was tingling slightly, but I didn't feel my bones being crushed or my flesh being torn. It felt more like my arm was being swallowed rather than being chewed. Gulp, gulp. Thorns that were sucking on my right arm. Before long, countless thorns sprouted and covered my arm. I tried to pull them off, but they felt like they had already become one with my arm, like parasites that had finished parasitizing me. What in the world is this situation? While I was staring at the thorns with bewildered eyes, swish dash. Before I knew it, the thorns that had sprouted on my right arm had disappeared without a trace. They had seeped into my arm, leaving only a single thorn embedded in my right wrist. What's going on? Fran's voice, filled with confusion, could be heard. I didn't know what was going on either, so all I could do was shrug my shoulders. I wondered if there had been any changes to my body, so I opened my status window before my eyes. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation eye of arrogance telekinesis sword lacquer Samuel. Mana, 4,301 2,631. It seems Adel's power is being withdrawn, but it hadn't disappeared completely, and some of it remained. The pitch black trait that had changed back to the darkness trait. But its stage had increased. It wasn't just the darkness trait. Including position exchange, the killing intent trait had also increased by one stage. That was when, Russell dash. I felt an itch as if something was being written on the paper in my arms. I quietly took out the paper. Since the information paper wasn't visible to other students except for me, it didn't matter if I showed it. The sentence written on the information paper. The price was judged to be slightly excessive. A portion of the power will be inherited by the creator. I couldn't help but narrow my eyes. He judged that the price was too high. Apparently, I was supposed to lose something precious in exchange for borrowing 20% of Adel's power. However, nothing had changed in my body. What did he take? Even though he went against the providence and lent me his power, he still demanded an excessive price. Did I have such a treasure? It's a good thing, though. My stats, mana, and even my talent had all leveled up, so it was definitely something to be happy about. However, the fact that he had taken something I didn't know about worried me. I felt the need to check my body once I returned to the demon realm. And the most noticeable thing was, that's Samuel's name, which had been consumed by his ability, was clearly present in the status window. What happened? Why was Samuel's name written in the status window? I was completely confused when I heard Samuel's voice. I'm not dead yet. I looked around in surprise, but all I could see were the other A-class students. Samuel's voice was not the only one I heard. The students also looked confused. Where are you talking from? I think it's here, Luna asked, and Fran answered. Her gaze was fixed on the thorn that had sprouted on my right wrist. As the students' gazes focused on it. Correct answer. A voice came from the thorn attached to my wrist. It was definitely Samuel's voice. I blinked and asked the thorn a question. Are you Mr. Samuel? Yes, I'll have to stay in your right arm for the time being. Staying in my arm? I couldn't understand the current situation. As I looked at him with a questioning gaze, the thorn, presumably Samuel, continued. I used up too much power. I would have died even if I had been healed in that state. I nodded. I agreed with Samuel. Even with Luna's healing, it would have been difficult for him to avoid death. Even if he had been lucky enough to survive, he would have had to live as a cripple for the rest of his life. My current form requires the least amount of power. I'll probably be able to return to my original body in a couple of months. To summarize, he consumed his own body with gluttony, reducing his size. As time passes and his strength recovers, he will be able to return to his original state. However, why did you parasitize my arm? Thorn remained silent at my question. I narrowed my eyes at this. It was clear that he had done something that did not benefit me. As I glared at him, Thorn finally opened his mouth. In order to rebuild my body, I need to consume a certain amount of mana every day. So you parasitized me to suck my mana. Yes, you share a dorm room with me, and your mana capacity is far greater than the other students. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. It was not a difficult story to understand. I have a lot of mana among the students, and if I could save Samuel by giving him a small amount of mana, it would not be a losing deal. Just by saving Samuel, the Citan faction would definitely give me bonus points, because Idea's order was to protect the talented students first. However, doesn't Ms. Fran have more mana than me? Luna's is not small either. Let's put Luna aside for now. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Fran is so bad at fighting that it's hard to watch, but her mana is greater than mine. Perhaps the amount is comparable to Samuel's, or even greater. So it would be much more helpful for his recovery to parasitize Fran than me. At my words, Fran grumbled as if he was offended. Somehow, I feel like you're insulting me. It's just your imagination. I lightly ignored Fran's irritation and stared at Thorn. Then Thorn fell silent. However, he had no choice but to open his mouth under my continued silent pressure. Don't you? I can't hear you well. At this point, I was getting a little annoyed. For what reason did he not parasitize Luna or Fran? As I and the girls stared at him, demanding an answer, Thorn's face turned red. Soon, he spat out an answer. I might see things I shouldn't. I don't have eyes, but when I parasitize someone, I can share their vision. Samuel's answer. At this, I and the girls looked at each other at the same time. And soon after, we understood what Samuel meant and made expressions of nausea. Ugh, what a pervert. This is the worst. Samuel. Why you guys? Samuel roared furiously at our contemptuous gazes. I coldly cut him off. Pervert, be quiet. Samuel shut his mouth. Only then did I realize the urgency of the situation and shouted at the students. We need to leave this place now. Reinforcements from the Imperial Academy will be here soon. The human students headed to the Imperial Academy through the return scroll. It would take quite some time to get here from there, so the humans hadn't arrived yet. But it was only a matter of time. The powerhouses of the Imperial Academy would soon be here. Let's go. Fran and the students agreed to my suggestion to leave this dangerous place quickly. But where are we going? I thought the gate opens tomorrow, not today. For now, I know of a secret place that the human instructor hid. We should be able to hold out there for a day. A secret laboratory that Bisaha had created, hidden from the other instructors. We could hide there, even with the demon students. It was hidden deep in the forest, so it would take time for the humans to find it. Above all, if we activated the laboratory's camouflage magic, it would be difficult to detect. It was a device set up by a 5th class or higher magician, after all, even though he had died by my hand. Then let's go there. No, there's something we need to do first. Samuel interrupted. What do you need to do, Mr. Pervert? If you call me that one more time, I'll kill you. Anyway, I need to eat the corpses of the humans to recover my body. Samuel pointed to the corpses of the human students scattered on the ground with his thorns. How long will that take? 10 seconds is enough. Clack, clack, clack dash. Countless thorns sprouted from my palm. The thorns began to devour the corpses of the humans. However, Samuel seemed reluctant to eat demons, so he didn't touch the corpses of the Citan students. Luna, who had been watching the whole thing, opened her mouth. Shouldn't we bury them? We can't. There's no time. If they were alive, I would have taken care of them. But I couldn't take care of those who were already dead, because the instructors of the Imperial Academy would barge in a few dozen minutes. Luna bit her lower lip at my cold reply and spoke to Thorn. Then, at least take them with you. I'll say this in advance, I can devour them, but I don't have the ability to move them. It wasn't just Samuel. The other cadets were also badly injured, so they were in no condition to take care of their comrades' bodies. Soon, Luna shook her head heavily. I understand. Then, let's get going. I looked away from Luna. It wasn't that I didn't understand her, but I couldn't sympathize with her. To me, the living were more important than the dead. However, my mind wasn't at ease. My heart ached as if it was being pricked by needles when I saw Luna and the cadets who had begun to shed tears. I pretended not to notice that emotion and accepted Fran's support. And I became lost in thought. Battles are always gruesome. Someday, Luna will have to adapt to it as well. But, is it my greed to hope that that time will never come? The day when her emotions will wear out and eventually become dull and crumble. It will probably come soon. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Beep. It was when I was about to escape the secret realm. Siho, who had been hiding in an invisible place, suddenly jumped out. Siho flapped its wings and approached me, landing on the back of my hand. Are you alright? Beep. The guy must have seen the whole situation, and glared at Samuel, who had turned into a thorn. It seemed that it had grown fond of him in the short time they had spent together. Let's go. With that short greeting, the students and I escaped the secret realm through the secret passage. I could barely walk on my own, so I had to be supported by Fran. Fran, who was relatively less injured among us, volunteered to help me. Even so, Fran must be quite tired. Feeling grateful to her, I asked her a question. Are you not feeling heavy? It's fine. This is a piece of cake for me. That's a relief. Fran, who was full of bravado as usual, I pointed in one direction with a small smile on my lips. Let's go that way. We headed to Bisaha's lab. As I had explained to the students earlier, the only place that could protect us now was there. Ironically, the place where countless demons had been subjected to vivisection was the safest place. We have to go that way from here. The path is so complicated. Fran, who was following my lead, muttered in disbelief. We're almost there, so please bear with me a little longer and speed up. I encouraged Fran and the students, who were exhausted, and looked around. Fortunately, the Imperial Academy's personnel haven't shown up yet. The human students had torn up the return scroll and headed to the Imperial Academy. Dozens of minutes had passed since then, but the human instructors had not yet appeared here. Perhaps they thought it was a diversion. After all, the information that the third-year dormitory was being attacked could not be confirmed as false yet. But that would only be for a short while. They were bound to show up before us soon, so we needed to hurry. Did we walk for about 10 minutes? Stop. I stopped the students at a certain point. We had arrived at Bisaha's lab. The lab was located at the exact opposite side of the Imperial Academy, so we could avoid encountering humans. However, the students looked bewildered, as if this place was no different from any other. Is this really a safe place? It doesn't look any different from other areas, Samuel asked. It was a valid question. Bisaha's lab was once again covered in magical devices. First, please go to that tree. I didn't answer and walked towards a tree with Fran's support. And then, thud dash. I slammed Samuel into the tree. Then, a voice filled with absurdity rang out. What the hell are you doing all of a sudden? This tree is not an ordinary tree. You need to activate the device with your power, Mr. Samuel. Just wait a moment. Samuel remained silent for a while, as if searching for something. Only after a while did Samuel's voice ring out. As you said, there is a device installed, but I can't activate it with my power. Why not? I figured out how it's designed. However, my body hasn't recovered yet, so I can't use mana. It seems like I'll need another day to use mana. I guess I should leave it to that frivolous woman instead. If he meant a frivolous woman. My gaze naturally turned to Fran, who was supporting me. Fran frowned at this. Frivolous to me. I didn't say it directly to you. Then you didn't mean it for me. Do you think so? n/o/vel/b/c/om. Just before the two of them started arguing, I mediated between Samuel and Fran. Calm down, everyone. You can fight once we get to a safe place. Fran still looked displeased, but she soon raised her hand to the tree, thinking that what I said was reasonable. Then, she looked at Samuel, who had transformed into a thorn, and asked, what should I do now? Slowly inject mana and figure out how it's designed. That's not as easy as it sounds. Tisk, tisk, I'll tell you in detail. If you continue to inject mana into this tree, at some point, the circuit will follow the pattern of the millstone. That's how Samuel's explanation began. I listened to it in silence, and as the story progressed, I couldn't help but be impressed. Samuel had perfectly figured out Bisaha's magical device in this short amount of time. This was too overwhelming to be simply described as talent. Moreover, what I found even more amazing was, he explained it so easily that even an outsider to magic like me could understand it. Samuel's explanation was concise and accurate. Even a child under the age of 10 could understand it. I see how it's done. As proof of this, Fran also understood Samuel's explanation at once and began operating Bisaha's device. And by the time a few minutes had passed, Kugugugung. A loud noise was heard, and a large tree appeared. The surrounding scenery also changed. Dozens of trees were cut down and broken, as if to prove how fierce the battle between me and Bisaha had been. When I turned my gaze, I saw Bisaha's body, which had become a cold corpse. Samuel, who had been able to watch that scene in sync with my vision, opened his mouth. You really killed the instructor of the humans all by yourself. He was a difficult opponent, but he was still easier to deal with than that monster. Who's calling who a monster? Samuel clicked his tongue as if he was annoyed. I ignored him and gestured to the cadets who were looking at me in admiration. Let's go inside. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. A door was installed in the wide-open tree. The students entered Bisaha's laboratory through that door. Drip, drip. Fran and I had to wait outside for a while for Samuel, who had started to devour Bisaha's corpse. This guy is quite tasty. Those human student bastards were tasteless. Samuel added those words as he chewed and devoured Bisaha's flesh without leaving a single piece. It seemed that the stronger the human he ate, the faster he recovered and the better it tasted. After a while, Samuel finished his meal and spoke with satisfaction. I've eaten everything. But shouldn't we also take some evidence that you killed the human instructor? You don't have to worry about that. I've already taken care of it. That's good. I touched the eagle-shaped imperial crest in my arms. I had to submit it to Sidon as evidence, but I wondered if I could use it for something else later. The imperial crest has endless uses. I could also use it to disguise myself as a human. Then I might be able to get closer to the secret that the 6 families were hiding. In fact, this wasn't the only piece of evidence I had. Swish dash. I lowered my gaze and looked at the angel flower badge on my chest. This badge would have a recording function installed. Attacking the Imperial Academy was only a part of the midterm exam. We would need materials to evaluate it in detail. After all, we couldn't collect the heads of all the humans we killed. Soon, I took my eyes off the badge and spoke to Samuel and Fran. Let's go into. As we, the last of Sidon's students, entered the lab, the door closed naturally. Wung dash. Then, the shape of the tree shook and transformed into a small figure, and the surrounding scenery changed completely. It was an ordinary forest with no trace of a fight. It was the work of Bisaha's magic device. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Right after Tyria's return to the Imperial Academy through the return scroll. The auditorium of the Imperial Academy, the designated return location, was in chaos. The instructors who had been guarding the third-year dormitory like iron had to rack their brains to sort out the current situation. The instructors' opinions were divided after seeing the students return injured. They all agreed that they had to pursue and defeat the demons. However, there was also an opinion that they should be careful since they hadn't yet accurately grasped the demons' strength. After all, there was a chance that other demons had invaded the third-year dormitory besides them, just as the spy, Kyle, had said. Like that, the demons' attack turned the Imperial Academy into chaos in an instant. Tyrius gritted his teeth and ground his shoulders at the sight. That half-demon bastard. He had clearly seized the opportunity to win. But then, the snake that had popped out of the bastard's arms bit his shoulder, and the pain that followed. Because of that, Tyrius had no choice but to return. No matter how much mana he poured into it, the poison in his shoulder wouldn't subside. The poison that had seeped into his shoulder was consuming his mana and growing thicker. The more he tried to suppress it, the worse the wound became. The bastard must have used some strange trick. Tyrius sat down with a haughty expression, and a student who could handle divine power came over to start healing him. He had healed all the injured students and was now going to heal Tyrius, who had been summoned. Then, in the middle of it, what the hell happened? An instructor asked Tyrius, who was being healed. Tyrius touched his shoulder where the snake's teeth marks were healing and answered. During the raid on the secret realm, the demons attacked, and many students were killed or injured. Instructor Bisaha is probably dead as well. Tyrius didn't know exactly what had happened to Bisaha. Bisaha, who had sent the students into the secret realm first, never showed up. However, if he were alive, he would have come to save himself and the students. He was convinced that Bisaha had been killed by the demons. Bisaha is dead. That's impossible. The instructors and human students looked incredulous. It was true that the demons were a threat from the students' perspective, but they didn't think anyone was stronger than Bisaha. If Sylvia hadn't told them to return with the return scroll, there were students who would have tried to hold out until Bisaha arrived. Furthermore, the instructors knew Bisaha's magical abilities, so they found it even harder to believe. It seems the demons have dispatched assassins on PAR with instructors. No, Tyrius cut off the instructor who was guessing the strength of the demon students. There were only 2 demons with the strength of instructors. One of them stood out, but he was weaker than me. Then, it's enough to just summon them. For a moment, Tyrius' eyes flashed with killing intent. His close friends, a group of successors to the 6 families. Tyrius intended to repel the demons with them. However, what? The healing isn't working. Suddenly, the student who had been pouring divine power into Tyrius' shoulder opened his eyes wide in shock. A white aura gently enveloped Tyrius' shoulder. The purple poison reacted against it and began to reject it. Immediately after, Quaaic. Tyrius' arm hardened like stone. The poison, which was clearly in liquid form, suddenly solidified and petrified. Tyrius groaned in pain as it struck him. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Thud. Tyrius' arm, which had completely turned to stone, broke off and fell. Everyone who saw the scene was filled with panic. Tyrius' eyes were bloodshot from the intense pain that surged through him. I'll kill you. The half-demon who had taken his arm. Tyrius began to unleash his killing intent toward the man with a bone-chilling coldness. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Crumpet for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on KO-Fi. Tyrius, whose arm had been severed, was carried on a stretcher and transported to the medical facility inside the Imperial Academy. Tyrius resisted quite a bit during the process, but the instructor forced him to receive treatment. The Imperial Academy's instructor, Madeline, ran her fingers through her purple hair and fell into contemplation. What should I do? Tyrius had said that the guy was weaker than him, but she couldn't just believe him. Sylvia, a promising talent, had died, and the demon had even taken Tyrius's arm. It wouldn't be a good choice to take this situation lightly. Tyrius might have been drunk on his arrogance and underestimated the guy's strength. But that wasn't the only problem. If it wasn't a spy in the demon world who betrayed us, they also had to prepare for the possibility of an invasion of the third-year dormitory. If the demons didn't invade the dormitory, then they could assume that a spy had betrayed them. But she felt it was too hasty to make a judgment yet. As expected, there's no other way. The small group of elites that Tyrius had mentioned earlier possessed strength comparable to instructors. They needed to step forward. Students who would each grow to be talents who would one day lead the empire. Their potential made even the 6 dukes, who had been called heroes during the Human-Demon War, seem like a joke. Creak dash. Madeline opened the door to the room where they were and entered. 5 students entered her field of vision. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Originally, there should have been 6 people in the room, but since Tyrius had been taken to the medical facility, there were only 5. Even though their numbers had decreased, their strength was not something that could be ignored. After all, they all possessed strength that rivaled the combat instructors. That meant they were monsters who could overwhelm instructors like Bisaha, who focused on teaching theory. As Madeline stared at them, one of the female students spoke up. She was a student with fiery red hair and sharp, cat-like eyes. What is it? Aren't you instructors busy? What are you doing here? The female student spoke to Madeline with a mocking smile. She knew that it was the rule to use honorifics when addressing an instructor like Madeline, but she acted arrogantly. Seeing her like that, one of the male students spoke up. I suppose it's urgent enough for you to come looking for us? Let's try to understand the instructor's situation. Thank you for saying that. Madeline felt like flames were raging inside her, but for now, she decided to yield. Because, as the student had said, it wasn't them she felt sorry for, but herself. How much time had passed like that? A student who had been flipping through documents looked at Madeline with a blank expression. I heard that Tyrias was critically injured. And many students died and returned injured. Yes, it's not a good situation. But since there's a possibility of an attack on the third-year dormitory, it must be difficult to allocate manpower. Madeline couldn't hide her surprise at the student's following words. The student had deep, dark blue eyes that seemed to pierce through her intentions. His pupils, which seemed to contain the deep sea, urged Madeline on. But despite the color of the deep sea, his eyes were not dark at all. They were bright despite being black, as if reflecting the student's personality. Madeline stuck out her tongue as she looked into those upright eyes. He's definitely not at the level of a student. He was supposed to be just a first-year student. A guy with insight and skill that overwhelmed her, an instructor. Madeline couldn't help but sigh. While admiring his outstanding talent, on the other hand, she couldn't help but picture the Empire's defeat or ruin as long as such a student existed. Is blood thicker than water? Madeline looked at the student. The son of Sword Saint, Sel, and the future lord of the Nina family. Nina Hamel. He was the representative of this group. Even so, Hamel did not show any arrogance and treated her with respect and politeness. Madeline smiled faintly at this sight and spoke. Your words are correct. We have to defend the third-year dorms, but we don't know the enemy's strength well enough, so we're having trouble distributing personnel. So you're trying to ask us for help? Yes, can you help us? Madeline's request. Of course, the student's answer was, I will help you. Affirmative. Hamel, who carried out justice, could not refuse Madeline's request for the students. That was why he was also the student Madeline trusted the most. Hamel was a student who would never do anything unless it was just. He would kill all the demon bastards who were no different from pests. Instructor Madeline, please tell us the exact story. Hamel opened his mouth, his blue eyes shining. If so, we will show you that we can defeat those bastards. An organization to which only the best students of the Imperial Academy belong. Student Council. They threw their declaration of war. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Flinch. I shook my shoulders slightly because of the sudden chill. I definitely felt like something big was going to happen soon. It's not, because of my mood. It's probably actually dangerous. The information Kyle had lied about, the demons will attack the third-year dormitory, will probably still be valid. The instructors won't be able to come out in person because they are tied down to the Imperial Academy. In that case, the bastards will have no choice but to move. The Student Council, the ones who drove the original Adel to his death, and the organization that gathers only the strongest people in the world. They will come out to kill us instead of the instructors. If we face the Student Council in our current state, it's obvious that we won't be able to avoid death. My body and the students' bodies aren't in normal condition, and the difference in our strength is like heaven and earth. Even if my body was fine, I wouldn't be able to defeat those bastards. Didn't we barely manage to drive out Tyrias when we joined forces? Even then, if it hadn't been for goo poison, it would have been impossible to repel Tyrias. In order to defeat them, I'll have to pay an even greater price. Well, for now, I don't even know what Adel took from me. As I was speculating about how the situation would unfold in the future, Samuel's voice reached my ears. Why are you making that expression? What are you worried about? I don't think we'll be discovered here, but I'm worried because we have to leave this place tomorrow to enter the gate back to the demon realm. If we run into humans like that, we'll be dead for sure. But I don't feel like staying here any longer either. Samuel muttered in a low, subdued voice. When the students of the demon realm saw the interior of the laboratory, they gagged or were in chaos. Even Fran, who had maintained a bright expression until the end, couldn't hide her complicated expression at the sight of the laboratory. How horrible. The sight inside the laboratory. Numerous demons used for experiments were lying dead on the floor. It was a sight I had already seen once, but it still wasn't easy to get used to. I forced my reluctant lips apart. Mr. Samuel. What? Can you eat those corpses? That's... Samuel's voice hesitated, as if he hadn't expected my request. Of course he would. He hadn't eaten the corpses of the demon students inside the demon realm, so it was natural for him to feel disgusted when I asked him to eat the corpses inside the lab. But I couldn't help it. Endemic disease. Since we came from the demon realm, we didn't know what germs the demons remaining in the human realm had. Furthermore, the students were exhausted. If they slept among the rotting corpses, they could get sick and face another life-threatening situation. That's why I'd like Sir Samuel to eat them. I'm sure they'd be happy if their corpses were used for the safety of the demon realm. Samuel seemed conflicted by my words, but soon he spread his thorns. Snapdash. Snapdash. Samuel's thorns quickly devoured the corpses. A sound came from Samuel's thorns, which had devoured all the demon corpses. I'm tired. I'll sleep now. Call me when you need me. Since Samuel hadn't slept properly for several days, I allowed him to sleep. I understand. But how do I call you when I need you? Just pour your mana into the thorns. Then, that's all. Samuel finished his brief explanation and fell silent, as if he had fallen asleep. A long time passed like that. Creak dash. Not only Samuel, but also the corpses of the demons disappeared, and the students began to fall asleep one by one. They must have been exhausted from what happened today. Swish-n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I was also tired, so I found a comfortable spot and lay down. MMM. I turned my head slightly and saw Fran's idiotic face, drooling as she fell fast asleep. She's already asleep. I lay down next to Fran and fell into deep thought about the humans who would become our enemies in the future, the main characters in my work, the Student Council of the Imperial Academy. We would fight them in the future. The problem was, it's that they might be different from the guys in the original work. For some reason, the discarded settings had been erased from my memory. Due to the nature of web novels, I couldn't help but describe them in fragments. That's why I couldn't say I know everything about them, even though they're characters I created myself. Like how I don't know what they had for breakfast. So the characters in the story are already completely different people. They must be completely different from the ones I know, meaning that even the most righteous ones could be nothing more than hypocrites. Perhaps because of my complicated feelings, my mouth tasted bitter. What if, just what if, all the student council members, the children of the 6 families, knew about the secret Tyrias was hiding? Then, what choice would I have to make? Would I have to fight them like Tyrias did? Or, just as I was thinking that, Adele, I heard someone calling out to me, lost in thought. Adele, are you okay? Luna, who had come close enough to fall into my arms, looked up at me with concern. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @friendly_nocties for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier and @mush for subscription to Position Exchange tier on KO-Fi. Swish. Luna used her sleeve to wipe away the sweat that had formed on my forehead. I quietly accepted Luna's touch and opened my eyes. This is too close. If I moved my body even a little, our faces would collide. For some reason, my heart started beating faster. Did you have a nightmare? Luna asked in a small voice as if she was worried about disturbing the students' sleep. I decided not to answer, as I couldn't fully express my concerns. Luna, who seemed to have taken my silence as a yes, made a sad face. If you're having a hard time, talk to me. We're friends. Luna suddenly stuttered. I just watched Luna's reaction, lost in deep thought. It's not easy to affirm or deny the word friend. Friend. Would she still call me a friend if she knew my true nature? I am the creator of this world. The misfortune and sorrow of everyone, including Luna, was written by my hand. Even if I told her, she wouldn't believe me. I'm tired, a little. It's been less than a week. There's been so much going on, and I've had so many thoughts. In the process, I realized that this world is not a virtual reality made of text, but another reality. That's why I can't accept it. Luna's feelings for me are a burden. Swish. I lowered my gaze and looked at Luna, who was looking up at me from my chest. The soft orange light emitted from the magic lamp made her white and light pink hair stand out. Then, without me knowing it, a pure emotion came to mind. She's pretty. It's not an empty compliment. She's as beautiful as Renee and Fran. But she doesn't seem to realize it because she's so insecure. Then, just as I was about to look away in case our eyes met, Luna slowly moved her body. Thud. Luna was suddenly in my arms. Blink, blink. I blinked blankly because her actions were so sudden. I knew that Luna had feelings for me, but I never thought she would like me this much. My ears were starting to turn red when Adele. Luna called out. I opened my mouth at the sound of her voice, heavy with deep-seated sorrow. Why do you call me Adele? Tightly. Luna, who had called out to me again, grabbed the collar of my clothes and pulled me close. Before I could even part my lips to answer, Luna's tearful voice rang out again. Adele. Luna's hands were trembling. I couldn't do anything but cover her hands with mine, just like when I helped Luna kill the captive in Argonne. But her trembling hands did not stop even as I gently caressed them. I opened my mouth to speak to Luna. Were you afraid of the humans? Shakily. Luna shook her head at my question. She didn't seem to be lying, so I asked her another question. Were you afraid of that human? If it wasn't the human students that she was afraid of, then perhaps it was Tyrias that she feared. After all, Tyrias had shown his might by instantly repelling Samuel and the students. Russell-n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. However, Luna shook her head again, as if to say that wasn't it either. Then what was she afraid of? Surely not. I raised my hand and wiped away the dried bloodstains stuck to my face. Here and there, I was covered in wounds and the blood of the human students. My current appearance was not a pretty sight, to put it mildly. It's not me that you're afraid of, is it? That can't be. Luna denied it loudly. At that, I immediately raised my index finger and placed it on Luna's lips. Quietly, the other students might wake up. Was it because of the lighting? Luna's face turned even redder. Only then did I remove my index finger from her lips. And I asked her the next question. Then, what are you afraid of? If it wasn't the human students or Tyria's, then what was it that she was afraid of? After Tyria's, the next biggest threat would have been the Imperial Academy instructor, Visaha, but I had dealt with him myself. Luna let out a deeply gloomy voice. Death. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Dying. Yes, I'm afraid of death. What demon in the world isn't afraid of that? Just because we were students raised for war, it didn't mean that we wouldn't be afraid of death. We desperately tried to ignore our fear in order to kill humans and get revenge, even if it meant trading our own lives for it. But, Luna shook her head again. What I fear is not my own death. You're not afraid of death. Of course I'm afraid of dying. I'm a demon after all. But what scares me more is... Luna couldn't finish her sentence and began to sob. Her emotions were overflowing, and the sound of her crying made my heart ache. I gently stroked Luna's light pink hair and waited for her to calm down. Soon, Luna, who had been sobbing, opened her mouth. I'm terrified of the person I'm connected to dying. I wish no one would die. I tried. I wanted no one to die. I wanted to save everyone, but it was impossible. I tried so hard, but I couldn't stop it. Luna. I tried to stop Luna, who was pouring out her emotions, but she didn't stop talking. Like grains of sand crumbling in my hand, they're gone in an instant. How can I stop everyone from dying? Adele, you're smart. After a while, Luna squeezed my hand tightly and spoke as if she were spitting out the words. Adele, tell me, what should I do? Please. I couldn't answer or comfort Luna's tearful question. I simply pulled my hand out of Luna's, because I thought that what she needed now was not comfort or empathy, but the strength to adapt to this tragic reality. I took a deep breath and continued my story. More of your comrades will die in the future. I'm not trying to scare you, it's the truth. No matter how much the Saintess dwells in Luna's body, Satan's students will die one by one. No, maybe they'll all die. According to the original story, it was a foregone conclusion. I'm the only variable, but just because I'm here doesn't mean the demons will win. The protagonist's party will continue to grow stronger, and as the story progresses, there's no doubt that settings I don't know about will pop up. Soon, Luna will be at a crossroads. Idea must have been wary of this. In Argonne, Idea tested me. Whether I would have the iron heart to save only the talented students, or whether I would choose the difficult path of trying to save everyone. There, I chose to have an iron heart. But Luna would be different from me. No matter what I said, Luna would not be able to make the choice of abandoning her comrades. It might seem frustrating, but to me, Luna seemed normal. This world that instigates revenge in children who are not even adults and tells them to get used to the deaths around them is crazy. But, will you just cry every time someone around you dies? Sometimes, you need to let go of your foolishness. Let go of my foolishness. Yes. The meaning of my words was simple. It did not mean to abandon the mindset of saving everyone. It would be helpful for us if she tried to heal her allies, and it would not cause any harm. However, it was necessary to refrain from delaying time by bursting into tears over the death of each student like this time. And what I was going to say would be an important mindset for Luna in the future. If you want to save everyone, do your best. You have to somehow evolve your healing ability and train your magic. But what if someone dies even after I do that? If you did your best and still could not save them, then that is the end of it. I am not saying that you should not feel guilty. Rather, it would be better if you did. Frustration will be an opportunity for Luna to evolve further, both mentally and in terms of ability. However, if she fails to use that frustration as fertilizer and falls over, that will be the end of it. No matter how much I try to help Luna, it cannot be helped if her will does not support her. So, I hope you do not forget the emotions you felt today. If you want to grow further, you need to become stronger, not collapse. To collapse and to become stronger, the two were only one step apart. Just as soil can be washed away by rain and collapse like a landslide, or it can become mud and solidify again. I hope that Luna will become stronger. Otherwise, she will not be able to survive in this twisted world. Luna nodded at my words. Yes, I will try. As she said that, Luna burrowed into my arms. I felt a warm heat from her body that was different from the lukewarmness of blood. Luna closed her eyes and fell fast asleep before I could even be surprised. Sigh, really? She fell asleep with her eyes closed, saying she was tired while others were talking earnestly. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. I quietly smiled. I guess I can let this slide. Since she's cute, I'll let her sleep. Swish dash. I stroked Luna's soft, light pink hair and muttered. I wondered if such a frail and delicate child could survive this chaotic world, but I decided not to worry about it. I've already done everything I can. Not material help, but psychological help ends here. The rest is up to Luna. It's already burdensome to take care of myself, so I don't have time to take care of Luna too. Rather, it'll be soon. Will it be possible with this body? As I tried to sleep, I suddenly became worried. If there are no variables, we will most likely encounter the protagonist's party. But my current physical condition is not normal, is it? Thanks to Luna's treatment, I was able to avoid excessive bleeding, but what can I do with one arm that's broken into pieces? I had lost the pain due to the side effects of absolute stealth, but the pain had returned and was tormenting me even now. I hope nothing happens. I don't want to meet him yet. I'm not mentally prepared to meet that protagonist guy. I don't want to see the guy I favored almost like a creator become a hypocrite. If that situation comes, will I be able to kill Hamel, the protagonist, just because he's different from what I knew? My mind is complicated. I couldn't fall asleep easily. That's why I muttered with regret and irritation towards the guy who brought me here. Damn it. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter Thanks to @friendly_nocties for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on Ko-Fi. Thus, time passed. Finally, the day came when the gate to the demon realm would be opened. Fortunately, we weren't caught. We were able to get enough rest without being discovered by the humans. Bisaha's laboratory, where he conducted experiments on homunculi, had remained hidden for years. The camouflage magic it possessed was so great that even the protagonist's party hadn't been able to find us. If we had enough food, we might be able to stay here for several days. But I don't plan on doing that. I needed to receive treatment to reassemble my unevenly broken bones as soon as possible. No matter how much I wore a mask to completely hide my face, unless I learned plastic surgery, Tyrias would never forget me. In other words, if I stayed in the human realm, it would mean death. So I had to hurry and take the students with me to escape to the demon realm. I woke up the students who were still sleeping, along with Luna, who had gotten up early. I grabbed Fran's shoulders, who was spread out snoring, and shook them roughly. Get up now. Ugh, 5 more minutes. No, you can't. TCH, fine. I'll get up. Hurry up. Stop nagging me. Fran grumbled but got up. Even for her, staying in the human realm would be worse than death. In fact, if she stayed in the human realm any longer, it would be no different from dying. So after waking Fran up, I looked around. Thanks to Luna running around busily since morning, all the students were awake and preparing to leave. And a few minutes later, all the students were ready. I gave them instructions. It seems like everyone's up, so let's get going. It would take about 30 minutes to get from the lab to where the gate would open. We had to leave right away to arrive just as the gate opened. I was getting impatient because I didn't know how long the gate would stay open. It won't open and close right away, will it? If it only opened and closed for a split second, it would be a very difficult situation. Outside, the protagonist's party, dispatched by the Imperial Academy, would be searching for us with fire in their eyes. The chances of them giving up on finding us are, I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that it's impossible. I don't know about the protagonist's party, but do you really think that a guy who pursues justice would just let us go after we killed human students? By now, he must be searching for our trail with fire in his eyes, and he must have figured out that we were somewhere near here. We did our best to erase our tracks, but with that guy's animal-like senses, there's no way he wouldn't have noticed. In our current situation, running into that guy would be the worst-case scenario. The best-case scenario would be to not run into anyone at all. But that's impossible. The chances are high that we'll run into at least 1 or 2 of them. And that's the minimum. If we're unlucky, we might even run into the entire student council. That's why. Whoosh. What's going on? I poured mana into the thorn and woke up Samuel, who had been sleeping soundly. I ignored his sleepy voice and gave him a brief explanation of the situation. We need to move to where the gate will open, but there's a high chance that we'll run into humans. So you need my strength. Yes. The humans we'll be fighting this time will probably be just as strong as the ones we met before. That human, the one who did this to me. Wait, humans. Samuel shouted in surprise when I told him that we would be facing several strong people like Tyrias. I nodded in response. Yes, and there's more than one of them. Are you crazy? We didn't come all the way here to die. This is really driving me crazy. Why did you choose this place when you were picking the location? Why aren't you saying anything? I responded to Samuel's questions with silence. Even if I had 2 mouths, I wouldn't be able to say anything. I couldn't tell Samuel what I was thinking at the time, so I kept my mouth shut. If I hadn't chosen to come here myself, another class would have come here instead, and they would have all died. Plus, I had my own selfish desire to obtain the elixir. Hey, if you have a mouth, then talk. Samuel shouted at me as I hardened my expression. Swish, swish. I manifested the darkness attribute and painted my lips with a dark color. With this, my mouth is gone. Ha. Samuel was speechless at my behavior and could only sigh deeply. When Samuel's voice finally subsided, I shouted at the students. All right, let's get going. Let's go. Were they glad that they could finally escape this horrible place? The students shouted with bright smiles. Nov, L, B / JNN. It was a natural reaction since the students didn't know what kind of monsters were outside yet. Their smiles would soon turn into looks of terror, but it was better for them not to know. I glanced at them with a pitiful look and spoke to Luna, feeling the inconvenience of my movement. Then, please support me. Yes. Thud. I leaned on Luna's shoulder, and when I glanced to the side, I could see Luna's face, which was even redder than before. For some reason, Luna's reactions had been strange since that day. No, now was not the time to care about that. Nothing will happen. I tried to shake off my anxiety and walked outside with the students. Inwardly, I prayed that I wouldn't run into any humans. Please, we hurriedly left the lab. As we left the vicinity of the lab, the scenery changed in an instant. The broken trees and bloodstains were nowhere to be seen outside. It was amazing, even after seeing it again. I could use it as a secret base later. It was a place that even the student council guys couldn't find. There were endless ways to use it. Well, that was a story for after we survived this place. Fortunately, I still couldn't see any human students from the student council. This was my only chance. Let's hurry. We had to reach near the gate before we ran into members of the student council. Since all the students of Sidon could use stealth, we could just wait nearby until the gate opened. The students of Sidon and I hurried our steps. I had no choice but to limp with Luna supporting me, but I didn't want to see the students get into danger because of me. That's why I gritted my teeth and ignored the pain, matching my pace to Luna's stride. And so, about 10 minutes passed. Over there, the place where we first fell into the human world came into view. The gate hadn't opened yet. If the gate that moved dimensions had opened, I would have felt a surge of mana, but judging from the fact that I didn't feel anything, we definitely hadn't arrived late. What should we do now? SHHH, you need to lower your voice. So what are we going to do? It seems like the gate will open soon. When I brought my index finger to my lips, Samuel whispered. For now. Instead of giving a precise answer, I wrapped my body with mana. I had activated the stealth skill. My body blurred and soon blended with the surrounding scenery. The students followed suit and used stealth one by one. Let's each climb a tree and stay there. It seems much safer that way. We jump in as soon as the gate opens. That's right. Clatter, clatter-n/o/vel/b//jn.c//om. At my command, the students immediately moved. Each of them climbed a tree and hid themselves with branches or leaves. Just then, Adele, should we climb a tree together? When Luna asked, wiggling her fingers, I shook my head. No, there's no need for that. I have the ability to teleport. Right. I'll go first then. Luna, who looked incredibly disappointed, climbed another tree. I sighed in regret as I watched the students hiding their bodies. If I had known this would happen, I would have learned the silence spell from Robolt. At the beginning of the semester, Robolt told us that he would teach us 2 spells, stealth and silence. However, the silence spell was a higher level spell and was given as a final exam assignment, meaning we hadn't learned it yet. I clicked my tongue in regret but used position exchange in a hurry. Designation. I designated a leaf that not a single student had climbed as my target. Move. The moment I swapped places. Thwack dash. An arrow that had flown from somewhere pierced the leaf where I had been. My expression hardened at the sight. A sniper. Even when I activated my senses to their maximum, I couldn't detect any human presence nearby. That meant they were very far away from us. Where are they? I couldn't figure it out at all. If I could just find out where they were, I could figure out how to deal with them, but I couldn't find the culprit who had shot the arrow from anywhere. Mr. Samuel, can you find out where the human who shot the arrow is? I can't tell with my perception. I understand. Wait a moment. At my request, a faint mana began to be released from the thorn. The mana was emitted in very thin waves, extending far into the surroundings. After a short while, Samuel's voice was heard. I found it. Really? Yes, but... Samuel hesitated. He opened his mouth heavily. The distance is considerable. Does it make sense to snipe from there? Where on earth did he shoot from for Samuel to react like this? I asked Samuel anxiously. Where did the arrow come from? Over there. Samuel pointed in one direction with his outstretched thorn. The direction pointed to a hill far away. The distance was so great that it looked like a dot. It looked to be at least 5 kilometers away. At this, I felt goosebumps rising on my spine. In modern times, the unofficial record for the longest sniper shot was just over 3 kilometers. However, using an arrow, it was a distance of over 5 kilometers. The only student who could display such skill was a member of the student council. The woman who would later be called the Divine Archer had targeted us and shot an arrow. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @friendly_noctis for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on Ko-Fi. The appearance of another main character. I narrowed my eyes as I figured out the identity of the woman who was sniping at us like we were prey. The distance between us and her was 5 kilometers. There was no one among us who could close that distance in one go, not even me. Would it be possible to close a distance that would take an hour to walk in just a few seconds? It would have been possible if my proficiency in position exchange was higher, but my position exchange was still too short to move such a distance. Moreover, Samuel was in his thorn form, unable to exert his full power, so the best course of action would be to run away. However, there's no way I can escape from that woman. If I knew the identity of that human woman, I would realize how foolish it was to expose myself from the leaves. Divine Archer, Wendy Sicilla. The daughter of the Wendy family, one of the 6 families, and the person who would one day represent the Empire as the Divine Archer. Her talent and ability were on par with Tyria's, who had driven us to the brink of death. Even if we joined forces with the students of Sidon, the chances of defeating her were slim, especially when the distance was so great. I can never win in a long-range battle. Even if I threw my black blade, it wouldn't even reach near where Sicilla was. On the other hand, her arrows boasted tremendous power and accuracy even at this distance. Just looking at the pieces of leaves that had been pierced through and had holes in them made me shudder with fear. How did I describe it? I recalled the abilities that Sisela possessed in the original story. Sisela's horned bow is extremely fast and accurate. Her arrows, imbued with the will to pierce her target, cannot be dodged by anyone less than a high-level expert. She compresses mana imbued with fighting spirit into her horned bow and shoots arrows at her enemies that can pierce targets even in a typhoon. As I thought about it, I could clearly see the extent of Sisela's power. To imbue an arrow with fighting spirit. To imbue a weapon that had left one's hand with fighting spirit was like a skill in itself. Even I, who had inherited part of Adel's power, could not imbue a dagger with fighting spirit. Fighting spirit. It was an ability that was the next level up from sword energy or sword lacquer. A power that only the combat instructor level of the demon realm or the students of the human realm student council could use. This was the reason why I couldn't overwhelm Tyria's even after inheriting 20% of Adel's power. All the members of the student council can infuse their weapons with fighting spirit. Among them, Sisela had an outstanding talent for manifesting fighting spirit. In other words, at this point in time, Sisela was a powerhouse who overwhelmed me. I didn't know I would use this ability again, but the time had come to use it again. Eye of Arrogance. An ability that originally greatly enhances dynamic vision when killing an enemy. It was an ability that was originally useful in 1 versus many combat situations, but I hadn't used it because such a situation had rarely arisen. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Normally, the Eye of Arrogance is activated when killing only living beings with mana in their bodies, such as monsters, humans, or the demon race. However, in order to deal with the arrow that Sisela was about to shoot, I had to activate the Eye of Arrogance. That's why. Open. I forcibly opened the Eye of Arrogance by pouring in nearly half of my mana. Then, the black pupil in my left eye appeared. If I break the rules and activate the Eye of Arrogance in this way, not only will the ability be halved, but my eyesight will also be severely damaged. But, it's better to lose my eyesight than to die. Swoosh dash. Soon after, everything started to look slow. I could see every single movement of the swaying branches. Not only that, but my eyesight had improved to an absurd degree. Her face, which had seemed like a tiny dot, was now visible in great detail, as if I were using binoculars. A beautiful girl with short auburn hair and a somewhat haughty smile. She was wearing a dress that pressed down on her chest to make it easier to shoot an arrow. In addition, with the activation of the Eye of Arrogance, I was able to observe Sisela's actions in detail. Swish dash. Sisela was reloading her arrow after failing to pierce me with her arrow. She clicked her tongue in regret. That's why she glared at me with both eyes, as if she didn't want to miss me this time. And then came her next attack. Crazy. I cursed inwardly. Through my enhanced vision, I could see a ghastly mana clinging to the bowstring that Sisela had drawn. Mana imbued with the attribute of rock. Her intention was not just to pierce us, but to crush us. I could feel the vast flow of mana concentrating on Sisela. It was only natural, since she possessed more mana than even Fran and me. If we get hit by that, at least one of us will definitely die. Samuel, who was in a thorny state and sharing his vision with me through my enhanced eyes, muttered in a low voice. I shook my head. That's not the end of it. What are you talking about? I mean, it's going to be even more dangerous than you think. No matter how powerful it is, it's just an arrow. I've heard stories of people piercing several birds with a single arrow, but do you think it's possible to pierce several demons with it? Clack, clack. I shook my head as my answer to Samuel's question. If he were to experience Sisela's abilities firsthand, he wouldn't be able to deny my words. Only one person will die? That's ridiculous. That statement is underestimating Sisela. Not one, but at least 5 people will die from that arrow. And they won't be pierced, they'll be crushed to death. Guadash. The space around Sisela's arrow began to compress. The concentrated energy of her will to annihilate us. It was the manifestation of fighting spirit. Among the current demon students, there shouldn't be anyone who can handle fighting spirit, except for Baltan, the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. All the members of the student council, including Tyria's and Sisela, were able to use fighting spirit. My mouth let out a sigh at the overwhelming gap in our abilities. What's the matter? Samuel asked in a tone that suggested he didn't understand. He was a mage who was unfamiliar with martial arts, so it seemed he didn't know what fighting spirit was. It was only natural, since it was a concept that had never appeared in the regular curriculum of the Sidon class. Those monsters are the strange ones. As expected, were the students of Class A all destined to die here. Even if they had escaped from Tyria's, they would have encountered Bisaha, and even if they had defeated him, they would have encountered Sisela like this. The future that I had described. It was as if the world was forcing death upon the students of Sidon. But here's where it differs from the original. I'm here. In order to uncover the secrets hidden by the 6 families, the help of the Sidon students is essential. That's why, I will save them, no matter what. I, the author, will personally twist the original story to my will. The moment I made up my mind. Boom dash. Sisela's arrow, filled with fighting spirit, shot towards us. The arrow, creating a circular ring as it burst through the sound barrier, threatened to pulverize the trees where the Sidon students were hiding. That was when. Bam dash. A giant purple circle appeared where the demon students had been standing before they climbed the trees. A gate opened by the Sidon instructors. However, it was flickering and unstable, as if to imply that it would take time to fully open. If we were to enter the gate in its current state, we would lose our way in the dimensional labyrinth and die. Swish, swish. I activated my eye of arrogance, looking back and forth between the gate and Sicily's arrow. I don't know when the gate will open properly, but Sicily's arrow will reach us in exactly 5 seconds. This is the distance I deduced using my body's excellent analytical abilities and eye of arrogance. I'd better give up on the idea that the gate will open within 5 seconds. If we wait for the gate to open, Sicily's arrow will already have swept past us. But if I give the evacuation order to the students, it's doubtful that the ordinary demon students will be able to avoid Sicily's arrow. Not only that, but there's a chance that the gate will open and close while we're dodging. So, what's the best move? My actions were faster than my thoughts. Bam dash. My body had already moved to the ground through position exchange. Crazy. Before Samuel could finish speaking, I opened my mouth. Unleash the storm. Damn it, got it. Samuel seemed to realize that this was not the time to argue with me and immediately sprang into action. The mana flowing from Samuel's thorny form transformed into a purple storm that began to swirl rapidly around the trees. Standing at the center of the storm, I, bam dash, drove the fang of darkness into the ground. And with half of my remaining mana, I colored the purple storm. Kugugug dash. The black storm was finally complete. The storm, a collaboration between Samuel, who had grown stronger after being clad in darkness, and me, clashed with Sicily's arrow. At that moment, quack 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 dash. A deafening roar shook the area, and a storm of razor-sharp wind began to swirl in all directions. A fragment of the sharp wind tore through the flesh of my cheek, leaving a bloody gash. Bitterness surged through me, but I ignored the pain and watched the situation unfold. Samuel stuttered at the dangerous sight that appeared before him. Isn't that piercing through? Sicily's arrow was trying to pierce through the black storm. Kugugug. Unbelievably, her arrow showed no signs of losing power, as if it were about to break through our combined efforts at any moment. It's already been 5 seconds. The storm and Sicily's arrow had already clashed. However, the gate was still only rippling, unable to function properly. At this rate, all the students would be annihilated by Sicily's arrow. Swoosh dash. I stroked my eyes, where the eye of arrogance resided, and squeezed out all the remaining mana I had. I had to restore the black storm. Damn it, I can't use any more magic. Leaving Samuel behind, who was blaming himself for not being able to help with his own power, I activated my telekinesis. With the eye of arrogance, I meticulously analyzed the structure of the storm that was about to be pierced by the arrow, and through telekinesis, Kugugug dash, I mended the gaps in the storm. Clang dash. And finally, the storm was restored, successfully deflecting Sicily's arrow. At that moment, click dash. As enough time had passed, the gate to the demon realm opened completely. Jump in, now. At my urgent cry, the students jumped down from the tree and began to leap into the gate. Adele, I'll support you. Supported by Luna, I also entered the gate. Let's go. Quickly. Wung dash. The students and I ran through the gate, which was filled with swirling spatial currents and countless whirlwinds. As soon as I entered the gate, I staggered from the sudden dizziness. The students also gritted their teeth and focused on running, knowing that if they hesitated here, they would die. I glanced back and saw that the entrance to the gate we had entered was beginning to close. More. Faster. Just like that, we reached the end of the gate. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. Aren't you a little too late? I could see Idea, who greeted us with a playful smile. Finally, we had returned to the demon realm from the human realm. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter Thanks to @botjidi for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on Ko-Fi. Class A's Monitor, Adele. I declare my return. 4 exceptions, a total of 17 have returned. Immediately after arriving in the demon realm, I reported our casualties and survivors to Idea. I see. Idea's expression darkened after hearing my report. She must be feeling complicated knowing that the students she taught have died. Of course, she must have been prepared for this as well. Wasn't she the one who said to abandon any students who weren't talented before invading the human realm? Even so, it must be impossible not to feel attached to them. It would be strange to be happy that your own students have died. I added to my report to Idea. We were unable to recover the bodies. However, I have memorized their names. I recited the names of the students who had died by Tyria's hand. Surely, just a short while ago, they were students whose names I couldn't even remember. When Luna told me to memorize the students' names, I was able to call out their names because I had gotten to know each of them personally. What can I say? My heart felt heavy knowing that the students whose names I knew had died. You've worked hard. Thud dash. Idea hugged me as I began to speak, her shoulders trembling. As her warm body temperature spread through my body, I felt a sense of calm. Idea, who had been hugging me, removed the angelic flower badge from my chest. I'll have this retrieved later. I need to evaluate the exam. Understood. I nodded my head. As I had expected, the angelic flower badge seemed to have a recording function. Of course, I used my darkness attribute to hide any scenes where I consumed the elixir or showed it to others. So there's no need to worry. After handing the badge over to Idea, swish dash, I looked around my surroundings. There was a large crowd gathered around us, who had just returned from the human realm. First of all, the instructors, including Idea and Ares, were watching us. And secondly, it looks like the class with the most half-bloods suffered the most injuries. It's a miracle that any of them survived. Ho-wee, you didn't die. The children of the 7 deadly sins and the students who had already finished the exam and returned to the demon realm, including Gwar and Diana, were looking at us. Unlike us, who had a hard time against the formidable Tyrias, the other students didn't seem to have suffered much damage. The only area that boasted a difficulty on par with ours would have been the human world's capital, and yet, the ones who attacked that place was none other than Bolton's class. It was only natural that our class suffered the most casualties. Well, even as instructors of Sidon, I don't think they would have expected a monster like Tyrias to be among the first-year students of the human world. While I was standing there with a bitter feeling, "Hello." Renee approached me and spoke. She also seemed to have gone through a lot, as her appearance was shabby. However, Renee's beauty still shone through it all. Perhaps it was because I had grown fond of her, but a smile naturally formed on my face at the sight of her unharmed. "Hello, miss." After greeting me, Renee quickly began to scan my body. Then, her eyebrows twitched as she confirmed the bloodstains and broken bones on my body. "Are you okay?" "Well, I'm not in normal condition, but I'm not going to die, so I'm fine." "I know you're not okay." "Well, that's true." I tried to act tough, but Renee seemed to realize that it wouldn't be strange for me to collapse. "I'll take you to the infirmary." Finally, she came closer to support me. But at that moment, oh, hello. Behind me, Luna's eyes, who had been supporting me while mumbling, met Renee's gaze. At this, Renee's cat-like eyes narrowed even more. Luna flinched at the gaze that was like a cat staring at a mouse. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Luna tried to hide her body behind mine, trembling with fear. Renee grabbed Luna's shoulder and spoke in a cold voice. "That's mine." "Why yes. Get lost." Saying that, Renee drew her sword from its scabbard and pointed it at Luna. At that threatening sight, Luna flinched and grabbed my arm tightly. Then, Renee's face became even more distorted, and her sword turned black. She had manifested her sword lacquer in an instant. I'm sorry." Luna's grip on my arm tightened even more, and the killing intent emanating from Renee intensified. It seemed like things were about to explode. "Miss, I don't know why you're angry, but please calm down for now." I gently pushed Luna back and broke out in a cold sweat as I tried to calm down Renee, who was inexplicably furious. Did my sincerity work? Clang. Only then did Renee put away her sword. Her anger somewhat subsided. I let out a sigh of relief at the sight. Why did she have to draw her sword on Luna in such a short amount of time? It seemed like she didn't like the fact that Luna was supporting me. Perhaps she thought of me as her own possession and felt offended when Luna touched me. "I'll see you later." Renee glared at Luna until the end and then turned her steps towards Diana's group. Only after Renee left did Luna stop sobbing and take a deep breath. She was scarier than humans. I agree. I nodded slightly. Was there a woman in this world as frightening as Renee when she was angry? It seemed like it was the first time I had seen Renee exuding killing intent like that, except for the time in the bear's secret realm. I never want to experience that again. Rather than that, I looked down at the single thorn on my left wrist. I already had a headache thinking about how I was going to explain to the instructors that Samuel had become one of my traits. Still, I hoped that it would be fine since the recording in the angel flower's crest would show how Samuel had become a thorn. I was letting out a sigh when, "Attention." Headmaster Lucian's voice suddenly echoed from afar. She had been nowhere to be seen just a moment ago, but she had deceived everyone's senses and revealed herself. The students stopped their conversations and looked back at Lucian. "You must have each felt something through this exam, and there must be students whose hearts ache because of the comrades they have lost." The students grew solemn at Lucian's words. The atmosphere among the students of Class A was even heavier. They felt a heavy weight in their hearts from the fact that they had failed to protect their comrades from the humans because of their own weakness. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Lucian continued to speak amidst this solemn atmosphere. "First, do not shed tears. It is too early to shed tears. It will not be too late to show tears after you have annihilated all of your enemies. Bury your comrades' corpses and their deaths in your hearts, and burn with anger, and grow stronger. The hardships you have experienced in this exam will make you stronger." Lujan's speech boosted morale. The eyes of the Class A students, who had been depressed by the memory of their comrade's death, began to burn with anger towards humanity. Lucian, who had seen the change in the students' eyes, opened his mouth. Finally, everyone worked hard. Lucian announced the end of the midterm exam. "The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin." And so, before the other instructors could get on the platform, Samuel and I talked. "Rather, it's clear that our class has suffered more damage than the other classes. Some classes seem to have no injuries except for minor bruises. Does that mean our class is weak?" Samuel muttered gloomily. As he said, there was no other class that had 4 casualties except for ours. Even if there were, it would only be 1 or 2. There were even classes that didn't have any deaths at all. But that didn't mean that Class A's level was low. No, it's true that our damage is the greatest. But that doesn't mean we're the weakest. Objectively speaking, our level is higher than Gwar and Aaron's classes. I muttered indifferently. The combination of Samuel and my abilities was quite good, and I was the one who had defeated Gwar last time. Of course, Gyuwar didn't show all his strength at that time, but at least I didn't think I would lose to Gyuwar. There was only one reason why Class A suffered so much damage. It couldn't be helped. Because Tyrias we faced was the strongest person in this exam. I apologized briefly to Samuel. I'm sorry about this. If I had chosen a different area, we might not have suffered any damage. If we had invaded a place other than the Imperial Academy, none of the students might have died. But I needed to get the elixir, and I needed to confront Tyrias to get a real grasp of the protagonist's strength. Because of my greed, I led the students of Class A to their deaths. This was an evil deed for which I could not say anything, even if I had 10 mouths. Since he was the strongest opponent in this exam, it couldn't be helped that our damage was great. I don't know if I could have been stronger, but there are students in other classes who are stronger than me. What? Samuel's sharp voice rang out at my words. I thought he was going to get angry, but he pointed out something else I had said. Are you saying that there is a student stronger than you when your power suddenly amplified? Yes, that's right. That's ridiculous. Are you saying that there's a student at Sidon who's stronger than, or equal to, that human? That's right. The human we faced was strong, but... I turned my head slightly. At the end of my gaze, I saw the figure of a man with flowing crimson hair, like a sculpture. He was the strongest in Sidon. The fact that he had proven his perfect ability without suffering any casualties was proof of that. Is he the descendant of envy? That's right. Samuel immediately deduced who the strongest was. It couldn't be helped. Among the Sidon students, the undisputed strongest was the descendant of envy, Baltan. A man with power that surpassed even Diana, the Demon King's daughter. Of course, Diana couldn't defeat Baltan because she wasn't using her full power. Anyway, the human that Baltan faced in this midterm exam was the King of Mercenaries, a powerful man who had also participated in the Human-Demon War. I didn't go into detail about the King of Mercenaries, but he was definitely a strong man comparable to Tyrias. In short, if Baltan had gone to the Imperial Academy instead of us, he might not have suffered any casualties at all. If we had sent another class to the Imperial Academy instead of us or Baltan, one of the classes would have been annihilated. I succeeded in changing this future. Many students were sacrificed in the process, but it couldn't be helped. If I had sent another class here, they would have been annihilated. It would have been a huge loss to lose the other children of the 7 deadly sins in just a first-year midterm exam. Like Samuel's talent for magic right now, at the entrance exam, the children of the 7 deadly sins showed me their outstanding talents. It was a level that was inferior to the members of the student council, but it wasn't so overwhelming that they would be defeated. So I wondered, why did the children of the 7 deadly sins lose so easily to the members of the student council? I was very curious about how this probability came to be. I was able to guess roughly through this midterm exam. They all died before they could spread their talented wings. My novel's main characters are already working hard to blossom their talents and join the ranks of the strongest. However, the children of the 7 deadly sins were just newly hatched chicks. If the children of the 7 deadly sins were given a little more time, I'm not sure about Gyuwar or Aaron's talents, but Renee and Samuel's talents are definitely not inferior to the main characters of the novel. Baltan and Diana are already at the level of the Imperial Academy's student council. If they focus on training for a few more years, Samuel and Renee might also have the power to match the members of the student council. Well, there's no answer for Fran though. Ugh, my ears are so itchy. It seems like someone has been bad-mouthing me lately. It must be your imagination. No way, it must be some jealous wench cursing me. She hit the nail right on the head. However, I chose to keep my mouth shut instead of correcting her misunderstanding. It was when I quickly averted my gaze to avoid Fran's angry eyes. I don't understand why things get so chaotic whenever you open your mouth. What? Fran flared up like a cat at Samuel's curt provocation. Then, she began to grab at Samuel, who was clinging to one of my hands like a parasite, with her sharp claws. What are you doing? This has always been the bane of insolent beings. Let go? Quayak. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Die. Just as the two of them began to fight, I turned my gaze away from Baltan, who had piqued my interest. Swish, swish dash. The subject of the story, Baltan, waved his hand at me. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter Thanks to @botjitty for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on Ko-Fi. Swish, swish dash. Baltan waved his hand toward me. I tried hard to ignore him, but I couldn't because he was already approaching me. Baltan, who had reached me, shook my hand and opened his mouth. It's been almost a week? Judging from your appearance, you seem to be badly injured. The target was so strong, but Mr. Baltan looks fine. He was quite strong, but the target was such an old man that he got tired and collapsed when I pointed my sword at him. I felt my jaw drop. Baltan's target, the King of Mercenaries, was a character who was said to have been active during the Great War between humans and demons, and was once one of the strongest in the human world. Although his reputation had faded due to the after-effects of the war and the aging of his body, he was by no means someone who could be defeated by a student. How could such a strong person collapse from exhaustion? He must have collapsed because he couldn't defeat Baltan. However, I didn't have the energy to refute Baltan's words, so I decided to keep my mouth shut. Swish dash. Baltan, who had been looking at my body, opened his mouth. But you're pretty badly injured? It seems like you met a pretty strong enemy if someone as skilled as you could handle it. He wasn't an easy opponent, but fortunately, luck was on my side. Haha, no need to be humble. I think luck is also a skill. Bolton burst into his characteristic cheerful laughter and patted me on the shoulder. He must have thought he was controlling his strength, but it hurt quite a bit. As I rubbed my shoulder where Bolton had patted me, before I knew it, the instructors had finished their preparations and Ares was walking up to the platform. I will tell you about the upcoming schedule. Bolton frowned as Ares opened his mouth on the platform. Oh, I have to go now. Let's definitely spar next time. Don't avoid me this time. I'll be looking forward to it. I greeted him, pretending not to know what Bolton was talking about. As Bolton disappeared from my sight, Samuel, who had come out of Fran's hand, muttered in disbelief. What's that monster's problem? Why does he keep pestering you to fight him? That's what I'd like to know. Pfft, I can already see your future. Fran's mocking words made my hands and feet tremble. Should I kill this woman or let her live? While I was lost in thought about Fran's treatment, Ares, who was on the platform, began to explain in earnest. I will tell you the results of the test in 2 days. The scoring criteria are. I looked down from Ares on the platform. Beep. Siho was chirping cheerfully on Samuel's thorns. What am I going to do? Ares doesn't seem to have noticed yet that I brought Siho to the human world without permission. If he finds out, I can't even imagine what kind of thunderbolts he'll unleash. It was like setting up surveillance on a student, so the school couldn't openly punish me, but scary. I could already hear Ares's roar ringing in my ears. Beep beep. As if it knew my anxiety, Siho just chirped cheerfully. A little time passed like that. Ares finished his explanation. Everyone has worked hard. Now, return to your dorms. Ares, still with a cold look in his eyes, stepped down from the platform. I could only watch him, drenched in cold sweat. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After leaving the auditorium. Hwee, I feel like I'm going to die. I'm going to go back to my room first. Fran had returned to her dorm, saying that she needed to rest for a while. I could guess how hard she had worked on this test, so I sent Fran back to her dorm first. Originally, it was my role as commander to do that, but Fran took over and even seduced all the students to strengthen their power. That alone was a great thing, but Fran also became the mental pillar of the students. I could never do that. I was barely able to take care of myself, let alone have the energy to look after others. This was something that could only be called Fran's strength. If I think about it, there will probably be a lot of things I will have to rely on Fran for in the future. I wonder if Fran will be able to stay as active as she is now. Luna asked me with concern, thinking that my expression was not good as I thought about this and that. Are you okay? Just hold on a little longer. We'll be at the infirmary soon. Luna was supporting me, who was on the verge of collapsing, as we headed to Sidon's medical facility. I nodded at Luna's words and groaned as I checked my condition. Can this really be healed? Thanks to Luna's first aid, all the minor wounds had been healed, but the broken bones remained. Since I had never used the medical facilities of the demon realm before, I couldn't help but worry. Even in the modern world, it would take at least half a year to heal the injuries I had sustained. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. On top of that, I would need to undergo constant rehabilitation. With Luna's healing abilities, it would be possible if we could just set the bones, but... Adele, I'm sorry. As I was lost in anxiety, Luna's heavy voice rang out. What do you mean? It's just that if I could control my healing abilities a little better, I would have been able to heal this too. Luna was truly sorry for me. I waved my hand dismissively. You don't need to apologize. I was prepared for this level of injury. You did your best. Why wouldn't I know that? Luna was not at fault for me being injured to this extent. Rather, compared to the effort she had put in to accommodate me, hadn't she done her best? Not only that, but without Luna, the damage to the A-class students would have been even greater. But I couldn't help but be bewildered when she apologized to me. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Luna opened her mouth as she watched me comforting her. Even so, I wish no one had gotten hurt, including Adele. That's why I'll work harder. I'll make sure no one gets hurt. That's a good mindset. Clench. I nodded my head repeatedly and took Luna's hand. Oh, it seems that the advice I gave you was helpful. Yes, you did your best. All you have to do is continue to do your best. Before that, let go of my hand. Luna's shoulders flinched, but I ignored her and praised her. Luna's will hadn't been broken. That's why I wanted to praise her. How many people suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder after war or combat? It was only natural for students as timid as Luna to do so. Even among the A-class students, there were several who still couldn't forget the dead students and were struggling. You must move forward without blaming yourself. Continue to do so in the future. Yeah, next time I'll definitely heal Adele's wounds perfectly. Next time, you say. Luna's reply made me frown as I asked back. Huh? What's wrong? Lady Luna, your words sound like I have to get hurt again. That's not what I meant. Just kidding. Adele, you. Luna pouted as if she was upset when I smiled faintly. Then, she pointed her index finger at me and spoke as if she was earnestly requesting something. Don't say things like that recklessly in the future. Yes. I decided to stop teasing her here since it seemed like she would really get mad if I teased her any further. JNN. Amidst our conversation, Samuel's voice rang out. It's disgusting to watch. Sidon is a place for studying, not for your love games. Love. Luna stuttered as she got caught up on one of the sentences Samuel had said. Samuel tried to ask something else in response to Luna's sensitive reaction. Samuel hadn't said those words because he was certain that Luna liked me, but rather because he had said them in an attempt to tease her. Luna had reacted so strongly to his words that he was curious. I quickly cut off their conversation, feeling like we were about to get into a troublesome situation. Who's the one playing love games? What? I saw everything. What do you mean you saw? Samuel stuttered in embarrassment as if he had been caught doing something wrong. He couldn't help it. I knew who Samuel had a crush on. Well, I understand that Mr. Samuel is a young man who has just entered puberty. What nonsense are you talking about? As he said that, Samuel fidgeted around anxiously. I chuckled inwardly as I watched him. Was it at the beginning of the semester? A female student had asked Samuel to team up with her. Every time that female student spoke to him, Samuel would always respond as if he was annoyed. However, I realized that Samuel was secretly conscious of her. That female student had also come running to me today and grabbed Samuel's thorny hand with both of hers to thank him. What had she said? I was sure she had said something like this. Samuel, you were amazing. You went this far to save us. Really? Kwaeok? Stop it. Samuel convulsed at her words. As if to prove that he had feelings for her, his arm vibrated violently. That was the moment when Samuel's attention shifted completely from Luna to me. Adele, we're here. Luna pointed at a door and said to me. I followed her gaze and saw a door with a nameplate that read Medical Office. Let's go in. I opened the door to the medical office. I could see a woman in a white coat. A demon with short brown hair. She seemed to be the medical instructor in charge of the medical office. As soon as she saw us, the first words she uttered were, I suppose I should prepare for surgery. The moment I heard those words, I realized that I had come to the right place. She had grasped the severity of my condition with just a glance. The wound had already healed and was no longer bleeding, but she had noticed at a glance that there was something wrong with my bones from the way I walked and stood. I opened my mouth with a faint smile on my lips. Please do. I hope the surgery is successful. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Meanwhile, in the conference room where the headmaster and instructors were gathered. The instructors were in the middle of grading the midterm exam scores based on the contents of the angelic flower badges submitted by each class president. I wonder how it'll turn out. We'll finally see which class president is the strongest. Idea expressed his anticipation before playing the video recording of the angelic flower. Aries responded lightly. It'll probably be the president of our class or Class E. It somehow strangely annoys me, but I can't argue since it's true. Idea grumbled at Aries's words. Just as he said, Idea also knew that the strongest class presidents were Aries's Class C and Class E. First, the president of Class C. Wasn't she definitely the Demon King's daughter? She certainly stood out the most during class. That's right. Aries nodded. Class C had Diana as their president, so they couldn't help but be strong. Her magical talent alone was on par with Samuel, the glutton's child, and on top of that, she possessed sealed power. Moreover, it wasn't sealed by someone else, but a power that Diana herself had sealed. The power she possessed was so dangerous and powerful that she had no choice but to install a device to control her power. If the seal on that power were to be released, there was only one person who could match Diana. Aries, who had been silent for a moment, uttered that name. But the best is still Bolton. His understanding of magic is a bit lacking, but physically speaking, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's blessed by the world. If he matures, he'll grow into a powerhouse who will leave a mark, no, several marks in history. Yeah, he excels in every aspect related to combat, and his swordsmanship is already at a level where I can't say I'm better than him. Aries continued after Robold, the instructor in charge of Class D and the magic class, spoke. As they said, Bolton's magical talent was slightly inferior to Diana's or Samuel's, but everything else was far superior to the other students. It was enough to say that he was at a level where he could defeat Aries purely in terms of martial arts. However, Idea grumbled with dissatisfaction at the instructor's praise of Bolton. I don't like that guy. Why do you hate him? He has a good personality. Bolton's personality wasn't bad at all. Aries recalled the names of 3 students among the 7 deadly sins. Aaron, the successor of Sloth. True to his family's name, not only did he not participate enthusiastically in Aries' weapon technique classes, but he also tried his best to avoid them. Every time that happened, Aries would show him what overwhelming violence was and force him to participate in class. And Samuel, the Lord of Gluttony, that guy grumbled about everything, was quick-tempered, and often talked back to Aries, his instructor. Lastly, Fran, the successor of Lust. Aries had been a teacher for half of the first semester, but Fran was the only student who didn't show him any respect. In terms of personality, that guy seems much better. Didn't Adele always use honorifics when speaking to the instructors? It couldn't be helped since he was born with killing intent, but there hadn't been any casualties within Sidon yet. Of course, the reason why Kyle, an excellent student, dropped out after his fight with Adele was still unknown, so it was clear that he needed to be careful. And so, good looks, excellent skills, high potential, and a good personality. Isn't he an excellent student? Aries praised Bolton. However, Idea just shook her head. Geez, are you a demon with muscles for brains? That's harsh. Humph, I don't like that kid. He smiles without a soul, his eyes wide open. You like the guy in your class who smiles with his eyes half closed and made him the class president. I don't know why you're bringing that up, but I guess this will be a chance to prove it. Prove what? Why I chose Adele as the class president. Well, looking at how many students got hurt, I guess I overestimated him. We'll see. As Aries and Idea's argument came to an end, Lucian, who had been watching them with a smile, opened his mouth. Then, whose class video do you think we should watch first? Reverse order, of course. I agree. I wanted to see Bolton's actual combat. I also want to see that child's skills. This time, Aries and Idea's opinions were the same, and the other instructors also readily agreed, curious about the skills of Bolton, Sidon's first-year strongest student. And then, well then, let's take a look. Bolton's figure emerged from the screen that had emerged from the angel flower curtain. The fierce battle between Bolton and the E-class's target, the Mercenary King, was intense. It was truly a battle between a dragon and a tiger. The two who faced each other swung their weapons without hesitation. Bolton's spear and the Mercenary King's sword clashed fiercely, and a deadly exchange continued where the slightest mistake would lead to death. The other E-class students or the Mercenary King's subordinates were not even allowed to interfere in the battle between the two. Their abilities were so extraordinary that they could only watch the battle without acting rashly. Neither side could move in the battle between the two. If they were to get caught up in it, it was clear that they would be torn to pieces like paper by Bolton's spear or the Mercenary King's sword. And so, Idea, who had been watching the battle between the two, opened her mouth. Yummy, it's a shame I can't hear the sound. Something like this should be watched with a little sound. It's clear that the snack you're eating is annoying. Would you like one too, senior? The person who works in the cafeteria made it for me separately. You're quite witty. Drip, drip dash. Aries and Idea focused on the video of Bolton while stuffing a handful of yellow popcorn into their mouths. Soon, the fierce battle between the two came to a standstill. The Mercenary King, who judged that it would be disadvantageous if the battle dragged on, began to prepare a blow that would gather all his strength. He's starting to put his fighting spirit into his sword. Aries muttered as he watched the energy flowing into the Mercenary King's sword. Nov. JNN. The space around his sword was being compressed. He intended to deliver a blow filled with fighting spirit to cut off Bolton's breath. It was certainly not an attack that could be blocked at the level of a student. For some reason, none of the instructors in the conference room thought that Bolton would lose. The angel flower curtain was attached to Bolton's chest, so it could not show his face, but the gestures of Bolton's slowly extending hand were too relaxed. However, he still can't put his fighting spirit into it. In fact, it's natural that it's not easy to put fighting spirit into it at the level of a student. Idea muttered as she munched on her snack. As she said, there was no fighting spirit to be seen in Bolton's spear. The blade of the spear was stained red with the manifestation of sword lacquer, but that was all. However, Aries shook his head. No, Bolton can infuse his weapon with fighting spirit. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. What? Idea could only blink in disbelief. As a magic-type ability user, she was not a weapon specialist, so she did not know much about it, but she had seen many people who could handle fighting spirit. That was why Idea also knew how difficult it was to manifest fighting spirit. But, a mere first-year student can use fighting spirit. Well, don't you know how strong the students of this batch are? You must not have seen Bolton using fighting spirit during class because it hasn't been long since he was able to use it. Then, he learned fighting spirit just before the midterm exam. I haven't checked yet how much he has achieved, but I am looking forward to it. That's ridiculous. Idea muttered in a vain voice at Aries' explanation. Were they really raising a monster? At this point, Aries could not understand why he was restraining Adele, not Bolton. According to Aries' explanation, the person the instructors should have been watching carefully should have been Bolton. Idea, who had been looking serious for a moment, soon raised the corners of her lips. No matter how much she thought about it, it was unbelievable that a first-year student could use fighting spirit. Then Aries must be exaggerating, which was rare for him. Senior, you're still lacking. It's not good to favor a student just because you like them. Instructors have a duty to treat all students equally. However, Idea had to stop talking. Because, just as Aries had said, a blow infused with fighting spirit was unfolding behind Bolton's back. A powerful blow that surpassed the blow of the Mercenary King infused with fighting spirit was unfolding from Bolton. Bolton's fighting spirit did not remain as a mere spear. Crazy. Idea uttered an exclamation that contained both admiration and absurdity. Bolton had summoned a giant spear with his fighting spirit. Soon after, the spear made of fighting spirit destroyed the Mercenary King's blow and tore apart the limbs of the surrounding humans. All the instructors had no choice but to acknowledge that overwhelming scene. Bolton did not show any commanding ability or leadership. However, the force he had shown so far was so outstanding that the instructors could not help but nod their heads. Perfect score. I can't disagree with that. Wow, is that really the level of a student? Can't you tell? Aside from me, who's in charge of combat, I can say for sure that there's no instructor who can defeat Bolton. Ares let out a smirk at Robold and Idea's admiration. Bolton already possessed the power to match the instructors of Sidon. Everyone here was convinced Bolton would become one of the strongest who would lead the demon realm in the future. Idea grumbled as she looked at Ares, who had a proud expression on his face. It's really unpleasant to hear you brag like that when he's not even a student in your class. In the end, Ares closed his mouth. That's how Bolton's video ended, and the next recording was released. Following Class E, it was Class D's turn to appear on the screen in reverse order. The class president of Class D was Aaron. Aaron, who had deep black hair and languid eyes, gave off a decadent aura. N/O/vel/B/n.C//om. The target he was assigned was the Knight's Order belonging to the 6 families. This one's a bit easier. According to the information, it's a Knight's Order that was created not too long ago. Yes, it's a Knight's Order created by the Nina family, whose lord is the Sword Saint, but since it was newly formed, there are less than 7 of them, and except for the captain of the Knights, they're all at a level that can be defeated by students. Aside from the children of the 7 deadly sins, the students had also passed the entrance exam and were talented individuals who participated in Sidon's regular classes. That's why they judged that they could definitely win against them. And that was the truth. Well, not bad. Aaron's commanding ability seems to be a bit lacking. Still, his skills aren't bad. After watching Aaron's video, the instructors gave him a moderate score, neither high nor low. Aaron had taken a nap during the operation, so he lost points for that. It was only natural that he would lose points for being a commander who behaved like that. Still, he had shown considerable strength against the Knight's Order, so they gave him a good score just for that. After Aaron's video ended, next is our class. Ares muttered with eyes full of anticipation. And 2 people appeared from the angelic flower. Renee and Diana. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Ares was not the only instructor who was looking forward to the battle video of Class C. All the instructors were. After Bolton, the only student they had high expectations for was Diana. Not long after, Diana's video was released. Ares, who had been watching the video, let out a sigh of admiration. As expected of the descendant of the 7 deadly sins, even the daughter of bears is no pushover. She may not be as good as Bolton, but her achievements are still remarkable. She can already handle the sword lacquer freely. I remember her being unstable not too long ago, but she must have grown a lot in the meantime. In the beginning, it was not Diana who stood out, but Renee. Class C's target was the tower master of a magic tower that wasn't particularly strong. He was a powerhouse who had reached the 5th circle. It was a magic tower that used lightning-based magic, and Renee displayed incredible martial prowess against the tower master's direct subordinates. Idea smacked her lips in regret as she watched his graceful movements. She can easily handle up to 4th circle mages, but I'm not sure if she can defeat the 5th circle tower master. She's still a long way from that. But the strongest student in Class C isn't Renee, it's Diana. Ah, then it's possible. If Diana and Renee join forces, they can defeat even a 5th circle tower master. The target, the tower master, was a 5th circle powerhouse who had mastered offensive magic. Neither Renee nor Diana could defeat him alone, but if they joined forces, they would surely be able to win. Moreover, the 2 of them were on good terms, which gave Ares hope for good teamwork. And just before the remaining mages were defeated, the tower master appeared. The instructors judged that Renee and Diana could defeat the tower master if they joined forces. However, wait, that's not a 5th circle mage, is it? Did he ascend to the 6th circle? It was not unusual since a few more days had passed since they had received the information about the Tower Lord. 5th circle human mages often achieved a sudden rise in their realm at any given moment. There were cases during the Human-Demon War when humans had suddenly risen in their realm and turned the tide of the war. That was why he knew it couldn't be helped, but it wasn't easy to suppress the tension that was trembling at his fingertips. Just then, it's starting? An instructor opened his mouth. And then the Magic Tower Lord's intense electric current poured down on the Class C students. It was a life or death situation. At that moment, Diana walked forward and began to stretch out her hands. Drops of blood dripping down came into view. It was the circlet, the sealing device that locked Diana's power, trying to squeeze her head and prevent her from using her power. But Diana ignored the pain and moved forward. Soon, the body of the 6th circle magician collapsed. Not just collapsing, but his flesh rotted and crumbled, transforming into a mummy-like figure and falling apart. Not only the Magic Tower Lord, but all the human magicians in the vicinity met such a miserable death. When the video ended, it was none other than Robold who let out a gasp of astonishment. At that level, there's only one student who can compare to her in terms of magical talent. Nov, L, B /JNN. The descendant of gluttony. Ares asked at Robold's words. But Robold shook his head at the question. It meant that there was another student comparable to Diana's magical talent besides Samuel. We'll be playing that child's video soon, so watch it more closely. I will. The instructors were curious about who Robold was talking about, but they didn't pry any further. Because the video of Class B, which Gyuwar was already the captain of, began to play. He's excellent. The first words Idea uttered after taking in all of Gyuwar's video. The other instructors also agreed with Idea's opinion. I feel the same way, but it's a shame that he's overshadowed by the previous students who were too outstanding. Even so, he wasn't bad. The way he tries to handle the students in a coercive manner may not be seen favorably, but such a commander is also necessary, because it's impossible to lead soldiers by just coaxing and flattering them. Certainly. Idea was an instructor who mainly taught tactics, so she pointed out Gyor's strengths. It would be difficult to expect a gentle charisma from Gyor's personality, but he had the ability to handle the students in moderation. This was a big plus as a commander. I want to give him a pretty high score. While other monitors defeated their targets with their own strength, this one really deserved the word war. Well, his skills are inferior to Diana and Balden. I also find that part lacking. If it were a different year, I would have given him the highest score, but the presidents of this year's groups are hard to judge by ordinary standards. I have nothing to say about that part. The instructors shared opinions. Gyor's leadership was fine, but his demonstrated force was regrettable. That was why Gyor could not help but receive a rather regrettable score in this midterm exam compared to his achievements. Like that, the evaluations from E class to B class ended, and the only class left unevaluated was A class. Ares spoke to Idea. It's finally your class's turn. Something feels scary. You'll know once you see it. Idea stared at the video of a class that had begun to be revealed with a restless heart. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Unexpectedly, too many students had died and been injured. The test was clearly just to kill an instructor of the Imperial Institute. Moreover, the target was a magician who had only reached the 5th circle realm. So Idea had expected none of the students to die and return alive. However, 4 of them died. Idea could not lift her head at all with a complicated heart. It was not a sense of shame rising because the students she was in charge of were weaker than the students of other classes. The emotion Idea felt, it was a kind of guilt. Guilt from having driven the students to their deaths. Furthermore, because she could not even see their corpses, the guilt crushing Idea's chest was growing even larger. If they're untalented students, then abandon them. Nausea churned as she recalled the words she had said before. She was also a demon. Was it possible for her not to have developed feelings for the students who had followed her around for several long months, calling her their instructor? She had simply realized that it was right to make the best judgment realistically and had uttered those words. However, she had learned that it was not right. Who would dare force a sacrifice on students who had not even passed their coming-of-age ceremony yet? All Idea could do was to raise the students of Sidon strongly so that such a thing would not happen in the next generation. While she was lost in thought, it's begun? Adele began to move, and the magnificent sight of the Imperial Academy that appeared caused the instructors of Sidon to sigh. They had heard about it through information, but they hadn't expected it to be of this level. It's certainly impressive. Is this the greatest institution for fostering talent in the human realm? Our Sidon is no pushover either. At Ares's words, Idea glanced at Lucian, the founder and headmaster of Sidon. But Ares couldn't help but snored inwardly. They had floated an island in the sky that was even larger than Sidon, so it wasn't easy to agree with such words after seeing that. There was no instructor here who didn't know that the human world's technology far surpassed that of the demon world. That was why all the instructors could do was cough awkwardly with uncomfortable expressions. Anyway, the instructors turned their attention back to Adel's video. He was moving quickly, following the map that Idea had given him. The place Adele and the Class A students were heading towards was the artificial secret realm, their destination. Ares had Samuel watch Adele, who had his hand on the gate, and tilted his head. What is he trying to do now? It seems like he's trying to enter the secret realm. I'm not asking because I don't know that. There's nothing good that will come from entering the secret realm. Ares's words were reasonable. If they entered the secret realm, they would end up destroying the traps meant for the human students who would enter soon after. The most orthodox method would be to ambush the human students who were exhausted after falling for the traps. Ares's doubts were further amplified by Adel's actions that followed soon after. It's a fork in the road. But where is that guy going? Among the countless forks in the road, Adele moved towards a wall. There was no path there. That's why Ares opened his mouth with a snort. Not only are his eyes small, but he can't even see in front of him. Wow, I didn't know that you were the type of senior who would look down on someone's appearance. You really are a terrible adult. I'm disappointed. It was just a joke. Ares coughed awkwardly and took back his words. Ares tended to be sensitive when it came to that Adele guy. Just as Ares turned his head back to the video, a secret passage opened. Adele and the students entered the secret passage and reached the end of the secret realm in an instant without triggering any traps. Then, they emptied the treasure chest at the destination and walked out with only the artifact. Ares opened his mouth at the sight. How does a mere student know information that even spies don't know? I wonder. It's certainly good that he tricked the humans. Ares watched Adele drinking water from the water bottle he had obtained in the secret realm and narrowed his eyes thinly. The suspicion that he might be a spy from the human world arose. Just then, I think he has an ability related to senses. Robold opened his mouth. Ares and Idea's gazes turned towards Robold at that. Senses. Yes, student Adele has quite excellent senses. It wouldn't be a problem for him to find a hidden path in a secret realm of this level of difficulty. Perhaps he might have used magic related to senses. Ares fell into thought because Robolt's words were reasonable. There were several dubious parts to saying that Adel was a spy from the human world. The biggest one was that the Bars family vouched for his identity, but would Bars, who represented the demon realm and had suffered great damage because of humans, protect a spy from the human world? That was why it was more correct to assume that Adel possessed the ability of senses. However, to find a secret passage that easily in a secret realm with the ability of senses, there was something lacking in explaining that he had found it with just excellent senses. Rather than possessing magical abilities related to senses, it would be better to say that he had an excellent talent. Just what is his true identity? Adel. Ares muttered those two words inwardly. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Atmush for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on KO-Fi. Ares's expression twisted. Is it possible for a single student to possess so many talents to this extent? Not only does he have the rare ability of teleportation, but now he even possesses a sense ability. What about his talent with the sword? Adel mastered the swordsmanship he demonstrated at a glance. His versatile talent was so unreasonable that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. If only he hadn't been born with killing intent, he could have taken a place as a figurehead leading the demon realm like Baltan. The more Ares saw of Adel's talent, the more regretful he felt. In fact, it was his duty as an instructor to prevent Adel from going berserk. That was why Ares had always paid attention to Adel in everything he did. It would be a lie to say that there were no emotions involved in the process, but at least it was for Adel's sake. Besides, you'll see if you watch. Adel's footage was not over yet. Through this, he would be able to confirm whether Adel was related to the 6 families. If he wasn't involved, then he would have to work on honing Adel's killing intent. When he heard the story that the Class A students were badly injured or killed, Ares thought, as he had worried, that Adel had failed to control his killing intent. That was only natural, as the invasion of the Imperial Academy was the easiest area among those where the midterm exams were held. Although they were inferior to Baltan and Diana, there were 2 descendants of the 7 deadly sins, and Adel himself, who was on par with them, was also in Class A. However, along with the 4 dead, even the surviving students were badly injured. This was something that could not have happened if Adel had not made a mistake. Perhaps Adel would be heavily penalized for this. There was nothing to point fingers at as much as a commander who put his allies in danger. So, several days passed, and the students and instructors leading them from the Imperial Academy approached the secret realm. Quathad. Ares gritted his teeth as he watched the sight. The chick, whose connection had been lost at some point, was perched on Samuel's shoulder. That Adel brat had kidnapped the chick and brought it to the human world. But it was a big mistake to spy on the students so recklessly. So, since he couldn't tell the other instructors or the principal about it, Ares suppressed his anger and focused on the students' movements. As the students of the Imperial Academy approached, the students opened the gate of the artificial secret realm and entered. But Adel did not enter the secret realm and remained outside. Then, he climbed up a tree and hid his body. That bastard is a spy. Quiet down. If he were a spy, he wouldn't have come back here. Ares's words and actions, which continued to accuse his student of being a spy, made Idea angry. Thud. Ares finally sat down and glared at Adel with displeasure. He intended to see what that bastard was going to do by staying outside alone. Just like that, the students of the Imperial Academy entered the landscape, and the only human instructor left outside was Bisaha. As Bisaha began to move, Adel followed him. Idea, who was watching the scene, had a question mark on her face. Surely he doesn't intend to face the human instructor alone. It must be one of the 2. If Adel were a spy, he might have wanted to talk to Bisaha alone. Otherwise, Adel would be facing Bisaha alone. He was going to catch that 5th circle magician alone? As expected, Adel is a spy, just as Ares was about to mutter. Crazy. Adel, who used teleport, began to attack Bisaha.N/O/vel/B/N.C//OM. The dagger covered in darkness and Bisaha's shield clashed. Every time Bisaha tried to attack, Adel skillfully used teleport to escape. This showed how powerful Adel was against a magician. And finally, after a fierce battle, the neck of Bisaha, the 5th circle archmage who had to be defeated with the combined strength of all the students, was cut off by Adel's dagger. Thus, Adel gained 2 advantages by killing Bisaha. One was to prove that Adel had the strength of an instructor, and the last one was, as expected, that he is not a spy. There's a reason why the 7 deadly sins family is backing him. I see. Even Ares, who had suspected Adel, had no choice but to give up his suspicion that he might be a spy in the current situation. The target, Bisaha, was wearing the imperial crest. Ares opened his mouth as he watched Adel remove the crest and put it in his waistband. If he were a spy from the human world, he wouldn't have dared to touch someone from the imperial family. Not only that, he defeated a 5th circle mage all by himself. As expected, the president is the strongest. It seems like you were just lucky to say that. Ares reviewed the fight between Adel and Bisaha. The last moment, Bisaha was so bewildered by Adel's trick that he couldn't attack properly and overused his power. If Bisaha had counterattacked in a normal state, Adel would not have escaped death. Why? The reason Bisaha was terrified. He wondered if it was because he was frightened by the aura of killing intent that Adel was emitting, but he didn't think so. Certainly, Adel's killing intent was a dangerous kind, so it did release an ominous aura. However, even if he was a magician specializing in theory, if he was around the fifth circle, he would be able to overcome such an aura. While Ares was lost in thought, Instructor Rabold, you must be nervous. If you focus only on theory like that, you will meet such an end. Haha, you're very playful. Oh, I'm not kidding. Ares raised his head at Idea's voice, teasing Rabold. The scene where Adele intentionally hid the angel flower curtain was not shown on the screen. That's why the instructors didn't see the homunculus and elixir that Adele had found in Bisaha's lab, just as they were about to raise questions about the missing footage. As some time passed again, the scenery of the forest changed drastically. Adele was teleporting and moving at high speed. Oh, he's visible again. He's running in a hurry. Adele arrived at the entrance of the secret realm in an instant. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character, Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. The instructors made bewildered expressions at the series of actions. He had already taken care of the strongest target, Bisaha. In fact, it was almost as if he had achieved the purpose of this exam. That's why they didn't understand why Adele was running in such a hurry. In the end, Adele manifested his darkness and forced open the entrance to the secret realm. And he starts running again. Adel's figure teleports in an instant as he uses teleportation in succession to reach the end of the secret realm through the secret passage. And the end of the secret realm is revealed. Why aren't there any students? Only Samuel is there from Sidon's students. Are those corpses I see? How horrible. The sight of the dead demon students and Samuel wriggling on the floor with his limbs torn off comes into view. What on earth happened here to create such a horrific scene? At that moment, Adele moved his foot and rescued Samuel, who was about to die after being hit by the hammer. Then, he carried Samuel to safety and glared at the human student who had caused this scene. According to the spy's report, there was an unusually strong guy among the human students, and it seemed to be the student in front of him. And then, Adele and the human student began to clash. In the ensuing exchange of blows, the instructors gasped for two reasons. The first was that Adel's power had become even stronger than when he faced Bisaha. However, considering Adel's usual demeanor, it was understandable that he had been hiding some of his abilities all along. Rather, it was the second reason that drew the instructor's size. The human student began to overpower the much stronger Adele, toying with him as if in mockery. That student seems to be stronger than the king of mercenaries. It seems there was an omission in the information transfer process. Perhaps he's a bit stronger than that kid Bolton. Headmaster Lucian's explanation that he was stronger than the king of mercenaries. The instructors couldn't help but widen their eyes since it was a statement coming from one of the strongest beings in the demon realm. She even said that he was stronger than Bolton, the strongest student among the Sidon students. That meant, isn't this the story of how the area we thought would be the easiest turned out to be the most difficult? Yes, it's hard to believe, but if there had been any other way, everyone would have died there. Ares realized that it wasn't Adel's lack of judgment or killing intent that had harmed the Class A students. It was simply that the opponent was too strong. They had been confronted by a powerhouse who should not have been there. In that case, how did the president survive against that monster? Idea's question. If he had been able to join forces with Samuel, it would have been different, but Samuel was already out of commission. It meant that Adele was the only one who had to deal with the human student. That was why Idea couldn't help but watch the battle with a restless heart. She wasn't too worried since she knew that Adele had survived, but it had been such an unfavorable fight. That was when Adele was kicked by the human student and coughed up blood. Darkness. The black mist emitted from Adele's body swelled rapidly. Darkness surged so violently that it seemed to devour everything. For a moment, even the angel flower's veil was obscured. When the darkness finally receded and the vision became visible, a serpent emerged from Adel's embrace and bit Tyrius on the shoulder. The serpent was so bizarre and fearsome that even the instructors flinched. The human student seemed to prioritize healing the wound from the serpent's bite and tore the scroll to retreat. It was impossible to know why the human student had killed the woman who seemed to be his ally, or what conversation they had exchanged. But Adele had succeeded in dealing with the unexpected variable. And after gathering the demon students who had re-entered the secret realm, he led them to where the human instructor had been killed and hid their bodies. Then, joining forces with Samuel, who had parasitized him, he managed to escape the human realm with the students. That was the content of Class A's exam. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The instructors who had watched the entire footage were speechless. This was a first-year student. No, it wasn't a level of difficulty that could be handled by students. At the very least, it was a level of difficulty of an operation that even Sidon's instructors would risk their lives to carry out. Adele had adapted perfectly to the sudden increase in difficulty. Was that all? During the exam, he had made perfect use of the terrain to secure a safe zone for the exhausted students. Furthermore, he had united the students, controlled the ill-tempered gluttony, and achieved excellent synergy. So, Class A's score is, I don't think my opinion and that of all the instructors will differ much. Of course, who could possibly find fault with our proud class president? Idea, who agreed with the headmaster's words, glanced at Ares. Her eyes were asking Ares, who could possibly look down on Adele. Who? Ares let out a deep sigh and spoke. I admit it. Class A, perfect score. Ares muttered those words, and Idea let out a cheer that seemed to soar through the air. Could Adele be trusted? Or should he not be trusted? The bet between Ares and Idea had ended in her complete victory. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Avarko for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on Ko-Fi. Before going into surgery, I took the anesthetic the medical instructor gave me and fell asleep. How much time passed? Russell dash. I carefully raised my body. I was on a fluffy bed. There were a few drops of blood around me, and the injured area was wrapped tightly in bandages. When I raised my hand and moved it, I could see that I could move it comfortably, aside from a little discomfort. I never thought I'd be healed so cleanly. You're awake. The medical instructor, who noticed my presence, asked from the corner where she was making tea. She skillfully took out a teacup, filled it with tea, and handed it to me. The warmth from the teacup. I stared blankly at the teacup. Why aren't you drinking it? Be sure to drink it all. It's tea made from leaves that are especially good for recovering energy. I'll gratefully drink it. At her urging, I slowly sipped the tea. The fragrant scent lingered in my mouth, and the warmth soothed my insides. It tasted like a warm hangover cure. It wasn't bad, so I was able to empty the teacup in one go. Then suddenly, I realized that I hadn't expressed my gratitude, and I opened my mouth to her. Thank you. Thanks to you, the treatment seems to have been successful. Yes, you should avoid strenuous activity for the time being, but you'll be fine in a few weeks. I nodded my head. My bones already seemed to be healed. The reason I had to wait a few weeks was probably because the muscles and skin hadn't fully healed yet. If I trained, I might end up straining the bones that had just been fixed. I should rest for the time being. The midterms are finally over. I now had plenty of free time before the final exams began. The final exams would probably start in about 2 months. I should have heard the exact schedule during Ares' speech, but I couldn't because I was so focused on the ritual. I guess I'll ask Samuel. Are you asleep? I called out to Samuel softly, but he didn't answer, as if he was fast asleep. That means I have to ask someone else. Fran, of course, wouldn't know. Then should I ask Luna? I asked the medical instructor, whom I had last seen with Luna. Excuse me, do you know where the student with the light pink hair is? Huh? She was just next to you. Where did she go? Next to me. Yeah, she was waiting anxiously for 3 hours, and as soon as the surgery was over, she rushed in and started casting healing spells like crazy. Even without seeing it for myself, I could easily picture Luna's appearance. She must have recklessly cast recovery magic on me, despite her own poor physical condition. Thinking about that scene, my heart ached for some reason. More importantly, healing magic is a rare talent among us dark elves. I wonder if it's because she's a half-demon. It seems like she lacks the medical knowledge to reconnect bones, though. The medical instructor, who had been muttering to herself, paused for a moment before speaking again. I wonder if I should teach her. Really? It wouldn't be bad. If you combine her recovery magic talent with professional medical knowledge, she'll become a great asset. After all, I'm also considered a Citan instructor. Wow, this was incredibly fortunate for Luna. Currently, Luna had reached the limits of her talent. If she were to acquire medical knowledge, she would be able to grow further. Well, let's talk about that later. It seems like there's an instructor looking for you. If you can move, go out and see them. I need to get going too. She stretched lazily, looking exhausted. In addition to me, many other students had been injured during the midterm exam. It must have been incredibly difficult for her to treat them all. She must have been the busiest person here today. I bowed politely. Thank you for your help. Yeah. This is a good medicine for recovery, so take one every night. I understand. I thanked her and stood up. Ugh dash. My body was still sore, but it didn't seem to hinder my movement. More importantly, an instructor came looking for me personally. Could it be Idea? It was probably her. Normally, she would have had a longer conversation with me as the class president, but since my body wasn't in good condition, she must have come here immediately after the briefing was over. There was a high chance that she had come here in person to have a conversation that we hadn't been able to finish. But I wondered what she wanted to talk to me about that made her wait here for such a long time without leaving. I had already discussed everything necessary with Idea, and I would see her again at the briefing tomorrow anyway. Is there something urgent? I scratched the back of my head, feeling strange, and left the medical facility. Creak dash. As I opened the door and stepped outside, what entered my sight was Ares, who was acting hesitant despite his cold appearance. The moment I met his gaze, I immediately pointed an arrow at him. Designation. Hold on a moment. What is it? At Ares' cry, I retracted the arrow I had pointed at him. I calmly examined Ares' appearance, and it didn't seem like he had come to vent his anger because I had brought Siho into the human realm. Only then did I decide to talk to Ares with a blank expression. I was also curious as to why he, who had been keeping me in check for every little thing, had waited until I regained my senses. When I crossed my arms and stared at him, asking him to tell me what was going on, Ares slowly opened his mouth. I watched everything you went through in the human realm. You risked your life to fight for your comrades. Well, I didn't just fight for my classmates. Even so, you can't deny that you saved your comrades. So, suddenly, Ares extended his right hand toward me, as if he wanted to shake my hand. When I hesitantly took his hand, Ares opened his mouth. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I hope you continue to work hard in the future. Thud dash. Ares only uttered incomprehensible words and extended his hand. Then he hurriedly disappeared from my sight. I blinked as I watched him. Why is he acting like that? The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Where did you go? Idea asked as she saw Ares entering the staff room with a dejected look. For some reason, he looked completely drained and depressed. That's why Idea couldn't help but ask him with concern. Idea tilted her head when Ares didn't answer. Soon, she realized why Ares was so dispirited. Did you go and meet our president? Twitch dash. Ares' eyebrows twitched violently. Our president.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Ares rubbed his forehead at the flattering choice of words. But he couldn't refute Idea's words. Because it was true that he had gone to meet Adele. Tisk, tisk, you should have just done that from the beginning. Why did you have to go and bully our president? A teacher who catches students. That's unbecoming of a teacher. On the other hand, I recognized the class president's talent and helped him grow like this. Unlike a certain foolish senior, Idea, who was relentlessly tormenting him. Ares sighed and sat down next to Idea to organize the documents. And he thought about Adele. He's stronger than I thought. That could also mean he's more dangerous. Ares had judged Adele to be under Bolton and Diana. Even if he had highly evaluated Adele's strength, he had only thought he was at the level of the child of gluttony or the child of greed. However, his potential for growth is enormous. He was not inferior to Bolton or Diana at all. Perhaps he might even show strength that surpassed the two of them. Perhaps he might have already obtained it. Because Adele seemed to be hiding a lot of things that suited his sinister aura. Ares acknowledged Adele and recognized that he did not abuse his strength despite his murderous nature. But he did not let down his guard against Adele. No, to be exact, he could not let it down. Because that guy is hiding something. Adele's strange behavior during the entrance exam was not limited to one or two instances. He had covered parts of the angel flower's crest so that they would not be recorded on video, and he had even perfectly conquered the artificial labyrinth by using abilities that he had not revealed before. Now, it was even questionable whether the Bears family was backing Adele. But to say that he was a spy from the human world, it bothered him that he had killed the human instructor who was his target. He was wearing the Imperial crest. The human instructor who was Adele's target was a member of the Imperial family. Killing such a man meant turning the Imperial family into a complete enemy. If he were a spy from the human world, he would not have been able to do such a thing. Then, was Adele truly someone who would become a gain or poison to the demon realm? That was unknown. The students would know better than Ares himself. Samuel, Luna, Fran, and all the other students had been influenced by Adele's actions. Ares had only seen fragments of Adele, but the students must have seen his true nature while living with him. That was why. How complicated. He was grateful to Adele for disobeying Idea's education and throwing his own body to save the students. However, it was impossible to let down my guard around Adele. This was a natural feeling for a Sidon instructor and guardian of the students. Idea must have known this as well. I've known her for a long time, but it's not easy to figure out what she's thinking. Originally, Idea was a gentle child. But at some point, she started acting aloof, which didn't suit her at all. Is there something on my face? No, nothing. Ares quickly turned his head at Idea's question. The instructors would have a lot to do for the time being. Up until now, the Sidon side had underestimated the Imperial Academy's strength. However, through Adele's recording, their power had been revealed. The guy who overwhelmed Adele and Samuel was impressive, though. The mastermind that appeared at the end of the video. He wasn't captured because he was too far away from the angel flower. If he wasn't a student but an instructor, that would be fortunate. Because if it was him, I would be able to defeat him. However, if he was a student, the Imperial Academy's strength would have to be re-evaluated. For now, let's think about what kind of punishment to give that guy who broke Sidon's rules. Ares muttered to himself as he turned his gaze to the pile of documents. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @YouKnowIt for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on Ko-Fi. After the surgery, I returned to the dormitory and looked around. I never thought I'd miss this place. It feels cozy. For some reason, it felt warm, like I had returned home. I could definitely say that Sidon was much better than when I was rolling around on the ground in the human world. I threw off my bloody clothes and collapsed onto the bed. Normally, I would have put my clothes away, but I was too exhausted to even do that. I'll clean it up when I wake up tomorrow. What should I do now? I lay on the bed, lost in thought. I was able to organize my thoughts because I was forced to sleep during the surgery in the infirmary. Otherwise, I would have fallen asleep as soon as I lay down on the bed. But that doesn't mean I want to have another surgery. Anyway, so I've changed two major events now. The events that would have happened according to the flow of my work. I had changed countless minor events, but this was only the second time I had changed something major. The first was the existence of me in this place. If I had remained in the human world, I would have spent years wandering the back alleys and building up my strength. The time when Adele became active in the original work was after the destruction of the demon world. By coming to the demon world from the human world, I increased my chances of survival and gained 20% of Adele's original power in a short amount of time. However, there are some regrets. the opportunities and numerous battle experiences that Adel gained in the human world. I lacked those things. The opportunities one could get in the demon world were limited, and my combat experience was bound to be lacking compared to Adel, who had risked his life every day in the dark world. I'm growing rapidly now, but I'm sure I'll reach my limit soon. I have to be wary of that. I'll know once I actually face it. At this rate, I won't even be able to protect my own body. It is inevitable and essential that the human world and the demon world go to war. Tyria's and the protagonist's party will appear even stronger than they did this time. I needed to become stronger in order to survive. And I shouldn't be the only one growing. I stared blankly at the thorns on my wrist. Samuel still didn't respond. He still hadn't woken up. It couldn't be helped. In the human realm, Samuel had done things beyond his capabilities. He had even recklessly used magic while in a state where he should have been recovering his mana, so how could he not be exhausted and hungry? The problem was, he's rapidly consuming my mana. Because Samuel was a parasite in my body, the amount of mana I recovered had noticeably decreased. Normally, I would have recovered more than half of my mana by now, but I hadn't even recovered half yet. Every time my mana filled up, Samuel would take it. However, I didn't regret it. If I can receive Samuel's help, this much is fine. He had proven his worth in this midterm exam. It was true that he had been defeated by Tyria's in an instant, but if he grew over time, he would show tremendous growth. Considering his worth, it was enough to wait until then. Samuel's magical talent had many uses. For the future, I need to develop the Class A students as well. I felt it deeply this time. I shouldn't be the only one getting stronger. It was more efficient to make the students of Sidon stronger. Right now, I couldn't face Tyria's with my own strength. I was able to win because of Samuel. I needed to develop not only him, but also the other students. After all, war is not something that can be won alone. Of course, the protagonist of the work is an exception. If you're a powerhouse like the protagonist who can destroy the world, you can lead a war to victory on your own. In that case, my future tasks have been decided. To obtain Adel's original power and to increase the power of the Class A students. These two things will be my future challenges. The second time I changed the original flow of the story. I wonder what kind of butterfly effect it will have if I save the Class A students. I was quite curious. Swish dash. I got out of bed with a faint smile on my lips. My whole body was stiff. How much had I looked forward to this moment in the human realm? Since I hadn't washed in days, my body must have reeked. The students of Sidon were also dirty, so they hadn't noticed. When I returned to the clean dormitory, I realized how bad I smelled. Creak. I opened the door to the dormitory bathroom and stepped inside. Naturally, there was no convenient contraption like a shower that could be used in modern times installed in the dormitory bathroom. In the first place, washing my body with a shower wasn't to my taste, so it didn't matter much. Instead of a shower, there was a bathtub installed in the dormitory bathroom. Swoosh. I turned on the faucet attached to the wall and filled the tub with hot water. Feeling the warmth, Goo Poison and Siho, who had been grumbling in my arms, wriggled out and stuck their heads out. Beep. The two of them stared intently at the bathtub filling with warm water. Surely these guys. Do you want to come in with me? Nov, L, B // JNN. Beep beep. Siho shook its body violently as if it understood what I was saying. On the other hand, Goo Poison slightly avoided my gaze and glanced at the bathtub. A guy who can't be honest with his feelings. Well, it's not like you can't. It's not like I've never had the experience of bathing with animals, so it wasn't awkward. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. The problem is that animals feel hot when they touch warm water. Birds too. I wondered if it would be dangerous for a reptile like Goo Poison, but I soon shook my head. These guys aren't ordinary animals, so I guess it doesn't matter. Siho's appearance was quite cute, but it was an excellent breed of falcon that flew around the battlefield gathering information. It's a guy who lives among demons with thick demonic energy, so of course, a little hot water wouldn't be a problem. Goo Poison is. I don't need to worry about this guy. Judging from the fact that he repelled Tyria's in one blow, he seems to be stronger than me. Then let's wash together. I took off my clothes and threw them outside the bathroom, then entered the bathtub with Siho and Goo Poison. This is nice. I could feel the warm warmth enveloping my body. All the fatigue from before seemed to melt away, and my face naturally relaxed. Beep. Siho seemed to really like the temperature of the bathwater and enjoyed the bath with a tired expression. Goo Poison wrapped around my arm and only stuck its face out. Good. As I washed with the animals after a long time, old memories came flooding back. I had a younger sister. I had been so busy since I came to the demon realm that I had forgotten about her, but sometimes when things were tough, I would often recall memories of my family. When was it? One day, my younger sister wanted to raise a puppy, so she brought home an abandoned dog that had been left outside. Of course, my parents made a fuss, telling her to throw it out right away. But my sister stubbornly ignored my parents and diligently washed the puppy with me. When we were younger, we were so close that we even took baths together. But at some point, after we both entered puberty, we started fighting like most siblings. When I'm exhausted, I end up thinking about my enemies. Anyway, should I organize my thoughts? Gulp dash. I submerged my mouth in the water and blew bubbles, lost in thought. It's still too early to obtain information about chaos, so I'll put that aside for now. For now, I've decided that the first thing I need to do is restore Adel's original power. But how can I quickly restore Adel's original power? The current me is stronger than Adel at this point in the original story. It might be greedy, but it's not like there's no way. Information paper. In the human world, I received Adel's power through the information paper. Thanks to that, I was able to defeat all the knights and come to the demon world. But there was something that Adel didn't give me, and that was Adel's unique secret mana method. So I couldn't learn the mana method and ended up learning the mana method of bears from Crete. So I need to change my method. It's not that the mana method of bears is bad. The mana method of the bears family was definitely excellent. Even compared to the mana methods of the 6 families, it wouldn't be too far behind. Judging from the amount and density of mana that Renee possessed, the quality wasn't bad, as expected of a family of the 7 deadly sins. It could be said to be one of the best mana methods in the demon world. However, Adel's mana method is even better, and it would suit my body better. The method of bears is excellent, but it was originally created for the members of bears. Of course, it couldn't help but be slower for me to grow than Adel's method, which had been modified to suit his body in the original story. That's why I need to learn the method that Adel used in the original story. It's essential for faster growth. Let me write it down once. Splash dash. I got out of the bathtub and pulled out the information paper from the clothes that were spread out on the bathroom floor. Then, I picked up the fountain pen and wrote down what I wanted on the information paper. The formula and usage of a mana cultivation technique suitable for my body. Then, words immediately began to appear on the information paper. This is information that requires a price. Please pay a price of at least a legendary grade artifact or 10,000 gold. Crazy. It's telling me to pay an artifact that has surpassed a epic and entered the realm of legends. My hands and feet trembled. Right now, I didn't even have 1,000 gold, let alone 10,000 gold. If I were to calculate it in terms of the human world's currency, it would be like asking me to hand over a treasure worth hundreds of billions. But if you were to ask me if there was absolutely no way to obtain it, well, there is a way. If I were to rank highly in this midterm exam, I would be able to choose another artifact from Sidon's warehouse. Last time, the limit was a myth-grade artifact, but who knows? The necklace around my neck, whose identity could only be revealed by sacrificing a god. It's possible that a treasure equivalent to that has been added. And if even that's not enough, I'll just have to somehow obtain it by conquering the secret realm that I'll find out about through Kyle. The problem is, whether that Ares guy gave me a good score. The other instructors were likely to have given me a good score. Unless they didn't watch the footage, they would have all seen it, so getting a low score would be harder than getting a perfect score. However, I have my doubts about that Ares guy, and then there's that suspicious behavior he showed me in front of the infirmary. Why did he ask for a handshake? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Let's just sleep for now. Russell dash. I wiped away the moisture with a towel and threw my body onto the bed. Before I knew it, Siho and Goo Poison, who had finished bathing, were burying their bodies in towels. And so, I, who had returned from the human world, was able to fall into a deeper sleep than usual. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position exchange I tier, $10, or 10 advanced chapters with I of the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. What the hell was that? Until the next day dawned, I couldn't even fathom why Ares had tried to shake my hand. If he wanted to express his gratitude, he could have just said so, and if he wanted to talk, he could have just talked. Why did he react like that? In order to master Adel's secret method, I had to get good grades. If I had someone to talk to about this problem, I would have felt better. After the surgery, Samuel had been sleeping soundly and showed no signs of waking up. That's why I didn't have anyone to discuss Ares' strange behavior with. Anyway, Ares isn't normal either. Therefore, the scores will be released right after today's class. As I was thinking about this and that, Idea's homeroom period came to an end. Swish dash. I looked around. The students were still not fully focused and were in a state of disarray. It couldn't be helped. Just a few days ago, they had been fighting and shedding blood, so it was only natural for them to feel relaxed and let loose now that they had returned to their daily routine. They must still be confused by the deaths of their comrades. Idea knew that, too, so she intended to leave them alone for the time being. Even so, it seemed that this atmosphere would soon subside. The final exams would start soon. Just as I was about to get up from my seat. Class president, come here. Idea called out to me. What? Does she have something to say to me? I tilted my head and walked towards Idea. Then Idea spoke to me with a stern expression. Tell me honestly, what are you talking about? You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Gulp. At Idea's words, I couldn't help but tremble. There were countless things that I was hiding from Idea and the people around me. There were more than a few things that could hurt me, so I couldn't help but react sensitively. Surely not. My identity hasn't been discovered, has it? But I could be proud of the fact that I had hidden that much thoroughly. Until my mana was almost depleted, I distributed mana to the darkness attribute to cover the tattoo on the nape of my neck. So there was no way my bloodline could have been discovered. In that case, she's leading me on. She was trying to get me to tell her what I was hiding, but I couldn't figure out what Idea had noticed and was asking me about. Let's go back a bit. Up until now, Idea had never suspected my true identity. The reason she's suddenly asking me this is because something must have happened yesterday. Soon enough, I realized why Idea was interrogating me. She must have seen the video recording. The midterm exam process that was recorded in the Angel's Flower. She must have sensed something strange there and is now asking me about it. One thing. There were too many suspicious details, so I couldn't possibly answer her. For now, I'll try to dodge her question. As expected, you found out. President? Confess quickly. The truth is, I didn't want to eat the emergency rations the instructor gave us, so I secretly hunted and ate wild animals. At my words, Idea's eyes widened as if she were looking at a traitor to the organization. Then, she continued speaking. I never thought you would dare ignore the instructor's goodwill. From now on, I'll give you double the amount of emergency rations. Without hesitation, Idea uttered such cruel words. As I desperately tried to avoid her questions, Idea opened her mouth. Well, to tell you the truth, that's not why I called you here. Then why did you call me? I see that you brought an animal into the interior of Sidon without proper authorization. I let out a sigh. So that's why she called me. Hiss, hiss. As I made a small gesture, Goo Poison, who was in my arms, peeked its head out. At the sight of Goo Poison, a faint strangeness appeared in Idea's eyes. So this guy was the one who defeated the human student. Yes, I think the word defeated is a bit of an exaggeration. But thanks to it, I was able to survive. I nodded in agreement with Idea's words. In fact, I had thought about hiding Goo Poison's true identity until the end, but I decided that it would not be a good idea. Since the instructors had already learned about Goo Poison's existence through the video recording, there was no point in hiding its identity any longer. Rather, it could have aroused their curiosity about Goo Poison and led to the discovery that I had taken it out, which could have reached Renee's ears. Idea pondered my excuse for a moment before asking again. Where did you get that snake? That. I couldn't answer her rashly. If I told her that I had brought it from the bear's family, like I did with Kyle, Idea would quickly realize that the snake was Goo Poison. In Kyle's case, it was possible because he saw me as Bear's secret confidant. And the reason I sent Kyle back to Crete in Bears with a letter was that I had prepared a device in the letter. And according to the contents of the demon god's oath, Kyle couldn't do anything that would threaten me. However, Idea is different. It wouldn't be strange for her to shake me by the collar. So the answer I came up with was, it's a snake I got from the human instructor's lab. From the lab. It suddenly popped out at that time, and I was so surprised that I released mana. But then, it ate my darkness. To make my story more believable, I fed a drop of water imbued with darkness to Goo Poison. BRRR-. Then, as if it liked it, the guy shook his body once. Thanks to the water drop becoming darker as its darkness attribute leveled up, Goo Poison had been enjoying untimely gluttony lately. Idea's eyes sparkled at the sight. Nov, L, B / JNN. It's cute. This guy. I blinked in disbelief. Goo Poison is cute. Even if you say something nice, Goo Poison's appearance was creepy. It was creepy, so I never expected the adjective cute to be attached to it. What a peculiar taste. As I stood there trembling, Idea opened her mouth. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. You know the school rules, right? It's forbidden to bring animals inside Sidon. Oh, right. Only then did I realize why Idea was after me. Bringing animals from outside Sidon into the interior was strictly forbidden. Thanks to that rule, I also noticed that the seemingly ordinary Siho that Ares was raising was an information carrier. Because no living beings other than students or instructors existed in Sidon. Wait, does that mean, do I have to send this guy outside of Sidon? Sidon prevents any living beings other than students or instructors from existing, wary of the human world's tricks. The reason Goo Poison was able to be in Sidon until now was because it wasn't a living being. However, now that it had consumed a homunculus and become a living being, it was right to be banished outside of Sidon. The problem is that if that happens, a signal will go to Crete right away. If that happens, I won't be able to survive. Not only would I not be able to shake off the clutches of Crete with my current strength, but the title Renee's escort that had been protecting me would also disappear. As I was worrying about this, Idea shook her head. No, you don't have to do that. There is a way. A way. Yes, get him recognized as a familiar. Nov, L, B / JNN. A familiar. It referred to an animal that was recognized as a possession, like Siho that Ares had raised. There would be those among Sidon's students who had the talent for familiars. However, there was one reason why the students' familiars were not seen within Sidon. Because it is difficult to meet the criteria to be recognized as a familiars. And lessons on familiars were not conducted during the first year. Perhaps it would only happen when they became upperclassmen. Or maybe they would teach it before the war broke out. That was why it was nearly impossible to be recognized as a familiar, so it was a kind gesture for Idea to bring this up. I asked Idea. I understand that in order to be recognized as a familiar, I have to take the appropriate test. That's right. I will hold the test in about a month, so please be sure to come. I will tell you the exact date later. If you don't come, you will be expelled. I understand. I nodded towards Idea, who was threatening me in a roundabout way. Just as I was about to step back, I realized there was one thing I hadn't mentioned and took Siho out of my pocket. Beep. The little guy looked sleepy as if it had been sleeping. I gently stroked Siho and said to Idea, "It's a bird that was near my dorm, and I ended up taming it. Its abilities are excellent, so this little guy also wants to be recognized as a familiar, but can you recognize more than one animal as a familiar?" "That is possible." Idea stared at Siho and drawled out her words. Perhaps she had noticed that Siho belonged to Ares. However, she could not bring herself to say that Ares had been spying on me, and so she hesitated. Also, she probably knew that I had already noticed Siho's true identity. That was why Idea could not take Siho back from me. So I decided to let her know that I was taking Siho with me. Besides, there would be scenes of me with Siho in the angel flower footage, so even if I hid it, I would have been caught soon enough. Ares also seems to have tacitly allowed me to keep Siho. If he had wanted to take Siho back, he would have taken it long ago. However, even when Ares had a private conversation with me in front of the infirmary, he didn't say anything about Siho. This must be because Ares judged that it would be better for me to have Siho, for easier surveillance. Idea, who also seemed to have noticed Ares's intentions, opened her mouth. "It should be possible. If it's a special bird, it will be helpful for your activities as well." I smiled at her words. I thought Samuel would be very happy. It seemed that the guy had also grown fond of Siho in his own way. Beep. Siho tilted his head at my smile as if he didn't understand. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Genki Azuma for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on Ko-Fi. After hearing about familiars from Idea, all of today's classes ended. Since it was right after the midterm exams, the instructors didn't teach the lessons too intensely and tried their best to create a relaxed atmosphere. In Robolt's case, he showed us a magic demonstration. There wasn't really anything to learn, but it was quite interesting and fun. Just as I was about to get up from my seat, Fran's voice could be heard. She was glaring at me with a smug expression on her face. I blinked and looked at Fran. "What is it?" "Let's make a bet." A bet out of nowhere. I tilted my head at Fran, who was shrugging her shoulders and puffing out her chest. Did she eat something wrong for lunch? Fran started acting up when she saw the worried expression on my face. "It's not anything weird like you're thinking." "Then what kind of bet do you want to make?" I couldn't understand what she was trying to say at all. She needs to tell me what kind of bet she wants to make so I can know. It can't be a strange bet. I was trying to guess what kind of bet Fran wanted to make. It's probably that. Luna, who had approached Fran and me, opened her mouth. "What is it?" "I would appreciate a proper explanation, but what kind of bet are you talking about?" "The midterm exam scores are going to be released soon, so I think she wants to make a bet on that." "You've hit the nail on the head. Now that I see it, you two have the potential to be my slave." That's a bit. I'm sorry." Luna flatly refused Fran's request to be her slave. But she was still glancing at Fran and fidgeting. I guess you could say she looked like an introverted child refusing a favor from an older sibling. I shook my head and said to Luna, "Don't worry about it. She's just joking." That's right. Anyway, it seems like the test results are out. Do you want to go and see them together? Okay. I nodded at Luna's suggestion and got up from my chair. In order to enter Sidon's armory again, I needed to get excellent grades like last time. It was a moment when I could expect Ares to give me a good score. Considering that he had given me Siho, I didn't think he would have given me a low score. Should I expect a little? Come to think of it, I should wake Samuel up since he needs to check his score too. I breathed a small amount of mana into the thorn. Then the thorn quivered and Samuel's gruff voice flowed out. "You're interrupting my sleep." "What happened again?" "They say the midterm scores have been released. Let's check them together." If that's the case." Samuel readily accepted, wondering about his score. He had no choice. He risked his life to fight Tyrias, so there was no way he would get a low score. At least my score and Samuel's score would be close to perfect. Unlike Samuel and me, who were excited, Luna looked anxious. "I wonder if I did well." "Are you worried?" "Yeah, you know I don't have any money. I need the scholarship and living expenses that are coming out this time." "I see. In Sidon, living expenses and scholarships are given according to the difference in grades. In fact, living expenses were not necessary for the students. Since Sidon also lent out training equipment, there was no need to prepare personal equipment. Of course, it would be nice to have some. The most urgent thing is the scholarship, right?" "Yeah, I have to get it." Luna nodded. In the case of me, Samuel, and Fran, we were exempted from tuition fees because we received excellent grades in the entrance exam. Unless something special happens, we won't have to pay tuition in the future. Sidon needed excellent commanders who could participate in the war, so they favored talented students like me and Samuel. That didn't mean they charged a huge amount of tuition to ordinary students. However, for Luna, who was half dark elf and ostracized by dark elf society, even that would be a difficult expense to afford. I comforted Luna. "You'll do well. Even if you don't get it, I have a way to get the tuition. If you're going to pay for me, there's no need for that. I don't want to receive it from a friend." Luna seemed to be bothered by the fact that she owed me money, so she quickly expressed her refusal. In response, I smiled and opened my mouth. "If you need my help, please tell me anytime." I heard it all from the medical instructor. What? She said that you kept healing my body while I was in surgery. I should have thanked you in advance. That's. Luna had taken care of me during the surgery. As I said that, Luna's face instantly turned red. Her reaction was quite amusing. Rather, didn't Luna need to worry about such a thing in the first place? She must have gotten a good score. It was highly likely that she didn't get a good score in Ares' weaponry exam. However, she wouldn't have gotten bad scores in the theory and magic tests. And during the midterm exam, she saved many students with her healing abilities, so the instructors had no reason to give her a bad score. Luna would have easily achieved a high score. JNN. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. The problem, rather, was, I don't know why you're so confident. I turned my gaze to the blue-haired woman who was making a smug expression. Fran was still grinning with a confident look. Could it be? Did she have some kind of backing? Hoo, you'll see. I feel pretty good today. Just because you feel good doesn't mean you'll get a good score. It would be different if you felt good on the day of the exam. It had already been over a week since the exam, so what good would it do to feel good now? Samuel seemed to think the same as me and let out a pitiful voice towards Fran. She's still not in her right mind. What? Fran glared at Samuel's provocation and shook her hand. She was trying to grab Samuel and beat him up like last time. Samuel's thorns began to tremble in surprise. It seemed quite painful to have your thorns pulled randomly. I hurriedly spoke to save Samuel from Fran's clutches. Well, let's go for now. I'll let you off this time. Fran clicked her tongue in regret and dragged her feet. Anyway, Fran's score would be much lower than ours. I couldn't understand why she was so confident in comparing her score to mine. Wait a minute. What if I win the bet? It was obvious that my score would be higher than Fran's in this midterm exam. I would have received a good score in theory, and I had even overwhelmed Ares in the weaponry exam. The same went for the human invasion exam and the magic exam. I could say that there was no chance I would lose the bet with her. That's why. What will you stake as the prize of the bet? Oh ho, you've finally decided to do it. It's not in my nature to avoid someone who challenges me. To be exact, it's not in my nature to avoid challenges from those weaker than me. Fran narrowed her eyes sharply at my answer and said, for someone like that, you seem to always avoid fighting the child of envy. It's just your imagination. I looked away, pretending not to know. Then Fran, who had been clicking her tongue, opened her mouth. Well, I'll accept your proposal. I'll give you an invitation as the prize of the bet. An invitation. Yes, an invitation to enter my mansion. I was a little interested. Of the 7 deadly sins mansions, the only ones I had seen were the Bears' families and Samuel's families, which I had seen through the necklace. At that time, Samuel's mansion was half destroyed, so I couldn't see it properly, but I had a sense of how big the Bears' family's mansion was. Then what about Fran's mansion? I was a little curious. But what's the benefit to me? What could I possibly gain by going to Fran's mansion? At best, I could get some food prepared by the servants of the mansion. Fran puffed out her cheeks at my blunt answer. If you don't want to, then don't. There are plenty of people who want to go besides you. No, I didn't mean I wouldn't go. Okay, I'll give you the right to use me as a slave for a day instead. A one-day slave. Yes, the right to use me as you please for a day. Oh, good. Fran accepted the offer at once. Since I was going to win anyway, I'll just have to figure out what to eat when I go to Fran's house next time. I was thinking about that when it happened. Rustle, dash. The students were bustling about. It seemed like that was where the report cards were posted. As befitting the somewhat old-fashioned demon realm, the students' human rights were not protected. Public announcement of grades. Ugh, I'm shaking. As expected. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. We pushed through the crowd and checked the report cards. We started looking from the bottom. There were about 120 first-year students in Sidon. What would happen? Let's look from 50th place. We'll be above that anyway, right? Except you? This guy. Our names weren't on the list up to 40th place. Then we reached 30th place. 38th place, Luna. Luna's name was on the list. 38th place. She had barely made the cut for the scholarship. I did it. Luna jumped up and down in joy. I looked at her with satisfaction and turned my gaze upward. What about our grades? Samuel and I would naturally have higher grades than Luna. We looked past 30th and 20th place, but our grades were nowhere to be seen. Fran tilted his head in confusion. Are we higher up? I told you, you're below. We'll see. We bickered and looked at the top 10. Only then did I start to see familiar names. 8th place, Aaron. Aaron, the descendant of Sloth, had gotten 8th place. And above Aaron, 7th place, Samuel. Samuel's name was there. Considering that there were 7 children of the 7 deadly sins, it seemed that I had surpassed a few of them. I looked further up. 6th place, Guwar. 5th place, Renee. Past my master, Renee. Right above her. 4th place, Adele. My name was written there. Oh, my eyes widened. I never would have dreamed that I would beat Renee. My skills were probably similar to Renee's by now, but since Renee was in the same class as Diana, I thought she would have gotten a higher score than me. As I was thinking that, a sudden thought crossed my mind. Wait. Of the children of the 7 deadly sins, only Balton and Diana were left besides Fran and me. Then who was above me? Was there another variable I didn't know about, or was there a powerhouse in Sidon? No way. I couldn't help but look up with trembling pupils. Third place, Diana. Second place, Bolton. Beyond those two, who were truly the strongest of the Sidons? Truly, it was because the name of an absurd student occupied the top spot and first place. First place, Fran. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. First place, Fran. I couldn't help but stiffen at Fran's rank that was revealed next. She's first place. I couldn't hide my bewilderment. And for good reason. Fran had pushed aside all the other Sidon students and proudly taken the first place spot. Of course. It's not a bad situation. The emergence of a new top student. It meant that Bolton's interest would shift from me to Fran. It was certain. Bolton was the type of guy who would be jealous of someone stronger than him. He would probably start picking fights with Fran without a second thought. In that sense, I didn't regret losing first place in the slightest. It was a position I didn't need in the first place. However, on the other hand, a worrisome thought suddenly popped into my head. If Fran is first place, that means weaponry, human understanding, magic, practical. She must have gotten perfect scores, or something close to it, in all 4 subjects. In my case, I lost a lot of points in human understanding. It couldn't be helped. Since I already knew everything about humans, I could easily write it down. That was a big deal. For Sidon students, questions about humans would be difficult. On the other hand, I wasn't very good at answering questions about the demon. It was only natural, since the settings hadn't been properly described. And it was also something I had intended to some extent. Even now, there were times when I was met with harsh gazes because I was half demon. If I had taken the top spot, many demon students, including Bolton, would have come to challenge me. For me, who needed to be careful in my actions, the 4th place ranking was perfect. But I wonder if it's really okay. Wio. Samuel's groaning voice. He seemed to be having a hard time accepting the fact that Fran had taken the top spot. Well, I felt the same way. Fran must have gotten a perfect score in practical. Fran, Samuel, and I all definitely got perfect scores in practical. While Samuel and I had fought for our lives, it was true that Fran's position seemed less advantageous. However, from the perspective of the instructors who knew exactly about war, they couldn't have given a low score to Fran, who had faithfully carried out the role of commander. I couldn't help but admit it. After repelling terrorizing in the human realm, I felt extremely exhausted. It was because of the heavy wounds and the burden of having to lead the students. The lives of 20 students rested in my hands. If we had been overwhelmingly strong, it would have been different. But it was clear that we were the prey in that situation. The students and I relied too heavily on Fran, and we must have burdened her tremendously. So I didn't have the slightest thought of denying the results of Fran's efforts. Rather, I should be expressing my gratitude. The same goes for the magic exam.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It's true that Samuel and I displayed the most excellent stealth skills. Our stealth skills were beyond perfect. However, Fran displayed stealth skills that were exactly at the level of the stealth skills that Robold had set as the perfect standard. Unlike the practical exam, the magic exam had a set standard, so this would also be a perfect score. That said, Robold couldn't have given us a higher score than a perfect score, so I can't deny the fairness of the 2 perfect scores in the exam subjects. But there was a reason why I couldn't accept the fact that Fran was in first place. Didn't she hit rock bottom in the human understanding and weaponry exams? Fran is an idiot. I'm not saying that with malicious intent, but her level of knowledge is really low compared to Luna or Samuel. Fran always falls asleep in class. Besides, didn't she get beaten up by Ares in the weaponry exam? Let's put aside her human understanding score for now. There's one thing I can assume. Ares' weaponry exam can be retaken once. It was a test prepared for the aggressive students. Students who felt they hadn't shown their true skills could challenge Ares again. However, there was a penalty of being evaluated with a slightly higher standard. If Fran had gotten a perfect score there, it meant she got a perfect score on the retake. However, it was strange. Fran couldn't even kill a human who couldn't move. Then, how did she get a perfect score on the weaponry exam? Support-type students like Luna get bonus points for their stamina in the weaponry exam. However, no matter how excellent her stamina was, she couldn't get a perfect score. So that means Fran was hiding some kind of power. Then, why didn't she show her power in front of us? It was strange. The more I thought about it, the more questions I had. Fran, how would she react to getting a perfect score? Swish dash. I turned my gaze back. But, thinking about Fran's usual personality, her face would be drunk with pride and she'd be bragging loudly. I could see that it was filled with complex emotions. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Fran only moved her lips slightly as she stared at the report card. What was that reaction? Did she perhaps feel guilty because she cheated to achieve first place? Fran's face was filled with guilt, regret, and emptiness. At least, it wasn't the kind of emotion that someone who had achieved first place should show. While I was thinking that. Suddenly, Fran began to laugh. JNN. Then she pointed at Samuel and me and shouted, "You losers, praise me right now." Fran began to mock us, who had been making sullen expressions. We couldn't help but feel intense anger at this. in front of Fran, who was so self-absorbed. Well, it was strange, but I guess it can't be helped, Samuel muttered, sighing. At his words, I tilted my head and asked Samuel back. What are you talking about all of a sudden? I don't know for sure, but originally, the Lord of Lust gave birth to hundreds of children. Only the single most outstanding one among those children can represent the family. What do you mean? Fran is the direct descendant of the Lust family. That means she's the most outstanding child. It's not strange for her to get first place. As Samuel continued to speak, he began to get annoyed. But if she was that skilled, I don't understand why she didn't participate in the practical test and fight directly. Well, it's true that many students didn't die thanks to her charm ability, but she could have reduced the damage even more. Samuel was annoyed that Fran hadn't shown her true strength. I still found it hard to accept that Fran was actually strong. In the meantime, how unpleasant. Samuel exploded in anger. I'm ranked lower than that girl. No, it's not that I don't understand. This must be a dream. Samuel was showing signs of confusion. However, there was no way that Sidon's side would make a mistake in the ranking announcement. I could understand Samuel's feelings, so I felt sorry for him. In my case, there was no need for me to rank higher than 7th, and I didn't mind getting 4th place, which was the best possible outcome. Tell me it's a dream. Fran's voice, laced with laughter, rang out to Samuel, who was muttering weakly. Praise me. After the rankings were announced, when the sun had set and the moon had risen, Fran opened the door to the dormitory where she lived and stepped inside. Her roommate was already fast asleep, snoring in her bed. Thud. Fran hurried to her own room. Then, Fran looked around to make sure no one was watching before snapping her fingers. Thud. The illusion hanging in the room was lifted, revealing the interior in its entirety. Fran's dormitory room was filled with papers densely packed with the contents of her theory lessons, along with piles of bloody bandages. The interior of the room was bizarre enough to make one's hair stand on end. Fran stared at them in silence before walking to the bathroom. Then she looked up at the mirror. In the mirror, instead of Fran's usual bright smile, her face was contorted and distorted. Clenched. Fran grabbed her cheeks and tried again, to make her usual expression. But it wasn't easy to make a cheerful expression. Eventually, Fran removed her fingers from her face. Then she stood close to the mirror and breathed on it. The mirror fogged up. Swish. Fran raised her finger and began to draw something. She filled in 2 dots and a curve inside a circle. Fran's expression was still crumpled, but a smiling face was drawn in the fog on the mirror, just like her usual self. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Genki Azuma for subscription to Sword Lacquer tier on Ko-Fi. Right after Adele and the Class A students checked their grades and left. Thud. 2 figures approached from afar. Diana, with a crown atop her white hair, and Renee, exuding an unusually dark aura, walked side by side. As they walked, oh, the test results are out. They stopped in front of the bulletin board listing the midterm exam rankings for the first-year students. Swish. Diana briefly scanned the list of lower-ranked students and then turned to Renee with a question. Renee, what rank do you think you got? I don't know. Renee replied indifferently, as if her grades didn't matter much to her. Not that she needed to care about her grades anyway. Renee's only concern was the human who had killed her mother. It's true that students who rank high in the demon realm are given artifacts, but since they can choose them directly, there's no need to go through the trouble of getting first place. And compared to the artifact she received as a reward for the entrance exam. Swish. Renee looked down at the ring on her index finger. The ring that Adele had given her in the land of the undead. She liked this ring, even more than the artifact she had gotten from the demon realm's warehouse. Well, there was no particular reason to say it was special. It was just that it performed well. At least, that's what Renee thought. As Renee gazed at the ring Adele had given her, a sudden question came to her mind. Why? Why did Adele put the ring on her index finger? I don't know about the human world, but in the demon realm, when a man puts a ring on a woman's index finger, it means an eternal oath. So, what on earth did he swear to do? I don't know. Adele's true identity. Even the meaning of the ring. Renee didn't know anything. She just kept her mouth shut, thinking about the man who had brought her this complexity. Then, Diana found Renee's name and pointed to it. Oh, Renee, you're 5th. Renee turned her gaze. 5th place, Renee. She had scored high enough to secure 5th place. But Renee wasn't interested in her own rank. She was interested in the rank of another student. The one above her. 4th place, Adele. The rank of the one who had complicated her heart. It was surprising that a half-breed had recorded 4th place, but Renee's reaction was indifferent. From Renee's perspective, it was natural for Adele to have a high ranking. He hides a lot. Renee closed her eyes gently. And what she recalled was the time of their first meeting, when she first encountered Adele. At that time, she had tried to kill Adele without thinking. It was because Adele's appearance was so sinister that she didn't think he was an escort assigned by her father. T/N, poor Adele. At first, she thought he was lying. The amount of mana he possessed in his body was too small for an escort. But he was fast, incredibly fast. Renee, who was recalling that time, touched her wrist. But soon after, she realized that it wasn't that Adel's speed was fast, but that it was a kind of teleportation. Still, it was definitely not a bad ability for an escort, so she thought her father must have assigned him. However, when she noticed that she was not only lacking in mana but also in stamina, Renee couldn't help but doubt Adel's identity. It was strange when she thought about it. Her father had assigned Adele as her escort, saying that something might happen to her in Sidon. However, Adele was weaker than her. Rather, he would have been more of a burden. So Renee wondered if her father was underestimating her. How could he treat her like a child and assign such a weak half-breed as her escort? That's why Renee had always maintained a cold attitude towards Adele, until she saw Adele talking to the god. How could he talk to the demon god? The demon god of pride, who had suddenly appeared before Adele. The moment Renee faced the demon god, she was overwhelmed with dizziness and nausea. Just looking at the transcendental being had almost made her lose consciousness. However, Adele was calm. He didn't cower in front of the demon god and kept talking about something. She couldn't hear what they were talking about, but she remembered the atmosphere at the time. That was why Renee thought of Adele as a priest. The weak side he had shown her was the same. At some point, Adele gradually revealed his strength, and now he had surpassed her. JNN. He seemed to have a lot of injuries. Perhaps Adele had decided to show his true strength because he had encountered a strong human for the first time after leaving the temple. Renee found it quite convincing that he had been hiding his strength until now. But why? For what reason did her father give him the authority to do that? Up until now, Renee had been completely unable to understand Crete's true intentions. Just as her head started to ache. Renee, you're so lucky. Your escort is so recognized. The strongest escort assisting the young lady, so cool. Diana was starting to spout nonsense again. Was it really acceptable for the future Demon King to have such a personality? Renee was overcome with a strange feeling. Then, Renee lifted her head. She had confirmed up to 4th place. Now, all that remained was 3rd place, 2nd place, and the coveted 1st place. Even Renee couldn't help but wonder who would take 1st place and the position of top student in the grade. Diana and Balton. Which of the two would ascend to the position of 1st place? Renee seemed to recall that Balton had been the top student during the entrance exam. However, Diana was not to be underestimated either. Diana had an annoying personality, but she was undeniably a strong individual whom even Renee acknowledged. If she ignored the pressure of the crown and began to exert her strength, no one would be able to stop Diana. Furthermore, hadn't Diana lifted the seal on her strength during this midterm exam? That's why she had thought that this time, perhaps, the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. 3rd place, Diana. 3rd place. That's too bad. That's right. As Diana pouted, Renee gave a short reply as usual. Diana poked Renee's cheek. Renee, if you're going to comfort me, do it properly. A blue vein appeared on Renee's forehead. Just before Diana could make Renee explode in anger. Flinch. The two of them raised their heads at the same time. A man had passed by Renee and Diana and was looking at the ranking list. I didn't notice him. Renee's face hardened. Even though she hadn't activated her senses, his movements were undetectable even to her and Diana. Only 2 men in Sidon's first year could move like that. One was Adele, the teleporter, who wasn't here. So the identity of this man was what? When Renee realized the identity of the crimson-haired boy, a faint smile lingered on his lips. And then, how amusing. Contrasting with the man's light tone of voice. Dash. A heavy fighting spirit began to distort the space. The eyes of Balton, who had placed 2nd in the first-year midterm exam, were filled with fighting spirit as they shot towards a single name. 1st place, Fran. Towards her, the top student. *****. Maybe it's a good thing. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. I returned to the dormitory and immersed myself in these thoughts. In this exam, Fran had taken the amazing position of top student. If that's the case, for the time being, the attention will be on Fran, not me. It wasn't directed at anyone in particular. It's just like that. My instincts were telling me that Fran taking the top student position was a good sign. On the other hand, Fran might become a bit bothersome, but what can I do? As the top student, she deserves to receive attention. I hope that Fran will learn enough combat-related magic to protect herself with this opportunity. The demons tend to only want to learn magic that suits their family or traits, so it might be difficult. It's not like they establish schools like humans and learn various types of magic. Let's assume that there's no one like Robold who researches magic that most demons can use. It's terrifying just thinking about it. They probably wouldn't even be able to learn basic magic like stealth. That's when the demons will realize that they have no choice but to be slaughtered by humans. In order to prevent that and uncover the secret that the 6 families are hiding, they'll have to become stronger without stopping. But why can't I use fighting spirit? I made a displeased expression. I succeeded in manifesting the sword lacquer and having it recognized as a trait by relying on Adele's senses, but I couldn't manifest fighting spirit no matter what I did. It's frustrating. If I could apply fighting spirit, I might be able to surpass Tyria's. I recalled the method of using fighting spirit that was described in the original work. The power that is focused by concentrating the will to attack the opponent and imbued into a weapon. I focused power into my eyes and took out the fang of darkness from my arms. But nothing happened. As expected, it didn't work this way either. Perhaps it's because I lack practical experience. Even after fully inheriting 20% of Adel's power and entrusting my body to instinct, I still couldn't manifest my fighting spirit. I guess I need to experience the so-called enlightenment. Even the information paper won't help. The information paper imprinted Adel's traits because they were the initial traits I could handle anyway. However, fighting spirit can only be cultivated by developing one's own power, so imprinting is impossible. In the end, I have no choice but to acquire it myself. Let's stop here for today. And so, the training ended without any significant gains. In fact, it's questionable whether it can be called training since I just held a dagger in my room and lifted weights. Still, there was no need to be impatient. I still have time to spare. The midterm exams just ended. I can start building a foundation and getting stronger from now on. Thud. I collapsed onto the bed and looked around. Perhaps because Samuel was parasitic on my body, the dormitory seemed especially spacious. When I lowered my gaze, I saw Samuel, still in his thorny, sleeping state. Cheater. No way. Was he denying the fact that Fran was the top student even in his dreams? It wasn't an incomprehensible story. He would soon have to believe it. The instructors will announce Fran as the top student soon. When that happens, Samuel will no longer be able to dismiss the truth as a mere illusion. Rather than that, it'll be soon. The day to choose an artifact from Satan's secret warehouse is approaching. I wonder what I'll find this time.